Before his regression, Jin Hyeok was obsessed with power, conquering dungeons no one had dared enter, slaying monstrous foes, and standing at the peak of battle. This was his life. The thrill of standing on the knife's edge, where a single mistake meant death, fueled his very existence. As time passed, he became known as Korea's Sword King. People called him a hero, a fearless warrior who led humanity against despair. But in truth, he had only ever played the game for the joy of the fight. Serving under the National Intelligence Service, NIS, as a government-affiliated player, Jin Hyeok had no grand sense of duty, only the desire to push himself beyond his limits, to be the first to face the deadliest challenges. Yet, in the Banyan Tree dungeon, everything changed. The Empress of Hell, the dungeon's final boss, cursed him. In the face of death, Jin Hyeok saw his life for what it was: brutal, reckless, and filled with constant assassination attempts. His existence had been a never-ending struggle, yet he had relished it. Why did I ever crave this madness? That night, he closed his eyes, believing it was the end. But when he opened them again, he had returned to the past. At first, excitement coursed through him. I can be stronger than before. Armed with the knowledge of a top ranker, the potential to surpass his past self was intoxicating. But on the second day after his regression, he shook his head. No, not again. He had been lucky to die in the Banyan Tree dungeon. If fate had been just a little crueler, he would have perished much sooner. Now, for the first time, he saw the cost of his obsession: his family, murdered while he was off chasing strength. He had been powerful enough to protect them, yet his blind pursuit of power had left them vulnerable. This time, he vowed not to repeat his mistakes. I'll get strong, but I won't lose myself again. With 7 years until the cataclysm, Jin Hyeok began preparing, but not as a warrior. 7 years passed. Damn, you're a terrible son. When are you gonna grow up? Jeoncheol, an old friend, scolded him over a meal. Jin Hyeok, now a Gosekon recluse, had spent these years not as a fighter, but as a streamer. His life consisted of gaming, surviving on scraps, and ignoring reality. 7 years of streaming a dead game for one viewer? Even if you're ranked number 1, who cares? Jeoncheol sighed. You're wasting yourself. Jin Hyeok said nothing, absent-mindedly chewing on stir-fried chili pork. That night, he logged into LTube for his final stream. 49,998 hours played. 2 hours left. Ignoring the usual trolls, he whispered, "This is the last one." He fought, he streamed, he endured. And at exactly midnight, May 8, 2022, the world changed. A system message appeared. A new server, Earth, has been incorporated into the game. The open beta service has begun for the new server, Earth. The game he had played for years had become reality. And this time, Jin Hyeok wouldn't be the Sword King. In Jin Hyeok's experience, third place was always the best. Not too high, not too low, just enough to live well without drawing unwanted attention. It was the sweet spot, where one could enjoy safety and wealth while avoiding the endless battles that plagued those at the very top. But you couldn't just pretend to be third place. After all, scout classes are terrifying. Scouts could unearth every secret levels, hidden skills, abilities. If someone was too strong, it was only a matter of time before scouts painted a target on their back. No matter how much one tried to stay low-key, their strength would inevitably be exposed. For that reason, Jin Hyeok made a crucial decision. He would never awaken as a swordsman again. Who knew what would happen if he picked up a sword? He might forget all about his resolve and climb to the top once more. He wasn't about to let that happen. At that moment, the system spoke. The open beta service has begun for the new server, Earth. You have fulfilled the conditions to unlock initial awakening. A faint smile tugged at Jin Hyeok's lips. His 50,000 hours of streaming had paid off. This was the requirement to awaken as a streamer, a job class with built-in safety. You have been granted the job of streamer, initial awakener. Streamers enjoyed a unique perk protection under the server's regulations, shielding them from forced military drafts and system conscript ions. Even more valuable was the broadcaster's barrier, a defensive ability unparalleled among non-combat classes. This is perfect, safe, stable, and profitable. Jin Hyeok was already feeling good about his choice until another notification appeared. You have received an additional perk for your initial awakening. Reached rank 1 in an existing game. You may use your character from the existing game as ingredients for the initial awakening process. A holographic character window materialized before his eyes. Character window. Name, Spinebreaker. Job, Grand Mage. LV, 999. Achievements. Heavy checkmark Victor in the War of Gods and Demons, Mythic. Heavy checkmark The 7 Mysteries, Mythic. Heavy checkmark Califu, King of Giants, Mythic. And 200 plus more. Jin Hyeok's eyes twitched. This was his old character, the one who stood at the absolute peak. His inventory popped up next, displaying dozens of mythic grade items. Inventory. Heavy checkmark New Demon Lord's Undergarments, Mythic. Heavy checkmark Necklace of Argonixis, Mythic. Heavy checkmark Meteor Shower, Mythic. And 46 more. Why are my inventory and skills windows appearing? More system prompts bombarded him. You have unlocked the achievement The Grind Never Stops. You have unlocked the achievement Few Viewers, Faithful Broadcast. Curious, Jin Hyeok selected them. The Grind Never Stops. Heavy checkmark Within 10 years, stream a game for a total of 50,000 hours. Heavy checkmark Never rest for more than 10 consecutive hours. Military Medal Achievement Perk. Use the inventory of an existing game character for awakening. Few viewers, faithful broadcast. Heavy checkmark unlock the grind never stops. Heavy checkmark reach rank 1 in an applicable game. Heavy checkmark maintain an average viewer count of less than 10. Military Medal Achievement Perk. Use the skills of an existing game character for awakening. Jin Hyuk exhaled sharply. This is insane. Not only was he able to use his level 999 character to boost his awakening, but he also retained all of his gear, skills, and achievements. Would you like to use Spinebreaker for the awakening process? Would you like to use the inventory and skills as ingredients for the awakening process? For a brief moment, excitement stirred in his chest. A feeling he had buried long ago. The urge to dominate, to rise to the top again. Jin Hyuk clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay calm. No, I am not falling into that madness again. He had chosen to be a streamer for a reason. This was supposed to be his peaceful life, his way to avoid the cycle of power and bloodshed. But still, it'd be a waste not to use it, right? With a slow breath, he selected his awakening ingredients. You selected Victor in the War of Gods and Demons, Mythic. You selected Meteor Shower, Mythic. You selected New Demon Lord's Undergarments, Mythic. All the greatest achievements of his past life, absorbed into the awakening process. The initial awakening process has begun. Processing. 50%. 90%. 100%. A dazzling light filled the room. You have been granted the job of Almighty Streamer. Jin Hyuk blinked. What? New traits unlocked. Heavy checkmark Broadcaster's Barrier, a defensive ability exclusive to streamers. Heavy checkmark Almighty Jack of all trades. Jin Hyuk frowned. Almighty Jack of all trades. He had seen countless traits before, but this one was completely new. Normally, all-rounders lacked specialization. They were decent at everything, but masters of nothing. However, a true jack of all trades could actually be terrifying. He wasn't sure what the almighty part meant, but he would figure it out soon enough. For now, it was time to begin his new life. You are logging into the streaming platform. A familiar interface appeared. Your first-person POV is being shared. You cannot check your viewer count at your current level. You cannot communicate with viewers at your current level. Jin Hyuk exhaled and began his stream. This place is called Earth. I'm currently in Seoul, Korea. For the first time, he wasn't rushing into danger. He wasn't throwing himself into the front lines. Instead, he was streaming the new world. And so, time passed. A week later, the world was changing. Monsters roamed freely. People claiming to be initial awakeners rose up. Chaos began to take root. Yet Jin Hyuk continued streaming. LV3/Big Poor Rabbit detected. Jin Hyuk calmly narrated the battle unfolding before him, his analytical insight far sharper than any ordinary streamer. When a rabbit suddenly charged him, he effortlessly dodged and stabbed it in the skull. You have slain a big poor rabbit. It was an instinctive move. You have reached level 9. Huh. That was easy. A dangerous thought flickered through his mind. Boredom. This was too easy. He immediately forced himself to shut down that train of thought. No, this isn't boring. It's peaceful. He had made a choice. He wasn't going to lose himself again. You have reached level 10. Finally, a new message popped up. You may now check your viewer count. Jin Hyuk opened the window and froze. This has to be a mistake.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
3,000/3,000. As many as 3,000 viewers were tuning into Jin Hyuk's channel. Altogether, there were around 500 initially awakened streamers on the open beta Earth server, and of them, Jin Hyuk's channel was undoubtedly and overwhelmingly in first place. I heard Egan Paul has about 3,000 viewers as well. Egan Paul was one of the biggest streamers on Earth. In Jin Hyuk's previous lifetime, he had been unbudgeable from his position as the first-ranked streamer, from the open beta right up until Jin Hyuk regressed. Egan had been dominant even in the overall player level ranking among streamers. Why do I have the same number of viewers as Egan? Jin Hyuk was baffled. Even he himself didn't think he was as good of a broadcast personality as Egan Paul was. How can that be possible? He couldn't help but wonder if some famous influencer had given his channel a shout-out. Although Jin Hyuk didn't know the reason behind his exploding viewer count, he certainly wasn't complaining. Having a similar viewer count to Egan Paul meant Jin Hyuk was dominating in first place, just like him. He didn't exactly dislike that fact. That was when the realization hit him. I'm still not strong enough mentally. Jin Hyuk thought that by boxing himself into a non-fighter class job, his thirst to be a winner would be reduced, but here he was, all happy that he was first place just as usual. He was going to need to deny himself of his inner desires through sheer force of will. I want to be third place. Really, I do. Firmly resolving to himself once more, Jin Hyuk continued streaming as he roamed around Seoul. At some point, Jin Hyuk reached level 15. You have leveled up. You have become level 15. This time, something changed. You are now entering the Room of Awakening. Most people were usually uninterested in the news of an open beta service, and the same was true on Earth. But the people of Orioles, a place that had an environment that was relatively similar to Earth, began to take interest in the Earth server. Although Earth was but a minor server, there was one player who was attracting quite a bit of attention. A crazy guy appeared on the Earth server. He stabbed a big poor rabbit through the head with a dagger. I saw it live. What's so crazy about that? His job is a streamer. The low-level player whose job was a non-fighter class on top of that seemed far too skilled in combat, all things considered. It's possible because he's a low level. Don't you know that there's basically no distinction between jobs at the lower levels? True. Streamers who run around like that, pretending they're fighters, are all gonna get weeded out before level 100, definitely. LOL, yeah, I don't buy it. Not like we've seen this kind of poser once or twice before. However, Cha Jin Hyuk was obviously not an ordinary streamer. This crazy-ass dude got right into the face of a monster to observe it from up close. He opened a red fox's mouth to show how many teeth it has. He was level 2 at the time, by the way. The red fox is level 6, no? That's why he's crazy, lol. His fingers didn't get chomped off thanks to broadcaster's barrier. Streamers in servers that were still in their open beta service stages tended to behave in a rather similar manner, no matter which server it was. It was yet far beyond their capabilities to make good plays. At this stage, they still couldn't flexibly utilize broadcaster's barrier like Cha Jin Hyuk could. That was why most streamers almost never took the risk of drawing too close to the monsters in some cases, even avoiding hunting them directly altogether. The majority of streamers still froze, speechless with fear, when they came face to face with monsters. He uses broadcaster's barrier just like a veteran would. If it's not that, then he's a freaking genius. How is it possible that he's a veteran when he's on an open beta? Maybe he's a regressor? That's nonsense, lol. If he was a regressor, the administrators would have come and executed his ass already, LMAO. Just like that, any rumors that Jin Hyuk could be a regressor were quickly buried. But he genuinely does have an excellent eye for combat. I thought I was watching a pro commentator for a second. Well, one thing's for sure. A streamer that has the likes of what's never been seen before has appeared. Jin Hyuk was the only streamer that was performing this well in the open beta service, and only Jin Hyuk himself was not aware of this. To be fair, his ignorance of this fact could be blamed on his previous environment. In Jin Hyuk's previous lifetime, not only was he one of the top rankers, but he was completely surrounded by other top rank players. As Jin Hyuk had said before, everyone around him was a bunch of lunatics. This served to warp some of his standards to the point where they were completely out of touch with reality, becoming the type of standard where, for instance, not facing a near-death experience at least 7 or so times was considered a rather peaceful life. Upon reaching level 15, Jin Hyuk entered the Room of Awakening. As his surroundings suddenly became pitch black, Jin Hyuk realized he had been automatically transported to a dark space. Standing before him was a beautiful angel. Jin Hyuk didn't feel particularly impressed or inspired by the sight of an angel. After all, that angel was an AI. Please create your player name, the name you shall be known by after your awakening. Jin Hyuk already had a name in mind, a name that reflected his wish to be in a modest 3rd place. Kim Chulsu. 1. Kim Chulsu, is that correct? Yup. Would you like your player information to be public? If you choose to publicize it, your ranking will be recorded on the public ranking board. Jin Hyuk shook his head. There were no benefits at all to making his ranking public knowledge. In fact, all there would be instead were more responsibilities and more enemies. Sure, it could bring him more fame and glory too, but he didn't need those now. Decline. After the standard procedures and formalities were said and done with, Jin Hyuk returned to where he was whisked away from. People were startled when he suddenly appeared, but he didn't pay heed to them. They were going to get used to these surprises. Let's give the ranking board a look. Ranking board, Korea region. Swordsman, archer, martial artist, healer, other. Jin Hyuk could see the rankings filtered by job. He checked the swordsman ranking list. First, Lee Hyun-sung, LV 15. It was a familiar name, a welcome sight. He hadn't been personally close with Lee Hyun-sung, but they had played together in a larger group on a few occasions. The very top ranker is still level 15. Lee Hyun-sung was at the same level as Jin Hyuk. Then again, Jin Hyuk had also been around level 15 at this point in time pre-regression. My level up speed really is super fast. Jin Hyuk realized this was what was meant when it was said that streamers were the best for leveling up. As a streamer himself now, he could experience firsthand how much faster he leveled up depending on how many viewers he had. I should slow down. Jin Hyuk decided to pace himself, his willpower winning over his primal desires for now. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. 3 days passed by. Jin Hyuk tried to pace himself by his standards, at least, but he was already level 19. I get that I'm a streamer, but how is my level up speed still this fast? Swordsman. First, Lee Hyun-sung, LV 21. Martial artist. First, Kim Sang-hee, LV 21. Most of the first rankers for their individual jobs were level 21. As expected of those at the top, their levels were all very similar. Seeing how there's only 2 levels between me and them, I guess they're still getting the hang of things. Jin Hyuk's instinct was to say what a relief, but his rational side screamed at him to go slower. His current number of viewers was 5,700. For every level he gained, the maximum possible capacity of viewers for the stream expanded by 300. Another day passed by. You have leveled up. You have become level 20. Jin Hyuk had already reached level 20. You are now able to communicate with your viewers. Chat/donations are now enabled. The moment the stream chat window appeared, Jin Hyuk immediately selected the block chat setting and closed off all methods of communication. No thanks. The role model whom Jin Hyuk was inspired to emulate was not Egan Paul, but Mystery Box. Unlike Egan Paul, who was a massive celebrity, Mystery Box was a streamer who was shrouded in mystery. Yeah, Mystery Box streamed strictly from the first-person POV to hide as much about his identity as possible. He didn't even communicate with viewers. Although some voices criticized Mystery Box as an iconic example of someone who had zero interaction with their viewers with a screw you all, do it my way attitude, Mystery Box was nevertheless considerably successful. Not long after he began his streaming career, Mystery Box received such a large amount of donations that he was able to buy a building located in Yanhuidong to outright. It was worth noting that Yanhuidong would become a premium land worth its weight in gold in the future, becoming the area with the most expensive real estate in all of Seoul. This was because a guardian tree ended up growing there, which created a safe zone. Anyway, the important thing is that Mystery Box managed to acquire several buildings in an area like that. Mystery Box would retire young, flaunting his wealth as he lived the rich life full of luxuries. In Jin Hyuk's eyes, Mystery Box was probably closest to what a streamer who was third or fourth place in the streaming world was like, and Mystery Box had never been attacked by hunters that were after his awakened abilities. No matter how I think about it, he did things the best way. Whether it was the past or present, the one thing that always stood above the creator of the universe was property owners. As a sort of celebration for reaching level 20, I am about to enter this tutorial field and see what's going on. The sort of memory Jin Hyuk had of this place was that of trying to tackle the tutorial field immediately after awakening, and dying several times before coming to grips with the fact that level 1 might be too low to try the dungeon. He returned to challenge it once more after reaching level 5. The tutorial field that had spawned was shaped in such a manner that it traced along the subway stations. Jin Hyuk was headed towards Seoul Station. On the first step that he took into the entrance of Seoul Station, Jin Hyuk heard a notification. You can enter the tutorial field, Seoul Station. Do you want to enter Seoul Station? Although the entrance was the same, players were able to enter a place that was not Seoul Station, but Seoul Station Field. I'll show some of the tutorial field, and try to get my hands on an extra life when the time is right. Extra life was an exceedingly rare trait that could only be obtained in the few tutorial fields that existed and nowhere else. An extra life nullified any lethal attack, the one which could cause death just once for the player that possessed it. If I had one of those in the good old days when I was the Sword King, I could have been a lot bolder in battle. Before Jin Hyuk entered the tutorial field, he reforged his resolve. I'm not doing this because I want to become stronger. That's right, this was for his safety. Jin Hyuk stepped forward into the entrance. Unlike his previous experience, something unimaginable was happening before his eyes. Scanning around the area with Broadcaster's True Sight, Jin Hyuk found that the players in here were all around level 15. Yet contrary to their high level, there were not one, not two, but 3 bodies on the blood-stained ground. Well, 2 bodies, to be exact. There were 2 males who were clearly dead. However, the third player on the floor, a woman, was alive and breathing fine. Jin Hyuk figured she was player with an assassin-class job. There's always someone pretending to be dead. Jin Hyuk decided not to pay her any heed as she didn't seem all that dangerous to him. Wow, to think that level 15 players would be killed by dwarves. The creatures that appeared at the Seoul Station entrance were dwarf monsters. They were blind and weak, which made them rather easy to deal with. To be honest, they should be no sweat even for a level 10. Before his regression, Jin Hyuk fought the dwarves at level 5. At present, all sorts of players ranging from the levels of 10 to 15 were fighting the battle of their lives against those same dwarves. The players of this day and age are a more sorry state than I remember. It was so long ago that Jin Hyuk couldn't quite remember clearly, but they were definitely weaker than what he recalled about this period. I wish I could fight. Alas, this was a frame of mind that just had to be fixed outright. He was a streamer now, and he was going to act like one, not just being one in name. Jin Hyuk turned his attention to one corner of the area. I should get these guys as the stars of today's stream. He came across a group of 9 boys, who looked to be a bunch of friends in their late teens. They stood in a circle with one of them at the center. Jin Hyuk felt himself itching to join the battle, so he hurriedly resumed his commentating. Alright, we will now be starting our stream. The 9 boys had some hurrah to them, but Jin Hyuk felt it was wasted on something like this. They shouted loudly as they thrust their spears. That said, though they were young, the way they adjusted fast to the transforming world around them was quite admirable. Jin Hyuk took an initial liking to them. Jin Hyuk made his way toward them, taking care in the route he took so the dwarves didn't come running at him. He began to give some light pieces of advice to these sprightly seedlings. Try fighting them without making sounds. It seems these dwarves have pretty sensitive hearing. The boys seemed to take Jin Hyuk's advice on board as they shut their mouths at once. With this newfound advice, they managed to fell the dwarves one after another in an orderly fashion, upon which they were finally able to take a breather. Thank you. The boys were rather grateful to Jin Hyuk. So what do you do, Hyung? I'm a streamer. Does a job called streamer exist? Is it really that weird that streamers exist when lancers are a thing? That's true. How did you know that the dwarves were sensitive to sounds? One of the boys asked. You can catch these sort of things if you're a bystander not involved in the fight. The dwarves reacted whenever you and your friends shouted. Jin Hyeok observed the boys using Broadcaster's True Sight. LV15/Master No 1/1 ST Class Lancer /Skills /No Achievements Unlocked. LV14/Master No 2 Second Class Lancer /Skills /No Achievements Unlocked. Jin Hyeok could not only see their jobs, but also their skills. His Broadcaster's True Sight was certainly much more exceptional than that of the typical streamer. The boys weren't all that different from each other, but one seemed a little peculiar. LV17/Boss of Masters /9-Man Monarch /Skill /No Achievements Unlocked. His job name was in green. In later days, people would begin grading each job, and those that were colored green would come to be graded as being 5-star jobs. Jin Hyeok looked at the boy's skills and saw that he had a skill called 9-Man Bulwark. Jin Hyeok guessed that this skill would give some sort of considerable buff to the player and his party, if the party had 9 people. He's still a dreamer. Jin Hyeok felt there was something sweet and endearing about this player aspiring to play together with his friends. To be honest, he thought a job that required all 9 of them to be together to create synergy was absolute trash, but at the end of the day, that was just Jin Hyeok's opinion, and it wasn't his place to lecture the boy on what he thought was good or bad. Jin Hyeok continued to do his thing. Viewers, it seems there's some kind of synergistic effect when the 9 of them stick together. I think that's their safest plan for facing these dwarves. Jin Hyeok continued his commentary for the stream, giving advice where he felt like, though to be honest, he felt like it was the sort of advice that literally anyone could give. He gave advice such as, "Hey, you, the one standing at the far end. Try making some noise to attract the monsters aggro 3 since they're sensitive to sound. And, hey, the one standing in the middle, try taking a step forward when you're facing them. You're maintaining too much distance." And so on. The boys followed his advice quite well and managed to successfully hunt quite a few dwarves. After some time, the boys managed to finish off all the dwarves in their vicinity. They stored the items that the dwarves had dropped in their inventories and came toward Jin Hyeok. The boy who seemed to be their leader, the 9-Man Monarch, was the one to speak. "Hyung, you really are a streamer, right?" "That's right. I'm streaming right now. In fact, I think you're amazing." "Am I?" "Yes. You were like a private tutor or something, picking out all the places we were doing it wrong." "Thank you so much." "Was I? Thank you for letting me know what a ruler should do." Jin Hyeok was almost embarrassed by how thankful the boys were toward him. He didn't feel like he had been all that helpful. "Thank you. We appreciate it a lot." At that very moment, Jin Hyeok sensed a strange energy behind him. Jin Hyeok figured it was a murderous energy, but the aura that was being exuded was so crude and poor that Jin Hyeok was hard-pressed to say it felt murderous at all. Jin Hyeok glanced behind him nonchalantly. One woman, the one who had been lying on the floor, pretending to be dead, was rushing toward him with a long blade. Jin Hyeok knew something like this was coming. Jin Hyeok scanned the woman with Broadcaster's True Sight. LV15+2/Crimson Killer Demon /Assassin /Skills /9 kills. Swoosh! The woman swung her blade. Oh, an assassination. Jin Hyeok's body reacted to her all on its own. Players under level 60 were considered as low-level players, and there were almost no distinguishing boundaries between jobs at such a low level. Jin Hyeok's eyes could clearly take in the movements of the woman, as if she were in slow motion. Jin Hyeok struck her right wrist with his left hand to make her drop the blade. "Oh wait, I have Broadcaster's Barrier." Jin Hyeok could have just blocked it using that ability, but he had reacted this way out of habit. "I should try blocking with Broadcaster's Barrier next time." A smile of enjoyment crept onto Jin Hyeok's lips. He pulled out a dagger from his inventory. Daggers had excellent versatility. Though their destructive power and durability was low, nearly all jobs had access to them. This meant that daggers could be used by most jobs even at the higher levels, and turned out to be a rather good weapon for streamers to use. Where should I stab her? There were many openings, too many. I think I should aim for the nape of her neck. Stab? The woman fell to the floor with a sharp scream. Having never experienced the pain of being stabbed before, she rolled on the floor in pain before collapsing from shock. Half unconscious, she convulsed with the dagger embedded in her neck. Jin Hyeok felt nostalgic. It had been a while since he last crossed swords with an assassin. Phew, I almost had too much fun. Jin Hyeok calmly continued his stream. It looks like she was trying to get the 10 kills achievement. I saw that her original level is 15, but her current actual level is calculated as being 17, 2 levels being added on top of her original. This was related to her recently completed achievement, 9 kills. The completed achievement gave her the effect of +2 levels. I believe she was waiting for the perfect moment to unlock the 10 kills achievement, because she thought the added effect of that would allow her to kill everyone here. It seems she targeted me first because I looked like the weakest one here. Jin Hyeok glanced at the woman on the floor, still convulsing as if she was being electrified. I'm a little bit shocked that she gave herself a name like Crimson Killer Demon. She seems pretty old, too. Anyway, I'll now be retrieving my weapon. Jin Hyeok nonchalantly withdrew his dagger from her neck. Splash! Blood sprayed out, soaking his entire body. I think I was able to deal with her without much difficulty because the jobs are still pretty similar and have next to no distinguishing factors between them. The woman was dead. It was an unspoken rule for players to kill whoever ambushed them. If I went by the actual rule, I should have dragged her off to a place where she can't revive to kill her off completely. However, Jin Hyuk knew he should not apply the standards of the future to the present. This was still the early days of beginners, so the only appropriate way of applying those standards was to lower them way down. On the other hand, Jin Hyuk was indifferent to the sticky blood that covered his entire body. After all, by his standards it was normal to be completely soaked in blood when one played, so this much was fine. You guys didn't get hurt, right? Nope. The boys answered Jin Hyuk much faster than before while avoiding his gaze. They had fear in their eyes, but Jin Hyuk didn't realize it. These kids are way more well-behaved and polite than I thought they'd be. The kids that Jin Hyuk met in the past were not like them. As a player for the National Intelligence Service, there hadn't been many occasions of coming face-to-face with youngsters. The sort of kids I had to deal with personally were serious villains. The ones Jin Hyuk had encountered had all been truly horrible individuals, though he knew they were the exception and not the norm. The manners of these boys at present, and the way they answered him so respectfully, was a pleasant surprise. A long while passed, and the boys' levels increased by 1 or 2. Hunting dwarves was beginning to become much easier, perhaps even effortless for them. As midnight came, some kind of golden powder began to flow out from the dead bodies of the players. You activate the skill Broadcaster's True Sight. Once again, Jin Hyuk felt the greatness of Broadcaster's True Sight. Through this skill, the system kindly revealed to him what exactly was going on in the scene unfolding before him. The information was automatically inputted into his head. It looks like it's Regan one time. When the clock strikes 12 o'clock, the corpses are going to be revived. This seems like a good moment to interview them. The dead bodies on the floor began to regain the vitality of life on their faces. The players sat back up with a shaken, slightly puzzled expression, touching their bodies all over. I am alive. Really? I really come back to life. The two men who had been cold, hard bodies on the ground just a moment ago were bewildered. The boys looked at the things happening around them with equally shaken expressions. Jin Hyuk thought these raw, unfiltered reactions were great, definitely broadcast-worthy. So, let's get to the interview. Hi, how did it feel to dash? But this interview was not going to go that easily. The Chuyunibu no Crimson Killer demon that had tried to backstab Jin Hyuk previously grabbed a dagger from the floor to attempt stabbing him once more. Die, the woman screamed. This woman really didn't know when to give up. Jin Hyuk continued his stream regardless. Frankly speaking, Jin Hyuk had been a little excited when she attacked him the first time, but not anymore. His rational side won over what little primal instinct he may have felt. He just continued his commentary coolly and confidently, just like a true streamer would. Yes, I need to mention I'm a streamer that has Broadcaster's Barrier to defend myself. This was the time to finally use the skill properly. Broadcaster's Barrier n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The woman's dagger was unable to penetrate the barrier. Her player name was so grandiose, yet her dagger was so pitiful. Arg. Crimson Killer Demon dropped her dagger with an abrupt cry. It appeared that she had strained her wrist from the recoil on contact with the barrier. I will now attempt to stab the same spot I had before, Jin Hyuk said. Just as he said he would, he drew his own dagger and stabbed her in the same spot as before. This deliberate repeated blow brought forth the trauma of the first blow that was likely still fresh in her mind, making it much easier for Jin Hyuk to subdue her. Crimson Killer Demon fell to the ground while bleeding. Aiming for the heart would be a surefire way to wrap this up. Stab. Jin Hyuk finished her by stabbing her heart. Ambushing people when they weren't looking was only something that villains who wished harm on others did. Even the lunatics who picked fights with Jin Hyuk in the past didn't conduct sneak attacks on him. So easy. This is the end of the livestream for today. Thank you for watching. Only one person had died. It had been a very peaceful and easygoing stream. Egan Paul. Egan Paul was one of the United States of America's most famous streamers, and a ranker in the globally popular game Orden. He was one of the people who adjusted to the phenomena happening across the world extraordinarily fast. A new era has come. It was a new world that couldn't be explained with mere science. After undergoing an awakening and becoming an initially awakened streamer, Egan moved fast. Putting the experience he had accumulated to good use, he started playing as a streamer and rapidly reached level 15. When he was transported to the Room of Awakening, he simply chose Egan Paul as his awakened name, and put his name on the ranking board straight away. Streamer, US Region. 1 Egan Paul, LV, 15. Egan was currently having a conversation with Joseph, who was his manager as well as his best friend. You're back on that weird-ass stream again. Yeah, I am. Come on, give it a chance. How many viewers is it pulling? 1500. What the fuck? Is that all? You have over 20 million subscribers on YouTube, and you're quitting that to do this? Have you lost your mind? Egan Paul shrugged. I have to prepare for the coming future. I'm just going to become irrelevant if I keep doing things the way I have. Okay. Whatever you say. Joseph decided not to waste his worry on his pal, since he was already swimming in more than enough money to burn through. But why do you only have 1,500 viewers? The max capacity is limited to 1,500 right now. I did a bit of research, and turns out that's actually quite a lot. And the better you are at streaming, the greater the maximum number of viewers you get per level you have. So right now, you're getting 100 viewers toward your max capacity per level. That's right. Egan Paul smiled contentedly. I'm on 100 maximum viewers per level. But for most streamers, the max viewer capacity only increases by 30 for every level. I saw on the internet that there's some dude who has around 3,000 viewers. Egan Paul grinned. That someone is me. Wait, what? Egan and Joseph had been the closest of friends since forever, and at this point there was no secret that Egan kept from Joseph. Egan Paul revealed that not only did he have the broadcaster's barrier trait, but he also had another one called stardom. The more famous I become, the more benefits that gives me. It's currently letting me manipulate my viewer count. So you're saying that you're bluffing? Yep. As of right now, I can make my number appear twice as large with my ability. Egan was doubling his actual viewer count by using the Viewer Count X2 perk that came with the Stardom trait, using it to balloon the count to 3,000. 3 days later, Egan reached level 20. Streamer 1 Egan Paul, LV, 20. Egan's real viewer count exponentially increased to 2,000 viewers. Now he was able to use a Viewer's X3 perk, and further inflate the viewer count to display 6,000. Through some information gathering efforts, he was able to get an idea of just how wide the gulf between himself and other streamers was. I'm overwhelmingly in the first place. Egan Paul was yet to know about the existence of Kim Chulsu across the ocean. At that time, Kim Chulsu had reached level 20 with a non-inflated, real viewer count of 6,000. You are now able to communicate with your viewers. Chat/donations are now enabled. Egan began to communicate with his viewers in earnest and accrue his fame. He also used his outstanding wealth and buying power to recruit rankers from each and every job. This was not difficult at all after all, he was already brimming to the top with money. Instead, you will sometimes be required to cooperate in our productions by following along with the script written by our in-house scriptwriter. From time to time, the rankers would be needed to act out moments of bubbly camaraderie, feign reactions to unexpected developments, and fake conflicts between teammates. The production team had 7 professional scriptwriters ready to go. Sure. Okay, sounds good. As long as I get paid. These players were named the Avengers Army, and they began to go through the tutorial fields, learning about them one by one. I'm not exactly an expert on spears. Of course, this was by Jin Hyeok's standards. His definition of an expert was someone who was a master lancer at the least. As always, that was just how warped his personal standards were. I don't know too well about it, but I'll try to explain as much as I can. Got it. The middle guard is the most fundamental and important stance in the art of the two-handed spear. Since you guys are using a defensive 9-man formation and mainly try to fight enemies that come at you by impaling them, learning the middle guard would be most beneficial for you. Yep, got it. Understood. Jin Hyeok decided to collectively refer to these boys as the high schoolers. He and they slowly built an amicable partnership. Jin Hyeok found the kids to be incredibly cooperative and good-natured. On that note, I got way too many viewers right now. Egan Paul had a large viewer count of 6,000 at level 20. Yet Jin Hyeok also hit the same number of 6,000 viewers when he reached level 20. He was aiming to be Mystery Box, not Egan Paul. If I keep streaming the same content over and over, the viewers should get bored of me. With that in mind, Jin Hyeok stayed and continued playing in the same field. In the span of a few days, he already hunted down around 300 dwarves. I'm still getting a pretty big amount of donations, though. Jin Hyeok received donations of around 50,000 dios per day. 1 dio was worth approximately 1 Korean won. Considering that, earning 50,000 won per day for relatively light work was quite good. Meanwhile, Egan Paul publicly announced his streaming income via the internet. Egan Paul said his donations total around 500,000 dios per day, didn't he? The numbers had been inflated, of course, but Jin Hyeok wasn't aware of that fact. In reality, Egan Paul was also currently receiving around 50,000 dios per day in donations. I'm getting like 1/10 of the donations he does, so I'm at just the right level I want to be at. That was when Jin Hyeok heard a notification come in. You have completed the hidden task hunt 300 dwarves. Jin Hyeok didn't know much about the hidden aspects of such low-level dungeons. He had a few memorized, but only the ones that were immensely rewarding or granted traits that were absolutely essential. Was there always a hidden task like this? That was not all, however. You have completed the streamer-exclusive hidden task. Have 6,000 viewers while in this field. A hidden secret is being activated. Jin Hyeok knitted his brows. The king of dwarves, Gargar, was around level 35. The strongest monster in the Soul Station tutorial field was supposed to be the Red Boa, with an average level of 25. Yet a level 35 monster had suddenly appeared. Gargar was of a higher level than any monster that could possibly appear in Bupyeong Station Dungeon, which had been dubbed as the most grueling tutorial dungeon. It's a strong one. Gargar didn't come out right away, as if the tutorial field was giving them some leniency. You are about to enter the field of a boss monster. The revival feature does not apply to this field. Jin Hyeok was transported to a dark space. He couldn't tell exactly how big it was, but the space seemed quite wide. This large opening was surrounded by several tens of circular pillars that were planted all along the wall. A magic circle. Indeed, there was a magic circle drawn on the floor. It seemed that Gargar was going to be summoned from this circle. Guys, listen. There's no way you can beat the monster that's about to come out. How do you know? Cause of my broadcaster's true sight. It tells me a lot of things. What should we do then? Focus completely on defense, no matter what. Just try to block its attack once. I'll take care of the rest somehow. The strength of a 9-man monarch was still pretty formidable at their present point in time, though who knew how strong it would be in the future. If you use 9-man bulwark, you should be able to withstand one blow. Just hang in there for one attack, and leave the rest to me. The ground began to rumble. The tip of a helmet began to emerge from the magic circle. Jin Hyeok knew Gargar was much bigger than an ordinary dwarf. LV35/Gargar/skills. Its name was marked in red, which meant that this monster was dangerous to fight at Jin Hyeok's current level. When I raise my right hand, just shout out loud. Got it. What about you, Hyung? No time to explain. Jin Hyeok briskly moved into action. His movements were extremely light. While he enjoyed hunting monsters head-on, that was not to say that using his head to devise a strategy wasn't fun in its own way. Broadcaster's shop. Jin Hyeok opened the exclusive store for streamers. The prices were exorbitant, but the upside was that there was quite a wide range of different things that one could purchase. Crazy expensive. Broadcaster's store. Asterisk rope, 12M, 500,000 dias. Would you like to purchase rope, 12M? So far, Jin Hyeok had received a total of 700,000 dias from donations. There was no time to decide whether he really wanted to spend his money on the rope or not. Gargar had already emerged up to its torso, so he quickly bought it. Would you like to purchase paralyzing pills, black? Just like that, the remaining 200,000 of the 700,000 dias Jin Hyeok had received were spent on the paralyzing pills, black. Damn, I'm getting kinda nervous. What was good was that in this low-level period where the strengths and weaknesses of different jobs were yet to emerge, Jin Hyeok could still fight properly and freely to his heart's content. Plus, he had already faced Gargar in his previous life. Besides, people don't even see you as a player until you reach level 30. I should be fine if I fight it a little more aggressively, right? In fact, those under level 30 were generally considered tutorial-grade players, absolute beginners that hadn't even yet reached the point where they could be called low-level players. No matter how brilliantly he fought at this stage, it would only be considered child's play. No one would begin to pay him attention merely based on that. If I don't fight properly here, I'm actually going to die anyway. I have to fight for real. The lower half of Gargar's body emerged, accompanied by what looked like the wisps of a shimmery heat haze. It got such an intimidating entrance for a low-tier mob, I'll give it that, at least. This was just like how Krillin 1 seemed so strong when he made his first appearance. Gargar began to stump around. The king of dwarves boasted a humongous frame that towered over 2 meters, and it clutched a crudely fashioned steel axe in its right hand. Now, Jin Hyeok raised his right hand high. Get its attention with your shouts. The boys needed to shout out loud to lure Gargar. They aren't making a sound. Jin Hyeok raised his right hand again just in case they didn't see it, but the kids didn't make any sort of shout. In the eyes of the high schoolers, before Gargar had completely emerged, Jin Hyeok had been doing something quite a distance away from them. Whatever he was doing, they couldn't see it properly. Kang Nam-il, the 9-man monarch, talked quietly with his friends. There's no doubt that this Hyung's gonna use us as bait and make a run for it. Yo, no way. As if. Then why is he so far away from us? What is he even doing right now? That bastard said it himself, there's no way we can beat this creature with our own strength. He told us to block one attack. No, we need to go to where he is. The exit has to be there. That Hyung must know something we don't. Kang Nam-il had a hard time trusting Jin Hyeok. And so he didn't do as Jin Hyeok had asked. He said the dwarves are sensitive to sounds. So isn't it weird that he asked us to make sounds? That's true. We should move soundlessly, as quietly and carefully as possible. We should be fine as long as we don't make any sounds. Hey, wouldn't it still be better for us to just do as he says? Bullshit. I'm the ruler here. Just listen to me. Detached far away from the high schoolers, Jin Hyeok continued to stream indifferently. It seems the boys no longer have trust in me. From the looks of it, I think the fact that I didn't have time to explain my position properly to them may have played a large part. That's a real shame. But this, too, was their choice to make at the end of the day. As far as Jin Hyeok was concerned, Gargar was not the same as the run-of-the-mill dwarves. It was also sensitive to movement. And if it catches you moving, you were screwed. Even if the 9 of them had set up a position where they solely poured all their energy and focus into defense, they would have been able to block 1 to 2 strikes at the very most. Even so, if they had just fended off one attack from Gargar, Jin Hyeok had been planning to do the rest. Gargar rushed towards the high schoolers who had drawn nearby. With a roar, its axe came swinging down. The result was more of a slaughter than a battle. None of the boys were able to properly gather themselves to defend against Gargar's axe. 6 of them were killed in an instant. Now there's 3 of them left, Jin Hyeok commentated for his viewers. Gargar was significantly faster than an ordinary dwarf, and didn't give the high schoolers a chance to run. Kang Nam-il, the 9-man monarch, fell onto his backside. Shit. Crushed by fear, he scrambled backward desperately until his back was against the wall. He was faced with an overwhelming monster that didn't seem to possess a single weakness. And no, there was nothing he could do. Gargar jumped towards Kang Nam-il. Hey, you bastard. Over here. That was when Jin Hyeok let out a sudden shout. Thump. Gargar's axe landed straight into the wall beside Kang Nam-il. Kang Nam-il trembled with fear as he began to cry. Completely overtaken by the fear of death, there was not a thing he could do as he stayed frozen in place. Here. Grr, I said over here. Gargar turned to where the sound emanated from. And just like that, it immediately began charging toward Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok was honestly a little surprised. Was that all it took to draw its aggro? He found it a bit odd, but he didn't have the luxury of pondering the question further. Thump, 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 the ground shook. Kang Namael tried to stand up. I don't want to die. He wanted to live no matter what it took. The terror he had just felt was something he never wanted to experience again. But it was right then that Kang Namael saw the monster that had been charging toward Cha Jin Hyok with each stomp shaking the very earth come to an abrupt stop, wobbling before it fell right over. Wait, is that a? Namael noticed something on the floor. A rope had been installed. Gargar had tripped on the rope and fallen over. As soon as Gargar fell down, Jin Hyok soared like a swallow. What? Jin Hyok leaped straight at the falling Gargar, and tossed something straight into the monster's mouth. Then, twisting his body like a gymnast in midair, he vaulted right over Gargar and landed straight on its back. Kang Namael couldn't stop looking at Jin Hyok, staring at him as if in a trance. How can he possibly move like that? Try as he may to apply his logic and common sense as a completely ordinary human to what he had just seen, Kim Namael couldn't fully comprehend what he had witnessed. Jin Hyok had to be from the special forces, or a professional gymnast. Whatever it was, there was no doubt in Namael's mind that this man had undergone a tremendous amount of training in some manner. And why isn't that monster moving? Indeed, Gargar strangely seemed unable to move. Though Kang Namael was not aware of it, this was the effect of the paralyzing pills. Meanwhile, Jin Hyok clutched a sharp dagger with both hands while he inhaled and exhaled deeply. His eyes were planted on Gargar's back. More precisely, they were focused on the big spot that covered the middle of the monster's back. As Jin Hyok calmed his fluttering heart, he talked steadily to his audience. That spot we see there is heaving up and down, like a chest that's breathing. There would be a moment when that spot opened up. Jin Hyok was aiming for that moment. This looks like the timing we've been waiting for. I'll try stabbing it. With that, Jin Hyok thrust his dagger deep. His motions were natural and seamless. Sickly green blood splashed onto Jin Hyok's face. Wow, that's right, this is how it feels. This was definitely the sensation of a critical shot. It was admittedly a sensation of enjoyment that he hadn't felt for long, and that he welcomed like an old friend. Jin Hyok quickly turned down those emotions. He was a streamer now. I will finish the job properly. Jin Hyok approached the nape of Gargar, who was spread out cold on the floor, and stabbed at the area several times. Shook. Every time he stabbed, the green blood splashed everywhere wildly. Although Gargar had already ceased to show any signs of movement, Jin Hyok did not stop. He would have seemed like the devil incarnate to a bystander. You have slain Gargar. You have unlocked the achievement Fall of the Little King. Jin Hyok stood up at last. He was drenched in blood, but he was smiling brightly. Jin Hyok approached Kang Namael, who was still trembling with fear. Why didn't you do as I asked? Well, I told my friends that we should do as you say, but they... Kang Namael suddenly kneeled on the floor and began begging. Please, spare me. I didn't say I would kill you, now did I? Jin Hyok found the whole situation to be rather weird. He had indeed never said he would kill Kang Namael. On top of that, he was live and on air right now, and he most certainly didn't have some twisted hobby of killing people. The boys made a regretful choice, but the truth was that it was well within Jin Hyok's expectations. I'd be an idiot if I couldn't tell that you wouldn't listen to me, considering how you guys were bickering and being so disorganized. That was why Jin Hyok had actually made his move under the assumption that the boys wouldn't do as he asked. The boys had no duty to follow his orders after all, they didn't have the tight bonds that longtime comrades did. It occurred to Jin Hyok that it could have been better for him to point out in advance to the boys that he suspected they wouldn't listen to him. Then again, he hadn't had the time to explain anything properly, so it was what it was. Jin Hyok had acted for his own benefit, and so had the boys. Each of them were simply responsible for living with the consequences of their own actions. Jin Hyok's train of thought was broken and he began to feel a little awkward when the other two boys that had survived came kneeling before him, begging profusely. All in all, trying to hang in there with 9-man bulwark would have given us the best chances. I'm sure you guys noticed it as well, but that monster has a pretty long delay in between its attacks. There was a delay. Anyone who had maintained just a bit of focus would have noticed a detail like that, but it seemed the boys had been too terrified to see it. And now, they also seemed to be in a state of great shock from losing their friends. However, all of that really didn't matter that much to Jin Hyok. He was maintaining conversation with the boys, but it was more being used as a vehicle to inform his thousands of viewers. It was a way to satisfy the need to enlighten his viewers on how he discerned the monster's weaknesses, and why he had chosen to combat the monster in the way he did. During that delay, I saw that the black spot on its back kept opening and closing. It was. Yup. Anyone can notice things like that when they try to keep even just a bit of their wits about them in battle. Anyone can notice that. Detector class players went beyond this, and were able to pinpoint much more subtle weaknesses of a monster in far greater detail. Other than the actual location of the weakness itself, they could even analyze fine details such as which weapons made out of what material should be used, how deep the blow should be, and how much power should be behind a blow to impart maximum damage. I deduced the spot was the weak point. Then I set up to create an optimal situation for attacking that weakness. While Gargar was a boss monster, the fact of the matter is that it was just another kind of dwarf, and it was probably going to be big since it was a king. Accounting for this, I bought a rope in advance and installed it with the plan of tripping it over. After you guys had blocked one of Gargar's attacks, I was going to lure it into the trap and begin my attack. The process turned out a little differently, but the result was fortunately still pretty good. In the end, I was lucky to be able to slay Gargar. Right, you were lucky. The boys still seemed to be despondent and out of their minds. Nonetheless, Jin Hyuk thought this explanation would give the viewers a good enough understanding of what happened, in addition to his thought process. Now then, let's have a look at this achievement. However, the achievement Jin Hyuk had received was upgraded as his fight with Gargar was classified as a solo battle. The Fall of the Little King achievement is upgraded to the Lord of the Tutorial achievement. Lord of the Tutorial. You have slain Gargar, the Lord of the Soul Station tutorial field.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. You receive the Lord's effect. You may select one of your traits/skills to be activated at all times. However, this effect can only be applied inside tutorial fields. Jin Hyuk was a little disconcerted. I'll be in the first place for sure at this rate, not third place. Yet at the same time, thinking about the prospect made him happy. I have to look out for this wicked mind. Regardless, Jin Hyuk was greatly satisfied with the effect itself. Would you like to apply the Lord of the Tutorial achievement effect? Jin Hyuk immediately applied the achievement effect to the Broadcaster's Barrier. As soon as he did so, Broadcaster's Barrier activated. The achievement effect is applied. Broadcaster's Barrier will always be activated. This was like a shield that would always be covering him. Now he wasn't going to find himself hurt or injured in the tutorial fields, at the least. Okay, now I really need to slow down and take a breather. It was admittedly a bit of a shame to stop now. It would have been fun if the Red Boa, the strongest monsters around these parts, popped up to him out of nowhere, or if a skilled assassin tried to attack him. Shit. Pull yourself together, Cha Jin Hyuk. With all that had happened, Jin Hyuk was thinking about descending further down into the station. If he went down there right now, he could have a shot at getting an extra life, the thing that was the whole reason he came here in the first place. But still, I think I need to slow down. Lord of the Tutorial, please use the escalator to enter the subway platform. If you refuse to enter the subway platform, your achievement will be withdrawn. Oh, well. He had to go down to the subway platform now. After all, he really had no choice. Kong Namael was trembling all over. How can I become like you, Hyung? Become like me? Everyone can do this much. You just need a bit of training. That, of course, was going by Jin Hyuk's standards. He thought that even merchant class players, who were evaluated to be the weakest of them all, could do this much in the beginner period. The fact was, however, that even those merchants that Jin Hyuk had encountered in the past were among the highest rankers. In truth, Jin Hyuk's standards were nowhere near the norm. To Namael, it just sounded like Jin Hyuk didn't want to reveal who he was. After some time, the boss monster field was unceremoniously lifted. Enveloped by the light of the magic circle, Jin Hyuk and the boys found themselves returned to the original field of Soul Station. Are you, like, part of some national special forces that prepared just for this day, or something? Well, I guess something like that, Jin Hyuk responded. I knew it. Jin Hyuk decided that was the story he would go with, since he really had been a player for the NIS before his regression. Hyung, where are you going? Don't follow me. I'm going to go down to the subway platform. It'll be even more dangerous downstairs. I'll go with you. Don't follow me. We can no longer cooperate from the point that you rejected my requests. I'm sorry. I won't disturb you. I'll just follow you from behind and learn from what you do. Jin Hyuk scratched his head. Okay, first of all, I'm a streamer, so there's not much you can learn from me. And second, I don't work twice with someone who's broken my trust. If we were under a contractual relationship or were actual teammates, I would probably have killed you. Namael was startled. Jin Hyuk's words were so violent, yet his tone was the same as someone talking about what they had for breakfast. Namael felt the true width of the gulf between his life and Jin Hyuk's. So, let's just go our separate ways. Namael had awakened as the nine-man monarch, and a special characteristic of any ruler job was that one became highly receptive to the emotions of others. He was able to instinctively discern the feelings and emotional state of others. He genuinely doesn't seem to be housing any enmity at all. Namael found Jin Hyuk to be awfully strange. It was almost like parts of his brain weren't functioning the way they were meant to. Jin Hyuk began to move further and further away from him. The whole sequence that Namael had experienced today felt like a dream. It's not a dream, though, is it? The group of 9 had been reduced down to 3. All Namael could do was stare off into the distance in the direction that Cha Jin Hyuk had gone, dumbfounded. That was when he heard one of his friends constantly mutter something under his breath. If he was that strong, he could have just saved us in the first place. Namael quickly turned to face his friend. His friend was shaking all over. Hey, you, what's up with you? He could have just saved us, that fucker. 6 of us died because of that prick. That fucker killed them. Namael felt something was off. Before him was certainly the friend that he knew, but at the same time he seemed like someone different. His friend's head was lowered. Drip, drip. Red ink like teardrops began to fall from his eyes. With a pang of ominous feelings, Namael gave his friend's shoulder a strong shake. Hey, Park Sang-hyeon? What's wrong? Park Sang-hyeon raised his head. His eyes had turned blood red. You, Namael trailed off. Park Sang-hyeon grinned. He. Park Sang-hyeon reached out and grabbed Kong Namael's neck, enclosing his grip. Snap. Kong Namael's neck broke in an instant. Just like that, the 9-man monarch died and collapsed to the floor like a doll. Why you crazy bastard? Gawk. Another friend screamed. Park Sang-hyeon grabbed his friend's neck. In the meantime, 2 black horns emerged from Park Sang-hyeon's head. He looked like a devil straight out of mythology. Park Sang-hyeon put in more strength in his arms, making the thick veins on his arm and the back of his hand pop up horrifyingly. He. Spare me, Arg. He snapped his friend's neck. Thud. The now lifeless body fell to the ground. Except for the now bizarre Park Sang-hyeon, there were no other survivors of the 9-man monarch's party. A notification popped up for Jin Hye-ok. Do you want to take the escalator? This escalator was set to go to B1F, the subway platform. You have boarded the escalator. You have entered the subway platform. Jin Hye-ok was met with the sight of wolves with grey fur slinking around. The name of this monster was simply Grey Wolf, and they were level 17 or 18.nov, LB //JNN. They're pretty weak. It would have been nice if there were slightly stronger creatures down here, but Jin Hye-ok had already known that would be too much to ask. One thing he had to give them credit for, though, was that they grouped together and attacked as a pack. Yelp! One of the grey wolves that had tried to chomp on Jin Hye-ok's neck let out a cry. It appears it broke some of its teeth. Jin Hye-ok was commentating for his stream as always. It was quickly turning out that the combination of the Broadcaster's Barrier ability and the Lord of the Tutorial achievement effect was almost too good. Thanks to the barrier's constant state of activation, Jin Hye-ok didn't need to pay heed to defending at all. This made it very comfortable for Jin Hye-ok to just focus on his live stream. They're surrounding me now. Jin Hye-ok was carefree. Perhaps it could have been a little precarious if he had tried to fight them in this situation without Broadcaster's Barrier, but that too was merely just a matter of Jin Hye-ok's relative lack of experience with this particular fight. Wait, but should I be pretending that I'm at least a little scared? Even if he had the Broadcaster's Barrier ability, could it possibly look unnatural if a tutorial-grade streamer was completely fearless in the face of this many monsters surrounding him? The thought entered Jin Hye-ok's mind, but he soon shook his head. Never mind the fact that feigning fear with his acting skills would look unnatural anyway, there was no way he could act like he was frightened at all here. I can't help the fact that I'm just not scared. Growling, several of the wolves rushed at Jin Hye-ok. Yelp! They didn't seem like very good learners. The wolves only stopped running at Jin Hye-ok after 5 or 6 of them broke their teeth on his barrier. Unable to feel the usual thrill and joy of conquering a dungeon, Jin Hye-ok quickly got tired of the whole affair. I've come down to this new field, but it seems there's not much here. Jin Hye-ok pretended to have a look around. Oh, what's that? I see something out of the ordinary. Jin Hye-ok had already come down to this place with a goal in mind, and that goal was related to the convenience store he saw off in the distance, the one he had been looking for. That store was completely covered by vines. How intriguing. I'll go have a closer look. These vines had not grown naturally. This looks to be the work of a skill. As always, Broadcaster's True Sight allowed Jin Hye-ok to detect many things. Beyond these vines, Jin Hye-ok could sense the presence of a player. More precisely, he could see the player's information. LV21, +2, /loser/woodlord/skills/survive for 6 days. Loser. It was a strange choice for an awakened name, given that people chose their own names. That said, Jin Hye-ok recognized who this was. But the Mok Jae-hyeon one he had known in his previous lifetime simply went by his real name for his player name. Jin Hye-ok guessed that maybe that had been changed from this later down that timeline. His job is colored in yellow. A 7-star, just like I remember. For Jin Hye-ok, players with 7-star rated jobs were perfect to play together with. In truth, 7 stars was a brilliant rating. It fell within the top 10% of jobs in terms of grading. But if someone were to have asked him if that meant 7-star jobs were top tier, he would have to say no. And that is why they're perfect for someone who wants to be third place. In fact, Streamer Mystery Box's main content of choice featured the playing of 7-starers. Jin Hye-ok knocked on the massive vines. Excuse me, could you open the door for me? I'm a human. Jin Hye-ok couldn't hear any response. Maybe he was up to something on the inside, but there was no clue of what it could be. I'm a good person, you can trust me. Please open the door for me. Once again, there was no response. As expected, to be honest. A grey wolf came to try and chomp Jin Hye-ok in the rear, only to ruin its teeth. If you won't open the door, I'll just open it myself. I'm really not a dodgy person, I swear. I just want to interview you. I'm a streamer. I also got some questions I want to ask. Jin Hye-ok took a look around and up close at the vines. I should be able to get through the entrance after like 3 hours. The name of the skill that had created these vines was Wood Fortress. It was known to be a very efficient and effective defensive ability. The +2 levels that the player inside was receiving right now was also due to being inside the fortress he had created. But while it truly was an outstanding skill, that didn't mean it was infallible. At the end of the day, this one had been created by a tutorial grade player that was still in their low 20s in terms of level. All I need to do is remove the vines step by step. If Han Seirin, the resident navigator of Jin Hyeok's team in his previous life, had been here with them, a fortress of this caliber would have taken less than a second for her to remove. Jin Hyeok drew his dagger and began to carve out a path by hacking at the vines. His mind began to wander due to the simple nature of the task. Beginning with Han Seirin, the faces of his other teammates passed by his mind's eye one by one. I wonder if they're all faring well. Truth be told, Jin Hyeok didn't bother to look for them after his regression. He was planning on leading a very different life, and there wouldn't be any occasions for his and their paths to cross. He intended to cheer on their accomplishments from a distance. That didn't mean he didn't miss those days a little. Those days of playing together with his team truly had been a thrill, and filled with joy. Oh, looks like I'm done. Not after long, Jin Hyeok found that he had made an opening big enough for him to squeeze through. That was way faster than I thought. Jin Hyeok had been expecting it to take at least 3 hours, but it took only 1. It wasn't because Jin Hyeok was surprisingly talented at skill removal, it was more likely because Wood Lords at this point in their playing were much weaker than Jin Hyeok had anticipated. Hup. Jin Hyeok squeezed himself into the hole. Hello, I came here to interview dash. Ugh. Don't come any closer. Mok Jae-hyen stepped backward, trembling as if he was looking at a ghost. Mok Jae-hyen was wearing a school uniform and had a rather small physique. From what Jin Hyeok could recall, the older version of Mok Jae-hyen that Jin Hyeok had come to know in his previous lifetime had practically been a giant. He figured that Mok Jae-hyen was probably going to have a growth spurt all at once later down the track. Help, someone help me. Jin Hyeok noticed his reflection in the mirror hanging from the corner of the convenience store. Oh, to be fair, Jin Hyeok looked completely horrid. He was still caked in Gargar's blood, giving him an ominous air that exuded terror. Jin Hyeok had been so used to seeing himself like this, that he hadn't paid it as much heed as he should have. I'm not a bad person, he said. Gigi, go away. Mok Jae-hyen squeezed his eyes shut and flailed his dagger about. Even a child wouldn't have been hit by it. Jin Hyeok stood completely still, the dagger failing to reach him. Loser Nim 2 please, let's just talk for a bit. I'm a streamer player. Something about the word loser made Mok Jae-hyen twitch. I just want to have a conversation with you and get some video content while we're at it. Jin Hyeok intended to ask what quest Mok Jae-hyen was doing and how he got it. Mok Jae-hyen didn't tell him exactly what the quest was, but vaguely answered that the reward was very good considering they were still in the tutorial stage of playing. Of course, Jin Hyeok knew that it needed to be considered that it was something good from the viewpoint of someone with a 7-star job. This was an opportunity for Jin Hyeok to get his hands on such a reward and possibly play with Mok Jae-hyen. It was perfect for someone gunning for 3rd place. However, Mok Jae-hyen was currently so seized by terror that it seemed like he would faint at this rate. You didn't actually want loser as your awakened name, did you? Observing Mok Jae-hyen's face closely, Jin Hyeok noticed it was dotted with faint bruises. Seems like someone beat you up badly, too. These weren't wounds inflicted by monsters, a monster would have just killed him. And judging by your personality, you wouldn't have come here all by yourself. Jin Hyeok could conjecture that someone had forced Mok Jae-hyen to name himself loser, and that same someone then brought him here against his will. Tell me what's going on. It was only then that Mok Jae-hyen finally opened his eyes and looked at Jin Hyeok. He still seemed to be afraid, but now it seemed like he had decided to talk at least. That was when Jin Hyeok heard a notification. The VIP chat request window has been activated. Do you want to accept the VIP chat request? Jin Hyeok wondered what this was. Jin Hyeok remembered Kang Mi-na, who was a colleague and a streamer herself, and the many times they had conversed about the VIP chat request function. You can just think of it as VIP viewers flaunting their money and shit. They get to burn through their cash to have a special conversation with you. So what's in it for you, then? You can make some big bucks. Wait, isn't that good for you then? Come on, haven't you heard of high risk, high return? It's a fucking shit show cause there are so many self-entitled brats. Once, there was this crazy-ass bastard who said he'd send down a controllable avatar so he could touch my boobs from afar. Jin Hyeok couldn't remember too much because of all the swearing that their conversations were interspersed with, but one thing he did take away was that VIP chats were high risk, high return. Despite the fact that Kang Mi-na was generally repulsed by VIP chat requests, she would say in the same breath that attracting VIPs and capturing their attention was essential if one wanted to become a top streamer. Mi-na would curse them out every day, but the moment a VIP chat request came in, she would instantly put on her best capitalist, rainmaker smile when welcoming the viewer. Sometimes, her two-sided personality frightened Jin Hyeok. I should turn this chat request down. Jin Hyeok was not aiming to be a top streamer, to say it again. His objective was 3rd place. He only needed to shoulder the level of risk that a 3rd place would. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't recall a single mention by Mystery Box about doing any content related to VIPs, and that was the path he wanted to tread. You rejected the VIP chat request. Jin Hyeok felt relieved. Out of sight, out of mind. What he didn't know was that rumors were spreading about an insane streamer that not only refused to engage with the ordinary chat function, but turned down VIPs as well. The interview with Mok Jae-hyen proved to be quite a success. As Jin Hyeok had correctly guessed, Mok Jae-hyen was semi-forced to come here. So what you're saying is that after you were half dragged all the way here, all your friends died and it's just you who's still here and alive, hiding away. Is that right? Yes. I didn't see any bodies outside, though. Mok Jae-hyun grabbed his head with his hands and squatted on the ground. They must have all been eaten. No, that's not possible. There aren't any monsters here that eat humans. You said you've been here for 3 days, right? Jin Hyuk asked. Yes. Did you know that it becomes Regan time here at midnight? Regan time? Mok Jae-hyun asked. You come back to life even if you're completely dead. They were probably able to get away some way or another after being revived. Mok Jae-hyun was quite shocked that the friends, who had come here with him had run away. Then, does that mean there definitely weren't any requests for help to rescue you? From the looks of things, they abandoned you and bolted. The people who had forced Mok Jae-hyun to come with them seemed to have not spared him a single thought, completely wiping him from their minds. Mok Jae-hyun clenched his fists. Jin Hyuk felt it was a little unfortunate, but there were many worse things that could happen to one in the world. Mok Jae-hyun's story didn't really move him or anything. You said you are holding out here because of the quest. Yeah, a quest to survive for 7 days. When this quest was cleared, one would be rewarded with the extra life trait. Jin Hyuk was conversing with Mok Jae-hyun to figure out how he could trigger the quest, when Mok Jae-hyun said something that instantly captured Jin Hyuk's attention. Well, actually, I can share it with you. You can share the quest. In the norms of the future, asking someone to share their quest would become something that was considered unethical. It was highly probable that the quest would start all over if it was shared with another player. With that in mind, even Jin Hyuk, no matter how unconscientious he admittedly could be at times, would never ask someone to share their quest. Besides, he had some amount of pride in being a player for the government with proper playing etiquette. If you share it with me, you'll have to stake it out here for another 7 days. It's okay, it'd be immoral of me to ask that of you. Can you just share how I can get the quest? Look, it's fine. I can bear being here for 7 more days. You came down here all alone and managed to stay alive. It's because I'm so scared to be alone here. Can you just help me out a bit? Please. Jin Hyuk had come to Mok Jae-hyun wanting to know how to receive the quest, but ironically Mok Jae-hyun was the one begging Jin Hyuk for help. This was a pretty good situation that Jin Hyuk had found himself in. Then, please join me on my broadcast more often. Sure, I promise. Jin Hyuk had just killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Now he could receive the quest, and have a potential guest for his streams. It's gonna be way better for my peace of mind to have someone with me who knows Wood Fortress. No matter how well Broadcaster's barrier protected him from the attacks of monsters, it left a little something to be desired in terms of peace of mind. If he even found a couple mosquitoes buzzing around his head when he slept to be annoying, it was going to be an irrefutable fact that being constantly harassed by these wolf monsters would bother him no matter their harmlessness. Sounds good. That's a deal, then. Mok Jae-hyun shared the quest with Jin Hyuk. The hidden quest, survive the subway platform, has been shared with you. Jin Hyuk cocked his head to the side as he read the details. What? Were there 2 conditions to clear this quest? In the previous life, Mok Jae-hyun hadn't revealed all the clear conditions. He had only revealed one clear condition, which was to stay alive for 7 days. Conditions to clear. 1. Survive for 7 days in a valid field, or 2. Slay all monsters in a valid field. I'm allowed to kill all the monsters. This was very good news. Well, the thing is, after hearing Mok Jae-hyun out, it turned out things were not that simple. The Grey Wolf regenerated quickly compared to most monsters. Mok Jae-hyun told him that if he killed 3 of them, 5 more would take their place or something like that. Fair enough, since the Wood Fortress skill is better for defense than offense. As Jin Hyuk recalled, Mok Jae-hyun would be able to extend branches from his Wood Fortress in the future, honing the skill to be competent in both offense and defense, but that was the future, and it looked to be too much for the Mok Jae-hyun before him at present. Let's just go out and fulfill the second condition right now, and get it over with. And no way. Mok Jae-hyun started to tremble again with fear. If we leave, the Wood Fortress will be deactivated. Can't you just recast it? I can't. Casting skills consumed the player's focus. This focus was a rather ambiguous thing. Not only was it unquantifiable, but the aggregate amount that one had would change on a day-to-day basis depending on their condition and health. In his previous life, Jin Hyuk and his comrades underwent mental care through countless initiatives, such as hypnosis and psychotherapy. The one thing that had always been emphasized to them was the need to have an imperturbable mind. At present, all that seemed like it would be way beyond Mok Jae-hyun's understanding. Your Wood Fortress doesn't need to be this massive. Sorry. Jin Hyuk couldn't understand why on earth Mok Jae-hyun had to cover the whole convenience store. You can make it so that it's just about big enough to protect your body. That's true. Right, let's give that a go. You don't have to cover the whole store this time, just imagine a smaller Wood Fortress that's big enough to keep yourself protected. Is that possible? That question suggested Mok Jae-hyun had created this sprawling fortress instinctively, rather than with any deliberation. I reckon it would be way easier to do, actually. Concrete visualization was the most important quality a player needed to possess, above all else, for skills that created tangible matter. Visualizing a shape for protecting one's own precious body would be much easier than the sprawling forms that Mok Jae-hyun had created. So, how about that? Do you think you can do it? Oh, and if you think things are getting too dangerous, feel free to run to that escalator over there. I'll guarantee you a safe path there at least. Jin Hyuk figured that for Mok Jae-hyun, his survival was more important than clearing the quest at present. Jin Hyuk added, now that I think about it, that's not a bad idea at all. Do you want me to just help you escape first? Seriously. Of course. I can definitely do at least that much for you. Mok Jae-hyun had a flicker of mistrust in his eyes as he looked at Jin Hyuk, so Jin Hyuk decided to tell him frankly. Then I can have the quest reward for myself. Oh. Mok Jae-hyun had a look of realization on his face, followed by that of relief for some reason. Jin Hyuk was taken aback by the fact that Mok Jae-hyun wasn't angry about this fact in the slightest. Then I'll be in your care, Mok Jae-hyun said. With Jin Hyuk's protection, Mok Jae-hyun eventually arrived at the base of the escalator. I'll be seeing you again, Jin Hyuk said. Yeah. Mok Jae-hyun was happy even though his quest had basically been taken. It was a weird development, but Jin Hyuk didn't think much of it beyond that. Both of them were able to reap their own benefits at the end of the day, so it was no harm no foul for Mok Jae-hyun. Probably. But Hyung. Yes. The escalator's not activating. It was true. What's wrong with it? It was within the ordinary course of things for objects within fields to break down or stop working. However, they were in a tutorial field, an area where such events were actually quite rare. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. For something to break here could only mean that there had been some kind of massive change or update going on in the upper floor while they had been down here. Was there ever a time that the escalator at the Seoul Station field stopped working? Jin Hyuk couldn't recall any. Alright, that's too bad then. I'm sorry. Mok Jae-hyun asked. As Jin Hyuk had said, it was indeed too bad. After all, the dungeon was meant to be a place where anomalies outside one's expectations happened all the time. Mok Jae-hyun looked like he was about to burst into tears, but babysitting him wasn't Jin Hyuk's responsibility. For now, I want you to create a wood fortress to protect just your own body. Suppressing the smile that was creeping up on his face, Jin Hyuk began explaining his intentions to his viewers. I'm afraid I'm going to have to spare all you watchers a 7-day-long process. I'm fine with completing the quest by waiting 7 days, but I would feel bad by making you suffer through such boring content. That's why I'm just going to take the fighting way out. No can do, you know. That said, fighting and exterminating were two rather different things. It would have been boring if Jin Hyuk just had to fight the Grey Wolves and win, but his itch to win was perked up by the fact that the mission was to annihilate the monsters completely before they could regenerate. Mok Jae-hyun trembled like a leaf as he watched Jin Hyuk, who was, on the contrary, trying his best to control the absolute thrill he was feeling, jump into the fray of the wolf pack. He's insane. Mok Jae-hyun stared at Jin Hyuk as he slaughtered the Grey Wolves with a mere dagger. Who exactly is he? One of the wolves began to bound away, whimpering. Although it was swift, the man chasing it was even faster. He tracked it as if he already predicted where the wolf's steps of retreat would go. Shook. Jin Hyuk stabbed the wolf straight on the top of its head. The wolf fell to the ground without so much as a cry. How is he so strong? Isn't he supposed to be a streamer? The other Grey Wolves tried to assault Jin Hyuk together, but their sharp teeth were not able to reach his skin. A thin, shimmering web seemed to be wrapped around his body. Oh, only one left. Mok Jae-hyun was so shocked that he didn't even realize his wood fortress was being subconsciously unraveled. He merely continued to stare at Jin Hyuk, his mouth agape. Yelp! One final cry ripped through the air. Finished. Finally, Jin Hyuk was drenched in blood, like a demon driven mad with bloodlust. While Mok Jae-hyun remained frightened out of his wits, however, Jin Hyuk had an expression of discontent. That was fun, but why am I already out of breath with something this small? The Grey Wolf's speed of regeneration was quite fast. Simply hunting them down one by one was not enough to beat this speed. So Jin Hyuk mapped the locations on the floor at which they regenerated and calculated a route that minimized the distance between each to create the most effective hunting route. I guess there's no helping the limits of a streamer. Indeed, Jin Hyuk judged his fatigue to be stemming from the limitations of being a streamer because, by his standards, there was no way he should have been out of breath with such a trivial amount of movement. Had Jin Hyuk still been a swordsman, that sequence would have been significantly easier. This got him a little wistful. You have cleared the hidden quest. Survive the subway platform. You receive rewards for clearing the quest. I've cleared the hidden quest, so all that's left is the reward, Jin Hyuk said. A small box suddenly appeared in front of Jin Hyuk. When he touched the box, something popped out. It was a scroll. Extra life. The tutorial really is so generous. Only a low-level area such as this one would shower the player with rewards. When Jin Hyuk tore up the scroll which said extra life on it, the trait that was imbued in it was absorbed by his body. You have acquired the trait extra life. A power that brought the dead back to life. Although it differed from player to player depending on their focus, the cooldown time of the trait was known as being around 1 week. I've acquired the extra life. Now that I've cleared the quest, I'm going to head for the escalator. Jin Hyuk approached the escalator again, but it was still out of service. This is a little troublesome. Jin Hyuk needed to find out why this was happening. Unlike Jin Hyuk, who remained calm, Mok Jae-hyun was slowly beginning to lose his cool. We're not going to be stuck here and die, are we? There's no need to think that far. Jin Hyuk had never heard about someone getting stuck in the tutorial fields and dying. Out of all the fields that existed and the new ones that would open in the future, the tutorial field would always be the safest and most generous field by far. Why aren't you panicking at all, Hyung? Should I be panicking? Asked Jin Hyuk. Isn't it normal to panic in a situation like this? I don't find this situation to be particularly panicky. Would the stream be more interesting if he feigned panic just a little? Hey, Hyung, you are human, right? Of course I am. What are you getting at? Why dash? You did start playing at the same time, in the same way as me, right? Yeah, of course. We both underwent initial awakening, though there might be a difference of a few days between us. But why? Do you have the stink of a long-time veteran? Was what Mok Jae Hyein wanted to ask, but the words did not leave his mouth. And you are actually a streamer, right? Yes. I'm streaming right this moment. Jin Hyuk just decided to go back to scanning his surroundings. Why is the path to the first floor blocked off? First things first, he needed to find a clue that could shed some light on what was going on. Jin Hyuk was interrupted by a new notification. You have received a surprise mission. Creator of the surprise mission, Wind Wanderer. This time, what was given to him was not a quest, but a mission. Unlike quests, which existed naturally and were given to players based on their clearing of certain set of conditions, missions were tasks that were created by viewers on their whim for a streamer to complete. The completion of a mission would be accompanied by a large donation. Jin Hyuk read the notification again. Creator of the surprise mission, Wind Wanderer. Is this the one and the same Wind Wanderer? Jin Hyuk remembered what Kong Miane used to say in his previous life. Come on, just help me out a little here. It's the first mission I've received in a while. Yo, you get what I'm saying? It's a mission, man. The viewers need to spend their money to buy the VIP package if they want to give a mission. These don't just grow on trees. Not everyone can give a mission just because they feel like it. So come on, help me out here, please, Appa. Any semblance of a respectful tone usually completely went out the window when Kong Miane talked to Jin Hyuk, who was technically older than her though they were born in the same year, since he would have been in the grade above if they went to school together, but the moment she received a mission, she'd all of a sudden revert back to calling him Appa. Whatever the case, it was true that missions were a fantastic reward opportunity for streamers. That said, Kong Miane's mood would also change depending on who the viewer who gave the mission was. Wind Wanderer is seriously a top-tier viewer. He doesn't ask for more than what was agreed upon, he's polite, and he doesn't make any weird requests. As long as he's having fun, he gives out huge rewards to streamers. He's super chill. The compensations for his missions are always great, and his missions are generally on the easier side too. He's a good one. That same Wind Wanderer had offered Jin Hyuk a mission. Mission title, Runaway Dog from the Heavens. According to the details, Jin Hyuk's mission was to find some sort of divine dog that had strayed away from its home and take care of it until the owner came. The name of the dog was Bung Bung. Bung Bung? That name rings a bell somehow. For now, the question was where and how to find this Bung Bung. Considering that labor, the mission reward was pretty lackluster. Mission reward, Jade Jar of Perfume Oil. The Jade Jar of Perfume Oil was an item that was exactly as its name suggested, a jar made of jade with perfume oil in it. It had a very good scent, so many people literally just used it as a fragrance. There was a wide range of other possible uses for it, but the fact was that this reward item was just not very useful for Jin Hyuk. It was at this moment that Jin Hyuk heard the bark of a dog. Woof, woof, a dog's bark. Jin Hyuk figured that if he was going to be spoon-fed this much for the mission, he might as well take it. You have accepted the mission. The barking sound was coming from the direction of the convenience store. When Jin Hyuk entered the store, he saw a small bulldog. The dog technically wasn't that small, but the size was adorable compared to the massive monsters he was used to seeing that looked to be around 10 kilograms. Are you Bung Bung? He checked the dog using Broadcaster's True Sight. LV35/Bung Bung/Hungry/Hop Hep Hobia 1. The information he was met with was a little different than when he looked at players. Instead of the job or the most recently completed achievement, there was a prompt description of the dog's current condition. Bung Bung growled at Jin Hyuk, baring its teeth. It had a much higher level than Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk wanted to fight against Bung Bung, but as a grown-up, he admirably controlled his combat instinct. Hey, look, a sausage. Doesn't it look yummy? It turned out Bung Bung was a very easy one to tame. It didn't take long before it lay wiggling on its back on the ground, asking for the sausage, which it then received and immediately chowed down. Afterward, Bung Bung looked at Jin Hyuk with sparkling eyes. Hey, that was a 30,000 dios sausage, said Jin Hyuk. Bung Bung repeated a cycle of rolling on the floor and sitting up, probably in a display of what it thought would look cute and curry up favors. Then it poked Jin Hyuk's hand with its paw, looking at him ever so desperately. Phew, that's 30,000 dios gone, just like that? N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Bung Bung had gobbled down a ridiculously decadent sausage worth a whopping 30,000 dios in less than 3 seconds flat. Now well and truly hooked on sausages, Bung Bung continued to wag its tail. Contrary to Bung Bung's status description of Hop Hep Hobia, it seemed it actually quite liked the touch of a human. Now, the real question is, when will its owner be coming? The Wind Wanderer's missions were supposed to be on the easier end most of the time. It was more probable that he or she wouldn't have assigned a difficult mission to a player still traversing the tutorial fields. I should just try waiting for a bit for now. In the meantime, Jin Hyuk and Bung Bung built quite the friendship. Yo, Bung Bung. Why do you feel so familiar? Bung Bung barked once. Woof. It seemed that Bung Bung understood what he said, so Jin Hyuk rewarded it with a pat on its head. Jin Hyuk was sure the more he thought about it he had definitely seen Bung Bung somewhere before. Some time passed, when Jin Hyuk heard someone shouting anxiously. Bung Bung. It was a girl's voice. Bung Bung snuggled in Jin Hyuk's arms as soon as it heard the voice, almost as if it didn't want to be found. Soon, a girl in a yellow dress entered the store. Mok Jae-hyun's eyes widened the moment he saw her, a gasp escaping his mouth without him knowing. To be fair, this was a normal reaction to seeing an angel for the first time. After all, angels were well renowned for the absolute beauty that they were endowed with, trumping above all else in the server. But Jin Hyuk knew that one should not be fooled by their appearance. The large majority of them were very much lacking in the social department. That angel looks pretty familiar, too. The possibility occurred to him that perhaps he was confusing this one with all the others. They were all similarly beautiful and good-looking, but that also meant they all looked the same to him, much like how Jin Hyuk had trouble telling Caucasians apart. LV/Lulika// Jin Hyuk's level was too low to even read her level. It seemed the gulf between them was humongous. All he could see was her name, Lulika. It was not long before the angel spotted Bung Bung. Bung Bung, she called out to the dog, running toward Jin Hyuk. How dare you touch my Bung Bung? With that, without even asking for a response from Jin Hyuk, Lulika swung a fist at him. Jin Hyuk tried to avoid it, but he couldn't because it was simply too fast. Smash! The angel's fist collided with Jin Hyuk's broadcaster's barrier. Even though Jin Hyuk was protected by his barrier, he could feel the sheer impact of the punch reverberate through his entire body. This was soon followed by the realization that his arm may be broken. It was the first time in a while that Jin Hyuk had felt this kind of pain, but it was actually a relief that he had gotten away pretty easily, considering that it came from an angel. Now that I've seen this punch, I finally remember. As they say, his body still remembered what his head could not. I see, so she's that Lulika. She was supposed to be an angel that players could meet at Hongik University dungeon. Now that he remembered her, he could also recall that she was truly one bratty child for an angel. Back then, she had told him that she was around 200 years old, hadn't she? That was actually a considerably young age for an angel, around the equivalent of a middle schooler in terms of human years. I think she was the one that could be influenced easily if you motivate her by pissing her off a little in the right way. Now that he thought about it, Bung Bung was also found in Hongik University dungeon. There was no wonder this friendly creature felt so familiar. Lulika picked up Bung Bung and hugged it tightly, shooting Jin Hyuk a glare. You. Why do you not admire me? Admire you for what? Jin Hyuk asked back. Do you not find me beautiful? As expected, she was very unsociable. Is that the first thing you ask after breaking my arm? Yet Lulika just continued to say what she wanted to, seemingly not caring about Jin Hyuk's injury in the slightest. Hey, you, she said as she pointed at Mok Jae-hyun. Yes, yes. What do you think about my looks? You're beautiful. Lulika nodded in approval, as if that was the correct response. She turned back to Jin Hyuk. Yet you insist that you are not moved by my appearance. Maybe you should thank me first since I found your dog for you. How about that? Why do you talk to me in such an insolent manner? You did it first. Well, I am 284 years old. You're practically a child. What? Lulika's face flushed pink. Only a child would be so offended at being called a child. And grown ups don't talk like that, Jin Hyuk added. Most of the angels were rude regardless of whether they were young or old, but adult angels nonetheless didn't talk like Lulika. Even among angels, only a child that wanted to be viewed as a grown-up would talk like that. How dare an ignoramus like you say such a thing? You know nothing. I do know for a fact that you're just a kid. And I know Bung Bung hates you. Lulika's face turned red with anger. Seeing her like this brought many old memories back to Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk remembered that several of his teammates had a hard time pleasing her in his previous lifetime. Come here, Bung Bung, said Jin Hyuk. As soon as Jin Hyuk squatted and beckoned it to come, Bung Bung flailed in Lulika's arms to make its way to him. Lulika seemed to be in a state of considerable shock at that sight. Eventually, Bung Bung was able to wriggle free from Lulika's hold and bounded toward Jin Hyuk, where it rolled over and showed its belly. Hey, why do you think it ran away from you? Jin Hyuk asked. I tell you well and truly, it did not run away. It simply went on a trip. Lulika tried explaining. Without its owner? While it was starving. It was going on a picnic, I tell you, Lulika faltered. That's called running away in my dictionary. You know very well that it ran away, and that's what made you run around all over the place searching for it. Isn't that right? I do not run like you undignified beings, I fly. I'll give you that much, since I can see your wings are all sweaty. Lulika clenched her fists. She looked as if she was considering readying herself to strike Jin Hyuk again, but it never came. I'm a streamer. My abilities as a streamer let me check out Bung Bung's status, you know. You do not have the least bit of my attention. But your ears are perking up. But if you truly wish to tell me out of your own volition, I shall lend you an ear. Consider it a privilege. Lulika caved in. One of Bung Bung's current conditions is hophephobia. It hates being touched. It was obvious how that development had come out. With a single glance, Lulika had likely been overwhelming Bung Bung with her love, cuddling and kissing it all day. Bung Bung, am I right? Asked Jin Hyok. There was no way Bung Bung didn't catch what Jin Hyok said. Woof, woof, it barked as it nodded earnestly. Lulika indeed seemed very shocked. What a filthy trickster you are, she tried accusing Jin Hyok. Why would I want to fool you? Anyway, you're the owner of Bung Bung, so it's your problem. Jin Hyok carefully scooped up Bung Bung in his arms and handed it over to Lulika. Bung Bung's ears and tail drooped immediately. Lulika glowered at Jin Hyok for a while with Bung Bung in her arms, before finally speaking. How did you get Bung Bung's heart? With sausages, replied Jin Hyok. Are you serious? Sausages are much better than kisses. My kisses are priceless. Yeah, tell that to someone who believes you. Jin Hyok had a long conversation with Lulika. There was something delightful about teasing her. Anyway, as a mature and grown-up angel, I shall grant you a reward for finding my dog, said Lulika. Lulika grabbed Jin Hyok's arm. Her hand was quite warm as angels had higher body temperatures than humans. She murmured some words under her breath as if casting a spell as she rubbed it here and there. Wow, she needs to do all this just to heal a broken arm. There was no mistaking that Lulika didn't have a knack for healing. Nevertheless, the treatment was completed. You are now healed. What else do you want? Asked Lulika. Forget it. I don't want anything from a kid. Just go, Jin Hyok answered. In a situation like this, Lulika usually refused to yield and gave the best of whatever she had. With a face once again flushed with annoyance, Lulika plucked a feather from her wings. This is a feather imbued with the sacred power of the angels. It's not housing any diseases, is it? I will split your head in half if you keep talking like that. Lulika turned around and flew away. It looked like Mok Jae-hyen was trying to get a word in within the midst of all of this, but he was completely ignored. I'm not interested in lame men, was all Lulika said. She glanced back at Jin Hyok with some venom. And I hate rude men even more. Lulika's wings were quivering. It sounded like there was a lot more emotions housed in her words than initially apparent. A gate, that appeared out of thin air, was gone soon after Lulika entered it. You have cleared the mission. As a reward for clearing the mission, you receive the jade jar of perfume oil. The item entered Jin Hyok's inventory immediately. Jin Hyok decided to sit down on a chair for a bit. What were the odds? Although the jade jar of perfume oil was normally used as a perfume, there was another way to use it, which was rather special. If a feather of an angel was added to the perfumed oil, it became a blessed perfumed oil that had the angel's holy powers imbued in the oil. It didn't mean that the oil could work miracles such as heal the severely ill or injured, but this blessed perfumed oil could become a very powerful tool when a player was dealing with monsters with demonic characteristics. I did hear that Wind Wanderer gives a lot of helpful missions to players. Jin Hyok and Mok Jae-hyen were still unable to go up to the first floor. Jin Hyok began to suspect that it wasn't just an odd turn of events that he got the feather and oil in this situation. This is no coincidence. Jin Hyok pictured the possibilities. Back then, there had been a few tragic incidents that happened in tutorial fields all around the world. Jin Hyok couldn't remember the exact number, but there had been 3 or 4 occurrences. Considering that there were at least tens of thousands of tutorial fields scattered around the world, the probability of getting rewards as good as this was small enough to almost converge to 0. A demonized human had appeared before. A demonized human was no longer a human being. They were just monsters filled with bloodlust, eager to murder and tear flesh. That was why people didn't bother to refer to these creatures as demonized humans, and just called them demons. Unless a saintess of miracles entered a battle against one of these, the only method to deal with them was to put them down. And whenever a demon appeared in the tutorial fields, a great hero was born. The great hero was a job. Graded as a 9-star job, it was considered the best amongst the best. That said, Jin Hyok wasn't particularly fond of the job. Since the great hero was literally a heroic occupation as the name suggested, there were many constraints on those that entered this job. For instance, the constraints were such that they had to display a noble spirit of self-sacrifice, or choose to die an honorable death. All the great heroes that Jin Hyok had known lived lives that were full and short. Hyung, the escalator's working now, Mok Jae-hyok suddenly said. Wait, who is that? Someone was coming down on the escalator. His eyes were a deep black, and horns sprouted from his head. As Jin Hyok had expected, a demon had appeared for real. Wow, Jin Hyok had goosebumps. His body was tingling head to toe, a sensation that he liked. He's a really strong one, isn't he? Jin Hyok did not realize it, but a smile crept across his face. Is he armed? Jin Hyok instinctively went through the motions of checking out this new entrant. The newcomer wasn't holding any weapons. Seeing as how his fingertips were dyed red, he seemed to be one of those that used just their hands. Damn, that's a shame. The types that used their hands were easier to deal with than the ones that were armed. As always, this too became a different story when players reached the truly high levels, but this generally held true in the beginner stages. Usually, demons were the type to enjoy the despair and pain of their victims. For most ordinary demons, wielding a weapon made them much stronger than being unarmed. The demons that went out of their way to fight with their bare hands despite this fact did so all for the purpose of reveling in the sensation of tearing flesh. They also tended to be the kind that enjoyed killing others after thoroughly breaking their wills to live, taking pleasure in their victims' despair as they begged for their lives. LV22, +15, /Iblee Kessel / slay your friends. Iblee Kessel presently had a final calculated level of 37, with 15 levels being added to his base level via his demonization. This was meant to be a tutorial field, yet his level was higher than any lords of the tutorial that existed. Jin Hyuk was unable to see Iblee Kessel's job or skills. Seeing as how Iblee Kessel had an achievement called Slay Your Friends, it seemed that he had killed all the survivors on the first floor. The demon slowly walked toward Jin Hyuk, with an air that did not suggest a shred of urgency. Hyung, I missed you, he said. As soon as Jin Hyuk heard the voice of this powerful being before him, his body began to tingle. Now, this was exciting. Yeah, right, Jin Hyuk replied. It turned out that you're pretty strong, Hyung. So why couldn't you have just saved us all in the first place? The demon asked. You're the one who's responsible for all our deaths, you shithead. Jin Hyuk didn't bother to answer back. He knew that the demon was not talking with the human emotions that it once possessed, but merely playing the part based on the dug-up memories of when it was once human. Why are you holding your dagger? What can you even accomplish with that? Asked the demon. Jin Hyuk dashed at the demon. Yet the demon stood in the same spot, viewing the incoming Jin Hyuk with an almost nonchalant expression. Are you gonna try and stab me? Jin Hyuk unleashed a flurry of consecutive attacks, but the demon successfully avoided every single one. Though Jin Hyuk was moving better than he expected of himself, the demon was just that little bit more nimble than him. The demon's hand became a blur, and found its mark on Jin Hyuk's shoulder. Ugh. It had been quite a while since he had felt this sort of pain. A wide area of flesh around his shoulder was torn. I'm bleeding? Finally, Jin Hyuk felt alive. Why don't you use that weird barrier ability of yours? Jin Hyuk pretended to glower at the demon's comment. The demon chuckled as he surveyed his surroundings, which were still littered with the corpses of grey wolves. Oh, you used it too much fighting here. Oh well, that's okay. Even if you had that barrier, I would have killed you in the end, Hyung. Jin Hyuk glanced at the demon's nails. Something about them told him that another attack was going to be incoming. Lo and behold, he watched as the demon indeed began its dash toward him. Yet despite not only anticipating, but seeing the attack coming with his own two eyes, he still could not avoid it. Ugh. This time, it was his left thigh. The demon had got him good. This strike ran deep. It hurts, doesn't it? He. A wave of intense pain hit Jin Hyuk, and in turn, a smirk of amusement crept onto the demon's face. Truth be told, Jin Hyuk's pride was hurt, much more so than the physical pain he was feeling. This was a fun time, but his ego had admittedly been a little chipped. Jin Hyuk's irritation began to rise at the fact that he could see the demon's movements, but his body couldn't follow suit in its reaction speed. I guess it's only a given considering I'm a low-level streamer, but still. Jin Hyuk wanted to be strong. Mok Jae-hyun was shaking. He himself couldn't exactly pinpoint what he was so fearful of, or what kind of emotion he was feeling at all. In fact, Mok Jae-hyun was feeling the pressure that was exuding from the demon's very presence, but he was yet to have any experiences that could have clued him into this. I want to run away. Mok Jae-hyun wanted to take the escalator, but he couldn't move a single step. His mind was overtaken by the image of his head going flying if he were to move so much as an inch. Despite the fact that all he was doing was watching the fight from a fair distance, the overwhelming fear was pressing down upon him. And yet, Jin Hyuk was a little different. Jin Hyuk was already battered and bruised, covered in his own blood. He had sustained significant injuries on a shoulder and a thigh, not to mention the numerous smaller injuries that dotted his body. How is he able to do this? As if a spell had been cast on him, Mok Jae-hyun couldn't even begin to move his feet from where he stood. Standing here was literally the best he could give. Yet Jin Hyuk continued to frantically swing his dagger, even with all his serious wounds. On the other hand, the demon looked like he was enjoying the fight. Hehe. Come on, show me something more, the demon taunted Jin Hyuk. Mok Jae-hyun bit his lip. Whether it was himself or Jin Hyuk that was concerned, the fact that their efforts were futile remained the same. But one of them was putting up a desperate resistance, while the other was cowering helplessly. One of them displayed courage, and the other despair. Where did this difference come from? Jin Hyuk's ferocity struck a chord deep in Mok Jae-hyun. Huh? Look, oh you. A dangerous window of opportunity had appeared for the demon to capitalize on. The demon's mouth curled into a smile. It was fun while it lasted. The demon grabbed Jin Hyuk's neck with his left hand, and lifted Jin Hyuk's entire body into the air just like that. Jin Hyuk struggled to escape the grip, but the demon did not release his grasp. Now, you die, the demon snarled. The demon straightened the fingers of his right hand, the muscles noticeably tensing. And with that hand, he plunged straight into Jin Hyuk's heart. Shook. The horrifying sound of flesh ripping apart followed. Mok Jae-hyun squeezed his eyes shut. It was then that a scream broke into the air. But it wasn't Jin Hyuk's. What? Mok Jae-hyun carefully opened his eyes. The demon was grabbing his head and rolling around on the ground. There was a sweet scent in the air. What's going on? Looking closely, he noticed the demon's body was wet from head to toe in some liquid. A sort of sizzling sound emanated from the demon's skin, accompanied by rising smoke. Jin Hyuk immediately leaped onto the demon's back. Now, it's my turn. With that, he stabbed the demon in its nape several times. Mok Jae-hyun watched the scene unfold, his mouth agape. The image of Cha Jin Hyok thrusting his dagger into his opponent's neck over and over was much more akin to a demon than the recipient himself. Jin Hyok's was heartbroken. My movements were affected with only this much injury to my shoulder and thigh. Jin Hyok felt the same way when his arm was broken earlier. This body of his was much too frail. No matter which way Jin Hyok diced it, it looked like he was going to need to undergo training to increase his pain tolerance. To give himself credit where it was due, he had given it his all in the fight and fought as desperately as one could. After all, these demonic bastards enjoyed such displays. It was a pleasurable vice of theirs to watch their opponent's resolve crumble away as they threw themselves with desperation at the demons to no avail. Let's give him my neck. In the midst of the fight, this thought had occurred to Jin Hyok. His heart was genuinely pounding at that moment, for he knew that the demon would not pass up such an opportunity. This one's going to finish by going for my heart. This was a quirk of lower-class demons. They loved to toy with their victims before killing them off by impaling them through the heart. Jin Hyok knew that the one window of opportunity where the demon had his guard down would come when the demon thought he had well and truly killed his opponent. Here comes the stab. Shook. When he was struck, Jin Hyok still felt a sharp, powerful pain spread around his chest, a searing, burning agony as the demon's nails tore through his flesh and dug into his inner organs. But it wasn't too much for Jin Hyok to handle. It's my turn now. The triumphant joy he felt when the pieces of a plan fell into place surpassed any other pleasure, any other pain. An extra life is applied to you. The demon just had a satisfied smile, thinking that Jin Hyok was dead. This gave Jin Hyok an opening that he couldn't find before. With the blessed perfume oil that he had crafted as soon as he earned Lulika's angel feather, Jin Hyok didn't waste the window that was created by the extra life. He smashed the jar of oil right on top of the demon's head. As the jar shattered, the oil dripped all over the demon's body. Like the dutiful streamer he was, Jin Hyok didn't forget he was on air even in the midst of all this. The skin around his neck is quite tough, so it's hard for a blade to pierce it, Jin Hyok explained to his viewers. Then he leaped onto the back of the demon who was in a state of agony and rained down a streak of stabs. Okay, now it's going in. Shook. The deep, dark crimson blood of a demon, much unlike the green blood of the monsters Jin Hyok had fought previously, began to splash here and there. The demon's blood was quite hot, since demons had a higher body temperature than humans. 1 or 2 hits won't be enough. Jin Hyok needed to make sure he finished the demon off while he had his chance. Jin Hyok could definitely feel the bastard was slowly losing strength. At this point, he was completely slumped on the floor with his breathing becoming short and ragged. But this, too, was not enough. I think I should make sure I kill him completely, Jin Hyok continued talking to his viewers. Jin Hyok lathered his hands with the blessed perfumed oil that had formed a small puddle on the ground, grabbed the demon by the horns, and added as much force behind his grip as he could muster. These horns were a demon's biggest weakness. The closer a demon was to death, the easier these horns were to break. I can't break them off. Even after the demon had suffered all these deadly wounds, the horns were still unbreakable. Jin Hyok tried hacking them off with his dagger, but this too proved to be hard as the blade had lost its edge in combat. I probably shouldn't give the demon any breathing room, right? Jin Hyok threw his viewers a rhetorical question with no answer. Of course. Jin Hyok scooped the perfume oil off the ground with cupped hands and brought it to his mouth. Although the blessed perfume oil was potentially lethal to demons, it was about as harmless as fragrant water to a human. While it was worth noting that the oil tasted disgusting, there was no time to complain. With the blessed perfume oil held in his mouth, Jin Hyok bit into one of the demon's horns. When he clamped down with all his might, he heard a strong crunch. Eventually, Jin Hyok succeeded in completely breaking the horn. This was a rather different sensation compared to using his hands to do the job. Arg. Copious amounts of blood spurt forth from the broken horn like a fountain. Once one of the horns was down, the other one was much easier. It had lost a significant amount of its hardness, to the point where it could be easily broken even without the help of the blessed perfume oil. You have slain Ibli Kessel. Rather than being relieved or triumphant, Jin Hyok almost felt a little dejected when he received the notification. He knew the name of this particular demon himself, but to refer to it by name on a system notification meant something more. A creature this week is a named monster. This came as a shock to Jin Hyok in its own right. It was true that the demon was massively strong for something that appeared in a tutorial field, but it still hadn't reached the bar to be a named monster, at least by Jin Hyok's standards. To him, a monster that deserved to be referred to by name should be dangerous enough that it could annihilate the members of an entire party or more. Truthfully, Jin Hyok didn't think a monster should be named if it was able to be soloed by a player, no matter what underhanded method or shortcut they had used. You have leveled up. You have unlocked the achievement Exorcism. The exorcism achievement itself wasn't actually all that remarkable of a feat, but to give himself credit, this was still the tutorial. This should trigger the start of the great hero path. For the record, Jin Hyok didn't have a single bone in his body that intended to change to the great hero job. As always, this was a job he seriously disliked. Being a great hero meant working miserably hard for a miserably short life, with nothing to show for it but the oh-so-valuable respect of others. Even if they made a buck, there was no time to spend it since they were too busy doing good for the world, and all those grand tasks meant no time to spend with family either. The job was the epitome of sacrificing the smaller things for the greater good of all. There were some who liked this way of life, but it certainly wasn't for Jin Hyuk. Regardless of his feelings, the notification came as expected. You were successful in your exorcism in a tutorial field. You may now change to the hidden job Great Hero. Without a shadow of hesitation, Jin Hyuk selected no. No. Are you sure? You may now change to the hidden job GRE. No. You have chosen not to change to the hidden job Great Hero. You may yield the chance to change to the hidden job, Great Hero, to someone else. Jin Hyuk processed the messages in his head. He was able to give the opportunity of this job change to another player that the exorcism was accomplished together with, and the one person that fulfilled that condition was Mok Jae-hyun. I don't want to be a great hero myself, but having one as a teammate is a different story. There was no one who was more reliable to have as a comrade than a great hero. Other than it being near impossible for them to betray others due to the job restrictions imposed on them by the system, trust and faith were central values by the job's very nature. It would not be an exaggeration to say they made for the best teammates. On top of that, what would the outcome be if Jin Hyuk was the one giving away this offer to become a great hero to Mok Jae-hyun, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om? It was likely that Mok Jae-hyun would need to repay the generosity that Jin Hyuk had shown him and practically be at his beck and call like a loyal subordinate, because that was just the kind of thing that being a great hero entailed. Besides, Jin Hyuk thought that having a great hero on his broadcast would add a fair bit toward making the content richer. Jae-hyun, Jin Hyuk called out to him. For some reason, Mok Jae-hyun seemed startled as Jin Hyuk approached him. Perhaps seeing how cool Jin Hyuk had been when he was fighting the demon had left an impression on him. Anyway, Jin Hyuk went ahead with his question. I have a proposal I want to put forward to you. What is it? Whatever the outcome, giving this proposal a shot was better than letting the transfer offer go to waste, since Jin Hyuk had no intention of accepting it. Don't you want to be strong? Jin Hyuk asked. Didn't you feel powerless just then? I mean, when you were oppressed by the demon's aura and couldn't do a thing. Wasn't it miserable? Jin Hyuk imagined if he had been in Mok Jae-hyun's shoes, it would feel as if the whole world was crashing down upon him. It would be horrible. Mok Jae-hyun indeed seemed to echo that sentiment. It was miserable, he answered. I'm thinking of giving you the chance to be a great hero, Jae-hyun. At the least, you won't have any more days where you'll feel powerless like today. Of course, you don't have to accept it if you don't want to. I'm not too well versed on the job, but from what I know, it's one that has very clear pros and cons. I think the upside would be that, you'll become way stronger, but the flip side is that you'll have to sacrifice a lot. Think about it carefully before you make a decision. Jin Hyuk had no intention of forcing this upon him. This was his choice to make. Hyung, can I ask you something? Asked Mok Jae-hyun. What is it? Mok Jae-hyun went ahead with his query with a deeply serious face. Jin Hyuk didn't think he was strong. If he had been a swordsman at his current level, he knew he could have easily killed a low-level demon like that even without the blessed perfumed oil. That said, he at least understood logically why Mok Jae-hyun admired him so much. After all, a 5-year-old kid would think his 8-year-old brother is strong. Considering that the current players were very much like 5-year-olds, it was not all that weird that Jin Hyuk looked so strong to them, now that he thought about it. I'm actually quite weak, Jin Hyuk said truthfully. I've often heard that the people that are really strong are modest, Mok Jae-hyun refuted. Jin Hyuk knew why the really strong players were humble. That was because they were afraid they would be killed. If one was truly strong, that meant they would attract assassins and other hunters that pursued the awakened that were equally as strong. No, I'm not that strong, Jin Hyuk repeated. And he had no intentions of becoming overly strong, either. Perhaps he had become a little too absorbed in his clash with the demon, but Jin Hyuk re-steeled his heart. That had been a real tempting one. Above all, Jin Hyuk was relieved that he had chosen to become a streamer, a job that had a ceiling on how strong one could become. A little while passed before Mok Jae-hyun decided to speak again. I have made up my mind. I'll do it. I want to receive that job. Think about it carefully, please. It has as many drawbacks as it has benefits. No, I think if I give up a chance like this, I'm not even man enough. Oh, and Hyung, you don't have to be so polite with me. 1. Confirming Mok Jae-hyun's strong resolve, Jin Hyuk passed on the Great Hero job change opportunity to him. You have yielded the chance to change to the hidden job, Great Hero, to someone else. Mok Jae-hyun suddenly looked incredibly occupied. It was clear he was receiving all sorts of notifications. Eventually, Mok Jae-hyun's face turned pale. Hyung. It says this job has too little compatibility with me, said Jae-hyun. What? It was indeed true that the higher the grade of a job, the stricter and more nitpicky its requirements and conditions were. For a job of the sort of caliber that the Great Hero was, the job began to completely screen people based on their compatibility. It says that the job change to Great Hero has been denied. I think it's because I'm too cowardly. There was no way. That is, there was no way that the Great Hero job change opportunity went poof, just like that. It was true that this situation came about because Jin Hyuk himself didn't need the reward, but this was a waste and a half. It says the Great Hero job change reward will be used as an ingredient and merged into my Woodlord job, said Mok Jae-hyun. From the sounds of it, it was similar to what Jin Hyuk had gone through when he was granted his own job. That was a relief, at least. I got a job titled Wood King. People classified Wood Lord as a 7-star job, and Wood King as a 9-star one. Of course, a Wood King was much better than a Wood Lord. Even if one were to use the same skills they already knew, their power and other effects were greater, while the amount of focus that was consumed was decreased. Not only that, but the player had a deeper instinctive understanding of their skills, with their growth ceiling being raised. You're welcome, said Jin Hyuk. The W Wood King job is much better, right? Yeah, of course. Thank you. If you really are thankful, guest star in my channel more often. Jin Hyuk had earned himself quite the teammate. The grading of this teammate's job was outstandingly high, but the person himself was likely going to be too frightened to use it to its full extent. All in all, it would likely be in such a manner that being first place was going to be a tall order. Mok Jae-hyun was the perfect teammate for Jin Hyuk. At least, that's what Jin Hyuk thought at the time. As soon as Mok Jae-hyun completed his awakening as a Wood King, Jin Hyuk was hit with a series of notifications as if they had been waiting for him all along. You have unlocked the major achievement completion of tutorial. When Jin Hyuk selected the underlined part, the details of the conditions he fulfilled to unlock the achievement were revealed, and those conditions were as disgustingly complicated as they came. 1. Acquire the achievement Lord of the Tutorial. 2. Acquire the achievement Exorcism. 3. Clear the hidden quest Survive the subway platform. 4. Yield the Great Hero job to someone else. 5. In triggering the Great Hero reward, have 0 dead players. Now that it's done, I see that it was an extremely difficult set of conditions to satisfy. It was no wonder that Jin Hyuk had not heard of any information regarding this achievement prior to his regression. It may very well have been that not a single person was actually able to satisfy all these conditions in his previous lifetime. Would you like to register your major achievement in the Hall of Fame? The Hall of Fame now, that was a name he hadn't heard in a while. In his previous life, Jin Hyuk had amassed a total of 14 of these major achievements in the Hall. And that, too, was only if the ones he achieved all on his own were counted. The number was far greater if the major achievements he had earned playing with others were included. No, Jin Hyuk didn't need fame and glory anymore. There was no benefit to putting his name up on that register. It was literally just for so-called fame, as the name suggested. No matter how seriously he considered it, this sort of fame was going to be as irrelevant as dust in the wind for him now. Rather, registering his name in the Hall of Fame was just going to make things harder for him. It would mean he would become the target of hunters all around the world, perhaps even hunters from other dimensions, later down the line, and it would be much more probable that he would be unwillingly conscripted into participating in major events. Are you sure you want to forego registering this major achievement? Yes. Jin Hyuk didn't feel a shred of regret as he declined. Following giving away the Great Hero job transfer opportunity and declining to register the major achievement, yet another reward was offered to Jin Hyuk. Wow, as expected of the tutorial to be so generous. Unlike every other time afterward, Jin Hyuk was reminded that he was in a tutorial field, which was known to be kind to the players. One of your traits will be strengthened at random. The trait Broadcaster's Truesight is strengthened. The name of the skill didn't change. In fact, it was hard for Jin Hyuk to tell at first glance what exactly had changed about the skill. That was for him to find out later. For now, Jin Hyuk just kept the fact that it had changed in mind and moved on. Egan Paul was now certain that his decision had not been wrong. It was a godsend that he had made the choice to abandon his LTube channel with 20 million subscribers and start afresh in this new system. A new era is coming. Egan Paul was one of those individuals that was adjusting to these changing times better than anyone else, and he was confident that he was. Using his enormous fortune as a launchpad, he was currently gathering information about other players that had awakened as streamers. Some viewers with registered accounts purchased a VIP package and requested a VIP-only chat with me, Egan said to Joseph. Is that so? Joseph answered. Joseph, Egan Paul's manager and friend, seemed indifferent to Egan's comments. He still didn't fully understand why Egan was focusing all his energy on such a strange platform. I'm not sure about the details, but it looks like whatever VIP package they bought required heaps of dias. You know, I'm the first one who's received this kinda request out of all the streamers in the world, Egan said. Wow, I guess that's something. Right. So what's the mission about? Egan Paul had received a notification that there was a new mission from a VIP. Joseph, have you been to South Korea? South Korea? What about it? I need to look for someone there. Who? Joseph asked, becoming a little anxious about this whole mission thing. I don't know any personal details, answered Egan. So you're telling me that you need to find a Korean, who you have zero identifiable info on, in Korea. Find that person for me, Egan said straightforwardly. That's what friends are for, right? Friends, my ass. If you're going to ask me to do nonsense like that, I'm gonna sue ya. I'll give you $10,000 as compensation for your effort. You can count on me, brother. Joseph thought Egan was a wonderful friend. While that was fine and dandy, though, the fact of the matter was that he still needed a bare minimum of information in order to go about finding a specific Korean in Korea. Of course, I got a lead, Egan assured. The person you're gonna be looking for is a streamer who's mainly sticking around an area called Seoul Station Field. I heard he only streams in first-person view. He should be playing with another player with abilities that use wood. Why are you looking for him? Asked Joseph. That's precisely the mission. There are 10 million dias on the line here. How much is that in dollars? 10,000. Joseph's jaw dropped. He had always hung with Paul ever since they were young, and he was confident that he knew Paul better than anyone else. That was how he knew at this present moment that Paul was thrilled with the mission. You're getting worked up over that? Wait, so let me get this straight. You would pay me $10,000 to complete a mission that's worth $10,000? Where's the profit? Joseph ranted. Less than 5 people who watch my stream have purchased VIP packages. But apparently, there are more than 10 people who've bought VIP packages for that broadcast, Egan explained. It was admittedly a bit of a blow to Egan's pride. If this streamer was able to grow so much in such a short amount of time, there was no doubt that it was someone with a lot of experience in this field. And yet, he rejected his VIP chat requests. Not only that, but he completely blocked the general chat on his stream as well. VIPs are dying to talk to him, Egan added. In Egan's perspective, these were frankly the actions of a complete madman. Who in their right mind would completely shut off communication with their viewers? The move just could not make any sense. Even with that, he seems to have more viewers than me. I need to find out who he is. How many do you have again? Joseph asked. About to reach 2,600 in a bit. And what's the fake public number? I've still got the x3 multiplier applied, so it's displaying as 7,800. Yup. Joseph stroked his chin. If he's the sort of player that VIPs are wanting to come in contact with giving you a mission and all that, wouldn't he be the type of person to be ranked first place, or somewhere around that mark, in Korea? He might be easier to find than we think. He's not a ranker. Egan shut down that line of thought. There's no doubt that he's got some sort of tremendous secret or some sort of charismatic sauce to be so popular. Please find him for me, Egan earnestly requested Joseph in an honest manner. Joseph ended up boarding a plane that was headed to South Korea. Upon testing the upgraded broadcaster's true sight by looking at Mok Jae-hyun, Jin Hyuk immediately realized he could glean much more information with it than he could before. Wow, I really can see all sorts of things. Hashtag vague adoration, hashtag taken a liking, plain as day, hashtag met my hero. Jin Hyuk was taken aback by the high-sounding nature of the emotions that Mok Jae-hyun was feeling toward him. Truly, all Jin Hyuk had done was try to have some fun while playing. Can I also be strong like you, Hyung? Asked Jae-hyun. Yes. You will become stronger than me, for sure. Hashtag greatly assured, hashtag yearning for strength. Many thoughts and emotions were interpreted and relayed in real time to Jin Hyuk, perhaps a little too much, including things he really didn't need to know. Jin Hyuk was also starting to become a little tired. The upgraded trait was consuming more of his focus. I can control the sensitivity of this. Jin Hyuk opened the settings window and lowered the sensitivity of what broadcaster's true sight picked up to the level it was originally. Now, that was better. It wasn't nearly as suffocating. Thank you, said Mok Jae-hyun. Then, after a pause, he followed up with, really? Of course, Jin Hyuk replied. Why would Jin Hyuk have a reason to say any differently? He was not a fighter class job, and Mok Jae-hyun was. But the more Jin Hyuk interacted with Jae-hyun, the more it seemed like he was a much more sensitive guy than Jin Hyuk. Just those few words, without any other form of extra input from Jin Hyuk, were enough to move the teenager, and he was choking back tears. No one ever said the sort of things to me that you do, Hyung. When they came back to the first floor, they noticed that more people had entered the tutorial field than before. As time passed, the number of people who had undergone awakening was increasing ever so constantly, and knowledge of the tutorial field's existence was likewise spreading. Hey, those kids are wearing the same school uniform as you, Jin Hyuk piped up. Mok Jae-hyun began to tremble ever so slightly. With just that, it was not difficult for Jin Hyuk to guess who they were. They were likely the guys who scared Mok Jae-hyun into coming to this place with them. There were 3 of them. Jin Hyuk kindly introduced them to his viewers. I don't know their names, so I will just be calling them the 3 little piggies. One of them, a guy with a shaved head and a fairly big frame, spotted Mok Jae-hyun. Hey, for fuck's sake, I told you to contact me right away, didn't I? Was what I said a fucking joke to you? Mok Jae-2, you son of a bitch, do you come back here without even telling us? Looks like this fucker stopped being scared of us. You shit for brains, did you want your ass beat up some more that badly? What, you wanna start fighting back now, is that it? They continued to cackle together, somehow enjoying themselves in a way that Jin Hyuk could not understand, their language interspersed with considerable vulgarity. Jin Hyuk simply stuck to his task, continuing his commentary. The students don't seem to consider the possibility that Mok Jae-hyun could have survived valiantly and returned, explained Jin Hyuk. From the looks of it, they thought that Mok Jae-hyun had been killed as well, escaped once he regenerated, and came back into the field. The bald piggy approached Mok Jae-hyun and poked his forehead with a finger. Where have you been hiding instead of going back home? Why you went to my place? You motherfucker. You didn't answer my call, so this is on you. You're meant to be the fucking tank of the group. What are we meant to do if you run away like a pussy? I already asked you not to go to my place, Mok Jae-hyun said. From what Mok Jae-hyun told Jin Hyuk, he was raised by his grandmother. It was most likely that only his frail, old grandma was at home. This shit's decided he wants to start talking back now, huh? Man, he's really lost it now, hasn't he? Little bitch is forgetting his place. The bald piggy didn't stop poking Mok Jae-hyun's forehead. Oh right, you didn't even contact your old hag, did you? Looks like you were scared shitless after all, HA. Fucking pussy. Jin Hyeok continued to commentate. There's a high probability that these students barged into the grandma's place and acted quite rudely. The bald piggy frowned and turned toward Jin Hyeok, staring at him. Excuse me, what do you think you're doing? Don't mind me. I'm just a passing by streamer, Jin Hyeok answered. A streamer? Am I live? When Jin Hyeok nodded, bald piggy grinned. He threw up a peace sign, presuming he was being filmed. Where's the camera? He asked. I don't have one. I'm not an ordinary streamer, I'm a player whose job is being a streamer. Out of the three little piggies, the one that was thin like a girl chimed in. Doesn't he look like a fucking hako chump? 3. What's a fucking hako? Wait, a streamer doesn't know what a fucking hako is. It seemed the three of them were wholly unnecessarily trying to start something with him, so Jin Hyeok took a couple steps back. You guys just go on with whatever you were doing. There's really no need to pick a bone with me too. In all honesty, these fellows really were very cute little piggies compared to the truly villainous kids Jin Hyeok had to confront in his previous life. Jin Hyeok found their attempts at provoking him to be rather absurd, even laughable. Jin Hyeok had one question to ask them, though. That said, do you plan to continue teasing our friend, Mok Jae-hyen? Why? Are you gonna help him, mister? You can just stay put, mister. There's nothing for you to gain by being nosy other than getting the living daylights beaten the fuck out of you. There are no cops around here. Right, there's no cops, Jin Hyeok echoed. Yes, there were no police so they could be the ones in a fair bit of danger. But Jin Hyeok didn't tell them that. In his eyes, Mok Jae-hyen was no longer in a state where he was all that frightened. If Mok Jae-hyen stayed calm and made the right moves, Jin Hyeok knew that the three little piggies might very well have a world of misery awaiting them. Bald Piggy was obviously the boss of the three little piggies, and he kicked Mok Jae-hyen. For fuck's sake, why didn't your old hag even have any money in her wallet? You little shit. All Jin Hyeok did was resume his stream ever so calmly. He had his own things to say about this, but he decided to tone it down a little bit, because he remembered hearing somewhere that using language that was too colorful could stir controversy and make his stream polarizing for viewers. Looks like we've found ourselves a serious brat. Jin Hyeok also changed the title of this stream. He wasn't sure what would be a good title to attract clicks, so he decided to just go with something concise that captured the gist of the content. People get schooled. Before Jin Hyeok even noticed it, his viewer count rocketed past 8,000. Jin Hyeok offered a word of advice to Mok Jae-hyen, in a way that was also geared to his viewers like the ever-diligent and respectful streamer that he was. Jae-hyen, it's true that if someone dies in this space, they'll be revived. Jin Hyeok delivered the information calmly. But the pain is still real. It's terribly painful when you get your stomach pierced and intestines ripped out. For the record, though, the most painful thing is definitely when the ribcage is broken in such a way that the liver gets crushed. Nov. L. B//JNN. Jin Hyeok pointed out where the liver was. It's located right here. If you use your offensive wood spears skill, it should be pretty easy to penetrate. Up until now, Jin Hyeok had been using the polite form of speech in the Korean language, as opposed to the casual form that would be used amongst good friends, siblings, or in certain contexts where someone is in a superior position, for e.g. parents to children, drill sergeants to new trainees in the army, bosses to employees, etc., though the latter is much common nowadays. His name is Mok Jae-hyen, but the bullies refer to him as Mok Jae. Mok Jae is also a Korean word for lumber/wood. 3. A hako broadcast is a slightly derogatory slang term for small-time streamers or other content creators that receive little to no viewership. It originates from the Japanese word for a small box, hako, and stems all the way from the term used to refer to the tiny box-shaped homes that were built by homeless asylum seekers coming south to Busan after the Korean War. On Nerver, the game system's largest online community, discussion around one particular streamer spread more and more on the new server, Earth, forum. This weird dude named Kim Chulsu appeared on the new server's open beta. He's a strange one. He's super calm and twisted. A bit of interest in this streamer was first kindled on the Orioles server, a server with strikingly similar cultures and values to Earth, and from there, much discussion was spreading. I reckon he's the strongest out of all the streamers at his level. What level? Round mid to late 20s. PFF, he's still at the Toot 2 stages. Yo, if I was in the Toot stage as well, it'd be easy as heck to be the strongest streamer. I could do it even as a merchant. Yup, mark my words. Indeed, the streamer in question was still in his beginner stages, where all the different jobs were not as distinct in their strengths and weaknesses. The majority of the forum discussions revolved around this as an explanation. After all, not only was the streamer a beginner, but he hadn't even finished the tutorial. He was practically a fetus. The fact that he thinks of himself as chump change annoys the hell out of me. You'll know what I mean when you see it for yourself. Man's got some high-ass standards for someone who's practically a sperm. He really was a rather peculiar streamer. And yet he turns down VIP chat requests. You, for real? There's dudes crazy enough to turn those down? The fact that he rejected VIP chats became a bit of a hot topic of its own. I heard a few big fish bought a VIP package and basically got fleeced. When a VIP package was purchased, part of the purchase cost was automatically sent to the associated streamer. A Dine and Dasher? No, not really. He never asked anyone to purchase the package even once. And still, Wind Wanderer even gave him a mission. FR, 3 already? Seems more like it was to boost the streamer's fame than an actual mission. But the real kicker's that the guy didn't even react to it. Wait, he didn't react at all? LOL, damn, this one's a crazy one for real, LMAO. Wind Wanderer was one of the biggest viewers and donors, well renowned even amongst communities of different dimensions. They were well treated wherever they went, and every single streamer would do all sorts of things to get their attention and flatter them. Even when a streamer received the smallest of patronages from them, it was simply the thing to do to give an enthusiastic reaction to show one's appreciation. He doesn't communicate with his viewers, period. He just babbles on and on by himself, but that doesn't mean he's a good talker either. He's got zero understanding of how to stream properly or create good content. Then why is he such a hot topic? His combat knowledge is insane. Nah, seems more to me like his screw y'all, I'ma do it my way style's kinda working. No, the heck kinda dumbass shit are you saying? He's easily the streamer who plays the least scared out of all the ones at that level. That's what makes his stream so frickin' dynamic. A short clip began circulating on Nervar, but pain is still real. It's terribly painful when you get your stomach pierced and intestines ripped out. For the record, though, the most painful thing is definitely when the ribcage is broken in such a way that the liver gets crushed. The streamer's tone was very matter-of-fact and nonchalant, as if he was describing some everyday thing like what he had for breakfast that morning. At the very least, he didn't act like a low-level streamer. Arg! The three little piggies screamed out loud. Mok Jae-hyeon had stabbed them just the way that Jin Hyeok had taught him as expected of a player worthy of a 9-star job. Wow, okay, that definitely looks a little painful. The three little piggies were covered in blood, rolling around on the floor. This was only a natural result of Mok Jae-hyeon now being of a higher level, along with a job that was of an incomparably higher quality. Seeing them alternate between gasping for air and bleeding like lambs would make anyone think that death really was the less miserable alternative. So, let's get this interview underway, said Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok approached Mok Jae-hyeon. Why didn't you kill them? Did it turn out you didn't hate them enough to go that far? I couldn't do it. I don't want to be a murderer. But wouldn't they come back to life anyway? Mok Jae-hyeon had a complicated expression on his face. Jin Hyeok knew that what was rising within Mok Jae-hyeon was likely the instinctive repulsiveness everyone felt to the idea of taking someone's life. I might add that they look like they would be better off dead, Jin Hyeok added. As Jin Hyeok had mentioned before, this field had a Regan feature, but the pain that one had to experience was still very real. The bullies were in such agony that they could not even breathe properly, and as long as they were alive, they had to continue experiencing this pain. The three little piggies reached out a hand toward Mok Jae-hyeon. Please kill me. I am sorry for what I did to your G-grandma, I will and never. Jin Hyeok pulled out his dagger and approached the three little piggies, squatting in front of them. Right, I will now get to commencing the interview. So, how is it? Is it painful? Asked Jin Hyeok. Are you serious? What made you tease Mok Jae-hyeon so much? Their eyes were already out of focus, their pupils dilating. Will you apologize for mistreating his grandmother? It seemed that getting a proper interview out of them was going to be hard. They hadn't even been hurt that bad in Jin Hyeok's opinion, but they were already losing consciousness. They turned out to be quite mentally weak. At this rate, the trauma of this ordeal could mean that they would have some problems up in the noggin even after they came back to life. But that wasn't Jin Hyeok's problem to deal with. It seems that continuing with this interview would be a bit difficult. Jin Hyeok muted the livestream for a brief moment, and whispered to the three little piggies. I am not a fucking hako. Jin Hyeok might not have known what a hako was, but he certainly didn't like the way they said it. With that done, he plunged his dagger into their hearts. The three little piggies all met their end. However, Mok Jae-hyeon seemed a bit taken aback by Jin Hyeok's actions more than anything. Hyung, how could you kill them? They were begging for us to kill them. Still, they'd be much better off dead, Jin Hyeok said. Besides, they'll be revived at midnight anyway. If we left them here, the dwarves would have finished them off anyway, and keeping that in mind, putting them down quickly is doing them a favor more than anything. That's true, but... And no, for the record, Jin Hyeok didn't kill them because they called him a fucking hako, whatever that meant. Well then, Mok Jae-hyeon, my good friend, Jin Hyeok quickly moved on. How was it when you actually fought them? It pretty much turned out to be nothing, didn't it? Mok Jae-hyeon stayed silent for a long time as if seriously pondering the question, before he finally gave a nod in response, and then he said something a little unexpected. Thank you, Hyung. Because of you, I feel like I broke down a huge wall inside my heart. Mok Jae-hyeon sincerely thanked Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok didn't think he had done much for him, though. In Mok Jae-hyeon's eyes, Jin Hyeok was, in fact, an individual who was off. He had zero qualms with killing people. It was like some part of him that was meant to make him human was broken. They'd be much better off dead. Besides, they'll be revived at midnight anyway. If we left them here, the dwarves would have finished them off anyway, and keeping that in mind, putting them down quickly is doing them a favor more than anything. Don't you think so? Those statements were all correct technically, but Mok Jae-hyeon thought a bit deeper about what he had been through. Let's have a look at the situation I'm in. Jin Hyeok had found him hiding away in the convenience store and was the one to approach him first, then cleared the quest to survive 7 days together with him, even though Jin Hyeok didn't really have to. And then Jin Hyeok went so far as to yield the great hero transfer opportunity to him. Mok Jae-hyen felt the surge in power of a Wood King to his bones, emerging from the recycling of the great hero transfer opportunity to upgrade his previous Wood Lord job. He was able to better manipulate the branches of his wood fortress, and break them off to fashion them into separate spears that were so dangerous that they could easily pierce a human stomach. And he was the one who handed me this much power. And on top of all that, Cha Jin-hyuk gave him the chance to enact his revenge at the end. Wait, or was it actually the chance for revenge that Jin-hyuk was trying to give him? What was the Hyung actually trying to show me? That was what Mok Jae-hyen needed to find out. Looking at the cold, hard bodies of the jerks that had bullied him seemed to shed some light on the answer. I don't feel better at all. Mok Jae-hyen really had wanted them to die. Before this moment, he had already killed them 10 times over in his heart. But when he was finally face to face with their corpses on the floor, it neither brought him relief nor made him rejoice. Jin-hyuk hadn't looked particularly cheerful when killing them either. It was like he was just doing what he had to do. Much like students studied because they just had to, or workers went to work because they just had to. Jin-hyuk didn't seem emotional in the least when he did the deed. Well then, Mok Jae-hyen, my good friend, Jin-hyuk quickly moved on. How was it when you actually fought them? It pretty much turned out to be nothing, didn't it? That question was what made Mok Jae-hyen come to a revelation. Revenge was the thing that pretty much turned out to be nothing. In fact, it was completely in vain, a futile exercise. As Mok Jae-hyen came to the conclusion that this was what the Hyung had been trying to show him, something began to stir inside his chest. He's a real grown-up. Sweeping aside any obstacles in his way, Jin-hyuk had offered his hand to a child that needed help, namely Jae-hyen himself, and guided him all the way here. Perhaps through this ordeal, Cha Jin-hyuk was showing him the path he needed to take. He's teaching me that this is the way I need to go moving forward. A notification suddenly chimed in for Mok Jae-hyen. You have acquired the trait, Epiphany. Mok Jae-hyen's eyes had a sense of clarity about them that they didn't have before. When Jin-hyuk observed him with his broadcaster's true sight, he noticed that Mok Jae-hyen had earned the Epiphany trait. Traits rewards were usually hidden, and had to be sought out in dungeons and other such locations, but they were sometimes granted to players naturally if one was lucky enough for the conditions to align. Oh damn, that's a really good one. This trait strengthened one's mind and body, to the point that it became a very powerful fundamental driving force that significantly increased one's growth rate. Please contact me. No, I'll contact you, Mok Jae-hyen said. Sure n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The privilege of having a guest of this caliber star regularly on his stream was quite the catch for Jin-hyuk too. Man, I'm tired now. Jin-hyuk knew that he probably shouldn't, but he could not help comparing his current body to his past one. This is some damn poor stamina. No matter which angle he looked at this problem from, it was looking like he was just going to have to find an elixir somewhere that could raise his stamina. He knew that streamers were weak coming in, but he didn't think they would be this frail. How about I have a look at my donations now? Jin-hyuk didn't expect there to be so many transaction statements. It was an absolute relief that the unit of currency for all the donations were automatically converted into dios, because the sprawling, highly extensive statement details were too much for Jin-hyuk to digest. It was also a relief that there was a heading at the very end that said total. That certainly made things easier. Total, 9,210,000 dios. Huh. Jin-hyuk rubbed his eyes, but the number didn't change. 9.21 million dios. This whopping number was all after just a single day of streaming. When Jin-hyuk caved and had a closer look at the finer details of the transactions to work out where all these donations were coming from, he came across a transaction statement titled, VIP Package Donation. Jin-hyuk quickly figured that if someone purchased one of these so-called VIP packages, a portion of the purchase price was paid to him as a donation. Should I turn on the stream to thank them? Jin-hyuk pondered the idea, but shook his head not before long. He had already made up his mind not to give VIPs any special treatment. Getting too deeply involved with such things could prove to be a pain in the neck later down the line in more ways than one. Once again, he reminded himself that his role model was Mystery Box, not Egan Paul. But still, that's huge. 9.2 million dios was a number he never imagined. This really was the power of everyone's favorite educational schooling content. Dia exchange. Dios were able to be exchanged for all the different currencies around the world. Jin-hyuk exchanged 7 million of his 9.2 million dios. A conversion fee of 20% applies to your transaction. 5,600,000 KRW has been deposited into the designated account. Soon, Jin-hyuk got a text on his phone. Alert from XX Bank. 5,600,000 won has been deposited into your XX Bank account. Looks like I finally earned myself a paycheck. The big thing to note was that this was a mere day's worth of income. Even accounting for the fact that he had some very special windfalls like the VIP package purchases, it was still a tremendous amount of income for a day's work. It wasn't like he had to shoulder extremely dangerous risks, or had to become famous, or had to sacrifice for the people of the nation or for honor in order to make this kind of income, like he had to do in the past. It indeed seemed true that being a streamer was a straight path to a land of milk and honey in this new world, though it came with the caveat that it was a tad boring and uneventful. I guess I won't be having any more windfalls like the VIP package purchases. Unless the big buyers went completely mad, Jin Hyuk assumed there was likely close to zero chance of the VIP packages being bought again when he had completely shut down all prospects of VIP chats, arguably the biggest selling point of the packages. He had to assume that this was not going to happen again. Maybe I should go home, it's been a while. He had been Spinebreaker for 7 long years. He felt that he could now fulfill his familial duties and do the things he was supposed to as a son and as a big brother. It was certainly about time. Jin Hyuk caught a taxi and stepped off in the vicinity of his old home. Today, his steps felt particularly light. The peace was broken when a scream pierced the air. Kaye? Sounds like a crime is being committed somewhere. After the beta service had begun and players began to appear all over, the public peace was broken in more ways than one. Speaking of the devil, Jin Hyuk spotted a man collapsed on the ground as he walked along. Seems like he got mugged. This was a period of social unrest, where after power first shifted to players of the game, all sorts of crimes were being committed that made the players quickly become a front and center issue. Perhaps it was because he had seen far too many massacres by truly evil villains, but Jin Hyuk wasn't too perturbed by the sight of the collapsed man. These trivial and trifling matters would solve themselves as time passed. But, okay, this changed things. Cha Jin-sol. Jin Hyuk saw his little sister being grabbed by her hair and dragged off somewhere by 3 men, right in front of their house. Now, this pissed him off a little. One parody of Naver, one of Korea's biggest search engines and a forum hub. As Cha Jin-sol was being dragged to who knows where, she spotted Jin Hyuk at the same time as he did her. Don't come this way, please don't. Cha Jin-sol shouted. She seemed to be worried about Jin Hyuk, to say the least. When Jin Hyuk drew close to them, one particularly vicious-looking guy shoved him back. Jin Hyuk decided to call him Brute Number 1. Who the hell are you? Asked Brute Number 1. Me? I'm her appa, answered Jin Hyuk. Cha Jin-sol struggled to free herself from her captors as she thundered back at him. Piss off? This is none of your business. Appa, my ass, you never came home once in 7 years. It seemed her attitude was going as strong as ever. Jin Hyuk did understand how she felt, though. Jin-sol was probably saying words like these because she was afraid he would be harmed. The brutes chuckled as they watched the two of them. You heard her. Go on your merry way, one of them said to Jin Hyuk. Hang on. Let me report you guys first, Jin Hyuk replied. Jin Hyuk whipped out his phone and dialed 112-1. Truth be told, Jin Hyuk was just going through the motions of standard procedure. He knew that the police weren't coming anyway. Any services that helped maintain the public order were practically paralyzed nowadays. He was simply mustering whatever last shred of conscience he had left over from his days as an upstanding government agent with integrity, in order to do the bare minimum of following standard emergency protocol before anything else. You're gonna report us? PFF, that's a good one, said one of the brutes dismissively. Did you hear that? He's going to report us, scary. Ha ha ha. Having made minimal effort to report them to the police, Jin Hyuk could check off keeping his conscience intact from the list. Now it was time for him to do whatever else he needed to. Jin Hyuk drew his dagger. Oh, what do we have here? Said one of the guys, not the least bit intimidated. Jin Hyuk was confident he could roughly guess as to how strong they were even without the aid of Broadcaster's true sight. With how new this server was, everyone was still more or less in the tutorial stages, and that meant Jin Hyuk's current strength was about the same as the highest rankers. And he knew that the highest rankers didn't have the time to mess around doing meaningless things like this. Otherwise, with how exhausting and difficult becoming a top ranker was, they wouldn't have been able to make it to the cream of the crop in the first place. Even if this objective truth was ignored, just seeing their stances, as well as the distance or lack thereof they maintained, told Jin Hyuk all he needed to know. What are you even gonna do with that dagger? Taunted one of the brutes. If you got the time to talk, you'd better off increasing the distance between us, Jin Hyuk replied matter-of-factly. Can't you see I'm holding a weapon? You know I'm gonna use it to stab you soon, right? Oh, that's right, he didn't need to inform them about his intentions so nicely anymore. Habits were a frightening thing indeed. Back in the days when he was an agent of the NIS, he was required to follow the minimum of standard contact procedure, maintaining his politeness when encountering opponents no matter how vicious or villainous they were known to be. An attitude that was kind and informing, but a hand of justice that was merciless. That was what it meant to be an agent. And with that in mind, Jin Hyuk swung his dagger through the air without a moment of additional hesitation. It sliced through one of the hoodlum's right wrist. Arg! A loud shriek broke the air. A considerable amount of blood spurted from the area of the cut, probably because Jin Hyuk had severed an artery. Ah, this wasn't it. The hoodlum's hand was dangling, still partially connected to his wrist. Jin Hyuk was a tad disappointed that he couldn't cut it off with one clean strike. That was too bad, but it was only expected. His body couldn't keep up with his mind. And the scream should have come out a second later, too. A cut could only be considered to be properly executed if it was so clean that the enemy didn't notice right away that they had even been cut. That had not been the case just then. The scream had basically accompanied the strike. Man, I'm way too weak. This could not stand. Jin Hyuk wanted to be stronger. With a pang, Jin Hyuk realized he was getting carried away again. He reminded himself of his promise to himself. It's only a given for me to be weak. This simply came with being a streamer. There was nothing he could do about it. Why, you bastard, you think you will be safe even after GAAH? Shook. Jin Hyuk stabbed the second guy in his side. The side was protected by one's ribcage, which made the task of penetrating the area substantially more difficult. But that didn't matter to Jin Hyuk. He knew that if he aimed well and stabbed at the right angle, he had what it took to get between the ribs. It was then that it also occurred to him that his sister Cha Jin-sol could be so shocked by what she was witnessing, that she could lose her wits and perhaps even faint. That would not be a problem. In Jin Hyuk's own humble opinion, he had a knack for reassuring and calming down citizens of the public in situations like this. A great way to soothe the public's nerves in a case like this was to explain what they were seeing in an objective manner, cool as a cucumber, as if he was explaining to a bystander with no awareness of what was going on. So basically, the ribcage serves the function of protecting the human body's more important organs. Another way to look at it, though, is that the region inside the ribcage is a fatal weakness. In other words, if you're just able to penetrate the area between the ribs, you'd be able to inflict a critical wound on your opponent. How does that sound? Not so hard, right? With a common level-headed explanation like this, Jin Hyuk was assured that Jin-sol would be less scared. The brute before Jin Hyuk seemed to be entering a state of shock from his profuse bleeding, unable to stay standing anymore. Now there was only one of them left. The final guy must have felt he was backed into a corner, because he frantically grabbed hold of Cha Jin-sol. He threatened Jin Hyuk as he pointed a dagger at her neck. "Drop your knife," the hoodlum stammered. Jin Hyuk was disappointed. This was a way too cliché turn of the situation. Nothing was remotely surprising about this development. "I said drop the knife," the guy shouted more firmly. "All right, I got it." Swoosh! Jin Hyuk threw his dagger with all his might. Oh, perhaps it was because he was sufficiently warmed up now, but his aim and timing were spot on. The moment the dagger left his hands, he knew it would hit the mark he had wanted. Shook! His dagger hit the assailant straight between the eyebrows, and he slowly toppled to the ground. When evildoers fully realize there's a gap in strength that can't be closed, they tend to hurry and try to capture a hostage. But what's ironic is that the moment they get a hostage, they let their guard down. I was aiming to capitalize on that moment. Did that make sense? "You can breathe easy now because I'm here," Jin Hyuk explained to her. Cha Jin-sol sank to the ground where she stood. Jin Hyuk knew it must have been because she was finally relieved by his cool, collected explanation. She was bawling her eyes out, but unfortunately, Jin Hyuk didn't know as far as how to soothe someone's crying daughter. And why was she crying in such a sad way? Weren't they meant to be tears of relief? First off, let's go home. Cha Jin-sol was distant, her eyes dead. Jin Hyuk didn't think she would be so shocked over an incident as trivial as this. He began to worry about how she was going to live in the harsh world that was to come with such a fragile psyche. Another person's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Stop right there." Oh wow. Jin Hyuk had reported the situation to the police without a shred of expectation that the police would come, but they had come indeed. "Drop your weapon and surrender immediately. I am arresting you on account of being in the process of committing a crime." The police officer was shaking in his boots as he approached Jin Hyuk, but it escaped Jin Hyuk why on earth the officer was so frightened. Jin Hyuk placed the dagger down on the floor, and raised both hands in the air in an orderly manner. "I'm the victim, and they were the assailants," Jin Hyuk clarified. He put out his hands and didn't raise a fuss as he was handcuffed. He felt something was missing, though. "Oh, right. You should be informing me of my Miranda rights too before arresting me." This was a bit of a pet peeve of Jin Hyuk's. Before his regression, the media had pestered him an unfathomable amount over whether he had or hadn't read people their Miranda rights. There was one time Jin Hyuk was fighting a mass murderer who had used arson to kill 3,000 people, a fight that was so difficult that Jin Hyuk himself nearly died in multiple moments. Jin Hyuk got his fun out of the fight, but he had been irritated to no end by the media attacking him for the simple fact that he hadn't read the criminal his Miranda rights before arresting him in the end. In fact, one of those journalists who criticized Jin Hyuk had literally been rescued by him. All that said, looking back now after all this time, it seemed like a good memory in its own way. "Oh, we should be on our way home soon enough when this is over, so don't tell Mom and Dad. There's no need to worry them." Jin Hyuk could accept being taken to the police station, but this was doubtful. "I'm telling you, I'm the victim here," Jin Hyuk once again tried to clarify. "Victim, my ass. Name." This detective had some rather deep, dark circles under his eyes. It was fairly obvious that he was exhausted from the onslaught of work coming in. "You should have arrested them, too. I said give me your name." It seemed that the world was becoming a mess in more ways than one. An innocent citizen such as himself was being arrested and talked to so rudely. Jin Hyuk admittedly began to feel a little annoyed. "You don't need to know." Jin Hyuk said. "Excuse me." The detective either didn't have his head screwed on properly because he was just that exhausted, or he was in an overly sensitive state. Whichever it was, it made the detective decide to raise his hand with the intent of bonking Jin Hyuk on the head. "You better not hit me, else you're gonna hurt your hand. This crazy little shit." The detective chose to go ahead with hitting Jin Hyuk anyway. Broadcaster's barrier. Jin Hyuk's broadcaster's barrier was solid in the detective's shoes. It was probably like hitting a brick wall. Ow. And that was exactly why Jin Hyuk had warned the detective not to hit him. It was beyond him why the detective decided not to heed it. It's almost time for them to come. In truth, Jin Hyuk had called a GM, Game Master. This era immediately following the cataclysm was one of change after change, and in a world of such change, order was needed. As if right on cue, a magic circle appeared on the ceiling of the police station. They've finally arrived. What was clearly a person slowly emerged from the circle, starting from the feet, descending into this space. Looks like I got Keel. It was indeed GM number 3 Keel, who managed the Subduing 4. He looked like a boy in his late teens, and he had a pair of wings on his back. It's been a while since I've seen him. Keel was a GM with the quintessential personality of an unambitious salaryman who just wanted to clock in his hours and get paid. He was the type that was perfectly satisfied with just doing what he was given to do, no more and no less. He truly embodied the attitude of an employee who pursued a work-life balance where they could just cruise along peacefully. Keel looked at Jin Hyuk, but it was not a kind look. I've never seen a lunatic that smashes the call GM button when it's still in the open beta service, Keel commented. As you can see, I was being oppressed by a state-level authority of a nation while playing the game. Hold on for a minute. The police detectives had been creating a commotion as they yelled at Keel, but this only lasted briefly before it died down. Keel was around level 100. No one could possibly challenge his undisputed strength in the present time. All Keel needed to do was snap his fingers for everyone to shut up. He nodded as he watched some kind of recorded video of what had transpired. With consideration to the fact that this was a situation of ordinary combat between players, I hereby forbid the intervention of the state, Keel concluded. Thanks to Keel, Jin Hyuk was able to walk free without much hassle. Jin Hyuk was aware that police commissioners all around the world were being murdered by the GMS at present. The GMS were unafraid to force humanity to adjust to the system in ways that were largely violent and brutally efficient. To prevent governments from intervening in the business of players, the GMS publicly executed those major politicians or police commissioners who meddled in players' affairs or opposed adherence to the system. That was why at present, there was an official statement disseminated to all government departments to intervene as little as possible in interactions between players and to meet the GM's requests as satisfactorily as possible if one appeared. How did you know about the GM call function? Demanded Keel. It's all in the player manual, Jin Hyuk answered. You read that all already. Wasn't it made to be read? Keel looked at Jin Hyuk as if he was looking at an alien. With time, countless people would be practically forced to become well acquainted with the player manual. Whether they liked it or not, this was one of the primary ways to adjust to this new world. Jin Hyuk didn't really remember what it was like when he first began playing, so he wasn't sure when he had memorized all its details. Whatever the case, it was fortunate for him that the entirety of the player manual's content was already firmly inside his head. Who said you could talk so informally with me? Keel asked. You did it first. Keel frowned. He scanned Jin Hyuk up and down with his eyes. The heck is this? Why's all your player information set to private? What's wrong with that? Not like there's a rule against it. The default setting for the info is public. People usually do as the system tells them. You see, I've always been a bit of a misfit. Although the whole predicament with the police had already concluded, Keel didn't leave Jin Hyuk. This was all according to plan. Jin Hyuk had succeeded in attracting his attention. Good for me. Keel, GM number 3 in charge of the Subduing, was a key component for Jin Hyuk's objectives. Keel continued to pepper Jin Hyuk with questions to dig out info about who he was. Keel eventually resorted to using Administrator's Prerogative, something he couldn't do from the start because it had usage restrictions, and got to mining out Jin Hyuk's identity in earnest. You're level 28? Wait, so you're one of the current top rankers. Administrator's Prerogative allowed the GM to see a player's level, awakened name, and job. Your job is Almighty Streamer. You chose Kim Chulsu as your awakened name. What? You're able to see all that? Why did you so nosily ask me so many questions at the start then? Keel rubbed his chin. You're one of the top rankers at present, but you keep your information on private. You didn't even put your name up on the ranking board. And fame is an important value for streamers, but you don't seem all that interested in it. When I watched the video just then, your movements weren't that of some ordinary player at your level. You're a real suspicious piece of work, aren't you? What exactly are you getting at? With all this build-up, Jin Hyuk could feel the real question at hand coming. It was clear that Keel was finding the right time to ask his question, and that time was now. Hey, are you a regressor? The system did not officially recognize regression as something that existed. Jin Hyuk himself didn't think it was real until he actually regressed. In the later days of his previous life, Jin Hyuk found out that even the GMS were divided on whether they believed regression existed. However, one thing was certain among them. Regardless of whether they believed regression was real or not, they all acknowledged it as an unintended bug, and regressors as a virus. Regression was a term that caused the GMS serious alarm. With time, some people would recklessly come out and shout to the world that they were regressors, but regardless of the validity of their claim, they would all be killed by the GMS. Did you say regressor? What's that? You mean regression as in going back to the past? Jin Hyuk asked. Keel's eyes narrowed. Are you really not a regressor? I don't even know what that is. Jin Hyuk received a notification. Do you choose to accept the GM quest Room of Truth? This was a mountain Jin Hyuk knew he had to climb sooner or later when he came face to face with a GM. The earlier in his playing that he got this over with, the better it was for him. And it was even better that the one he had to face was Keel.N/O/Vel/B/N.C//O/M. The Room of Truth was a type of trial that was used by GMS to discern whether a player was telling the truth. It was solely up to the player whether they chose to consent to the trial, but as their level increased, the Room of Truth became stricter as well. In other words, the Room of Truth was at the most lenient when one was at the lowest levels. Not only that, but Keel is the smooth cruising type of worker that isn't very ambitious. Keel was certainly not the scrutinizing type that actively dug at areas of concern to uncover the truth. He had an avoidant personality, preferring whatever work he was assigned to reach its finish without a hitch. He was someone who preferred to draw the curtains on something after sufficient investigation rather than make it bigger. Since I'm a tutorial level player, the Crystal of Truth should be active for 1 minute. In fact, the Crystal of Truth was only active for a minute for all players below level 30. I can live stream this, right? Jin Hyeok checked. Well, I don't have the authority to stop players from taking actions that are legal, Keel answered. Jin Hyeok opened his channel. As always, he couldn't decide on a good title, so he just went for a simple one. I'm entering the Room of Truth. The viewers began to pour in. In an instant, 8,000 viewers flocked to Jin Hyeok's live stream. It was truly exceptional that a streaming room with a max capacity of 8,400 viewers was able to fill 8,000 of those spots within 5 minutes of starting a stream, but Jin Hyeok didn't know this. He just thought that it could be chalked down to the hot start when he first began streaming. My fellow viewers, I'm going to accept the GM quest and see what happens. What could this quest possibly be about? I was asked if I'm a regressor just then. Actually, you accepted the GM quest Room of Truth. I don't know what a regressor is, but I'm certainly not one of them. Jin Hyeok made sure to state this as soon as he received the notification. The timing of this statement was critical. The Crystal of Truth hadn't appeared yet, so the GM could not discern whether this statement was the truth or not. Almost immediately afterward, the Crystal of Truth popped into existence. It was a violet crystal that floated in the air, constantly spinning at a fast speed. If someone were to tell a lie, this crystal would turn red. What's that? Jin Hyeok queried, pretending he knew nothing. The Crystal of Truth. It turns red if you lie to me. I'm a woman. Jin Hyeok tried telling a lie. Lo and behold, the crystal turned red. Although Jin Hyeok still didn't know exactly how it worked, what was for sure was that it was fascinating to watch even now. You weren't kidding, said Jin Hyeok. It would have been interesting if it didn't change color, Keel commented. I'm handsome. The crystal stayed violet. Jin Hyeok was actually joking around to buy some time, but the crystal didn't change color. Wait, what? Jin Hyeok said incredulously. It can make qualitative value judgments as well? How can a statement like that be judged to be true or false? Jin Hyeok certainly didn't feel bad about the fact that the crystal stayed violet, but it confirmed once more that the crystal's mechanisms were indeed incomprehensible. So, what truth should I be revealing? Jin Hyeok asked. He had successfully wasted around 20 seconds by purposefully asking silly questions, so there were now 40 seconds left. Keel quickly got to the crux of the issue. Tell me how you were able to adjust to the beta service this well and why it seems like you know everything, such as to use the GM call function to control your little situation. Jin Hyeok deliberately dragged his answer out. I know about the Great Prophet. The Great Prophet. Don't ask me, that's just what he claims to be. He's someone who's active in an online community under that name. I think he might be an initial awakener who awakened even earlier than I did. Although they were small in number, there did exist people who had awakened before the cataclysm happened, even earlier than the players who had undergone initial awakening with the advent of the open beta service. In later days, these pre-open beta service individuals would come to be called the beta testers. Kim Shin-won, the Great Prophet, was one of those beta testers. Anyway, the point is he posed as some sort of prophet and uploaded tons of info. Of course, the views on his posts had initially been pitifully low. The type of comments that his posts normally received were along the lines of, is this some sort of shitty roleplay, don't feed the troll, or stop trying to be mysterious, it's lame AF1. Currently, his latest posts were so dead that even those mocking comments were nowhere to be seen. There were literally 0 comments. However, with the long passage of time, Kim Shin-won's posts would eventually come to garner fame as new spotlights shone on them. See, if you look here, Jin Hyeok took out his phone and showed it to Keel. One of Kim Shin-won's posts was titled The Manual. The player manual's all here, and all I did was study up on it in advance. The crystal stayed violet. You read that in advance? For what? Keel interrogated. To prepare for the coming future, I suppose. Violet. Though it's not awfully specific, his posts roughly mention the fact that monsters will begin to pop up all over, that these things called tutorial fields will also appear, that public safety and peace will be compromised, and that everything is basically gonna go to shit. It's all written in there. The Crystal of Truth's rotational speed decreased a little. This was an indication that the crystal's activation period was nearly over. So basically, I knew what was going to happen in the future, Jin Hyeok concluded. Violet. And clearly, that day has come. Still violet. The Crystal of Truth finally stopped spinning. Keel nodded. He whipped out a notepad and wrote something down on it, murmuring to himself all the while. Read some predictions by a great prophet, found out about the coming future through these predictions, and was well prepared for the present day. Keel let the crystal absorb the note he wrote. I will now begin a final inspection. Commence perusal of a record of the individual's past. A record of your past is being perused. Perusal keyword, regression. Using the power of his administrator's prerogative, Keel began reading a record of Jin Hyeok's words and actions for the last 3 years. If Jin Hyeok had been in the high-level stage of play, his last 10 years would have been inspected instead, with a variety of keywords being tested for instead of just one. The point of this procedure was to scour a record of Jin Hyeok's past for any mention of the word regression. The perusal of a record of the past of player with the awakened name Kim Chul-soo has found no instances of regression being mentioned or admitted. No suspicious instances have been found. Keel nodded with apparent satisfaction. Soon after, light shone from the crystal. It then outputs a single, final document, a certificate of authenticity that noted what was said and attested that it was nothing but the truth. That's it. Being a form of legal trial, the Room of Truth applied the double jeopardy rule to the findings. This meant that once a case was closed, it wouldn't be opened again in the future. Not with similar charges, at least. The Crystal of Truth finished outputting the piece of paper like it was some sort of printer. Keel had a quick look at it first before handing it over to Jin Hyeok. Certificate of Authenticity. Asterisk matter that was determined, a matter regarding player with the awakened name Kim Chul-soo and their unrealistically fast adjustment to present circumstances, with a related matter of regression. Asterisk details of determination. I don't know what a regressor is, but I'm certainly not one of them. Read some predictions by a great prophet, found out about the coming future through these predictions, and was well prepared for the present day. Asterisk result of determination, truth. Asterisk this certificate of authenticity attests that all that was said was the truth. Asterisk this certificate of authenticity includes a record of perusal activity of a record of individuals past. Refer to attachment for details. Asterisk issuer, Keel, number 3 GM of Sidamungu. Keel gave the crystal a little push with his hand, in response to which it printed out a copy of the same certificate. This second copy was for relaying to his seniors. Looking at him now, he might not even really care whether I'm actually a regressor or not. Regardless, the important thing was that Jin Hyeok's statements had been evaluated by the system to be the truth and nothing but the truth, and that Keel was finished with all the duties he had as a GM, which was all that really mattered to Keel. Jin Hyeok breathed a sigh of relief. That went over easier than I expected. Jin Hyeok had concerns about the optimal time to tackle the Room of Truth, but thanks to Keel, that business was done and dusted in that one short sitting. Keel also seemed to be in a lighter mood. Well, sir, enjoy your playing. With that, he was gone. As Jin Hyeok slowly descended the stairs of the police station, he was met with a familiar face. Appa. The one yelling as she ran toward him was Cha Jin-sol. Jin Hyeok dodged to the side, avoiding an uncomfortable amount of physical contact with his incoming sister. That was one predicament he'd gratefully avoid. She hadn't come here alone, she was accompanied by 2 other dapper men in suits. And who are? Jin Hyeok trailed off. Hello. Greetings, sir. The 2 men handed their business cards to Jin Hyeok. It appeared they were lawyers working for the transnational corporate giant Google Face. Cha Jin-sol had brought 2 highly capable lawyers with her. Damn, your company has some nice benefits. To send 2 in-house attorneys for a new employee who had only joined a few months ago, it confirmed what Jin Hyeok had heard. Cha Jin-sol was a much more competent and promising young talent than he would have chalked her up to be. That said, there was one thing he didn't quite get. If they're gonna go this far for you, why didn't they just assign some bodyguards to you in the first place? The security department's stretched for manpower right now, so there was nothing they could do. According to her, it was more difficult to hire a security guard than a lawyer these days. Jin Hyeok thoroughly explained to her what had happened at the police station. And with that, I was able to come out with no issue. That's a relief, a real relief. Were you worried? Are you crazy? Worry about you. If she was going to say that, she shouldn't have had tears welling up in her eyes. She could have been a little warmer with her words, at least. Jin Hyeok just couldn't understand her. How was she able to worry over me so much? Cha Jin-sol had clearly been in a state of huge shock. How was she able to make such rational decisions? For most first-time experiencers of situations like hers, the normal reaction would have been to leave the site of the incident and simply go hide somewhere, shaking with shock. Had Jin-sol just run home and cried, her reaction would have still been well within Jin Hyeok's understanding. Instead, she had quickly regained her focus, mobilized lawyers from her employer, and came to the police station of her own volition. To give credit where credit was due, it seemed she had some serious guts. I'd barely even seen her for 7 years. Indeed, Jin Hyeok could barely meet anyone while he was on his grind to meet the 50,000-hour streaming target. As for his sister, he only called her around once a month and met her in person twice a year, if even that. Even those times came about because Jin-sol dropped by to have a meal with him. That was the full extent of their interactions. Nov.L.B//JNN. Without warning, the memory of his sister before he had regressed bubbled up to the surface of his mind. The image of his sister's cold, hard body, rendered that way at the hands of Jeon Namgil. It was a memory that Jin Hyeok never wanted to recall, but it involuntarily entered his head every once in a while. If anything, I should be the one trying to be more affectionate. So how had things ended up like this, with her being the one to care for him? He had never reached out to her to talk and catch up, and he certainly hadn't been a good brother by any measure. Of course, Jin Hyeok's whole plan had been to treat her well. But so far, there was not a thing that he had done for her. She should have seen him as a pitiful, pathetic spine breaker. Jin Hyeok was admittedly quite touched, wondering if this was what it meant to be family. Almost on cue, Jinsol bluntly asked him a question. Are you hurt? No, for sure. Do I look like I would be? Jin Hyuk answered prickly. No matter the fact that Jin Hyuk was a weak streamer, there was no way he was going to let himself get hurt fighting against those two-bit chumps. Did he look that weak to her? He knew that it wasn't something over which his pride should be hurt, but he couldn't help it. You did get hurt. Jinsol shouted. Looking closely now, Jin Hyuk realized that the back of his hand was a little scratched. He wasn't sure if he had received the wound in the fight moments ago, or if he accidentally brushed it against some hard surface. Whatever the case, Jin Hyuk wasn't sure if something so minor could even be classified as an injury, but Jinsol seemed to think so. Stay still. I'll treat it. It's fine. How on earth was she going to survive being that sensitive in this brutal, brave new world? At least that was what Jin Hyuk thought, until Jinsol suddenly used a beginner-level healing ability. It was not an amazing skill, but it was quite effective for dealing with a light abrasion like this. Seeing how quickly the wound faded away, it was apparent that she was rather skilled and had a considerable knack for this. Have you awakened? Yeah, got a problem with it? No, I'm not saying you can't. Everyone around me's awakened as well. The future had shifted a bit. As far as Jin Hyuk remembered about his previous life, Jinsol had never awakened as a player even to the point of her death. What's going on? Jin Hyuk didn't care about his future changing. If anything, he was set on proactively changing his future as long as it benefited him. However, it was a different story if it were his family's future that was changing too. This was definitely a little concerning. Broadcaster's true sight. Jin Hyuk discovered some intriguing details when he surveyed his sister's info. LV18/Baby Shark/Blood Priest/Skills/1000 Days of Prayer. It was merely a single line of info, but this one line was full of questions like Swiss cheddar was full of holes. Baby Shark. Baby Shark had been the only regular viewer of Jin Hyuk's livestream. This angel of a viewer had silently, loyally donated to him and cheered him on from the sidelines for years, and Cha Jinsol had the same nickname. It had to be a coincidence, right? At least that was how Jin Hyuk reasoned to himself at first, but this was too much to simply ignore. Their donations had ramped up for the last 2 months, hadn't they? And as luck would have it, that aligned with when Jinsol had joined Google Face. Then again, though, Jinsol wasn't exactly the type to be oh so kind to Jin Hyuk. Let's assume it's not her for now and move on. Jin Hyuk decided not to bring it up, in case he was about to open a Pandora's box and get himself into more than he asked for. Some things were better left unknown and besides, he felt things could get seriously awkward between him and Jinsol. But what's all this about being a blood priest? The text was red, meaning it was a 9-star job. Jin Hyuk was pretty well acquainted with blood priests. A job that can go in one of two completely different paths depending on how it's developed. At its core, the blood priest job was one where the player utilized their own blood. Using their blood, they had the capacity to either heal or harm others. If they used it to heal others, the player would become a healer-type blood priest, and if they preferred to attack others instead, they would become an offensive type. Their abilities were all incredibly strong, to the point of being almost unfair, but they came with a large risk to the user due to the nature of using one's own blood as a medium to cast those abilities. In fact, more blood priests died as a result of excessive bleeding than not. As a consequence, there was a time when people didn't understand the potential of the blood priest job very well, and it was classified as merely comparable to a 3-star job. That said, blood priest is only really a good job once the player acquires all 3 of the blood drain, enhanced human, and enhanced revival abilities. Blood drain was a skill that players with the blood priest job learned naturally as they leveled up, but the enhanced human and enhanced revival traits had to be acquired externally. Should I help her get them? Jin Hyuk found himself in a bit of a dilemma. If Cha Jinsol intended to play seriously, acquiring enhanced human and enhanced revival was a must. A blood priest without those abilities really was no different to one of those mediocre 3-star jobs. A blood priest with them, however, was a job that was outstanding even amongst the other 9-star jobs. That said, Jin Hyuk didn't think that Cha Jinsol necessarily had to become a great player. He already knew that Google Face would continue to be a highly successful company even in the later days, and with that in mind, it wasn't a bad option at all for her to just continue working there and living the way she had. Ultimately though, whichever path she chose, Jin Hyuk wanted her to live the way she wanted. He was going to need to have a proper chat with her later. And what is this 1000 days of prayer? It had been less than a month, let alone 1000 days since the open beta service had begun, and yet she had the 1000 days of prayer achievement. That could only mean Jinsol was a player since the start of the beta testing phase, a beta tester. Jinsol poked Jin Hyuk in his flank. What's got you so occupied? Ow, ow, my ass. Do you have any idea how worried I was? You were. Are you for real? Of course I was. What the heck happened? Jinsol rambled on for a while. Perhaps she was recovering from her recent shock slower than Jin Hyuk had first thought. She said something about seeing the guy's wrist dangling, and how terrifying and horrific the whole situation was, and how she couldn't do a single thing because her head just went blank. Something along those lines. In summary, the gist of it seemed to be that the whole ordeal was a massive shock to her, but if Jin Hyuk was being honest, he wouldn't be able to recite the details of her rant back to her because it went in one ear and out the other. But thank you, finished Jinsol. For what? I'm alive right now because of you, Appa. To be completely honest, you were really scary at the time. That was strange. Jin Hyeok could have sworn that in the moment, he had gone out of his way to explain everything to her patiently, with all the requisite politeness and civility there could be. Because you did that, Jinsol said slowly, without any expression, as if it was nothing, like you were completely used to it. Ah, so you mean you were taken aback by how kind I was, right? Jinsol was silent for a while before she gave her response. You were reliable. I knew you'd say that. What? Aren't you so glad that I'm your appa? It's such a relief, isn't it? In fact, she really did seem to feel that way. Hashtag deeply relieved, hashtag scary but reliable, hashtag glad, hashtag true family cause he says whatever he wants to me. There was no doubt that she was suffering from some kind of illness, seeing as she was more comfortable with the idea of Jin Hyeok treating her however he felt like. Jin Hyeok stood in front of his home of old once more. It had been the home he had lived in up until 7 years ago, yet now everything about it felt so unfamiliar. Before his regression, he had lost his entire family in an instant. The serial killer, Jian Namgil, had killed not only Cha Jin-sol, but also his mother and father all at once. At the time, Jin Hyeok had not been by his family's side and was unable to protect anyone, despite the fact that he was already more than capable of tracking down Jian Namgil and killing him the very next month. I guess at that time, I was insane in my own way. Indeed. In the past, Jin Hyeok had focused his entire time and energy on his personal growth, without a single thought spared toward taking care of his family. This time around, he was going to make sure to never let that happen again. With all those thoughts in mind, here he was, returned home at last. I guess mother and father will be inside when I go in, right? He couldn't recall having any meaningful conversations with his parents after his regression. The occasional chat over the phone was the full extent of it. Jin Hyeok knew that his parents had basically broken their backs supporting him financially for 7 whole years, yet despite that, they had never particularly nagged or reprimanded him for how he was living. As ever, they simply continued to quietly support him from behind, believing in Jin Hyeok and waiting patiently for him. They didn't proactively contact Jin Hyeok very much either, perhaps because they thought that Jin Hyeok would find any ensuing talk to be uncomfortable. Mom, I'm home. Cha Jin-sol shouted. Oh, you're home. Where are you, Mom? In the kitchen. Jin-sol took off her shoes. She ran into the kitchen and abruptly hugged Mom, who was in the midst of chopping up some scallions, from the back. What's up with you? What's gotten into you today? Nothing, I just needed a hug. Hug me back. Go away, can't you see I'm holding a knife? It's dangerous. Please, come on, hug me, Will ya? Cha Jin-sol was like the sunshine of Jin Hyeok's family. Although it was true that she talked super bluntly to Jin Hyeok at times, even he thought that there were admittedly some sides to her that were lovable. It seemed that she hadn't told their parents of the major incident she was embroiled in today. She had just run to her company straight away and brought the lawyers with her. Appa came with me, too. What are you doing, Appa? Come on in. Jin Hyeok's come home, their mom asked, her interest piqued. At her words, Jin Hyeok's father, who had been in the middle of placing the spoons and chopsticks on the dining table, straightened up and turned toward the front entrance, looking at Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok smiled sheepishly. This was an indescribable mixture of feelings. It felt like having a proper reunion for the first time in a few decades rather than a few years. Truth be told, Jin Hyeok was not very close to his father. He felt distant enough from his father that it felt awkward to call him dad, while he had no qualms with calling his mother mom. Jin Hyeok knew that his father was a good man and that his father loved him, but he still found the relationship strangely awkward. It was difficult to get closer to him. Jin Hyeok's father was the first to speak. You're home, he greeted Jin Hyeok. He certainly didn't sound like someone who was meeting their son for the first time in a long while. He just took out one more set of spoon and chopsticks from the cutlery drawer and placed them on the table. With an air of nonchalance, Jin Hyeok's father tossed him short statements of only a few words at a time. Have you eaten? No. Let's eat then. Jin Hyeok's father welcomed him in his own way. On the other hand, his mother made a bit more of a ruckus. My goodness, look how much weight you've lost. Jin Hyeok hadn't lost weight. In fact, if anything, he had gained a little since he had been constantly sitting down for his streams. He was very lucky not to be the type that gained weight easily, or he would practically be obese by this point. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter pair were quite warm to each other when they exchanged words. Hurry and sit. I made those egg rolls you like. With cheese inside. Of course. For the first time in a long time, Jin Hyeok sat around the dining table with his family. His family treated him the same as usual, as if nothing was out of place. They welcomed him just the same, as if nothing exceptional had happened, as if today was another ordinary day with ordinary going-ons. Just the way Jin Hyeok remembered them. It was as if they were telling him that no matter the time, this place will never change and would welcome him just the same. Jin Hyeok felt once more that home was precious. Yet I couldn't save them before. There really was nothing so objectively special about this little moment they were having, but Jin Hyeok felt that tears were going to start welling up in his eyes any second. He had thought that by this point, he had become emotionally dull and desensitized after everything he had been through, but it looked like these kinds of feelings hadn't left him. Jin Hyeok's father, who had been maintaining silence for almost the whole duration of their meal, asked another prompt, nonchalant question to Jin Hyeok. How's your health? I'm doing pretty fine. Then good. His father finished his meal and went to his room. Jin Hyeok's mother began to whisper to him. He pretends to be cool as a cucumber, but he cried over a photo of you. He cried. I think he was worried sick about you, his mother explained. Whether you were eating properly, if you weren't sick or hurting anywhere, and if your allowance was enough. We aren't exactly in a position to cut loose and send you lots, you know. In truth, Jin Hyeok's father was not able to work for long periods because of problems with his hip. As a result, their household actually wasn't well off. Even as he was grateful, Jin Hyeok was dumbfounded as to how his parents weren't tired of him. Having a son who'd spent 7 years cooped up in a rental room, without a single result produced all these while, should have been more than enough to make anyone exhausted. Thanks for waiting for me this long, Jin Hyeok said to his mom. What do you mean? I found a job. You found a job? His mother's eyes widened. She held the expression of someone who had a whole torrent of questions they wanted to unleash, but were trying their best to restrain themselves. Perhaps she was worried that if she made too much of a fuss over the fact that he was finally employed, she would hurt his feelings. That said, what was amusing was that, just like magic, the door to his parents' bedroom that had been closed became slightly ajar as he said those words. His father seemed to have opened it slightly. Moments like these made him admittedly seem a bit endearing. Yup, Jin Hyeok replied to his mom, I get paid a lot, and the company has good benefits too. I got my first paycheck, and now I can be the one to give you money. Jin Hyeok considered telling his parents straightforwardly that he was a streamer, but he decided to just say he found a job. His parents' generation thought that ultimately, the ideal life was simply finding work at a place that treated you well, getting married, and having children. Phrasing it this way would probably give his mom more peace of mind than explaining what his job was about. Jin Hyeok pulled out a white envelope with 5 million won inside. When his mother received it and discovered its contents, she very much nearly fainted. What on? Why did you put in so much money? The bedroom door opened a little wider. Ultimately, Jin Hyeok's parents refused to accept the money. From the sound of things, his mom thought there was no reason to receive such a large sum of money from him, instead suggesting that he'd better prepare for the future and try his best to save up while he was still young. Jin Hyeok told her not to worry so much because he was going to become a property owner, to which she replied with a cackle of laughter. At some point, his father came out to the living room and slipped out a mere 100,000 won from the envelope, returning the other 4.9 million to Jin Hyeok, accompanied by the words that this much was enough for them, and for him to keep the rest. At the end of the ordeal, Jin Hyeok returned to his room. It's clean. His room had been empty for 7 whole years, but it had remained free of dust all this time. This room that had been his for so long felt so unfamiliar now. Jin Hyeok's room was incredibly modest compared to the accommodations he had stayed at prior to his regression. He had stayed at top-of-the-line hotels with his comrades, yet it was cozier and more homely than those would ever be. Knock, knock. Someone rapped on his door. Appa, I'm coming in. It was Jin-Sol. Why are you knocking all of a sudden? From what Jin Hyeok remembered, the Cha Jin-Sol of 7 years ago was not the type that had the manners to knock before entering. She had matured, that was for sure. Did you actually get a job? Jin-Sol asked. Look, I'll never be rich if I just got a job. Jin Hyeok was speaking from experience. After all, his previous place of occupation had been the nation, where he had been a kind of pseudo-government official. At that time, other players who were of similar strength to him were able to acquire wealth to such a degree that it did not fall shy of the money of chaebol, though of course, their average lifespan was brutally short, yet Jin Hyeok was not able to accomplish the same. His salary had been around 500 million won. While it was certainly an amount that would be considered more than enough by most people, it was pitifully small compared to the money that other top-ranking players were raking in. To be frank, though, it was because Jin Hyeok hadn't been interested in making money at all at the time. He had solely been concerned with strength, and strength only. Come to think of it now, Jin Hyeok realized that the government officials had maybe taken advantage of this characteristic of his. Then what are you doing? Jin-Sol pressed on. I'm a streamer. And where did that 5 million won come from? I earned it while streaming. You mean you saved that up over the 7 years? Nope. That's how much I made in a day. Cha Jin-Sol's eyes widened before it was slowly replaced with a frown. Appa. What? Look, I fully understand that there are things you'd want to keep secret from me, but tell me the truth on this one, please. Jin Hyeok wasn't sure how he could possibly have been more truthful. I absolutely don't intend to criticize or insult you even if you say you only saved up 5 million won over 7 years. No, in fact, I think it's admirable. You were able to save up a whole 5 million won even in an environment with all that hardship. You did your best, and I really think it was more than commendable. What was she building things up so much for? I'll support you and have your back whatever you do, Cha Jin-Sol added. That sounded awfully like something Baby Shark would say. It seemed that no matter what, Cha Jin-Sol wasn't going to believe that Jin Hyeok had made 5 million won in a single day. Oh well, I'm sure time will sort that one out. Jin Hyeok didn't have any intention of flaunting around this one trivial success anyway. He had the patience to wait until he became a building owner in Yanhui-dong to prove himself, and that wasn't going to take so long. Hey, Jin-Sol. What the why are you calling me that? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. She wrapped her arms around herself protectively and shivered with apparent disgust. What was so weird? What exactly did I call you? You just called me Jin-Sol, she blurted one. She approached him and put a finger on his forehead. Doesn't seem like he's sick, she muttered under her breath. Jin Hyeok just decided to ignore that and continue the conversation. He was still curious about what choice Cha Jin-sol wanted to make for herself. How's your workplace? Fun. What kind of psycho finds work fun? I'm sure there's a few that do. When Jin Hyeok was with the NIS, he had actually found the work to be quite fun. In fact, he enjoyed most of his time working with them up until he was cursed by the Empress of Hell. Cha Jin-sol, on the other hand, said she didn't like going to work. Then how do you find playing the game? It's fun. Whenever someone's healed because of me, there's a sense of joy and accomplishment. Joy and accomplishment truly, they had the same blood running through them. Jin Hyeok secretly felt pretty proud of her. Oh, yeah, if that was how she felt, there was a little something he could do for her. Jin Hyeok decided he would help her get the enhanced human and enhanced revival traits. Even if she had those traits, it wasn't like she was suddenly going to become a cream of the crop ranker. Jin Hyeok just wanted to ensure that even if she eventually chose to quit the game later, she had a good time playing while it lasted. Looks like we need to drop by Saga Mart dungeon. He remembered there was a hidden stage there on the second floor. This is going to be foo, stop it. Here was another thing he really needed to get around to, fixing this nasty habit of getting pumped up at the very prospect of entering a dungeon. Jin Hyeok was about to get some sleep after deciding on their next destination, but Cha Jin-sol wouldn't leave his room. He didn't feel like going out of his way to kick her out either, so the two of them just continued to talk. During one part of the conversation, Jin-sol went over how she ended up awakening. It's kind of a long story. What's with all this beating around the bushes? Just be out with it. Well, you see, I often tagged along with mom and dad when they visited Bonggyunsa Temple 1. Bonggyunsa Temple. Yeah, there's a place like that. Anyway, just by coincidence, pure coincidence, I was burning some incense sticks there when I suddenly awakened. I noticed you earned yourself some achievements as well. What's that about? Oh, that's not a big deal. The name of the achievement Cha Jin-sol had obtained was 1,000 Days of Prayer. As the name suggested, this meant she had prayed for 1,000 days, but she didn't tell him exactly what or who she had been praying for. #I'll never be exposed. #will kill myself if I am. #praying for Appa. Never done such a thing. Hit by a sudden, overwhelming assault of her emotions, Jin Hyeok deactivated his broadcaster's true sight completely. Meanwhile, Jin-sol's face had become a little red. You don't need to know, cause it's got absolutely nothing to do with you. I don't remember asking if it's got something to do with me. I'm just saying, Cha Jin-sol said, as her face flushed a little more. The two of them conversed a while longer, before Jin Hyeok eventually put forward the suggestion of doing a dungeon run together. To his surprise, Cha Jin-sol accepted his proposal without much hassle. Alright, the company told me to take a couple days off anyway, so I'll do as you say. Let's try playing together then. What? Jin-sol questioned. To be honest, I thought you'd say no. Why would I? Well, I mean, I probably don't seem like the most reliable appa out there. If you knew that already, step up your game. Cha Jin-sol stood up from her seat. Time had flown, it was already 2 a.m. Still, Cha Jin-sol trailed off. Huh? Still what? Why did you stop mid-sentence? It's good that you came back. What? I said it's good to have you back. Jin-sol's voice was so soft that she was barely audible and Jin Hyeok couldn't catch all of it. What the heck are you saying? Jin Hyeok asked again. Forget it. Nothing. Go wash your feet and go to bed. Her ears were flushed red. Jin Hyeok went over tomorrow's plans in his head. Saga Mart in Yunhuidong, that's our destination. Jin Hyeok knew that Saga Mart dungeon was active there at present. This was a dungeon that could be cleared fairly easily by anyone as long as they knew the right strategies of approaching it. Although Jin Hyeok wasn't sure about the exact number, he was fairly sure that the maximum number of times the dungeon was allowed to be cleared by players was somewhere around 300. And in this low difficulty dungeon are some trait rewards, up for grabs to hundreds of people just for completing this single place. The fact that these traits were so easy to acquire meant that they were just that weak. Enhanced Human and Enhanced Revival were names that sounded far grander than the actual ability. In truth, these two traits weren't actually particularly sought after by players. There's a lot of jobs that can technically learn these traits. The traits were fairly versatile, they were able to be learned and used by the large majority of jobs. Not only that, but they were actually pretty useful in their own right at the very beginning of someone's player life. But I remember they were more and more widely considered to be trash abilities as time passed. This was because these two traits had terrible compatibility with other ones, to the point where the player who earned them may as well give up on pursuing and learning other traits. They pretty much went out of use until blood priests came fully into the picture. A blood priest with the blood drain ability was able to make use of the massive synergy between it and the two traits in question. While there certainly existed jobs other than blood priest where the blood drain ability could be learned, these other jobs still had poor compatibility with the two traits. For instance, in the case of the vampire job, acquiring the enhanced human trait had the counterintuitive effect of resulting in a sharp decline in its original strength. Consequently, it was not at all far-fetched to say that the enhanced revival and enhanced human traits were pretty much geared toward blood priests only. As the clock ticked over to 3 a.m., Jin Hyeok slowly began to be overtaken with drowsiness. Home sweet home, indeed. Before he regressed, Jin Hyeok had never had the opportunity to sleep so comfortably. In fact, it had been the same after he regressed as well. Had he really regressed? Had his whole previous life just been an elaborate dream? Would he really undergo an initial awakening and become a streamer after pouring 50,000 hours of his time into streaming a game? What if the conditions had changed unbeknownst to him? Jin Hyuk had been plagued by anxiety day after day with such questions in his mind ever since he regressed. But today was different. I feel refreshed. The time was 7 a.m. Jin Hyuk thought he had woken up pretty early, but it turned out the rest of his family were already up and moving busily around the house. I'm heading out to work, Jin Hyuk said to his parents as he left the house. Cha Jin-sol came outside with him. As soon as they stepped out, she began to scold him. You're going to work dressed like that? Couldn't you have put a little more effort into faking it? What's wrong with how I'm dressed? Jin Hyuk was simply wearing a pair of chinos with a plain t-shirt. Come on, I'm not saying you should suit up, but have some common sense, at least. Mom and Dad are going to get suspicious. Now that she mentioned it, Jin Hyuk recalled that this was how social norms still were in this era. He knew that as more time passed, what was considered the quintessential white-collar worker look was going to change a lot. In particular, for those who were players and ran around during work time like Jin Hyuk, casual clothing was absolutely the outfit of choice. Some would end up wearing armor, while others would wear robes. There would even be those that would fly around on creatures such as wyverns, concealed under a cloak of invisibility. Seeing as how in the future, workers who were players would dress like that even when making public appearances such as for an interview, people would practically be allowed to wear whatever they wanted on their way to a normal day of work. Anyway, I'm definitely getting the feeling that I don't really have a strong grasp on what's normal in the present. Jin Hyuk didn't have very clear memories of when he experienced this era in the past that he could draw from. Admittedly, he only really had memories of going from dungeon to dungeon like a rabid donkey, throwing his body recklessly into battle. Until he reached first rank, he completely invested his all into playing like a complete madman. Even after that time, Jin Hyuk's memories basically consisted of battling fiercely on behalf of the nation as a government official. With all that in mind on top of the fact that after regressing, he had stayed shut in that small study room for 7 whole years, it couldn't be helped that Jin Hyuk was having trouble figuring out what was the normal way to do things. I have no money, Jin Hyuk blurted. Jin-sol sighed. Didn't you say you're making lots of cash? You made 5 million won in a day, right? But I don't have money for clothes. Man, you don't even feel like you're wasting your physique. Is that a compliment or an insult? A compel insult. The two of them hailed a taxi, making their way to Yanhuidong. Jin Hyuk and Cha Jin-sol had arrived at Yanhuidong and were walking toward the entrance to Saga Mart when they heard an incoming notification. Saga Mart dungeon is currently active. Do you wish to enter Saga Mart dungeon? Yay, it's a dungeon. Jin Hyuk thought. While Cha Jin-sol looked exceedingly nervous, Jin Hyuk swallowed with anticipation. Be still, oh heart of mine. This is a relatively easy dungeon, so it was going to be lame and boring. By telling himself that, Jin Hyuk succeeded quite well in suppressing the instinctive excitement he felt just by standing in front of a dungeon. He pleasantly realized that he had improved a little in controlling his emotions. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Why are you blushing? Cha Jin-sol asked Jin Hyuk. What on earth do you mean? You look like someone who's finally about to reunite with his first love like they promised in the past. Is it just me, or do you look a little too thrilled? She had no idea how much it took him to push down his instincts. It looked like Jin-sol just didn't have an eye for his effort. A little while passed before they spotted someone frantically running toward them. It was Mok Jae-hyen. Hyung. Mok Jae-hyen shouted. While Jin Hyuk knew that this dungeon was not that difficult to clear, having Mok Jae-hyen with them would make it that much easier. This is my little sister, Cha Jin-sol. This is Mok Jae-hyen. He cleared the tutorial field with me. Jin Hyuk introduced them to each other. Now it was Cha Jin-sol and Mok Jae-hyen's turn to greet each other. Mok Jae-hyen's face was glowing red. I was not aware you had such a pretty little sister. Why was his voice so small? My name is Mok Jae-hyen. The two shook hands. Nice to meet you, I'm Cha Jin-sol. How old might you be? I am 15 years old. How about you, Nuna? I'm 25. Then you don't have to be so formal with me, Nuna. Mok Jae-hyen's face turned even redder as they exchanged greetings. The whole ordeal seemed incredibly odd to Jin Hyuk. At the least, Jin Hyuk didn't think that Cha Jin-sol was so pretty that it warranted a guy helplessly turning red at the first meeting. Jin Hyuk shot a few sideways glances at Jin-sol to see her reaction. She looked like she was very familiar with this kind of reaction. Well, I suppose it's nothing to do with me. It was indeed none of Jin Hyuk's business whether Mok Jae-hyen was crushing on her at first sight or not, but it was a bit unsettling. You have entered Saga Mart dungeon. This was not the actual Saga Mart, they had entered a new space that only players could access. However, the layout and environment itself was exactly the same as the real Mart. One thing that was different, however, was that they could see a battle unfolding before them. A monkey with enormous fists, a type of monster, was just about to land a punch on a woman. Thump! The resultant sound was considerably loud. Without even being able to let out so much as a cry, the woman instantly collapsed to the ground, motionless. Oh. The monkey that felled the woman, a fist monkey, triumphantly beat its chest and pranced about. Jin Hyuk approached the woman and observed her closely. It appears that her skull has been dented. The stream was on, as always. Jin Hyeok checked her breathing. It looks like she's already dead. That means that there is not a single player alive here other than our group. Mok Jae-hyeon, let's deploy your wood fortress to secure a safe zone. Got it. The wood fortress ability was activated. In almost an instant, vines grew forth and covered Jin Hyeok's party. This newly formed interior of the wood fortress was actually quite comfy. Can you make it so that we can see what's going on out there, but only from the interior? I'm sorry. I mean, can you configure it so it's got a one-way transmission? Well, you can't do that. Jin Hyeok felt a flash of annoyance. Despite it having been a while since Mok Jae-hyeon was promoted to Wood King, it felt like his development had been lagging. In truth, the rate at which Mok Jae-hyeon's skills were improving was on the considerably fast side. It was just that, by Jin Hyeok's exorbitant standards, it was irritatingly slow. I guess it's still too soon for you. Jin Hyeok sighed. Yeah. What was it called again? One-way something. One-way transmission. It's a way of configuring a barrier so that we can see the outside from the inside, but not the other way around. I can't do it right now, but I'll try my best to learn it. Jin Hyeok imagined that if he was the one that had his job boosted by the great hero ingredient and promoted to Wood King, his strength would have been unparalleled in a place like this. He would have combined the use of the wood fortress and wood spear skills to cover both offense and defense, slaying the monkeys left and right. That would have been heaps more fun, right? As soon as that thought entered his head, Jin Hyeok quickly concluded with a no to his own question. The monkeys are too weak for it to have been any fun anyway. After all, it was only really fun for him if his life was on the line. This place was much too peaceful by his standards. Jin Hyeok boredly peered through the gaps of the vines to check what was going on outside. Is it possible for you to make a small opening so that only I can get out? Jin Hyeok asked Jae-hyeon. Oh, yes, I can do that. Mok Jae-hyeon couldn't do that when they were at Seoul Station, but now he was able to. This growth too was only possible because of Jin Hyeok, but Jin Hyeok himself didn't think much of it. In his view, someone who was carrying around a title like Wood King should certainly be able to do at least that much. Are you going to go out alone, Appa? Cha Jin-sol asked. Yup. What are you going to do? I think I can handle them alone. Jin Hyeok knew that the fist monkeys had an average level of around 23, a level that wouldn't be difficult for him to face even by himself. With a dagger in hand, Jin Hyeok exited the wood fortress. One of the fist monkeys spotted him and began approaching him. Here it comes. Jin Hyeok didn't show any reaction to the approaching creature. The fist monkey slowly drew closer and closer, before it rushed at him all of a sudden. Being a low-level monster, its path of attack was astoundingly simple, and the timing of its movements was very easy for Jin Hyeok to predict. Broadcaster's Barrier. This monster is called the Fist Monkey. As we can guess from its name, this is a monkey-like monster that probably uses its fists when attacking. I will try receiving one of its attacks head-on, counting on my Broadcaster's Barrier and my level. Whomp! While the loud sound of the impact broke the air, the monkey's fist was ultimately unable to break Jin Hyeok's Broadcaster's Barrier. Another one came running at him and swung its fist at Jin Hyeok's head. The result was the same. Just by using my Broadcaster's Barrier when the time is right, I have received next to no damage. It was as he thought. Jin Hyeok had still held a sliver of hope that they would be able to inflict real damage on his Broadcaster's Barrier, but he was indeed sorely disappointed. If they varied their attack patterns to disorient me, I would not have been able to use Broadcaster's Barrier so efficiently. In that way, I'm actually quite fortunate. Jin Hyeok continued to explain to his viewers. Oh, now that I've observed them properly, I've noticed that the monkeys tend to become more aggressive the closer I get to the fruit stand over there. It's almost as if they are trying to protect the fruits. Is it possible there's something hidden there? Jin Hyeok walked toward the stand. It would look good enough if I dragged things out and explained my thought process this much, right? Jin Hyeok tried his best to look natural, taking the time to seem as if he did some real thinking to arrive at the conclusion he did. That was real smooth natural enough. However, that was not how it looked to his viewers at all. To them, he sounded like someone who had thoroughly memorized all the strategies, and was hurrying things along the most optimal route of completion. Of course, Jin Hyeok would never imagine that that was how they viewed him. He was simply getting antsy at the fact that he even had to slow things down this much. I kind of miss the old days. When Jin Hyeok was the Sword King, he would usually have slaughtered all the monsters in the vicinity first before everything else. That often made it harder to find any hidden rewards and the like, but it was a lot more liberating mentally. Jin Hyeok couldn't stop missing how he used to do things as the Sword King, but he was now a streamer, not the Sword King. Let's take this frustration in stride. This too is a form of training. Once more, he succeeded in pushing down his primal desires with cool rationality. For now, overall, the ensuing battle was rather easy. Finally standing in front of the fruit stand, Jin Hyeok continued his live stream without much of a hitch. These fruits seem to have been very precious to these monkeys, though mind you, I don't think they seem very tasty. I'm going to go ahead and open the broadcaster's shop, because I know of a fruit that would be way tastier than these. Jin Hyeok opened the broadcaster's shop and searched for the fruit category. While it was true that the items in this store had exorbitant prices, one thing that was certain was their quality. Priring banana, 50,000 dios. The bananas definitely looked delicious. They also cost 50,001 per hand, a price where the seller, if there had been one, would need to do some explaining if they didn't taste amazing. You purchased a hand of prying bananas. Jin Hyok enticingly dangled the bananas in front of the fist monkeys. The monkeys stopped attacking him and started to sniff the air. You want one? Jin Hyok asked. He tore off one of the bananas and handed it to the monkey directly in front of him. Yuki? The monkey gave the banana a try. Yuki? Its eyes became rather wide, and it began to tremble. Yukikiki? The other monkeys raised their arms into the air and raised a ruckus. The monkey that tasted the banana smacked its lips before reluctantly passing the remainder to one of the others. You want more? Jin Hyok handed out more prying bananas to the other fist monkeys as well. One hand had around 10 bananas. You purchased a hand of prying bananas. You purchased a hand of prying bananas. Jin Hyok continued to pay for the bananas, which was a painful process in its own right. A sausage cost 30,000 dios the other day, and now a hand of bananas was 50,000 dios. The prices were absolutely shocking. The fist monkeys were very well mannered, queuing up in a line and patiently waiting for Jin Hyok to give each of them a banana. I guess this is one of the special features of this dungeon. It looks like you can become friends with the monsters. Monsters of the dungeon and monsters of the field were different in some ways. When talking about dungeons, they often had some kind of storyline or quest, and it was even possible to improve one's relation with dungeon monsters through the fulfillment of a certain set of conditions, as in the case of this dungeon. On the other hand, the only relationship that field monsters could have with humans was that of hostility. Unless they were a tamer, it was impossible for a player to build relations with field monsters. You have succeeded in winning the favor of the fist monkeys. The second floor field has opened. The stairs leading up to the second floor had been covered by a pitch-black void, impeding the way up. After earning the fist monkey's goodwill, a staircase emerged in that space. Oh, I'm lucky it worked out like this. Jin Hyok headed to the stairs. Well, I'll be heading up then. Joseph was on the airplane headed to Korea when he heard a notification come in. You are now entering the Korea region, Earth server. It was a rather straightforward notification for whenever those that had awakened as players entered the sovereign airspace of a foreign nation. However, more notifications soon followed. You have unlocked the achievement, Race Toward a New Civilization. What's this? Race Toward a New Civilization. This is a special achievement bestowed on those who are able to adjust to this new age of civilization faster than anyone else. Conditions to unlock. 1. Early adopter trait. 2. Korea channel left right arrow, US channel left right arrow, Norway channel left right arrow, Qatar channel left right arrow, China channel. I got it. If someone has the early adopter trait and travels between all of those regions, they can unlock this achievement. You can now access the system streaming platform, SSP. The SSP is integrated in its usage with the current server's pre-existing civilizational artifacts. Only streamers of the Earth server are viewable. Integrated platform, LTube. With a conflicted expression, Joseph whipped out his phone and opened the LTube video platform. He immediately noticed there were some peculiar videos with a watermark saying SSP on the top right of their thumbnails. Some of these videos were also marked as live. Is this the system streaming that Egan Paul was talking about? Joseph tapped open one of the videos. There were around 200 viewers. What are these? Joseph was met by a shocking sight. Discussions in alien languages he had never seen before were rampant in the chat. What was really strange, though, was that Joseph could understand these alien languages despite there being no mistake that these scripts did not exist on Earth. How come I already know these words? If someone asked Joseph to actually use these languages and write a statement, he wouldn't have been able to. But somehow, he didn't have any problem understanding the meaning of something someone else wrote. As if responding to his bewilderment, more notifications poured in for Joseph. Tip: the SSP's system streaming platform language translation function is currently activated. Joseph had a browse around LTube, watching videos at random, before he came to a realization. The videos with the SSP mark were not the normal streamers that were actually streaming on LTube, but system streamers. Their videos were simply being uploaded to the LTube platform. There's Paul's videos, too. It turned out that viewers not from Earth, but from other dimensions, servers, also existed. While Joseph was browsing, he came across one feed that had an overwhelming number of viewers. What the heck? The number of viewers was almost 10,000. Joseph found this one very odd. Unlike the other videos that had all kinds of colorful titles to provoke the viewer to click it, this one was incredibly simple. Doing Saga Mart dungeon. Even the image that was used for the thumbnail was just a black screen. Just at a glance, there was a stark contrast between this and the eye-catching images that the other streamers used. He's definitely the one. Joseph was sure that this was the live stream that Egan Paul was talking about, the one he described as the best streamer on Earth according to the viewers. He tapped on the live stream. The stream was carried out from a first-person point of view. Joseph selected an option labeled first-person mode and immediately received a bizarre sensation. It was as if he was inside the video. It didn't feel real, but the experience was certainly much more dynamic than if he was merely watching the video through the screen. Oh, a fist monkey's punch came flying toward him. Joseph reflexively gasped and raised his arm in defense. Oh, right, it's just a video. The SSP videos were a whole new world to Joseph. This streamer seems to have a special shield or something. Joseph had yet to realize that the ability he was looking at was the one that every streamer that had undergone initial awakening had, Broadcaster's Barrier. Amazing. This streamer was using the least amount of strength possible to maximize efficiency. Joseph's job was scout, and he was quite confident in his ability to discern the current strength and future potential of others. Is this how he always streams? It looked far too dangerous, though as dangerous as it looked, it was equally thrilling. Another fist came flying. He dodged it. Everything was still filmed from a first-person point of view, so Joseph saw the fist whoosh right past his eyes. He felt a shiver go down his back that looked like a punch that could shatter skulls if one was hit by it. He can do all this. It seemed as if the streamer had the fist monkey completely figured out, with absolute awareness of its attack patterns and timings. In fact, he looked very relaxed, just like he was merely taking a walk in the park. Joseph was astonished. Joseph then heard the voice of Kim Chulsu. If they varied their attack patterns to disorient me, I would not have been able to use Broadcaster's Barrier so efficiently. In that way, I'm actually quite fortunate. Lies. Joseph almost shouted out loud. How could this possibly be explained by luck? There was absolutely no mistake that the streamer's playing sense was built from the ground up by an exhaustive amount of training and effort. And that's Broadcaster's Barrier. Joseph had thought it was a special shield he hadn't seen before at first, but it turned out to be the same ability that Egan Paul had. Yet though they had the same ability, it looked totally different. They were only the same in name, much like how the same knife could completely differ in its effectiveness depending on who was using it. His movement is so natural and clean, that it makes it look so much more unnatural. At this point, it seemed like the streamer already had a strategy planned out that he knew would work, and was merely executing it. With that same strange fluidity and ease, Kim Chulsu, Cha Jin-hyuk, opened the way to the second floor. Upon ascending the stairs with his two companions, they met the big fist monkey on the second floor. It was a massive guy, with a body that was twice as big as the other fist monkeys. Being large enough that it wasn't far-fetched to compare it to a gorilla or even the Hulk, its presence alone was thoroughly intimidating. Joseph swallowed. His palms became wet with his own sweat. I'm terrified enough just watching the video. Then what about this streamer and his companions, who were facing it for real? Joseph couldn't imagine how enormous the pressure they were feeling. Its level is 29, and it has a big fist belt strapped around its waist. I can see that it's itching to win. The streamer's voice housed a hint of excitement. This was a strange stream indeed. You are now entering the field of the big fist monkey. Suddenly, a square ring emerged and surrounded both Jin-hyuk and the big fist monkey. It resembled a boxing ring. This was the field of the big fist monkey, the hidden boss monster of Saga Mart dungeon. Unlike the regular fist monkeys, the big fist monkey was wearing a big pair of boxing gloves. A pair of gloves appeared on Jin-hyuk's hands as well. Oh, it's the big fist monkey. Ding! A bell rang. A timer showed up in Jin-hyuk's vision. Round 1/3, 3 o'clock. It really was like he had entered a boxing ring. There were 3 rounds of 3 minutes each. The big fist money raised its guard up tightly and began to approach Jin-hyuk. I wonder how painful it would be if I got hit by it. Jin-hyuk felt a spark of anticipation but continued his commentary as usual for now. Seeing as how this field is shaped like a ring, there might be something out of the ordinary that the field wants from me. For starters, I will try fighting him without using any weapons. This took him back to the old days. Jin-hyuk wondered if Kim Jong-hyun was doing fine in this timeline. His nickname had been the Martial King, and Jin-hyuk used to spar a whole bunch with him. Compared to Kim Jong-hyun, the big fist monkey's defenses had more holes than Swiss cheese. Sigh. Jin-hyuk suddenly felt drained of his energy. The monsters of the low-level fields really were far too weak. It was incredibly disappointing. Whump, whump. Jin-hyuk and the big fist monkey continuously exchanged blows for a bit. Ding! The round bell rang for the break. Round 1 is over. The big fist monkey went back to its corner and caught its breath. While its muscles were humongous, the trade-off was that its stamina was low. And yet, the power that came from those muscles was still not enough to break Jin-hyuk's Broadcaster's Barrier. In the current conditions of the fight, Jin-hyuk had a definite advantage. I think I can easily beat it if I attack right now, but this field seems to follow conventional boxing rules. I'll keep to them for now, and see what happens next. Whatever the case, it was important to respect and follow the rules of the field. The second round began. The general flow of this round was the same as the first, but the big fist monkey's attacks and steps had become a little slower. Ding! Round 2 is over. Ding! Round 3 will begin. Hold on. Having dealt with the monkey thus far without a shred of concern, Jin-hyuk came up with an interesting idea. Broadcaster's Barrier forms a really solid barrier, right? On top of absorbing the strikes of opponents, none of the impact absorbed was transferred to Jin-hyuk's body. Then what would happen if he wrapped the barrier around himself and attacked? Wouldn't it be like hitting someone with a blunt weapon, but with none of the associated recoil? Now that I think about it, there were some initially awakened streamers that emulated martial artists by enveloping themselves with their barrier. Yes, now he remembered. Most of those players were killed right around when they reached level 100. That was the level where the strengths, weaknesses, and other distinguishing characteristics of the different jobs became clearer, and streamers that continued to pretend they were martial artists were practically lambs to the slaughter. I'm not having fun anyway, so let's at least try that out. Jin-hyuk tried to time the use of his Broadcaster's Barrier with his attacks. It was a bit difficult for him at first, but he quickly got used to it after a few tries. Thump! The impacts felt explosive, much akin to what the Martial King had always stressed one should look out for when punching. Hey, my striking power is way stronger now. Truly, it felt like little explosions were going off from the tips of his fists. This did seem like the feeling that Kim Jong-hyeon emphasized. Oh, seeming like he had learned a new technique, Jin Hyeok felt a pang of excitement. While his punches were probably far too shoddy to even be called a punch when compared to the likes of the Martial King, he was definitely having fun. Pow! The big fist monkey received a punch squarely to its jaw, and fell to the ground. The big fist monkey is down. Jin Hyeok stopped attacking once the big fist monkey collapsed. He patiently waited for the monkey to stand up, and knocked it to the ground several more times. When there were just 3 seconds left, the big fist monkey was completely knocked out. Any other ordinary player would have taken this opportunity to put down the monkey for good. Since I've been keeping to the system's rules of boxing rounds and timers, let's try waiting a little longer to see what happens. If this field follows the rules of boxing, could there be something like a winner announcement? Almost right on cue, a fist monkey that had a fur pattern of black and white stripes jumped up into the ring, grabbed Jin Hyeok's right hand, and held it in the air. Yukaki, you won against the big fist monkey. The big fist monkey admits defeat. At some point, the big fist monkey had regained consciousness without Jin Hyeok noticing and was kneeling down in front of him. The monkey took off the champion belt that had been wrapped around his waist, and presented it to Jin Hyeok. Nov, L, B //JNN. You have acquired the champion belt. If a player wore this belt from the big fist monkey and searched around back on the first floor, they could find the hidden trait rewards of Enhanced Revival and Enhanced Human. Everything was going according to plan. That was when Jin Hyeok received a notification he hadn't been expecting. You have unlocked the achievement The Big Fist Monkey's First Defeat. These achievements for players deemed the first to do something were usually considered major accomplishments, to the point where there were many occasions where the reward itself would change purely on the fact that it was the first time something was done. Wait, so even a dungeon this easy has a first achievement? Not only that, but a field in which a first achievement was accomplished could very well change in its entirety. That meant that the next time anyone came in, it could have become impossible for them to get their hands on the Enhanced Revival and Enhanced Human traits. Of course, Jin Hyeok liked first achievements just like anyone else. After all, he was the type that inherently enjoyed collecting achievements like badges, and finding out the hidden pieces of a dungeon. But not today. Today was different. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. Enhanced Revival and Enhanced Human were only really easy to get here, and the same didn't hold true for elsewhere. Jin Hyeok dearly hoped those rewards didn't just inadvertently get replaced with something better that wasn't what he wanted. That was when he was hit with more notifications. Jin Hyeok didn't receive any notifications that indicated the first floor field of the dungeon would change from now on, or that the reward would be upgraded automatically. It seemed they would still be able to claim the Enhanced Human and Enhanced Revival abilities as a reward, as originally expected. That was a relief. What was different instead was that a hidden third floor had opened. Wait, the Saga Mart dungeon had a third floor. As far as Jin Hyeok knew, no one knew about this. He figured that this was because the third floor field of the dungeon was configured to disappear once whoever fulfilled the set of special conditions to open it had visited it. If a dungeon floor was completely unknown to him, and thus to mostly anyone else, that meant one of two things: either the floor was so extremely difficult that there just hadn't been any survivors so far, or whatever boon lay within was so rare and valuable, that its visitors had all kept their mouth shut about it. I've come all this way already, so please be the first. Jin Hyeok felt the sudden urge to butt his head against a wall as the intrusive thought flashed by his mind. His heart did an instinctual flutter at the prospect that such an unforgiving fight was near. He felt he really should be fixing these knee-jerk urges quickly, but this was a tough nut to crack. It was going to be hard to fix it anytime soon, but this inclination of his was something he absolutely needed to discard. For sure. Let's just ignore the third floor. That's what Jin Hyeok thought to himself, at least, but it was at this moment that he received a new notification n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. You have received a surprise mission. Creator of the surprise mission, Wind Wanderer. Why did this guy keep proposing surprise missions to a newbie such as himself? Jin Hyeok had no clue, but he knew one thing for sure: you had to pay tens of thousands of dios to offer these missions even once. Whatever the Wind Wanderer's reasons for giving him the missions may be, Jin Hyeok couldn't help but itch with curiosity. Just a bit. Mission title: The King Fist. The King Fist. The mission title and description couldn't have been any shorter, or blunter for that matter. Well, the second floor had a big fist monkey, so I guess the third floor would have a king fist monkey. Fighting a king fist monkey should be fun, right? But if Jin Hyeok ended up getting himself into more than he bargained for, he could very well die. Decline. The level of king fist monkeys was usually in the upper 30s. There was no question what the result of a fight would be at Jin Hyeok's current strength. The Jin Hyeok of the past would definitely have accepted the mission, but this was the new Jin Hyeok, the one that had come to his senses, and that meant a no. It was a shame, but he had already made up his mind. Wind Wanderer proposes a monetary reward for completion of the mission. Monetary reward for mission completion, 10 million dios. Decline. Wind Wanderer proposes a monetary reward for completion of the mission for the second time. Monetary reward for mission completion, 20 million dias. Decline. Wind Wanderer proposes a monetary reward for completion of the mission for the final time. Monetary reward for mission completion, 100 million dias. Accept. You have accepted the mission. Jin Hyeok didn't take the mission because it looked fun. No, of course not. He absolutely did not want to fight the King Fist Monkey. No, sir. Wind Wanderer, I'll do your mission in a few days. For now, Jin Hyeok went back down to the first floor with Mok Jae-hyeon and Cha Jin-sol. And next time, I'll show you I can be better than this. Mok Jae-hyeon seemed apologetic for some odd reason, as per usual. Jin Hyeok was starting to sense a trend here. You did good. You protected Jin-sol well when we were on the first floor, right? I don't think she even needed much protection at that point. Yeah, it did seem that way now that Jae-hyeon mentioned it. That was weird. Jin Hyeok wasn't even a tank class, but he was the only one to draw so much aggro one from the dungeon mobs. If Jin Hyeok had to take a guess, it likely had something to do with his almighty jack of all trades trait. It seemed that in these low-level fields, the tanking aspects of the trait were still able to have a pretty substantial effect. Meanwhile, Cha Jin-sol refused the gift that Jin Hyeok offered her. You want me to put that on? Ain't no way. Jin Hyeok became exasperated at the fact that she refused to put the champion belt on just because it was a little funny to look at. She needed to strap it on if she was to be able to see the special traits that were hidden inside the Mart's fruit stand. Why not? It looks cool. Jin Hyeok tried to reason with her. If it's so cool, you put it on. I heard if you put it on, you can find a hidden item on the first floor. I guess I'm not gonna be needing that item then. Nope, I reckon you do need it. Actually, Jin Hyeok insisted. And why do I need it? Jin-sol asked. I just have a feeling it'll be something really good. Yeah, if it's so good, feel free to go right ahead and look for it yourself, Appa. I don't need all that extra power because I'm a streamer. Cha Jin-sol glared at Jin Hyeok, at a loss for words. You don't need the power? Jin-sol asked. Yep. I just need to be good at broadcasting, Jin Hyeok explained. You just need to be good at broadcasting. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Jin-sol opened her mouth then clenched it shut with that one word. She certainly didn't look like she had nothing to say. Anyway, I don't want to put that on. You said you have a lot of viewers on your stream. There's not that many, Jin Hyeok answered. His current viewer count was a little under 10,000. Egan Paul's public viewer count was already around 100,000, so comparatively speaking, his viewer count wasn't that much, right? Why are you trying to get me to put that thing on? It's not putting it on, it's equipping it. Get it right. Whatever you say, the point is I don't want to. You really hate the idea of it that much? Jin Hyeok asked. 110%, Jin-sol insisted. I'll give you 100,000 won, Jin Hyeok offered. Cha Jin-sol slowly took the belt from Jin Hyeok's hands. I mean, looking at it properly, I guess it does look pretty trendy. With the champion belt firmly strapped on, Cha Jin-sol browsed around the first floor of Saga Mart dungeon while Jin Hyeok continued his stream. It seems some other players have entered the Saga Mart dungeon. Glancing at them once using Broadcaster's True Sight revealed this was far too dangerous a place for their strength. Jin Hyeok approached them. Hi, I'd suggest you leave at your level. It is possible that you could die. Thank you for the warning. Some received In Hyeok's advice in stride and lived. Don't give me that horseshit. And some ignored his advice, and perished. Of those that ignored him, a lucky few were able to flee with the help of Mok Jae-hyeon. Jin Hyeok tilted his head to one side puzzledly. Viewers, why do you think they keep ignoring my warnings? It was a bit of a moot question, because Jin Hyeok had long shut off his comms with his viewers and couldn't hear their voices. Jae-hyeon answered in their stead. Could it be because you look so peaceful when you say it, Hyung? At that moment, there was a sharp spike in the number of likes on the stream. It seemed Jae-hyeon had provided a voice for the viewers. You think so? You just don't seem like a dangerous dude at all. The way I see it, it's pretty clear that if a non-combatant class player tries to warn combatant class players like that, their reaction's gonna be, wait, my apologies if it sounds like I'm talking down at you. No, you got a point. Maybe I need to practice looking a little more desperate. Right then, a single fist monkey rushed at Jin Hyeok. It seemed whatever goodwill the monsters had for him had dissipated. Jin Hyeok enveloped his fist with Broadcaster's barrier and gave a lazy swing. Pow! It was a rather absent-minded swing, but it was somehow a critical shot. Jin Hyeok had struck lucky and somehow hit the monkey straight in the solar plexus. You have slain a fist monkey. Damn, my body keeps moving on its own. Feigning desperation was harder than he thought. I mean, this kind of beatdown's only possible in the lower levels. Maybe I should give up acting and enjoy this while I can. Wouldn't it be considered deceiving the viewers if he was feigning weak when he wasn't? Yes, this was a problem he needed to think through some more. Around that moment, Cha Jin-sol seemed to have noticed something peculiar close to the Mart's fruit stand. With the champion belt on, she had been able to freely roam around the Mart without being attacked by fist monkeys. Jin Hyeok came to a realization as he watched Jin-sol scrummaging around. I think I've got it, fellow viewers. It wasn't me that was causing people to have a false sense of security. Without a doubt, people are being lulled into thinking this is a safe place because of her. Who would think this place is dangerous, seeing her walk around like that? The likes, which had been steadily pouring in throughout the stream, suddenly halted. Mok Jae-hyun again spoke for the people. No, Hyung, between you and her, it will always be your fall dash. Appa, I see something green and shiny among the fruit. Cha Jin-sol suddenly shouted out. She fished out 2 pieces of paper. Enhanced human. Enhanced revival. It was 2 traits in the form of scrolls. That looks like what we're looking for, Jin Hyuk said. It says to rip it. Yay, do it. Wait huh? This scroll's being absorbed into me? This feels weird. Cha Jin-sol exclaimed. Jin Hyuk chuckled while no one was looking. With that, Cha Jin-sol learned the enhanced human and enhanced revival abilities. These 2 components were the start of any good blood priest. Jin Hyuk already welcomed a useful tank into his party, and it was none other than a player with the Wood King job. In fact, a Wood King was already way too much for what Jin Hyuk was aiming for, but thankfully, the player's personality wasn't exactly built to be a top-tier ranker. He would make for a brilliant tank until Jin Hyuk fulfilled his dreams of becoming a real estate investor in Yanhuidong. And I got a healer now, too. If he wanted to fight the King Fist Monkey, he was going to need at least 2 more damage dealers to join him. Jin Hyuk, Jin-sol, and Jae-hyun left the Saga Mart dungeon and sat down at one of the cafes in the area. Jin Hyuk turned off his stream, figuring that such a mundane, everyday activity wouldn't be the most riveting watch for the viewers. Not 1, but 2 dealers. 2 Jae-hyun asked. We need at least 2, Jin Hyuk answered. For starters, they needed to be trustworthy and there needed to be some sort of guarantee about their skills. Hyung, can't you be one of those damage dealers? Jae-hyun asked. I'm a streamer, though. We can't have a streamer fighting on the front lines, can we now? Yeah, he could say that again. Jin Hyuk was a streamer now, not the Sword King. Jae-hyun stayed silent for a bit before speaking up. Is that really what you think? Of course it's what I think. I've never seen a stronger dealer than you up till now. That's because we're still in the newbie fields. Just as he thought before, Jin Hyuk still believed that no such thing as an almighty jack of all trades existed in this world. That was an oxymoron. It was because he had stood on the pinnacle at least on the dimension of Earth of the singular art known as swordsmanship that he could say this with such assertion. As with him, all his companions reached the very peaks of their respective fields, but were in turn just an absolute embarrassment in some other fields. Does being good at soccer make you good at basketball? Jin Hyuk said. He believed he wouldn't be able to produce this level of damage for too long. At best, this sort of output could be sustained up to level 100 at the most, if even that. Jin Hyuk had become sure about this from his experiences up until now. No matter what, streamers that tried playing the part of a combatant class all died in action around level 100. Without fail. We have to get a dealer. I saw that there were things like notice boards and whatnot popping up, Jae-hyun suggested. Indeed, there was an increasing trend of players coming to agreements with others looking for comrades via a bunch of online communities. Egan Paul's Avengers Army was one such example. Right, we can start having a look at them. Jin Hyuk entertained the idea. It was then that someone approached their table, a seriously rotund Westerner. To Jin Hyuk, it was a familiar face, Joseph. At this moment in time, he was starting off as Egan Paul's manager, but he would eventually be called a star maker in later days. In time, so-called star players would emerge in possession of both wealth and prestige, and would come to enjoy a level of fame that surpassed typical celebrities. Of course, their average lifespan was short, but the point was that Joseph would be the mastermind behind a countless number of star players in the future. That same Joseph stood before him now, accompanied by an interpreter. Do you happen to be that famous streamer I've heard so much about? Famous? Jin Hyuk contemplated himself. Nope. Lies. I've seen these 2 faces, clear as day. Joseph glanced at Mok Jae-hyun and Cha Jin-sol in turn. You've seen them? Where? On LTube. It seems that SSP is integrated with it. Jin Hyuk admitted that it caught him by surprise. He hadn't fathomed that SSP videos could be viewed on Earth at this time, this early on since the cataclysm. Due to the nature of his job, Jin Hyuk could never completely hide his identity anyway. It had been the same deal with Mystery Box, who had tried to shroud himself in darkness. If people really resolved to find out the face behind the screen of any streamer, they could. I didn't expect someone to find me this easily in this day and age, though. Joseph showed Jin Hyuk his phone. As he'd said, SSP was already fully integrated into LTube. LVL25/love, memories, longing/scout/skills/racing toward a new world. Jin Hyuk realized Joseph was likely here for this quest called Race to Find a New Name of Fame. But on another note, he could not bear to read that awakened name any longer. Of course, the original name that Joseph chose for himself after awakening was likely not in Korean, but in English 3. Of course, one can never fully translate the nuances and feelings expressed in one language translated to another. But, the system tried its best to translate awakened names in real time. This meant that the system determined this was the closest equivalent to the original meaning. Yes, this monstrosity of a name that surely stuffed as many words as possible in the word limit, complete with the finishing touch of a star. It didn't end there though. He didn't seem to be all there mentally. Hashtag glimpsing the makings of a star. Hashtag this boy's potential touches the sky. Hashtag oh my gosh. Jin Hyuk felt he needed to keep some distance from him. I'll get straight to the point. Work with me. I will make you a star. A diamond in the rough such as yourself, shines their brightest when they meet an agent that's thoughtful and sensitive to emotion, such as myself. Jin Hyuk couldn't believe he had just called himself thoughtful and sensitive to emotion. This was Mr. Love, Memories, Longing plus A-star speaking. That was enough of associating with this man. You've got the wrong person. Jin Hyuk rose from his seat. Joseph hastily cried wait in English, but Jin Hyuk had zero interest in being entangled in Joseph's business. As he had repeated to himself over and over, Jin Hyuk now wanted to become third place and not first. Even if his heart continuously cried out to him in all its yearning to reach the top, Jin Hyuk believed he possessed the objectivity to sufficiently repress those desires. Naturally, he didn't have a single inkling of desire to become a star. Having already been a star the first lifetime around, he knew what a restrictive way to live it was. There was no such thing as a personal life, and you had to live with the feeling you were being watched every single day. In fact, I remember 2 of the star players he does branding for ended up committing double suicide in the previous timeline. It was a fairly famous incident domestically within Korea, as the star players in question were Koreans, and had the memorable fact of being a pair of twin sisters. From what Jin Hyuk could recall, the star players were both assassin-class damage dealers, with the 8-star job Shadow Executioner, or something like that. While his broadcaster's true sight was activated, Jin Hyuk was taking a quick scan of his surroundings when he noticed 2 ladies outside through the cafe window. LV24/Uni Shadow/Shadow Executioner, right, /skills/remove the 7th Mark 4. LV24/Dongseng Shadow/Shadow Executioner, left, /skills/remove the 7th Mark 5. Speak of the devil. The text of their jobs were in orange. They both had 8-star jobs. Okay, let's try talking to them first. Players with 8-star jobs were actually hard to find without seeking them out proactively. Statistically speaking, they fell within around the top 5% of job star ratings. For Jin Hyuk, however, it went without saying that they didn't seem all that special because he had been surrounded entirely by 9-starers in his previous lifetime. He turned and started to make his way toward them. Wait. Jin Hyuk felt a presence let out a cry and encroached on him from behind. Like lightning, Jin Hyuk grabbed the approacher's sleeves and heaved all his weight over Jin Hyuk's shoulder. Oh, oops. I did a shoulder throw without thinking. This was why habits were a scary thing. Jin Hyuk had sparred heaps with the martial king, Kim Jong-hyun, in the past, and of that time, a lot was spent training in hand-to-hand combat as a contingent in the event that Jin Hyuk was caught without his blade. Perhaps he was sorely lacking when compared to Kim Jong-hyun, but that was not to say Jin Hyuk would have any trouble overpowering more ordinary individuals, like right now. Thump. Frick, my body is screaming at me. Jin Hyuk was pretty sure he just heard a crack from his own hip. Every fiber in his body groaned with just that one throw. Jin Hyuk supposed that, to be fair, Joseph was a 190 centimeters tall dude with a large frame whose weight neared 110 kilograms. I don't know whether I should cry about the fact that this was enough to strain my body, or rejoice that I could even throw Joseph in the first place with this untrained streamer physique. Jin Hyuk wasn't sure. I mean, I guess Joseph's not a combatant class player, so I did get kind of sloppy. Jin Hyuk imagined that if he was still a combatant class player, he wouldn't have lost the intuition to properly establish his center of gravity first before trying the shoulder throw. Plus he would have done a lot of exercise related to martial arts if he was still a combatant, and there'd be a higher chance he wouldn't be suffering like he was right now. Yeah, that's right. I can cut some slack for myself on this sort of sloppiness. I practically haven't exercised or trained properly. Even Jin Hyuk could give a weakling like his present self a pass on this occasion. When Joseph was flying through the air over Jin Hyuk's shoulder, it felt like time had stopped. A lot of different thoughts flashed by in that moment. In truth, Joseph had been a wrestling athlete until he graduated high school, and was even a wrestling state champion at one point. No matter how much he may have not expected this situation or let his guard down, he never imagined he would be helplessly tossed about like this. My apologies. I don't really like it when people approach me from behind. Jin Hyuk offered a hand. With a dumbfounded look, Joseph accepted it and stood up with Jin Hyuk's assistance. Nothing popped up on him excelling in any physical activity when I was doing my research. If that was so, that meant the finesse Jin Hyuk had just displayed came from his prowess and playing ability as a player. But Jin Hyuk was a streamer. Just like Joseph himself, his job was of a non-combatant class. It was then that, through his almost primal level of intuition and gut feelings, Joseph came to a revelation. He's a dual class. His main job had to be martial artist, so that meant streamer was his secondary job. That was the conclusion Joseph came to. After apologizing and helping Joseph up, Jin Hyuk was in the process of walking away. Joseph activated his skill potential evaluation and concentrated on Jin Hyuk's back. Wait, what? A sudden pang of dizziness hit Joseph. It seemed as if the entire universe was suddenly sucked into a singular point, that point being Jin Hyuk's back. In this absolute darkness, only Jin Hyuk sparkled with dazzling light, so dazzling that Joseph couldn't look at him properly. Before, the twin sisters Joseph saw lingering around seemed like they had some considerable potential as well, but now, any thoughts about those two melted away from his mind, and only Jin Hyuk remained. This is ridiculous. This situation was not all that different from that of a firefly's glow being dwarfed by the light of the sun. Jin Hyuk was the sun, and all else were nothing but fireflies pitter-pattering about, including Joseph himself. Joseph swallowed. I need to recruit him into the Avengers Army, no matter what. The Avengers Army, the most elite of teams, was the brainchild of Egan Paul that started with his selective recruitment of rankers from places all around the world, and this player, Kim Chol-soo, just had to be included as well. And Jin Hyeok's potential didn't only lie in his ability as a player. With those looks, I see the makings of a massive star. Joseph was certain in his belief that once society adapted to the system and it just became another part of daily life, there would be the coming of a new age. And he was equally certain that Jin Hyeok would not just be a star, but an icon of this new age, one that would embody its zeitgeist. Though by Joseph's standards, Jin Hyeok looked far too slender and flimsy for his liking, there was no question that he had the face, the looks, of someone who was simply made for stardom. But from Joseph's perspective, it seemed that Jin Hyeok himself hadn't had the self-awareness to realize this yet. It definitely looks to be that way, seeing as how he doesn't reveal his face on stream. Joseph's heart steeled with resolve. I'll be the one to make him see. I'll help him break out of this shell he's made for himself and soar. Joseph had the confidence to market Jin Hyeok the right way, and make him into a shining global star. A worldwide hero. Meanwhile, Jin Hyeok was hastily getting away from Joseph and approaching the twin sisters. Excuse me, hi. The one with the bob cut turned sharply and looked at Jin Hyeok. What is it? The girl with the bob cut was Seo Jisoo, and she was the younger of the twins. After seeing who was calling her, the slight enmity she had seemed to simmer down a little. That was good because, as far as Jin Hyeok was concerned, she was far too good-looking to have a frown on her face. I wanted to. Jin Hyeok trailed off. He'd succeeded in the first step of hailing them down before they went off elsewhere, but it was a bit of a challenge to think up where to go from here. He couldn't exactly just say, hey, you, join my team, out of nowhere. I won't be giving you my number, she said. I wasn't planning on asking for it. Seo Jisoo seemed to flush a little. Then what is it? She asked. You're a player, right? What of it? I wanted to ask if you'd like to raid a hidden field of a dungeon together. Did you? Jin Hyeok tilted his head slightly to one side. I've got no idea where on earth she got the certainty that I'd be asking for her number. In fact, Jin Hyeok was genuinely curious now. After all, he wasn't too acquainted with such peaceful everyday social interactions. Why were you so sure I'd ask for your number? Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious what a guy wants if he randomly strikes a conversation with me on the street. It's always my number that they're after. Jin Hyeok's eyes widened. For real? He asked. Sorry. If I may ask, are you saying people ask you for your number that frequently? Hey, wait, why is that so surprising? Seo Jisoo asked in return. Don't get me wrong, I'm asking because I'm genuinely curious. Oh, my gosh. What's wrong? Jin Hyeok asked. The fact you're genuinely curious makes me feel even worse actually. Are you looking for a fight? Jin Hyeok's heart skipped a beat. Hearing those words made his heart flutter. Sword King? Let's make it clear who's the better out of us two. Sounds good to me. Bring it on. Man, that brings back memories. So many fights had started along these lines. The older sister, Seo Jia, tapped on Seo Jisoo's shoulder. Just give it a break. He says he's come to ask us if we'd like to raid a hidden field of a dungeon together. Seo Jisoo frowned at Jin Hyeok. Is the information regarding the hidden field credible? Of course. I've even got it on video. Would you like to take a look? Jin Hyeok offered. Let's have a look then. Jin Hyeok confirmed for them that a third floor indeed existed in Saga Mart dungeon, and it was open. I see you were telling the truth. Give me a moment, please. I'll just go over some things with my older sister first, Seo Jisoo said. A few moments passed while the Seo sisters whispered back and forth amongst themselves. Seo Jisoo finally spoke up. Alright, sounds good to us. Let's do it together. It just so happened we needed to complete a hidden field for a quest too. You won't regret your decision, Jin Hyeok replied. How about we head over to where my teammates are so everyone can say hi to each other first? Jin Hyeok walked back toward the cafe with the sisters tagging along. Hey, actually, I want to ask something, Seo Jisoo piped up. You hear a lot that you're more socially lacking than what your looks would suggest, right? It hadn't seemed like she was all that spiteful before this moment. Or do you hear a lot that you're a bit eccentric? Jisoo asked Jin Hyeok one question after another. This is my first time, Jin Hyeok answered. Really? Is this really your first time hearing that? This is really the first time I'm hearing something like this since I was born. Jin Hyeok felt like she had managed to strike a spot that hurt. Other than his companions and teammates, the support team behind his team, and staff from the NIS, he had formed almost zero other social relationships in the past. There literally just hadn't been any opportunity to. In truth, Jin Hyeok had indeed been slightly worried that his social skills had degraded without him knowing, and Seo Jisoo had very precisely attacked this worry of his. That stung a little just then, didn't it? Seo Jisoo asked. No, not at all, Jin Hyeok denied. I don't know, I reckon anyone with half an eye can tell that one stung. I believe this is a misunderstanding on your part. Why are you speaking as if you're a spokesperson for the royal family or something? 2. A spokesperson? What do you mean? Jin Hyeok asked. Seo Jisoo suddenly burst out giggling. Later, Jia would ask her why she laughed, and she would answer, with the way he is, at that point his good looks are literally just part of the punchline. On the other hand, Jin Hyeok was puzzled. What on earth is so funny? He didn't feel like he even said anything particularly laugh-worthy. Wait, does this mean I have a knack for comedy? Seo Jisoo asked him again. This really isn't some big plan to get our numbers, right? At this point, it was almost like she wanted him to say, yes, I wanted your number all along. Like I said, no. Why couldn't she just take him for his word? Was she this untrusting of others? Hashtag as if, right? Hashtag doesn't he want my number? Hashtag he really doesn't have a thing for me. At least this was a sight to see. Anyone who was so sure of their own charisma needed a proper rude awakening. It was better to treat this illness of hers now before it was too late. You often hear that you're pretty, don't you? Jin Hyeok asked. Do I look like I do? Jisoo answered, her gaze softening. Hashtag yeah, I knew it. Hashtag here comes his true feelings. Hashtag I'm open to it, you know. Hashtag cause you're a handsome one. Jin Hyeok turned off his broadcaster's true sight. Please just disregard any good Samaritan that says that to you from now on. Sorry. Because you're really not all that. Excuse me. Maybe he was prattling on and telling her off like a boomer, but Jin Hyeok felt she really needed that piece of advice. It would help her grow. He knew that if she continued playing as a player in later days, a day would come when she would realize to her core that surrounding oneself with yes men that only told you what you wanted to hear was a one-way ticket to destroying your life. And indeed, he'd seen a lot of famous rankers decline for that very reason. To those that leaped into the front lines of battle like the rankers, the only natural step after one's declination was death. And you two ended up committing double suicide. As far as Jin Hyeok was concerned, it was important to be a little selective when it came to befriending others. People needed friends who'd give them appropriate pills of truth that may be hard to swallow at times, but were good for them instead of offering nothing but sweet lies. Seo Jisoo seemed a little taken aback. So this is like your whole shtick, isn't it? My shtick? No, this wasn't some shtick of his where he was playing hard to get. He was telling her what he actually thought. But Jisoo simply charged forth and asked him straightforwardly. Do you really not find me pretty? I get that I'm pretty a lot, you know. Okay, well, firstly, you're really not up to that level in my eyes. Screw you. And I don't really like pretty girls all that much. Yes, it was true. In fact, Jin Hyeok wasn't very fond of females in general, though he particularly did not like pretty ones. Based on his experience, just like how all kids that were exceptional happened to be that way because they were evil, all pretty women he had met had unfailingly capitalized on their beauty to operate as assassins or devise other schemes. It was frightening. Even looking back now, Jin Hyeok found honey traps who lured others through temptation to be much more terrifying than some lunatic wielding dual axes and screaming for a fight. He would take the latter any day. At least they were straightforward, whereas if you were caught by the wrong woman, it was truly game over. Ever since Yelim, one of the few people Jin Hyeok had actually opened his heart to, tried to feed him poison in the midst of kissing him, he never tried to get involved with women again. He only assessed them from a distance as if they were trees on the side of the road. It had been nothing but a necessary sacrifice if he wanted to survive. If you say you don't like pretty girls, does that mean I'm pretty? My goodness, she was a tenacious one. You go ahead and interpret it however you want. Come on, tell it to me straight. If I really had to analogize, you're a bit like a tree I'm passing by on the side of the road. No matter how beautiful a roadside tree was a tree. Seo Jisoo grumbled. There's something about this oppa that makes me really not like him. Regardless, Seo Jisoo and Seo Jia agreed to run some plays with Jin Hyeok. They happened to be completing a quest called the 8th Mark. For the 8th Mark, we have to hunt down any monster that isn't on public record. If it's a monster that was hidden in some way, like spawning in a hidden field or through a hidden interaction, we get a bonus reward. That sounds perfect, Jin Hyeok commented. The 3rd floor of the Saga Mart dungeon is a field that hasn't been publicized even once, so there's bound to be a monster that has rarely been encountered. I'm only cooperating with you because our interests align, Seo Jisoo said rather flatly. Likewise, Jin Hyeok replied. I'm fully serious, so don't get it twisted. I'm mentioning that just in case. Don't get what twisted. That I'm cooperating with you just because you're a looker or something. I won't. I'm for real. Jin Hyeok hadn't even said anything that would remotely suggest he was getting his hopes up. Having understood this agreement that way from the get-go, he didn't even bother to retort back. The band headed back towards Saga Mart dungeon. Jin Hyeok was admittedly already a little glad they had extra firepower with them now, though he did feel a little guilty because it felt like this wasn't really what Wind Wanderer had in mind when he first offered his mission. This was going to be a dine and dash of the mission reward, with way less of the needed blood, sweat, and tears paid. Mok Jae Hyein, Cha Jin Sol, Seo Jia, Seo Jisoo, this should be enough fighting strength. The opportunity to explore a 3rd floor of a dungeon that no one had known about. Jin Hyeok knew he shouldn't be getting excited, but he couldn't help himself for this one. I should compose myself for the live stream. Reminding himself that he needed to play the part of a streamer, Jin Hyeok went back on live.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I am completing a mission with some new members. He had a good feeling about the title he chose this time around. Meanwhile, Joseph was sitting down in the cafe shop. He knew that it would backfire if he continued to stubbornly pursue and push Jin Hyeok. These things took time. Joseph's phone dinged with a notification. A channel you are following is now live. Kim Chulsoo has begun streaming. Stream title, I am completing a mission with some new members. Joseph shook his head as he read the title. Another lame title. If he'd been there to guide Jin Hyeok, it would have been different. Maybe something more like what happens when a pair of twin beauties join my party? The results will shock you. If someone asked Joseph right now what exactly was so shocking, he himself wouldn't be able to answer, but that wasn't really important and could just be shoehorned in later. He's a complete noob at streaming. Not only that, but Jin Hyeok had completely blocked his comms. It was shocking that a channel like this had more viewers than Egan Paul's. I'm sure his popularity is due to something else, like maybe the energy he exudes, or an outstanding analytical ability to explain his plays. But as far as Joseph was concerned, it was only a matter of time before other streams caught up to Jin Hyeok's, if these were the only things going for his stream. Eventually, the viewers were bound to seek higher quality channels, and when that day came, Joseph was sure that Jin Hyeok would come to need him. Let's have a look then, shall we? Joseph intended to pay close attention to Jin Hyeok's playing and way of handling the stream. When Joseph tuned in, Mok Jae-hyen was speaking. Hello, Nunas. 1. Mok Jae-hyen's face was bright red. Again. He couldn't even look at the twins properly. Hyung, how were you able to get them to join us? Mok Jae-hyen asked Jin Hyeok in a tiny voice, in a volume that was nearly inaudible to Joseph. His voice is way too soft. Joseph shook his head. It appeared to Joseph that Jin Hyeok didn't even know the proper way to handle audio. There was a mountain of things to teach him. What do you mean how? I just went and asked them. Jin Hyeok looked puzzled. So there wasn't any particular tactic you used. We just found our interests aligned. What's up? Cha Jin-sol chimed in. Wow, so it just so happened that your interests aligned with some people you coincidentally came across on the street, and it just so happened that we ended up playing together right away, and it just so happened that they're that pretty. Damn, my brother encountered an awful lot of coincidences, huh? I've heard that 3 just SOS in a row is something that was always meant to happen anyway. 300 coincidences in a row don't stop them from being coincidences, Jin Hyeok refuted. Jin Hyeok knew very well that as one reached an even higher level, the more they were bound to run into events and developments that they would never have imagined. The higher one's level was, the more often they ran into a degree of coincidences that simply couldn't be explained. But Mok Jae-hyen had a look about him that suggested he bought into what Jin-sol said. Right, she's convinced me, Mok Jae-hyen said. Convinced you of what? Well, it's just, seeing how you look, what she's saying does seem fairly possible. Jin Hyeok didn't feel it was worth his time to answer back. What was wrong with this kid? But it wasn't over yet. Now it was Seo Jisoo's time to attack. Hey, don't tell me. Is that a herder? I didn't know I was that good-looking face you're making right now. Jin Hyeok was silent. They really seem like they were all born for each other, huh? By his standards, this just could not be. Fluffing about like this right before entering a dungeon, the appropriate thing to do was to brainstorm the plethora of possibilities that could unfold in the middle of the raid, and to steel oneself for the possibility of death. To plan and plan and plan until their heads were pounding. They don't know what it's like to be thrilled over a raid to the point of obsession. How was it even possible to be distracted like this? Jin Hyeok did indeed have enough self-awareness to know at least that he was born quite a looker, but he didn't think it to be worth much. What good does being a looker do for me? It didn't help him improve his swordsmanship faster, which meant it didn't help him become stronger, at all. Rather, a face that stuck out meant a face that was memorable, and that in turn meant it actually created more danger for him. In fact, on one occasion, numerous players who specialized in seducing others simultaneously targeted Jin Hyeok, almost as if it was a cruel competition to see who could get to him first. This was no laughing matter. The so-called beauty king Kang Ian-woo, who was the very definition of the word handsome, had his life cut short in a similar fashion. So with all his own experiences and the things he had heard, being a looker didn't seem like much of a blessing to Jin Hyeok. Anyway, at this present moment, Jin Hyeok's party members were greeting each other. Hello, my name is Mok Jae-hyen. I'm the tank for this team. I look forward to working with you. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Seo Jisoo. As you can see, we're twins. This here is Seo Jia. Hey, say hi. Seo Jia was a person who did not speak unless it was absolutely necessary. Wow, she really does look the same as you, Jae-hyen said. She's pretty just the same, right? Jisoo asked. Mok Jae-hyen's blushed once more at Jisoo's question. He was not used to engaging in conversation with creatures of the mythical female gender. Mok Jae-hyen fumbled around to change the subject, and finally landed on one. I guess I can recognize the Nuna with the longer hair as the older sister, and you with the shorter hair as the younger one. With the quick introductions out of the way, Seo Jisoo went to the point. Hey, can I ask you something? There's a little something I want to know. Oh, of course. I'll try to answer it to the best of my ability. She gave a glance in Jin Hyeok's direction. Would you say that guy is trustworthy? Jisoo asked Jae-hyen. He's definitely a cool guy, really. Out of the grown-ups I've met, he's someone who's really taught me a lot of stuff, Jae-hyen answered. Is that so? Though what's weird is sometimes it feels like there's something a little off with him. What do you mean by off? Jisoo asked. Sometimes it seems like he's pure-hearted, but sometimes it seems he isn't. Sometimes he seems kind, but sometimes he doesn't. And he doesn't seem like a scary person, but sometimes he is. You'll know what I mean when you experience it firsthand, Jae-hyen explained. If someone asked him what kind of person Jin Hyeok was, Mok Jae-hyun would answer that Jin Hyeok was an individual who was hard to pin down in more ways than one. Someone tapped on Mok Jae-hyun's shoulder. It was Cha Jin-sol. Yes. Hey, my brother's still a nice guy, all things considered n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Wasn't there a time when you said he was a psycho? Jae-hyun asked. Only I'm allowed to say that. Jin-sol declared. Cha Jin-sol rapped him on the head with her knuckle. They had become a lot closer over time. Ow, that hurts. Jae-hyun cried. Stop yappin'. Feeling the situation was a tad unfair, a flash of anger surged up Mok Jae-hyun's belly, but that was indeed only a flash, because it melted like fine snow the moment he met eyes with Jin-sol. She's just so pretty. Even if he wanted to get angry with her, he couldn't. Cha Jin-sol also spoke with the twin sisters. Seo Jisoo put on a polite smile as she talked with her. Ah, so you're that Appa's younger sister. Yeah. Seo Jisoo's smile became a little warmer as she seemed to ooze more of her sociability. It's so nice to meet you, Uni. You're so pretty. I'm Seo Jisoo, by the way, and I'm a university student. Don't worry about having to be polite with me. The motley crew was finally about to enter the third floor of the Saga Mart dungeon. The hidden field, Saga Mart dungeon, third floor, is revealed. You are about to enter the field of the King Fist Monkey. A single, long corridor was before them. It was an enormous corridor that stretched on and on with an incredibly high ceiling, complete with a red carpet. Yo, I get to see the King Fist Monkey again. It hadn't specifically been in this field, but Jin Hyeok had fought a King Fist Monkey in his previous lifetime during his early budding days as a player. He had been around level 30 at that time and tried to solo it too. Jin Hyeok remembered that he nearly died at that time. Lining the walls of the corridor were enormous full-body photographs, each with an accompanying label that had their name and year of birth. Here it seems we've come across some full-body photographs of the monkeys. Jin Hyeok's stream was back online. They appear to me to be photographs of the greatest fist monkeys of all time, a hall of fame. The corridor didn't look like it was the type that was laden with traps. Regardless, Jin Hyeok took a step back behind the others. We don't have a resident dungeon navigator to guide us in our party, so Jae-hyun, you take the lead. Me. Aha. The tank's meant to go first if the party doesn't have a navigator. Mok Jae-hyun swallowed fearfully. Don't worry, you're the least likely to die out of all of us. What? Hyung, aren't you the least likely to die out of us? Look, I'm a streamer. Don't you worry. It doesn't look like there's anything particularly dangerous around here. Why you're sure, right? Probably. This was Jin Hyeok's first time venturing into this dungeon field as well, so nothing was 100% certain. If something truly dangerous popped out of nowhere, that was too bad. That was just the sort of place dungeons were. With Mok Jae-hyun at the lead, the party walked through the corridor. They reached the end without a hitch, upon which they came across a massive door. With a face on the brink of tears, Mok Jae-hyun slowly touched the door handle. As Jin Hyeok had initially predicted, there hadn't been any traps. Why is this field so lame? The conditions of entry were starkly easy too, so much so that Jin Hyeok found it to be a bit of a disappointment. The champion belt is required. It appears we need the champion belt in order to enter, Jin Hyeok said to his viewers. Hey, Jin-sol, you didn't chuck it away, did you? Yeah, it's right here. Cha Jin-sol handed Jin Hyeok the belt. The champion belt is in your possession. The gargantuan door opened. Instead of opening to another room, the entire space they were in transformed. Let me guess, a boxing ring. It was indeed a dungeon field fashioned like a boxing ring, just as Jin Hyeok had experienced on the second floor. However, this one was a little larger. King Fist Monkey Alexander will enter in 10 minutes. Players, prepare yourself to engage in battle with King Fist Monkey Alexander, 33. Wow, they gave me a whole 10 minutes? In Jin Hyeok's eyes, the system was being incredibly generous to them. Perhaps it was because this was a beginner's field. He knew there would be no such luxuries in later levels. In fact, you wouldn't receive any warning notifications at all. Instead, the monster's attacks would come raining down first. Jin Hyeok began explaining his thoughts on the coming boss relaxedly. This dude uses destructive, wide-sweeping area attacks rather than sharp and targeted ones. Mok Jae-hyun, that means your Wood Fortress ability would be perfect for this one, since a strong stationary barrier is what we need. How do you know the monster would be like that already? Mok Jae-hyun asked what was a rather obvious thing for Jin Hyeok. Didn't you see the photographs we passed on the way? What about them? Didn't you see all the photographs had names and dates of birth? Mok Jae-hyun turned to Cha Jin-sol with a look of astonishment. Did you look at them properly, Nuna? Jae-hyun asked Jin-sol. Well, I did see them, but, Jin-sol said. No one bothered to scrutinize what seemed like a trivial piece of information in such detail. For Jin Hyeok, he was willing to cut some slack since they weren't navigators, but had they been one, they would have received a scolding and a half about now. You heard the notification about his name being Alexander, right? Yes, I did. One of the photographs of the dudes out in the corridor was named Alexander. If the label meant anything, he should be 33 years old since it said he was born in 1990. You remember all that? Of course he did. As far as Jin Hyeok was concerned, it was more like he could only remember that much because he wasn't a navigator. Real through and through navigators would be able to remember everything from the lengths of the monkey's arms to the circumference of their head. They were inhuman. He was willing to wager that someone like his past comrade, Han Esirin, would even have counted the number of hairs on their heads. Compared to people like that, Jin Hyok believed his level of perception may as well be about the level of a small child. The monkey had a really big build. Though his weight is probably nothing to sniff at, he's grown his muscles to the point where it'd be inefficient for combat and weigh him down. That should put a serious handicap on his endurance. He should be similar to the one I met on the second floor, but bigger and stronger. In essence, the second floor was almost like a light version of the third floor. If the second floor boss was the Hulk, perhaps the third floor one could be called a King Hulk. But the fact that he was able to earn the title of King Fist despite his inferior stamina probably means his blows are just that powerful. So powerful that, though he's probably slow, he can take his opponents out of the fight with one hit as long as it lands. So what exactly would happen if he hits me? Mok Jae-hyen asked. It was beyond Jin Hyok why a tank would ever be worried about something like that. In his opinion, the best way for a newbie tank to learn was to just go in head-on and break a few bones here and there. That should build some grit. I guess it's fair enough that a newbie asks something like that. Jin Hyok let out an inward sigh. He squashed down his irritation and explained as nicely as he could. That monkey came to be called a King Fist monkey because he fought other fist monkeys, nothing else. Your defense is way stronger than the attacks of a bunch of random apes, isn't it? Even if your defenses are broken, I don't think you'll die in one blow. You don't think I would die? Jae-hyen asked. Probably, Jin Hyok answered. Probably. What if you turn out to be wrong? Jae-hyen asked. Well, that's just bad luck then, isn't it? Jin Hyok replied. Mok Jae-hyen turned pale. Jin Hyok decided to offer the party some additional pointers just in case, though he felt that these pointers were so obvious that he wasn't sure whether they even needed to be said at all. Oh, by the way, there's no way the other fist monkeys would have just sat there and received the slow strike of the King Fist, right? He will definitely have some kind of special skill to help him land his attacks, like something to help him close his distance, or increase his attack speed for a short window. I'll observe him using my broadcaster's true sight and let you guys know what it is. In that fashion, Jin Hyok and his party members discussed different aspects of the upcoming fight. Jin Hyok had always thought that 10 minutes of free preparation time before a boss fight was a very long time. But today, it felt rather short, because his team members were all just that much of a beginner. Alright, let's do this. 10 minutes have passed. King Fist Monkey Alexander makes his entrance. Lo and behold, an incredibly bulky and muscular monster that was closer to a gorilla than a monkey revealed himself. It was Alexander. He looked just like in the photograph Jin Hyok had seen. Stay on hold. It's not time yet, Jin Hyok said. Mok Jae-hyen was gripped with fear. They had discussed their strategy for the upcoming fight for a whole 10 minutes, but the real thing was inevitably an altogether different matter to theory. Jin Hyok sensed that Mok Jae-hyen might cave to the pressure that Alexander exuded and use his wood fortress prematurely. Use your wood spears first. Thankfully, Mok Jae-hyen had enough of his wits about him to heed Jin Hyok's instructions. He unleashed the wooden spears, one of his few offensive skills, which formed floating in the air and headed for Alexander's belly. There we go, Jin Hyok thought. Kree. The King Fist Monkey seemed furious at Mok Jae-hyen, who had used a weapon that was not one's fists. He beat on his chest in a way that was reminiscent of King Kong, and approached Mok Jae-hyen with the step of a boxer rearing to swing. Wood Fortress in 3, Jin Hyok said. Jin Hyok noticed Mok Jae-hyen had his eyes completely shut. He could hear Mok Jae-hyen saying fuck, under his breath, but chose to ignore it. That much was understandable in this situation. Maybe Mok Jae-hyen was a timid greenhorn, but what was truly worthy of praise was that he always did exactly as he was told. After exactly 3 seconds, Mok Jae-hyen used his wood fortress ability. Thump! The spherical wooden fortress successfully withstood the King Fist Monkey's punch, protecting the body within. Nice, he held out way better than I thought, Jin Hyok thought. That attack just then was the King Fist Monkey's his right hook, which was a swing which he put all his weight behind. Out of all of the King Fist Monkey's attacks, this one possessed the most pure lethal power. He should be able to take more abuse. Jin Hyok figured Mok Jae-hyen should be able to withstand around 10 more hits. Sure, he was going to end up with his fair share of non-minor injuries in the process, but it was the tank's role to take the hurt and the pain. Mok Jae-hyen was surely taking all the King Fist Monkey's aggro. That was good. Now it was the twins' turn. Their expressions were hardened with resolve. It seemed they, too, were about to fight the battle of their lives. Damn, I want to join in. Jin Hyok suppressed his desires. If such a trivial temptation was enough to win him over, he would never be able to fulfill his dream of contentedly living his days out as a Yanhui-dong real estate owner. Come on, let's just focus on the stream. Since it was the first time that the CO sisters were fighting in tandem with the party, Jin Hyok took extra time to explain to them how to coordinate their tactics even in the heat of battle. Like I said before, don't just go straight for his vital spots. Play it safe and slow. Target his ankles if possible, or his thighs if that proves hard. In Jin Hyok's eyes, it was a tall order to finish off the King Fist Monkey in a single flurry of attacks at the CO sisters' current skill level. If they tried to target his critical spots and failed, and the result was that the King Fist Monkey's aggro was drawn to the sisters, things could get hairy. With the CO sisters' defensive capabilities, it could prove difficult for them to withstand even one blow from the King Fist Monkey. Do you two copy? I need an answer. It went without saying for Jin Hyeok, but making sure people registered what he was saying was a must in any dungeon raid. It was a way to ascertain that people understood instructions and the flow of command was being maintained. Jin Hyeok had abided by this system without fail in his previous life. Copy that. Yeah, I got you. The sisters became half-transparent. Their mastery of this stealth ability was seriously commendable considering their low level. The two dashed at the King Fist Monkey, flanking him on the left and right, their daggers flashing as they engaged him in battle. Perhaps it was because they just didn't have that much experience, but their approach to attacking seemed rather sub-par to Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok felt a twinge of irritation, but he reminded himself that they were technically still beginners. Cha Jin-sol, get ready. Oh, right, yap. And get your head in the moment. Step up your game. Though Jin Hyeok was someone that usually tried his best to get along with his sister and show some affection, it was naturally hard to speak to her nicely on the actual field of battle. He'd always wondered why ruler players, whose whole job was to command in real time, were always chewing people out, but now he understood just a little bit of what they felt. All right, I got it, Cha Jin-sol answered. The King Fist Monkey was landing blow after blow on the wood fortress. It looked like it was going to break soon enough. It's going to break soon. Jin Hyeok made it clear. Yep. Cha Jin-sol looked nervous, perhaps because she was keeping in mind the fact that Mok Jae-hyen could very well die if she messed up. And she would be correct. If she messed up, Mok Jae-hyen could indeed die. Crack! The wood fortress broke at last. The King Fist Monkey's next swing landed straight on Mok Jae-hyen's abdomen. Thump! Mok Jae-hyen was thrown into the air. Jin Hyeok figured he had probably broken 1 or 2 ribs, which, from his point of view, was a rather light injury compared to the shriek he was letting out. Cha Jin-sol moved straight into action, much more briskly than Jin Hyeok had expected. She immediately used her healing abilities to mend Mok Jae-hyen's injuries. As expected of someone with a 9-star job, her healing was exceptional. All right, now redeploy your wood fortress, Jin Hyeok ordered. Mok Jae-hyen, who had been sprawled out on the ground, barely raised himself off the floor and readied himself to reactivate wood fortress. Oh, he got up. Jin Hyeok had already written off Mok Jae-hyen as being no longer useful, after he had let out such a loud and unwarranted scream, disproportionate to the injury he'd received. He'd only cracked a few ribs. It was but a scratch. It was beyond his expectations to see Mok Jae-hyen stand back up. Jin Hyeok knew humans were sensitive to pain. If one experienced pain that was too much for them to endure, they would be rendered ineffectual even for tasks they were usually good at. He had thought Mok Jae-hyen would be the same, but he was holding up rather well. Good, he's still of use to me. After all, it was an unspoken rule of society to use and abuse someone who wasn't having any trouble with what they were given. Maybe it's because he's got a 9-star job, but he has a good sense for battle, at least. It was incredibly painful for Mok Jae-hyen, but he succeeded in redeploying his wood fortress in no time. What was more, he used his wood spear's ability to draw the King Fist Monkey's attention to him again without even being ordered by Jin Hyeok. From Jin Hyeok's perspective, using the wood spears again was a meaningless maneuver. The monster's aggro was already fully locked in on Mok Jae-hyen, but his effort was praiseworthy nonetheless. Alright, now to repeat that from the start. Now began the tedious part. It should take around 4 hours at this rate, right? The plan was to chip away at the King Fist Monkey little by little and corner him. Really, 4 hours was actually very much on the punctual and quick side. When Jin Hyeok was playing in his previous life, there was once a time when a fight spanned over the course of several months. What was certain, though, was that this was going to be a wearisome process. Other than the slight injuries that Mok Jae-hyen had at the start, it was a relatively safe strategy of playing that didn't really have any risk factors to worry about. We plan to continue repeating this same process. It seems like things are going to get rather tedious for a while from here on out. Jin Hyeok believed that no viewer would bother watching such a boring stream to the end. I will announce the results of this fight in another stream when it's all over. Yeah, that sounded like a good plan. He could just summarize the fight later in a separate stream. There was no need to continue this one. Wait, but if he was going to end the stream anyway, didn't that mean he could join in the fight now? Fatigue was slowly starting to creep up on Seo and Seo Jisoo. I'm tired. The fight was likely nearing the 2-hour mark. It was the first time the sisters had fought in this style. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. It's pretty fun, though. It was admittedly a little enjoyable to coordinate with others on a defined plan, synchronizing their movements with the rest of the team per someone's command to reach a common goal. Breathing heavily, Seo Jisoo used her stealth ability again. We should be able to target his weak spots soon. It was at this moment that Jin Hyeok brushed by her. What are you doing? In his hands was a single dagger. It didn't look like it was some special artifact, either. At that moment, Seo Jia stabbed Alexander in the thigh. Jin Hyeok capitalized on the timing to land a stab right in Alexander's neck. Straight away, Alexander turned all his attention toward Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok had drawn the monster's aggro. Wow, that was all it took to draw his aggro. though drawing the monster's aggro eventually was well within expectations considering what he had done. It was a little strange that Jin Hyuk was able to draw the monster's aggro that well, as if he was in fact a tank player. Unperturbed by the fact that he had just drawn Alexander's attention, Jin Hyuk stood still and looked Alexander up and down. Alexander's fist came flying. Broadcaster's barrier. Thump. The King Fist Monkey's punch did not reach Jin Hyuk. Hey, you're a streamer? Why did you just suddenly jump into the fight? Seo Jisoo shouted with a twinge of panic. Mock Jae Hyeon, don't just sit there. Quick, use your wood spears to pull his aggro again. The instant that she said that, another swing, this time a hook, came straight for Jin Hyuk's temple. At that moment, Seo Jisoo felt like she could faint from the shock of the predicament. Sure, Jin Hyuk could scrape by taking one hit with some luck. Jisoo had heard that streamers had some sort of defensive ability that was unique to them in order to protect themselves better. But 2 hits would be too much. Jisoo could be sure of this after fighting Alexander for over an hour. You're gonna actually die if you get hit. How could a mere streamer, the furthest thing from a tank there was, be able to take on one of those attacks with his bare body? The shimmering shield that had protected Jin Hyuk's body just then seemed like it was long gone. I need to at least redirect his attack. Jisoo willed her body into action, but the monkey's fist was faster. His right arm came swinging down. No. Jin Hyuk crouched down a little, and shifted his weight forward while tilting right, moving toward the monster. Whoosh! The fist shot by, going wide. It looked like a close shave to all bystanders present. That appeared far too dangerous. The fist seemed to pass by within a hair's breadth of Jin Hyuk. Though it looked like Jin Hyuk had barely avoided the attack, he headed straight for Alexander without missing a beat, and lunged straight for the pit of Alexander's stomach with the dagger he gripped in his right hand. Shook. The dagger plunged deeper and deeper into the monster's solar plexus. The King Fist Monkey let out a shriek of miserable pain before collapsing onto the ground where he lay there, shuddering. Saliva dripped out of his mouth and his pupils were dilated. Seo Jisoo's eyes widened. What was that? Having fought the King Fist Monkey herself, she was well aware how tough his skin was. Yet Jin Hyuk had penetrated it like it was butter. The King Fist Monkey's body finally stopped convulsing and lay spread out on the ground. He was still breathing, but only that, and was not long for this world. Didn't you say you were a streamer? Jisoo asked. I am. Why is a streamer like you so good at attacking? I just looked out for when he was out of breath. While he was breathing in, his skin could be penetrated easily as long as I got the timing right. And that allowed me to maximize my damage output. Right. Timing. It wasn't just that, though. Jin Hyuk had actually used his broadcaster's barrier skill offensively rather than for defensive purposes. You're only talking because you were lucky enough to dodge his attack, Seo Jisoo said. If you got hit, you would have died right there. As far as she was concerned, the move pulled by Jin Hyuk was far too dangerous. It really looked like he had avoided the punch by the skin of his teeth. That's how you're meant to dodge attacks, Jin Hyuk said. From his experience, one could better capitalize on windows for attack if they minimized the amount of movement needed to dodge incoming strikes. To put it another way, dodging by the skin of one's teeth was precisely the most effective way of dodging. There's such a thing as acting too much like you're tough and all that. Keep this up and you'll die for real. I did that because I didn't think I would die. Oh, for crying out loud. It was true, though, that this level of intuition could only be burned into someone through countless experiences and learnings. There was no way to explain it in concrete detail to someone. They had to experience it. Hey, to be fair, I still took one hit on purpose, just in case. As if analyzing the King Fist Monkey's attack patterns for over a whole hour wasn't enough, Jin Hyuk deliberately took on one of his attacks head-on just to see if he could take it. Being able to rehearse and experiment this much on the battlefield was a blessing, really. If I'm not able to land a proper attack after that much testing, I can't even call myself a player. Seo Jisoo stood there with a look of dissatisfaction. She was unconvinced by Jin Hyuk's explanation. Look, I know you're a bit pissed that I took away all the fun, Jin Hyuk said pointedly. What? But it worked, and that's what matters at the end of the day, right? With a twinge of annoyance, Jin Hyuk wondered if Jisoo was pouting because she wanted all the fun for herself. He'd held himself back the whole time, and had only joined in because it was just too good a timing to pass up, and here he was, being told off for it. While Jin Hyuk was considering whether to say this to Seo Jisoo or not, she was the first to speak up. If you were that strong offensively, you could have given us a hand from the start. That timed attack was the best I could do. A moment that struck an optimal balance between risk and effectiveness. That was the moment that Jin Hyuk had chosen to leap into the fray. At the least, you could have let us know of your plans before you did that. Do you know how much of a shock that gave me? I legit thought you were about to die, Jisoo said. Do you really think that would have worked? Jin Hyuk asked. What do you mean? I bet you wouldn't have been able to focus on your own attacks if you always kept an eye out for when I'd move in. Jin Hyuk had assessed the sisters' capabilities in battle relatively accurately, and what he'd concluded was that they weren't up to the level where it was better if he just shared his delicate plans with them. That was why he had chosen to wait for a good time to jump in on his own, and let everyone just focus on their own tasks. Do you actually think you would have been able to create that window of attack for me on purpose? Jin Hyuk queried Jisoo. For some reason, I feel like you're looking down on me. I'm just stating the facts as they are. Good, Jin Hyuk said. What is? Jisoo asked. At least you accept it when someone says something you know is right. There are a lot of kids that can't even do that properly. Good to know you got that going for you, at least. Enough. Don't talk to me. Even if you didn't tell us your plans, you could have joined us to attack as a 3-man team from the get-go. That would have been better than whatever you did. Like I said, I'm a streamer. My job's literally to film stuff. You really think things would have worked out if I fought with you guys? This was something Jin Hyuk was saying to himself as much as he was saying to Jisoo. Yeah, you're right. You're a streamer, Jisoo said. Jisoo didn't go so far as to ask why on earth a streamer was stronger on offense than she was. What irked her the most was not so much that, but more so why such a strong streamer was so unaware of the fact that his own strength just didn't make any logical sense. It almost seems like he actually thinks he's on the weaker side. And not just that, it seemed as if he was disappointed in his own strength. The gap between his thinking and reality was truly strange. Jin Hyuk approached the still-breathing Alexander who was hanging on by a thread and stabbed him in the heart a few times. It took a few tries to get through because his ribcage was protecting it. Shook. Jin Hyuk finally pierced through. A copious amount of blood sprayed forth, but he knew that wasn't enough. Shook. This had to be done properly. It was only once they had confirmed that the monster was deceased that it was all over. Oh, man. I can't help but keep falling back to my nastier habits. Jin Hyuk couldn't help but find it fun to join in the fighting himself. The moment he escaped a monster's attack by a hair's breadth and brandished his blade was nothing short of exhilarating. He kept telling himself that he was only joining in because it was something he could only experience in the lower levels, but truth be told, that seemed like an excuse. It was just difficult to rein in something that was a part of his very nature. Ah, yes, this satisfaction. No, hang on. That wasn't right. Shook. I'm just following standard procedure to make sure he's deceased. That's what I'm doing. Shook. I don't like doing things like this anymore. I don't. That was right. They needed to hear the system notification they were expecting before he could allow himself to stop stabbing, out of protocol. Yet, it wasn't because he liked the sensation of it. The notification they wanted to hear finally came in. You have slain the King Fist Monkey. Shook. You have leveled up. Shook. You are now level 34. Oh, wow, Jin Hyuk thought. I've already reached level 34. Shook. Should I have just streamed everything? Streamers were able to level up quicker depending on the number of viewers and the overall reaction toward their streams. The more viewers, the faster it was. Not again. He caught himself mulling over the most efficient ways to increase his level again. That was right. He needed to avoid leveling up too suspiciously fast. Jin Hyuk felt conflicted in a way. Would it actually be better to have the stream turned off when I'm actually fighting, like today? He realized this was a decision that he needed to consider properly. Jin Hyuk knew he wasn't exactly the most knowledgeable person about streaming there was, but one thing he did know was that he needed to make content that was sustainable in the long term. The farthest he could keep up playing the way he was now was level 100, and even if he was a regressor, there was no way he was going to become a real estate owner in Yanhuidong by then. That meant he needed to think of content that could be outputted consistently past level 100. Therefore, there was likely no way he could continue branding himself the way he was right now. Yeah, I need to give this one a proper think through. You have unlocked the achievement All Clear, Saga Mart Dungeon, An All Clear, huh? At this point, Jin Hyuk had been expecting that he'd earn an achievement along those lines. After clearing the second floor by defeating the Big Fist Monkey, he had received 2 first achievements, as it was the first time that the monster was defeated. He predicted there would be an even bigger achievement upon clearing the 3rd floor. An All Clear achievement was unlocked if one not only cleared all the fields of a dungeon, but found and acquired all its hidden secrets. Damn, All Clears were hard to come by even when I was the Sword King. Indeed, if asked beforehand, Jin Hyuk would never have imagined he'd be earning an All Clear at his present level. All Clears were rare even if one followed standard procedure for clearing dungeons to a T. In addition to the foray itself, a team needed to have good luck and timing in order to satisfy a variety of anomalous factors depending on the dungeon. All in all, it was extremely difficult, some would even say impossible, to deliberately aim for an All Clear and get it. Wow, to get an All Clear at this level. Before Jin Hyuk realized it, his heartbeat was quickening again. Jin Hyuk checked his achievements. All Clear, Saga Mart Dungeon. An achievement that is given to those that all clear Saga Mart Dungeon. 1. Mark of the All Clearer, on activation, appears on right wrist. The achievement bearer will not be attacked by the monsters of Saga Mart Dungeon. The achievement bearer receives a significant boost in all experience gained in Saga Mart Dungeon. 2. +1 to defensive attributes. The achievement bearer may boost the attributes of one of their defensive abilities. The attributes of the defensive ability that are boosted will differ depending on the ability. The rewards for unlocking an All Clear achievement did not disappoint him. The perk that the player would no longer be attacked by monsters was actually quite alright, though of course, its usefulness depended on whether the player intended to return to Saga Mart Dungeon to grind despite already clearing it. Moreover, the fact that Jin Hyuk would receive a significant boost to the experience he gained here meant he could train in this dungeon and gain a few levels in advance, being able to look ahead to see how he could shape himself as a player. If I train here, I can see what path lies waiting for me ahead of time. True, such a boon wasn't as impactful as it could have been since Jin Hyuk had already relegated himself to the role of a streamer. However, the opportunity to familiarize himself further with the skills of Broadcaster's True Sight and Broadcaster's Barrier, all the while preemptively gaining experience, experimenting and brainstorming on how he could mold himself as a streamer going forward, really wasn't too bad of a consolation prize in itself. Jin Hyuk turned his stream on. As you can see, we've managed to slay Alexander. As I got an all clear, I got this mark here. He raised his right arm into his, and therefore the camera's, view. A black-colored mark in the form of a band was now imprinted on his wrist. It looks like a tattoo, doesn't it? I will now be changing its setting to be not visible. There was no need to let every person he passed by on the street know that he had an all-clear achievement under his belt. The moment Jin Hyuk configured his mark to be invisible, the band on his wrist faded away. One interesting thing to note is that I also get to boost the attributes of one of my defensive abilities. I'm not sure yet what exactly this is going to result in. I will try using it right now on Broadcaster's Barrier, which is a defensive skill. Jin Hyuk used the attribute boost on Broadcaster's Barrier. An attribute boost was applied to Broadcaster's Barrier. A moment later, a new buff popped up on the description for the skill. Jin Hyuk recited it to the stream as calmly as possible. It says, the following attribute has been added. When Broadcaster's Barrier is active, the player is immune to all physical and other physical attacks received that are under level 50. That's good. Jin Hyuk maintained his composure when relaying the information to his viewers, but his heart was beating rather fast at the moment. Which pre-level 50 monsters had the strongest physical attacks again? Having defeated the King Fist Monkey and with the handsome bonus reward of the Mark of the All-Clearer to boot, Jin Hyuk completed the mission he accepted from Wind Wanderer and received his reward of a whooping 100 million dios. At least, that's what he thought would happen. You have got to be kidding me. As Jin Hyuk was now above the system's designated tutorial period that was until level 30, any beginner perks he had of discounts to commission rates were gone. The platform's commission rate is 50%. 50 million of those dios were gone, just like that? Vaporized. Not only that, but the system made Jin Hyuk pay mandatory appearance fees to the guest players that had assisted him on the completion of his mission. Please set the payment rate for the appearance fee. The minimum payment rate you may set is 10%. __%. To be fair, it was only fair that those who helped him received a cut of the payout. Jin Hyuk himself had received a copious amount in appearance fees for his colleague, Kong Miene. Jin Hyuk set the rate as the minimum of 10%. The payment rate has been set to 10%. The item of the transaction is currently set as monetary reward for mission completion. Would you like to include additional items of transaction? It seemed that one could transact non-monetary rewards to others, probably things such as player items or experience points. No. 10% of 100 million dios, the monetary reward for mission completion, will be distributed. 10% of 100 million that came out to be 10 million dios to be transacted away. Total amount of transaction, 10 million dios. 2,500,000 dios were paid to player Baby Shark. 2,500,000 dios were paid to player Loser. 2,500,000 dios were paid to player Uni Shadow. 2,500,000 dios were paid to player Dongseng Shadow. At the end of it all, Jin Hyuk only had 40 million dios left in his possession. There was an additional commission fee of around 20% if he were to convert the dios into Korean won, so he had approximately 30 million KRW remaining in terms of real money. 30 million won is still a huge amount of money for a single payday. Of course, Jin Hyuk knew that such fortunes were a rare occurrence. In fact, it was so uncommon that it was better to treat it as something that would not be happening again. Seo Jisoo approached Jin Hyuk with an uncharacteristically timid air about her. Hey, Appa. Jin Hyuk was cautious. Why was she suddenly acting so docile? It was suspicious. Would it be possible to work together again next time? Jisoo asked. What's with you all of a sudden? You're scaring me, Jin Hyuk responded. I've just been thinking, that it would be nice if I kept playing with you, Appa. Seo Jisoo gave a cheerful smile. For some reason, she starkly reminded Jin Hyuk of the master of capitalist smiles, Kong Miene. It would indeed have been nice if some competent damage dealers like the twins continued to work with him, but something about Jisoo was a little dodgy to Jin Hyuk, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The reason being, because it was fun working with you, Appa. How was it fun? I guess it felt like we had a mastermind, a captain to steer the boat. It kind of feels like you were something like that. It was such a nice and novel experience to coordinate as a team, like a single unit. Did she really feel all that when he wasn't even a ruler player? Just how low had her standards been? Jin Hyuk felt that Jisoo should really get a chance to meet a true ruler class player to broaden her horizons. As far as he was concerned, if he was a run-of-the-mill latte from Starbucks, a true ruler would be a coffee made from beans straight out of heaven. Also, Jisoo added, it was, amazing how you suddenly jumped into the fray without warning and showed us how skilled you were. Something smells a little fishy. What was even stranger was that Cha Jin-sol also had a shining smile on her face, the likes of which Jin Hyuk had never seen before. Those smiles. He knew it? Yes, he'd seen those smiles many a time before. It was the smile of capitalism. Hey, but is it really okay for you to give me this much money? Cha Jin-sol asked. There was something indescribable about the tone of her voice that unsettled Jin Hyuk. I didn't think you'd give me 5 million dios. At this rate, you'll accidentally make me rich. Haha. Out of all the expressions that Jin Hyuk had ever seen Cha Jin-sol make in his life, it was the most radiant. But that was strange. 5 million dios? Jin Hyuk recalled that he only given her 2.5 million. Oh, I guess the system matches the player's contribution. Jin Hyuk figured that since their commission rates on transfers and currency conversions were so punishing, this was likely their form of a money-back policy to be a bit more fair toward recipient players. Mok Jae-hyun tried to not to show it, but he looked considerably happy as well. Hey, now that I think about it, Jin Hyuk thought, it seems like 5 million dios is meant to be big money at this stage. Judging by their levels of skill, he knew that everyone on his team would eventually reach a point where 5 million dios became a trivial sum. They're still so pure. They seemed to be at a stage where they still had some innocence left in them. Now it was Seo Jia's turn to approach Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk never quite knew what she was thinking because she normally barely said a word, but today, she bowed deeply to him. Thank you, she said in a barely audible voice. At least, that was what Jin Hyuk guessed she had said. You did not need to give us this much. There was no way that Jin Hyuk was going to tell her that that was the minimum rate he could pay her, when she was uttering those words with such a serious expression. Jisoo, thank him properly. Alright, I get it, sis. Even someone as unruly as Seo Jisoo caved and listened to her big sister. Jin Hyuk admitted it was a little cute to see someone like her bow to him so politely. Appa, please give me your number. I'm sorry. Wait, no, not in that way. I need a way to contact you if we want to work together in the future. A twinge of pink tinged Seo Jisoo's ears. I'm not asking for your contact for any other reason, so don't get the wrong idea. Joseph was thoroughly impressed after watching Jin Hyuk's stream. I knew it. He's not just some ordinary martial artist. Joseph had first thought Jin Hyuk was a dual-class player, but now he realized that evaluation was wrong. Jin Hyuk had to be a triple-class player. He had to be a ruler as well. There was no other way to explain the level of competence he'd displayed. Joseph looked towards the future with his experience garnered as a scout-class player. Rulers like him will become more and more important in the future. Currently, they were in an era where the need to make cooperative parties for raiding dungeons was on the rise. Joseph believed these parties would inevitably become bigger in scale over time, and in later days it would become increasingly apparent that competent leaders would be needed to command the party, coordinating and uniting its members. And there is absolutely no doubt that Jin Hyuk is a strategic ruler class, martial artist, streamer. If Jin Hyuk were to have heard this, he would have completely mocked and ridiculed Joseph. After all, in Jin Hyuk's view, there was no such thing as an all-powerful being in this world who could do anything and everything. Throughout his previous life, he had seen no such individual that was able to transcend across human boundaries and become a master at everything. He's so good at everything, Joseph thought. That's why the stream's so satisfying to watch. There isn't a single point that's annoying or dissatisfying. The video was such a breath of fresh air for Joseph. Jin Hyuk and his team had the monster completely figured out, and the blueprint to defeat it at the ready. They followed this plan to a T, slowly cornering the monster and boxing it in over time. It was the definition of a well-planned, well-executed dungeon raid that was a thorough success, and through it, the enjoyment viewers could vicariously feel would be equally thorough. The whole entertainment factor of this streamer's content was not to display dangerous and desperate fights against monsters lurking in the dungeons, but an exhibit of how to perfectly, flawlessly hunt down dungeon mobs. That was likely why Jin Hyuk had cut out a whole chunk of the middle bit of the fight, which he probably thought would be boring for viewers, heading straight to streaming the final result. Joseph found the whole style of presentation to be peculiarly refreshing. Furthermore, when the recorded version of the stream was published after the live stream was all over, Joseph discovered that all the truly exciting and important bits of the stream were edited out too, not making the final cut. He never showed most of the actual process of fighting Alexander. I'm sure he used his excellent abilities as a ruler to contribute to the battle after he turned his stream off. Joseph believed Jin Hyuk should now be aware that people all over the world and beyond could watch him through SSP. That should explain why he had chopped out a lot of scenes that were important for the viewer's entertainment. Jin Hyuk didn't want to leak his strengths and weaknesses to the public. In Joseph's eyes, Jin Hyuk could do with some polishing when it came to being a streamer. His ability to see the big picture and discern the trends of their time, on the other hand, were outstanding. I want him. Joseph's eyes had a glint in them. All things considered, it appeared that an even bigger monster than Egan Paul had entered the scene. Today was yet another day that Jin Hyuk's sister was acting all pouty. It hadn't taken all that long for the kindness and hospitality of capitalism to run dry. I don't really care whether you eat with me or not, Jin-sol said. She didn't seem to care in the least what time he was going to come home, if he stayed out late, or indeed if he was coming home. To think she was the one viewer of his stream, to think she was practically the only donor as well. It was still unbelievable. Do you like me or hate me? Neither. I just decided to eat with you because I was planning to eat anyway. That's what she said on paper, yet she recited off a whole list of places when Jin Hyuk asked her if she knew any food joints that were good. She described the menus for some of them. This steakhouse does a really frickin' good pudding. Like, you have to try it at least once, got it. Seeing her talk with her hands clasped like a businessman, Jin Hyuk wasn't sure whether she was more passionate about the steak or the pudding. Jin Hyeok increased the level of detail that his broadcaster's true sight fed to him, and was met with an onslaught of hashtags describing her status. Hashtag serious business, hashtag this Nuna is for real right now, hashtag today we feast until we regret our life choices, hashtag till our stomachs burst. The constant assault of changing messages disoriented Jin Hyeok. I gotta turn this off. The two decided to go to a steakhouse in Cheongdam Dongwon. Jin Hyeok was actually a bit of a foodie himself and liked to find good places to eat. He definitely missed this after eating Korean fast food for 7 long years to financially survive. N/O/vel/B//J/N.C//OM. I would never have imagined I'd earn so much money while playing with you, Appa, Jin Sol said. Wait, then how much did you make? I made an alright amount. How much is alright? About the same as you all. Then next time, you don't have to give us as much. She subtly started nagging Jin Hyeok. Let's be honest, we're not all that close with the other members. I think you gave them too much. Wow. She could be stone cold in the most unexpected of areas. That said, though, Jin Hyeok thought it was still a bit iffy to tell her that he set the distribution rate to the bare minimum anyway, so he just sat there listening and saying nothing. However, he was a little curious about what was going on in her head. He took another little peek with broadcaster's true sight. Hashtag mountain of worries, hashtag the bigger sibling at heart, hashtag I'll be the one to protect my big bro's money, hashtag reloading another round of nagging. A wave of tiredness suddenly washed over Jin Hyeok like an ocean tide. She was chipping away at his psyche more intensely than any monster he had ever encountered. Hey, looks like the next course is the pudding, Jin Hyeok said. Jin Sol's eyes sparkled. Jin Hyeok wondered just how good the pudding was to be able to elicit such a reaction out of his sister. Finally, the fabled pudding came out. But it was at that moment that a massive ruckus began near the entrance of the restaurant. Everyone, get down. 5 robbers had entered the establishment. Again. These days, there was a massive upsurge of robberies just like this one. There was an outpouring of not only knife-related incidents in broad daylight, but magic-related ones too. There were hundreds of new cases of player-related crimes occurring every day. Not only that, but it was reported in the news that the number of crime-related deaths every day was over 10. This was a substantial number, about the same as the number of vehicle-related accidents that happened daily. It's not that surprising, though. Most of the player-related crimes have been concentrated in areas that are densely populated by players, like the capital area. There were also quite a few crazy individuals who acted as if the law no longer existed. The government was doing what was within its means to establish countermeasures, but it was going to be a long time before things truly became safe and stable again. Meanwhile, ordinary non-player people tried to maintain as normal a life as possible, hoping they wouldn't be caught in such an incident in the same way one would hope they weren't caught up in a car accident. Jin Hyeok calmly scooped some of the dessert pudding they had just received and tasted a spoonful. Now he knew why Cha Jin Sol had been dead serious about this pudding. Wow, okay, this is hella good. The junk food he'd eaten for 7 years and this pudding couldn't even be in the same conversation. There was no comparison. Nom, nom. Hang on. One of the 5 robbers who had entered the restaurant seemed to ring a bell for Jin Hyeok. Why was a robber ringing a bell? Wait, what? Why on earth is he over there? Jin Hyeok was staring at the nerve-wracked guy at the very back of the 5-man robber group. There was no way Jin Hyeok, or anyone else for that matter, wouldn't notice him, for he stood at least 3 heads taller than everyone else. In truth, he was a very warm and lovable guy, a bit of a big friendly giant, but you couldn't find a more rugged face anywhere. It was one of Jin Hyeok's comrades from his past life. Standing at the back was the Martial King, Kim Jong-hyeon. What the heck have you got yourself into? The person in the whole wide world least suited to robbery, was conducting a robbery right before Cha Jin Hyeok. This was a person who stayed far away from petite and cute creatures like puppies and hatchlings. Jin Hyeok asked Kim Jong-hyeon once why that was the case. With an expression that could not possibly have been anything but one filled with worry, he had replied, "What if I accidentally make them explode?" Other than when he had to fight, occasions where he resorted to violence were very far and few between. Even when someone teased, taunted, or picked a fight with him, he would simply reply with something along the lines of, "Oh, sorry, it's probably my fault," which served to irritate people to no end. Wow, I mean, seriously, what is he doing? Jin Hyeok had to admit he was concerned. This was a friend he had gone through thick and thin with for many years, including some of the toughest hardships. All the good and the bad. However, he knew that the Kim Jong-hyeon of then and the Kim Jong-hyeon of now were not the same person, just as how the Jin Hyeok of then and the Jin Hyeok of now were different. If the future unfolded the same way as it did in his previous life, this man would become the martial king of Korea, the king of the fist, and a hero who served the country and the people. It was worth noting that Jong-hyeon had found such a life to be immensely fulfilling. "Hey, Appa, Appa. Quick, get down," Cha Jin Sol urged Jin Hyeok from under the table. He had no idea when exactly she decided to crawl under there, but she kept poking Jin Hyeok in the knee. "What? Didn't you hear them tell everyone to get down?" As much as Jin Hyeok knew it wasn't the right reaction, he couldn't help but have his pride be threatened at the notion of acquiescing in a situation like this. Why did he need to get down when he was stronger than them? If they're here for money, there's no reason for them to harass us, right? Oh, hey, Appa, look. It doesn't hurt to be on the safe side, does it? The ones we really need to watch out for would be targeting places like bank vaults or police stations anyway. As far as Jin Hyeok was concerned, these guys were just petty crooks and there was no need to pay them much attention. Jin Hyeok thought that if he had to spend all his time worrying over chumps like that, he might as well starve to death because he would never have the chance to even eat properly like right now. He deserved this meal. Having fought against powerful assassins which these crooks didn't even hold a candle to every day in his previous life, it was hard for him to feel scared right now. Nom nom. This pudding was really good. Hey, you. The short one out of the robbers slowly walked toward Jin Hyeok. It appeared he was the leader of this group of 5. Jin Hyeok decided to call him Yellow Boy, because his hair was dyed a bright yellow. Yo, did you not hear me? I did. It would have been nice if this robber would just stop bothering him. I fucking told you to put your hands behind your back and get down. Jin Hyeok put another spoonful of pudding in his mouth. The pudding was great, for sure. Yellow Boy pointed a short spear close to Jin Hyeok's face. It seemed Yellow Boy did not have any manners at all. Perhaps he had never heard the saying that even dogs shouldn't be bothered when they're eating. If you came here to steal money, just get your money and piss off. What did you say to me? Is this son of a bitch crazy? With an expression of anger, Yellow Boy picked up a glass cup that was on the table. It seemed that he was aiming to smash Jin Hyeok on the head with it. What an odd individual this was. He literally had a short spear in his hand, but he went out of his way to pick up the cup to use as a weapon for whatever reason. Yellow Boy raised the glass. Jin Hyeok merely shifted himself slightly to avoid the cup that was coming down. Crack? Oh, my. It seemed the robber had swung a bit too hard, because he lost grip of the cup mid-swing and it flew for a bit before it shattered upon contact with the floor. I could have just let it hit me, now that I think about it. Jin Hyeok had dodged out of habit, but he would have been fine if he just used Broadcaster's barrier. Alright, you tried to hit me first. Jin Hyeok pulled out his dagger and stabbed Yellow Boy in the chest. Oops, that was close. Jin Hyeok nearly went straight for the heart out of habit. He redirected his stab at the last second to avoid the heart. He nearly killed a man in the same satisfying, clean manner he killed dungeon monsters. Truly, habits were a scary thing. There was no need to unnecessarily kill a man at a dinner table with his sister. In the future, of course, killing someone out of self-defense in a situation like this would not be an excessive precaution, but in these times, he had to act differently, which Jin Hyeok found understandable. When in Rome, you had to do as the Romans did. Jin Hyeok believed he was adjusting well to this society of the past. Jin Hyeok shook his head. Why was Yellow Boy being so dramatic over a mere flesh wound? It wasn't like it was a fatal injury. The stab wasn't even that deep. You crazy bastard. One of the larger robbers who had hair of the same color a big Yellow Boy came running at Jin Hyeok. This one used a normal length spear as his weapon of choice. In the chaos, Jin Hyeok's pudding fell to the ground. Now, this was stepping over the line. I was eating this pudding. How could you? Jin Hyeok ducked to avoid the spear and stabbed Big Yellow Boy on the top side of his foot. He pulled his dagger out and made sure to stab the other foot as well. With just these 2 injuries, Big Yellow Boy let go of his spear and rolled around the floor in pain. What a wuss. Really? He's hurting that much over that? This might as well have been a mosquito bite back in Jin Hyeok's day. Jin Hyeok was concerned about how such a frail person was going to survive this harsh new world. Jin Hyeok faced the one with black hair now to be called Black Boy in his head. You better hurry up and go get them treated. They won't die, at least. Quick, buzz off. I didn't kill them cause I'm in a good mood today. God damn it. Jin Hyeok had tried his best to ignore the elephant in the room, but it was just not possible. He approached Kim Jong-hyeon. What are you doing here? Come on, why is a robber like you so timid? Got anything to say? Kim Jong-hyeon shrunk back until he was stuck against the wall. Though it appeared from the outside that he was just very cowardly, Jin Hyeok knew Jong-hyeon wasn't someone that was frightened by a bit of blood. He's like that because he knows what he's doing is wrong. The Jong-hyeon whom Jin Hyeok knew had a solid conscience, and lost all confidence just like now when he was made to do what he thought was wrong. In fact, whenever their activities required them to do something icky, Jin Hyeok and his team had to take into consideration the fact that this straight-laced man was going to be stunted in combat since he was a lot less willing. Broadcaster's True Sight. LV21/Flaming Fist of Cheongdam-dong/successor of Jang Kongcheol/skills/1. He had the same job that he did in the past. By the artificially created lore of the system, Jang Kongcheol was a great Grand Master of martial arts. The number of individuals in the whole world who were bestowed the job of successor of Jang Kongcheol were very few. Kim Jong-hyeon was the man who became South Korea's martial king by training and refining his job to the furthest limits it could possibly reach. Why is his level so low? And why hasn't he obtained a single achievement? Jong-hyeon's rate of growth was way lower than Jin Hyeok had expected. He amplified his Broadcaster's True Sight to glean some hints. #I'm human trash, but #I need the money. He needs the money. Jin Hyeok tried to remember anything from his past life, but there was nothing concrete that could explain why on earth Jong-hyeon was in this predicament. Even back then, Kim Jong-hyeon hadn't talked about his past very much. What little he revealed every now and then suggested he came from a rather underprivileged family background. Out of what he revealed, one thing that was of note was that he said there was a time when his mother was very sick but Jin Hyeok didn't know the details. He doesn't seem like he's very close with the dyed hair boys, either. They didn't really seem like true companions of his. Then there could only be one answer. Did you come to some kind of agreement with these guys? Jin Hyeok knew there was no way small-time crooks like these would have promised to give any significant sum of money to Zhang Haiyan. It was almost laughable how the martial king, one who was unrivaled in the ways of the fist in all the land, was rolling around in the mud like this to make a couple bucks. Jin Hyeok felt a surge of anger rise within him. I can't claim I know what you're going through, but couldn't you make money through a more normal method? Don't you feel like you're wasting that physique of yours? I am sorry. As always, he was a profuse apologizer. It's not me you should be sorry to. I'm really sorry. Actually, I needed the money really urgently. As always, Kim Zhang Haiyan was a very slow speaker. Listening to him drawl on was like listening to a sloth that could talk. Look, there are things people should do and shouldn't do. Get a grip, you dunce. This was something Zhang Haiyan would normally say to him. Like the moralist that he was, Zhang Haiyan would often lecture Jin Hyeok whenever he was up to something that was no good, saying, there are things people should do and shouldn't do, in that slow drawl of his. Jin Hyeok rather liked that, actually. Someone behind Jin Hyeok suddenly chirped up. Yo, what the heck are you doing? If I gave you my dem money, you better do your money's worth. The one shouting was Yellow Boy, the short one. It appeared that the black-haired robber was a healer. It was guaranteed, then, that the injured robbers weren't at risk of death. Do your job and kill that bastard. Quick. Do you want to pay 10 times your fee for breaching our agreement? Huh. Kim Zhang Haiyan twitched at the threat. Jin Hyeok stared at Zhang Haiyan with wonder. The Zhang Haiyan of his past life would never have been perturbed over money like this. Hashtag I hate myself, but still hashtag I need to uphold the agreement hashtag feeling suicidal. I'm sorry. Zhang Haiyan clenched his teeth and swung a fist at Jin Hyeok. Yes, fuck yeah, kill him. Yellow Boy shouted gleefully. Jin Hyeok didn't bother to avoid the punch. Not only did Zhang Haiyan's punches possess incredible power, but the scary part was that he followed it through with an endless combination of consecutive hits. It was better to receive the first attack head-on in order to break his tempo, and physical strikes that are from someone under level 50 can't hurt me anyway. Jin Hyeok calmly observed the movements of the low-level version of Zhang Haiyan. He sensed a unique opportunity taking shape. Players with as much potential as Zhang Haiyan were hard to come by. N/O/vel/B//J.N.C///OM. Broadcaster's true sight. Thump. An explosive sound boomed across the restaurant. Thump, thump. Kim Zhang Haiyan continued to pummel at the shield rapidly, swiveling his hips. The strikes were hard to predict as he deliberately varied his rhythm. Even for Jin Hyeok, it would not have been easy to evade these attacks or parry them head-on. That was irrelevant, though, because Jin Hyeok wasn't intending to even try and predict Zhang Haiyan's movements. Wow, I actually might not have been unscathed if my barrier didn't nullify his attacks. The attack had considerable destructive power for a level 21. It was indeed truly second to none. Yes, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. This was more like it. Truth be told, players of this caliber were a dime a dozen in Jin Hyeok's previous lifetime, existing all around him. Every second person he fought could at least do this much. That said, this was exciting. I'm not going to go easy either, you know. The moment Jin Hyeok saw an opening, he took it to ruthlessly stab Zhang Haiyan in the side with his dagger. Shook. Zhang Haiyan's flesh felt rather dense. Despite not having used any defensive skills, Zhang Haiyan's body itself was quite tough. Jin Hyeok might not have been even able to penetrate his skin if they had been the same level. Wow, that's solid. Whoosh. Unlike the yellow boys, Zhang Haiyan didn't cease his attack after being penetrated in his flank. The grit he displayed was on a different level. However, his subsequent movements were wide enough for Jin Hyeok to dodge easily. Oh, right, there's no need for me to dodge. Jin Hyeok reminded himself while dodging a swing at the same time. Jin Hyeok stabbed Zhang Haiyan in his opposite flank. Shook. He quickly pulled the dagger out and pivoted his angle of attack to stab Zhang Haiyan in the vicinity of his trapezius muscles. It was hard to execute his attacks properly because Zhang Haiyan was so tall. When Jin Hyeok had leaped in for the second stab, Zhang Haiyan took the opportunity to grab him into a bear hug. Oh, he got me. Zhang Haiyan began to squeeze Jin Hyeok with all his might. He's pretty strong, for sure. This would have been enough to crush the ribcage of any normal player like cracking open a walnut. However, Jin Hyeok's broadcaster's barrier had been upgraded to nullify all physical attacks below the level of 50. Zhang Haiyan squeezed so hard that his veins bulged and his face turned red, but it was of no use, he only drained himself of his energy. Should I deactivate that upgrade and fight? Yes, that would make for a much more interesting battle. This was much too boring. Wait, no, that's not right. Jin Hyeok berated himself. He was going to see through this fight in the safest, lowest risk manner possible, and then he was going to go back to the pudding. That was that. This time, Jin Hyeok's sensible side won the inner battle. That was a close one. Looks like he's slowly losing his grip strength. Jin Hyeok wiggled his right arm free. Hey, your eyes are unprotected. With the dagger clutched in his right hand, Jin Hyeok went straight for Zhang Haiyan's eye. Puck. The dagger was buried firmly in Zhang Haiyan's eye. Zhang Haiyan lost consciousness and collapsed from the shock. For a moment there, Jin Hyeok was worried Zhang Haiyan would keep going even after that. Hey, you. Yellow boy. Yellow boy was startled. You got any money? Why yes, I do. Gimme. The man ran to him and frantically gave all the cash he had. This was the way it should be. The most deserved form of karma for robbers was to be robbed themselves. Jin Hyok tossed the money on Zhang Haiyan's massive chest. Excuse me, am I free to go now? Go. Thank you? Wait, no, stop. Why yes. Go to the counter and order a pudding for me. Wait, 2 puddings. No, wait, 3. I didn't get to have mine cause of you. Make sure you pay for it. Oh, understood. Yellow boy went to the counter and ordered 2 puddings, ensuring he paid for both. Alright, you can go now. The robber bolted out. Jin Hyok waited silently. When is he going to wake up? It seemed he was going to need to have a deep conversation with Zhang Haiyan. Jin Sol, heal his eye a bit for me. You don't need to worry about being precise, he can take a lot of punishment, so it shouldn't take long for his eye to get better even if you did a sloppy job. As Jin Hyok expected, Zhang Haiyan was incredibly receptive to healing. It was a short while before his eye was fully treated, and the bleeding on his sides came to a stop and also had its flesh regenerated. Jin Hyok believed it shouldn't take long for his eyesight to return to normal as well. Before long, Zhang Haiyan stirred to consciousness. It seemed the vision in his right eye hadn't been restored yet because the eye didn't look focused, but Zhang Haiyan was rather calm. Hey, big guy. There was a question Jin Hyok had been waiting to ask. Your eye, why did you give it to me on purpose at the end? You knew it was wide open. Zhang Haiyan did not answer. In fact, Jin Hyok did not expect one from him. His stubborn personality seems to remain unchanged, whether it is in the past or now. Although it was frustrating, it was good news that he was still predictable. To Jin Hyok, it was like meeting the Zhang Haiyan he'd always known. Well, it's probably because of his clumsy sense of justice. Jin Hyok could vaguely picture the situation. He was probably lured into joining the party by the high-paying part-time aspect of the job. He was a pretty intimidating guy just by his presence, so he had to have been a good hire for the dyed-haired boys. He was a quirky guy, so if the party wanted to, they could blame him for any problems. And he has already signed the contract, so I doubt he can run away from them. Well, what can I do? I guess it's good either way. There was no fear in Zhang Haiyan's eyes. To be able to maintain that kind of composure after being stabbed in the eye just moments before was something he had never seen before. It did not matter how good one's physical attributes were, if one could not overcome that kind of fear and pain, one could not become a ranker.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. In that sense, Zhang Haiyan was a customized talent with both tremendous physical and mental strength. You must have been in a big hurry for money. Tell me what that is, Jin Hyok said. I have no reason to tell you. I guess you are not in such a big hurry after all. Jin Hyok walked over to the counter, borrowed a ballpoint pen, and scribbled a number on a napkin. If you ever want to make money the legal, normal way, just call me. Oh, I am a streamer, and I am just offering this because I think we could create some interesting content together. The choice was up to Zhang Haiyan. Jin Hyok sat back down at his table. Now let's eat the pudding. Appa, how can you eat the pudding in a situation like this? If you're not gonna eat it, I will. Don't you dare. When he tried to take her pudding, she guarded it with her life. I knew this was going to happen. Munch, munch, munch. The pudding that Yellow Boy bought for him was delicious. After all, everything tastes better when someone else pays for it. A week had passed since Jin Hyok had met with Zhang Haiyan, and Zhang Haiyan eventually reached out to Jin Hyok. I would like, for us to work together, Zhang Haiyan said. If you want to work with me, you need to talk faster than that? I will try my best. Wow, that is a lot of progress. Jin Hyok remembered how Zhang Haiyan used to talk. It used to be, this is an individual's right and freedom that should be respected. I do not want you to infringe on my rights, my friend, and it drove Jin Hyok. Jin Hyok thought he was going to die of frustration. It was a good thing that Zhang Haiyan was going to try his best. Finally, the contract with Zhang Haiyan was a success. First, I am giving you 20 million won in advance. Jin Hyok put the amount he just told Zhang Haiyan into Zhang Haiyan's account. Thank you. How can I repay this favor? Didn't I just tell you to speak faster? How can I repay this favor? Jin Hyok had heard that Zhang Haiyan's mother needed about 20 million won for her treatment. If it was just a physical injury, Jin Sol would have been able to treat her, but her illness was much more complicated than that. You will be paid for appearing in my content, and if you do not like it after a few times, you can find another path in your career. Why are you this nice to me? Why are you giving me such a great offer? I don't think it's that great of an offer. If he could get Zhang Haiyan for a mere 20 million won upfront, it was a great business. At least Jin Hyok thought so. But I am going to get as much as I can from you, so I need you to make sure you try your best when creating content. I promise. I will. Jin Hyok did not write any contract. It was not like Zhang Haiyan was going to run off with the 20 million won, and even if he did, Jin Hyok would easily catch him and kick his ass. Without even a working conference room in his name, Jin Hyok gathered the people who were going to work with him: Mok Jae Haiyan, Cha Jin Sol, and the CO sisters. The CO sisters had become more active after playing with Jin Hyok last time. They said they had been playing separately for the past week, but they did not feel as much joy as when they played with him. We also did not make as much money as when we played with you. After experiencing the taste of money, Jisoo became more agreeable. Never leave me, Jisoo said. We are in this together. Forever. Jin Hyeok swore he saw a little bit of madness in her eyes, but he pretended not to notice. After all, it was good for him that she was so enthusiastic about being in his content. The CO sisters' attacks are strong, but they specialize in surprise attacks, which means once their attacks are exposed, their power is halved. Wait, come to think of it, Jisoo stopped using honorifics when speaking to me. Jin Hyeok did not find it particularly annoying, so he decided to let it go. Once our attack is exposed, the power is halved. Jisoo said. You know I'm right. Jisoo pouted her lips slightly. It looked like her pride was slightly bruised by his words. You could have said that a good surprise attack can increase our chance of landing a critical hit on an opponent, which is basically the same thing anyway. Ah, I guess you are right. Making eye contact with Jin Hyeok, Jisoo blushed slightly. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying you could have said it in a nicer way, Jisoo said. In any case, Zhang Haiyan's arrival on the team was a good thing for them. Jin Hyeok's plan was to keep him with them until about level 60 or 70. He had too much talent and potential to stay in the team forever. Jin Hyeok thought it would be wise to take advantage of each other until then, and go their separate ways afterward. Jia, who was usually quiet, spoke up. So, where are we going? Our next destination is the Bupyeong Station dungeon. At Jin Hyeok's words, Jae Hyeon's eyes widened. That dungeon is known to be the worst tutorial dungeon, isn't it? He was right. The Bupyeong Station dungeon was considered the worst tutorial dungeon. However, the important thing to note here was not the word worst, but tutorial. Even if it was the worst one, it was still a tutorial dungeon. And I have information about the hidden achievement, which will make the dungeon easier. It was always fun to find hidden secrets in the dungeon. Of course, it was fun because of the amount of content that could be created with them. There was no longer a Cha Jin Hyeok who enjoyed the hidden secret itself or the dungeon itself. He kept reminding himself not to forget that. Since it's known as the worst tutorial dungeon ever, it's good for the content. That's right. We are going to that dungeon. I think we could make a pretty good LTube video from there. He also realized he could get the achievement of being the first to obtain the hidden achievement for that dungeon. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Damn it, I almost got excited again. What the hell am I supposed to do to not get excited about this achievement? Can I even fix this? Jin Hyeok did a lot of mind control, but he honestly did not know if he could stop himself from being like this. In the end, rather than finding the means to control himself from being excited, he instead desperately tried to find a more justifiable reason for his excitement. Wait, if I do this, I can make 300 million dios, right? Yes, that's right. A whopping 300 million dios. That should be enough reason to get me excited. He was happy that he could finally find justification for his excitement. We are going to leave tomorrow, so make sure you are well rested at home. Jin Hyeok tried to be with his family, at least for the dinners. As he ate his parents' home-cooked meal, he felt unnecessarily emotional again. I am going to buy you two a car. His mom and dad thought he was joking and laughed as they told him the name of a large sedan from a certain brand. They said it was the best sedan when it came to domestic brands. I'm not joking, though. I am sure they will be very surprised when I bring it to them later. Thinking about it made him feel good. That night, Jinsol came to his room. Appa, is it going to take long to clear the Bupyeong Station dungeon? I dunno. It's my first time going there. What's up? I just wanted to know because I need to tell my company how many days I am going to be away. Oh, right. I totally forgot for a moment that she was an office worker. However, for some reason, she kept getting more serious. Appa. Huh? What's with that serious tone? Do you think I should quit my job? If you want to. Huh? His answer caught her off guard, and her eyes widened. You're not going to stop me. Why should I? Jin Hyeok did not care what she did for a living or how she did it. He was going to make a lot of money anyway, and she could just do whatever she wanted to do. People told me that I'm crazy for even thinking about quitting this amazing job. They told me that I shouldn't quit. Hashtag faint expectation. Hashtag tell me to quit. Hashtag please understand my feelings. Hashtag but we are blood relatives. Hashtag it's not going to work. Something about the last one was bugging him, but he couldn't say anything about it. It looked like she wanted someone to tell her that it was okay for her to quit her job. Anyway, he decided what he wanted to say regardless of the broadcaster's true site. I'm being serious. Do what you want to do. Really? I can quit my job. Yes. Why? Why are you saying that? There is no reason for me to not say it. But it's a great company, and maybe I will never get another job at a similar level. Then don't. Then how am I supposed to make a living? There are plenty of ways to make a living. The real question you need to be asking yourself is, what do you really want to do? I don't know. I've been thinking about it, but if you're telling me this, doesn't that mean that you're leaning more toward quitting your job? Yes. Then quit. Hashtag my own brother? Hashtag this is the first time anyone has ever cared about me. Hashtag can I thank him a little? Really? I can quit my job? Aren't you going to nag me to think more carefully, or something? Jinsol asked again. I'm sure you thought about this long and hard before telling me that. That's true, but after hearing his words, Jinsol seemed a little touched. She said something about this being the first time she had ever had someone around her who understood her feelings. Jin Hyeok felt proud that he could act as her appa for a change, but he was also embarrassed because this was the first time he had done something like this. Just don't ask me to lend you money, Jin Hyeok said. I'm not going to lend you money. I am just going to give it to you. Humph. Jinsol jumped to her feet. Whew. This heartwarming ambience is finally broken. The awkwardness was killing me. Oh, by the way, how did you set up your items? It seemed like she tried her best to prepare for the worst tutorial dungeon. However, when he saw how she did it, he frowned. You call this setting up? Why? I thought I did a good job. A good job? Are you serious right now? Don't you think so? I guess this is a good time to teach her a lesson. I am going to teach my younger sister a lesson. He realized this could be great content for his channel, so he started his live stream. I am going to ask you, why did you put most of your resources into defensive items? It's probably a stupid reason anyway, Jin Hyeok asked his sister while starting his live stream. Why would you buy defensive items? A healer dies in one hit anyway. What do you mean? Appa, do you even read articles on the internet? It seemed like she was talking about various websites spreading information about how to properly train each class. Did those articles tell you that priests need a lot of defensive items? Yes, because priests have very weak defensive stats. You're right. That's the point. Why would you increase your defense when it's already weak? Even though he was asking Jinsol, he was actually talking to the viewers. Most of the viewers who were watching this new server were old-time players. They would be well aware that the current strategies for each class on this planet were wrong. With this live stream, I think I can scratch their itch. At this moment, they were in the tutorial phase, so if a priest invested their resources into their defense, they could survive. However, later on, most of them would die in one hit from the enemy. One hit, and they were dead. It was not about how well they could defend themselves, but how well they could dodge enemies' attacks, and how well they were protected by their teammates. My defense is weak, so I improved my defense. Is that so wrong? Jinsol said in frustration. As her appa, he decided to give her a lesson. He was not sure how much the viewers would like it because it was so obvious, but he still did it anyway. Do you think the tutorial field will last forever? What do you mean? Do you think there is any other place where you can experience death as freely as you can there? In the tutorial field, you need to take as many hits and die as many times as possible, and survive as long as you can. That's the entire reason why there is even the tutorial field in the first place. To let you experience this kind of stuff. Why the hell would you increase your defense just to survive the tutorial field? Jin Hyeok had not noticed, but the likes were starting to increase rapidly. I have died more times than I can count. Jin Hyeok had died more than a dozen times in the tutorial dungeon at level 5 before his regression. How can I not die, was never a consideration in his mind. He knew he was going to die many times, so what he tried to figure out was how to make it less painful. In hindsight, I was probably a crazy person. In any case, he learned a lot from his many deaths. He got used to the pain and even acquired a trait called death immunity. This trait was only available in the tutorial field during the open beta. You know, I think there are things you can only learn in times like this, like how to detect really dangerous attacks, and how to fail and die. You need to go through a lot of trial and error, with no help from your items. How long do you think relying on armor is going to work? The number of likes continued to rise rapidly. It was unprecedentedly fast. The name Kim Chul-soo became trending on Nerver, which was the system's biggest online community. He hit the nail on the head with that statement. I feel so much better now. I heard there were ridiculous strategies spreading across Earth. I wish there were more Chul-soos out there. It was a refreshing live stream for the viewers. How is that newbie talking like he is an old-time player? That's how good he is. Haha. Don't you guys think he is a regressor? I heard regression is a bug. I bet you're one of those idiots who type stupid shit without even watching his old videos. What's with the hate? Shut the hell up. Your face is ugly. Guys, stop fighting. Chul-soo had already confirmed that he is not a regressor in one of his old videos. Chul-soo showed great insight and made the viewers feel relieved. The fact that he was only a low-level open beta player had the community buzzing. This was an insight that a low-level player could not possibly have. What about you, Appa? Cha Jinsol said. What about me? By the same logic, shouldn't you also grow without the help from the items? That statement startled Jin Hyeok. Wait, come to think of it, in the world of academia, you always need to prepare and review. Jin Hyeok thought that if he repeated the experience once again, he might get a new experience. That sounds exciting. No. He knew he shouldn't even start feeling this way. It was like smoking. Once you started, it was hard to stop. I shouldn't even start at all. He made up his mind and told his sister about his reasons. I am a streamer, I do not need that kind of learning. Did you just flinch? Did I? I don't think so. Are you sure? I swear you just flinched. Like you were surprised or something. She was right. He did flinch. However, it was for a completely different reason than she thought. Streamers are different. They do not have to die. What's so different about them? Don't you learn a lot from dying too? That's exactly what I am afraid of. Jin Hyeok could not say that out loud. Well, healers are actually in battles, and streamers just watch from the back, Jin Hyeok said. I don't understand. It doesn't matter, and I really don't care if you are convinced or not. The brother and sister bickered for a while, then got back to the point. So you're telling me not to wear armor? Jinsol asked again. Yes. Healers are supposed to heal people, not focus on defense. Get an item that increases your healing abilities. Also, since stamina is important for healers, you should equip items that increase your stamina. But that is different from what other people are saying around the world. Jinsoul sounded slightly dissatisfied. That's because the entire world is fucking stupid. What? How can idiots come up with good strategies? They can't. There was another spike in his number of likes. It was almost as high as the number of viewers. Joseph received a new notification on his cell phone. I am about to enter the Bupyeong Station dungeon. He immediately tuned into Jin Hyeok's livestream. Wait, he's just going to start his livestream like this. Joseph could not understand. Usually, streamers had a warm-up period before they started streaming. It was common for streamers to notify their viewers and wait for them so that they could get a decent number of viewers to tune in. He didn't even show any opening ads or any attention-grabbing thumbnails. Heck, even television shows and movies would use trailers to build interest. And there is still no audience interaction. What Joseph saw from his phone was Jin Hyeok's team entering the Bupyeong Station dungeon. He did not tell the viewers how the team got together, what they were going to do, or how they were going to clear the dungeon. He just started his livestream. Joseph could never get used to this kind of livestream. He even started his livestream after killing some of the monsters. Chulsu's teammates looked exhausted. They all looked very tired. Joseph heard Chulsu's voice. This will probably be the first death. Thud. A large fist of a monster slammed into Seo Jisu's temple. The Shadow Executioner is dead. It was a huge monster, over 2 meters tall. Its name was Brass Golem. Now Jia is also dead. Soon after, Jinsoul is also dead. Zhang Haiyan and Jay Haiyan are holding on, but they are struggling. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Eventually, both Kim Zhang Haiyan and Mok Jay Haiyan were also killed. With that, everyone on my team is wiped out except for me. The brass golems are stronger than I thought. This dungeon has a setting where the difficulty is very high, but the revival timer is only 30 minutes. We are going to take a break and I will see you guys back in 30 minutes. It was the kind of livestream that only showed results and not the process. Joseph looked back at his phone several times in disbelief, but the livestream had indeed been turned off just like Chulsu had said. What the hell is he doing? All he saw was the appearance of giant monsters called the Brass Golems and the annihilation of Jin Hyeok's team. The livestream only lasted about 10 minutes. The livestream time, incoming viewership, and attention are essentially money and experience points for streamers. Egan Paul normally studied all of these things thoroughly before starting his livestream. He even would use big data and numerous psychological theories. However, Jin Hyeok did not seem interested in any of that. What if he is alone? What then? Joseph could only shake his head, not realizing that Jin Hyeok was using the all-clear achievement. Half an hour later, the livestream came back on. From Joseph's point of view, Jin Hyeok seemed unaffected. This is our 4th time, and I am afraid you guys might get bored if you watch the same thing over and over again, but the team members are so weak that I can't help it. As you guys can see, this content is about the growth of the weak players, so I hope you guys will understand. Jin Hyeok did not see this one coming either. My team members are too weak. I was going to fight the monsters moderately and then pretend to struggle and find the hidden task and get my 300 million dias. The Brass Golem was a tutorial level monster with an average level of 29. It had very high defensive stats and did not get tired. If players did not take advantage of its weakness, which was its core, it could be very difficult to defeat the monsters. On the other hand, it was an easy monster to deal with if the players focused on its core. I already taught them that the glowing little stone on its chest is its weakness. He could not believe that they were this underwhelming even after he gave them the answer. However, they had their own excuses. In their defense, brass golems usually walked around in packs of 5 or 6. His team had never faced that many at once before, so they could not adapt easily. They've already died 3 times. Jin Hyeok had not been able to get a good clip for his livestream for nearly 2 hours. He wanted his weak team members who could not do anything to become strong and fight the monsters impressively. After fighting hard like that, he would find the hidden task and get the achievement for being the first to clear this tutorial dungeon. That was the flow of the content he had envisioned. However, it seemed like it would take too long to reach that point, so Jin Hyeok had no choice but to keep ending his livestream. We're screwed. Zhang Haiyan was doing a good job, but he could not do this alone. I need to think of another plan. The problem was that 5 or 6 of the monsters were swarming at once. It would be a lot better if there were only 2 or 3 of them. He really did not want to do it himself, but this was a situation where he really had no choice. I've got about 15 minutes before they come back to life. He moved closer to the monsters, and the monsters also moved closer to him. Whoosh! Jin Hyeok felt their attacks. They were fierce and destructive, but it was not strong enough to excite him. The attacks were so slow that it was harder to get hit by them. This is so easy. If I dodge like this, it creates so many openings. He immediately closed the distance. He wrapped the dagger with the broadcaster's barrier and plunged it into one of the monster's core. It's tougher than I thought. However, that did not matter. With the right amount of impact, the core shattered with a pop. If it did not work the first time, stabbing the same spot several times would do the trick. You have defeated a brass golem. After killing one, Jin Hyeok was a little dumbfounded. I don't understand. Why can't they do this? Zhang Haiyan managed to do it once, but the others were not even close. Behind him, another brass golem swung its fist. I can't believe they can't dodge this. It was as if the monsters were counting down before attacking and announcing to the world that they were about to attack. Top and bottom, or right to left. Even their patterns were simple. There were only 2 directions of attack. This meant that he only needed to recognize one of those 2 directions and dodge it. Jin Hyeok sidestepped without even trying. A single step backward was enough. It's blowing my mind. How is this hard? Do I have too high of a standard? Jin Hyeok wanted to see if the attack was stronger than he thought, so he got hit on purpose. Thanks to the broadcaster's barrier, it did no damage to him. I'm sure my standard is not that high. It's strange. He could not understand it, but he reduced the number of the monsters anyway. You have received a brass fragment. You have received a brass fragment. It was easy to kill them and easier to loot them. Now, there was only one of them left, and one by one, the team members began to wake up. This is not going to work. Let's train with only one monster first, Jin Hyeok said. Appa. What? What happened here? What do you mean what happened? I realized this is not going to work, so I killed all the golems but one. You can do that. Of course. It's a lot weirder if you can't do this. But, I am a patient streamer so I should tell them nicely. You guys will get there with practice. Jin Hyeok was sure that he didn't become this generous because he relieved stress by defeating those monsters. Absolutely not. With only one more monster to kill, he knew they could do it. He decided it was worth the hassle of teaching them one step at a time. Jisoo, what are you doing? This is your turn. You should have gone in right after Jia's attack. Hey, Jae Hyeon. You need to block that attack from the right. That way, Jisoo can move around more freely. I'm not expecting you to read 2 steps ahead, but you need to anticipate at least 1 step ahead. That's it, Zhang Haiyan. Good. If you hit the target accurately and resonate precisely, the destructive power becomes much stronger. What was it called again? Yes, impact. Give it a little impact. Look, I told you. You can break it with 1 hit. The only one he really liked was Zhang Haiyan. Meanwhile, Jin Sol was killed by the subsequent attack from the brass golem. Wow. Our priest walked up to the spot without even calculating the respawn time of the monster. I really don't know what to say. I don't even know where to start teaching them. After the healer died, the rest of the team eventually died. Clearly, they had a long way to go. It took about 10 hours for them to get used to the brass golem. Out of those 10 hours, less than 10 minutes are video-worthy. Jin Hyeok realized how insane Egan Paul was to be able to get that much high-quality footage of him day in and day out. I guess that's why he is considered the top streamer. I can never do that. The team members looked exhausted. They were about to be burned out. Let's come back tomorrow. A day later, they entered the Bupyeong Station dungeon again. Let's start the live stream. This time, Jin Hyeok started off by killing just 2 of the golems. Against 3, they did quite well. And just like that, another 2 days had passed. Even though it was considered the hardest tutorial dungeon, it was still a tutorial dungeon. The team got used to the Bupyeong Station dungeon. It was a bit surprising that it took them 3 days when he thought it would only take 1. In the beginning, all they did was die. So this is an amazing improvement. They were really great. Jin Hyeok made up some excuse, thinking it would be less cathartic for the viewers if they found out that he, a player who had overpowered skills like the broadcaster's barrier, had actively trained them. I guess immense hard work does not betray you after all. In the meantime, the team leveled up a few times, and it became easier for them to deal with the monsters. After about 2 hours, they were able to take on 5 golems without Jin Hyeok's help. Now they are able to fight 5 brass golems. That's a lot of improvement. He didn't like that it took them this long, but it was true that they had improved. The team was getting stronger and stronger, up until they had killed all the brass golems in the Bupyeong Station dungeon. Good. We killed them all before they RES beyond. The hidden task in the dungeon was to kill all the brass golems before they RES beyond. You have killed all the brass golems. You have fulfilled the condition to unlock Golem Breaker. Finally, the long-awaited notification popped up. The only thing that mattered now was whether they were the first ones to do this. Being first was important. They needed to be the first to get the 300 million dios. I'm sure no one beat us to it, right? He waited a bit. Cha Jin Hyeok had fulfilled the condition to obtain the hidden item, but there he did not get any notification for being the first one to do it. No way. Did someone actually clear the dungeon before me? Is that even possible? He wondered who it was. This feels like an attack to my self-esteem. I shouldn't feel like this. He snapped back to reality. Let's be a good streamer and focus on streaming. Jin Hyeok did not hear the notification, but he knew the hidden stage was going to open. The next thing he knew, the ground shook like there was an earthquake, and part of the ceiling began to collapse. The effect was so mundane that he wasn't even surprised. It seems like the ceiling is collapsing. This was just the effect of the field changing. Of course, if someone got hit by that collapsing ceiling, they were definitely going to die. But what kind of idiots would die like oops? There she is. Jin Sol. Cha Jin Sol was the first one to die. This was why Jin Hyeok had always told them to sharpen their sense. He knew they still had a long way to go. Our healer is dead. The boss monster of Bupyeong Station Dungeon, Bronze Golem, has appeared. It was hard enough to fight the boss monster with the Blood Priest, but without her, the team was bound to be annihilated. Loser has been killed n/o/val/b/in.c//om. Uni Shadow has been killed. The hidden stage will be closed when all players are dead. As expected, the worst tutorial dungeon is too strong. Our team has been wiped out, so I will turn the livestream back on later. Jin Hyeok ended the livestream. Joseph suddenly realized something was wrong with the way Jin Hyeok's team played. It looked so natural, so I almost couldn't catch it. The United States government strongly discouraged their players from constantly dying like this. Not only was the risk of dying from shock too high, but there were too many cases of people becoming extremely traumatized and psychotic. I heard that about a third of players who died more than once within a 3-day period complained of extreme side effects. However, Jin Hyeok's party was different. They did not broadcast all of their deaths, but he knew they had to have died a lot of times. In a team of 6 players, at least one person should have experienced the side effects. That was universal and common sense. However, they seemed to be so used to dying. They had even become incredibly strong in this short time. As Joseph tried his best to understand it, the voice of the streamer, Jin Hyeok, was heard. It seems like the ceiling is collapsing. It was clear from the video that the situation was very dire, but Jin Hyeok's tone was as if he was singing a lullaby. His own sister actually died, but he did not seem to care. From the perspective of a normal person, his livestream was beyond bizarre. There, wiped out. Bronze golems were often seen in the United States as well. There were no good strategies to kill these monsters yet, so they were usually avoided. It was not very difficult to escape from them because they were slow compared to their destructive power. If he is left alone, I'm sure he is going to die with his team. As far as Joseph was concerned, Chulsu, Jin Hyeok, was a man who did not mind dying. However, there was one thing Joseph was mistaken about. Jin Hyeok was not dead. For the record, Jin Hyeok had never died in the Bupyeong Station dungeon. Looks like his livestream ended again. Joseph was sure that Jin Hyeok had realized he would die soon. Actually, he was probably dead by now. This bizarre content, which seemed to take the deaths of his teammates and his own death in stride, had a whopping 4,000 likes. For comparison, a recent live video of Egan Paul had around 400 likes. I think they're all insane. Joseph realized that the fact that the 6 people were all behaving like this was probably a cultural thing. All of them ignored the statistics of the side effects and were acting completely normal. This was not something Joseph could simply describe as weird. Maybe this is like a cultural trait of Koreans. He had to do a little research on Koreans. He heard a notification. The hidden stage will be closed when all players are dead. When the hidden stage is closed, all players will respawn at the Bupyeong Station dungeon entrance and will not be able to re-enter for 2 hours. Jin Hyeok turned to face the bronze golem and looked at it with the broadcaster's true sight. LV35, +3 / bronze golem / skill. The original version of this monster was 35. However, since it was a boss monster, its level increased by 3 and was now level 38. The orange color indicated that it was quite tricky and dangerous to face at his level. Like any boss monster in a hidden stage, it had a skill, and it was called Bronze Hammer. Bronze Hammer. A skill that strikes with a fist enveloped in mana. It applies a stun effect with a certain probability. The probability of the effect varies depending on the opponent's level. Lower level, 50%. Higher level, 2%. Same level, 8%. The skill had a 50% chance to stun its opponent if the opponent was lower level than the bronze golem. In other words, it was an overpowered skill against lower level opponents. Since everyone is dead, it would be a waste to just leave, right? He did not have to die on purpose. There were things to learn from dying, but he knew he could learn a lot more from fighting. If it doesn't work out, I'll just die, I guess. The achievement, Lord of the Tutorial, is converted to the achievement, All Clear, Saga Mart Dungeon. An attribute boost was applied to the broadcaster's barrier. In exchange for giving up having the broadcaster's barrier always activated, Jin Hyeok received +1 for his elemental defense. He was completely immune to all physical attacks below level 50. It's coming? The bronze golem was definitely much faster than the brass golem. Activate broadcaster's barrier. Thud. He felt a slight shake, but it did not do any direct damage to him. Interestingly, when he applied his achievement, bronze golem's name turned from orange to black. Its attack is stronger than I thought. This is getting quite interesting. I need to target the joint points first. Unlike the brass golem, which Jin Hyeok only needed to target the gem on its chest, he first needed to attack the 4 joint points, which were its ankles and wrists. He needed to accumulate a certain amount of damage before he could attack its chest. There were indentations near these joint points, and he could insert the brass fragments that he got when he hunted the brass golems into them for a perfect strategy. A perfect strategy. There were no words that resonated more with players than that. Since I'm all alone, I might as well go for the perfect strategy. There was nothing quite like the exhilaration of successfully hunting down a monster and having everything go exactly as he intended. It was something a person had to experience to know. His blood was boiling. I just need to put the brass fragments into one of the joint points. It worked. The bronze golem's movement slowed down noticeably. It began to corrode rapidly around the joint. If I dodge right here, there is going to be an opening. He then approached the monster. And if I approach it like this, it's going to use bronze hammer. Jin Hyeok had the opponent's pattern memorized. And just like he anticipated, the bronze golem used the skill, bronze hammer. Just as I predicted. His accurate prediction of the monster's movements and the feeling of accomplishment as he worked his way around it. All of that started to excite him. The bronze golem's fist glowed with bluish mana. It slammed it down on Jin Hyok, but he had already moved out of harm's way. Another opening. He pierced through the gap and stabbed the bronze golem's mana stone in its chest. Again and again, he fought the golem, doing the same thing. Several times, its fist was about to land on his temple, and if he had not used the broadcaster's barrier, its attack would have crushed his skull. He was a little disappointed that the monster did not have the ability to learn since it was a low-level monster. If it had the ability to learn, the fight would have been much more interesting. Pant. Pant. Jin Hyok gasped. I guess the daggers are weak after all. With a better weapon, he would have had a much easier time defeating the bronze golem. As his rapidly rising emotions cooled, he started to think straight again. He had gotten too excited. Once he calmed down, he was able to look at the situation objectively. Wait a minute. I'm gasping for air. It was kind of embarrassing to be gasping for air when he was only facing this low-level monster. It's okay. I am a streamer. That's why. This identity crisis is driving me crazy. You have defeated the bronze golem. You have leveled up. You are the first to clear the hidden stage of Bupyeong Station dungeon. Jin Hyok flinched for a moment. He had just become the first one to clear it. Ah, so I had to clear the hidden stage, not just open it, to be the first one to clear the dungeon. So I was the first. His ego was almost bruised. Luckily, he was right the whole time. The achievement needs to be reconsidered. Your flawless solo play has been recognized. The achievement, First Bronze Golem Kill, will be adjusted to First Bronze Golem Solo Kill. Originally, the system reward for First Bronze Golem Kill was the Bronze Mana Stone. With this, he could take it to Alchemist Choi Gapsu in Cheongdam-dong 1 and convert it into 300 million won. This old man had nothing but money, so there was a possibility of receiving more than 300 million won. I hope this doesn't change the reward. Luckily, that did not happen. You have been given the High Bronze Mana Stone. Reward for clearing the Dungeon 1, you have received 10 million dias. Reward for clearing the Dungeon 2, you have received the map of the Golden Golem Castle. The rewards were much better than he expected. A High Bronze Mana Stone. His spirits lifted as he remembered that Grandpa Gapsu had bought the High Bronze Mana Stone for 700 million won. On top of that, he had received 10 million dias and the map of the Golden Golem Castle. To be perfectly honest, the map was his favorite reward. Oh, I haven't seen this map before. His heart was pounding. Such a rare map would ignite a fire in a player's heart. No, rather, such a rare map would provide him with great content for his channel. Back in his crazy days, he would have jumped at any new map and thrown himself into it, but he was a different person now. He was going to approach these rare maps as content for his video since he was not a grown-up streamer. I am not excited at all. However, he could not stop smiling. He opened the hidden stage several more times. The opening process itself was shown only once. Since he had already shown killing the brass golems multiple times, he knew it wouldn't be particularly interesting to the viewers. He boldly discarded the previous videos and started the live stream directly from the hidden stage. A few days later, they finally succeeded in hunting down a bronze golem. Finally, the team succeeded in killing the bronze golem. It took them a while. I thought I was going to die of frustration. However, Jin Hyok still pretended to look pleased. Looks like the first kill achievement has been applied. Honestly, he was expecting another first kill achievement, but the system did not give him one. You have earned the first solo kill achievement, which is a higher tier version of the first kill achievement. Duplicated rewards are not possible. So cheap. Instead, the team members were given a bronze mana stone and 3 million dias as rewards. They seemed to like the reward quite a bit. The supporting cast reward ratio needs to be calculated. Jin Hyok naturally assumed that it would be based on the 10 million dias he had obtained, because that would be the most sensible thing to do. Calculation standard, 300 million dias. The maximum limit per appearance is 300 million dias. 300 million? Why, even if he set the minimum rate of 10%, he would have to give them a whopping 30 million dias. Why is the maximum limit 300 million dias in the first place? If Jin Hyok had earned a lot, he was willing to give them a lot. However, this was not fair. It was unreasonable to give away 30 million dias when he had only earned 10 million dias. No matter how he looked at it, it felt like he was being robbed. And there is no way I got 300 million dias from donations. He looked at the donation window, just in case. He had not looked at the donation window because he was pretty sure that the viewers were not that interested in their repeated tries to clear this dungeon. What the hell? The donation window was filled with strange characters. How many zeros are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 zeros. There was a crazy person who donated 300 million dias. There were other small donations that added up to around 30 million dias, but when he saw the single donation of 300 million dias, nothing else mattered. Who would give me 300 million dias? He knew he didn't do anything to deserve this much. Also, he had been tricked before, so he was a little suspicious. I know my channel is in that initial opening frenzy phase, but still, this is strange. However, there was something even weirder. The donor's name was Alchemist Choi Gapsu. That old man? The alchemist from Cheongdam-dong? How can he be the donor, when the only one who can watch system streaming platform live streams at this point is Joseph? As far as Jin Hyeok remembered, Alchemist Kim was just a player with a lot of money and time on his hands. He knew Alchemist Kim as an earthling. So how could he watch my live stream and give donations to me? Does he have the achievement, Race Toward a New World, just like Joseph? I'll have to meet him. He was a little excited when he was faced with this strange and bizarre situation. It felt like the moment before he went into a dangerous dungeon. Omer, GM number 1 in Gangnam-gu, was nearing his retirement age. Looking very much like an Earthling, he was recently transferred to the new server, Earth. If he could successfully manage the open beta service, he would be able to relax with a generous severance package. He only had 6 more months to go. I just need to be careful for the next 6 months. As long as he did not get into any accident, in 6 months, his second life would begin. His youthful ambition was now gone. He spent his days hoping that he would just stay out of trouble. Suddenly, his administrator's notification rang loudly. Ugh, what now? The system had a VIP system. If a person purchased a VIP package, they were eligible for VIP status. After that, if they spent more than 100 million dios in a year, they became white tier. If they spent more than 500 million dios, they became yellow tier. They would become blue tier if they spent more than 1 billion dios, and red tier if they spent more than 2 billion dios. At red tier, they would be able to join any server they wanted as a player. And at the top of the VIP ladder was the Trinity Club. Wait, a VIP from the Trinity Club is coming to Earth. Unlike the other tiers of VIPs, Trinity Club didn't have a VIP pricing threshold. It was an exclusive group, available only to the top 99 people in the entire universe. Why would anyone want to play on this crappy open beta server? The person who announced their intentions to visit Earth was codenamed Money Shower. For the record, the Trinity status was renewed once a year. No matter how many dios they spent in the year before last, if they did not make the top 99 in the previous year, they would lose their Trinity status. Money Shower was by far the top name, having made the Trinity list 7 times in the last 10 years. What fun is there to be had in such a barren server that has just opened? Omer, Administrator 1 of Gangnam-gu, was not too happy about the visit of Money Shower to his district. It was very difficult to please VIPs. Even the slightest mistake was unacceptable. It was not uncommon for a VIP's slightest complaint to make the administrators be fired. Even though his last months as an administrator was about to be tiresome, he still put on a professional smile on his face. I am honored to have you here, sir. I will do my best to help you. How would you like to change your name and your status for the new server? Oh, I can do that. Yes, sir. Your second identity can be activated right away on the soul field. That's great news. But isn't that a mystery? That's okay, sir. You don't need to worry about it. Sure, this would create some hassles for the GM, but Omer did not care. For now, the most important thing was to keep the VIP satisfied. And that was how alchemist Choi Gapsu, age 38, was born. Cha Jin Hyeok received a message. You have received an SVIP message. Wow, so this is the epitome of capitalism. Jin Hyeok's role model for live streaming was Mystery Box, and Jin Hyeok emulated Mystery Box's streaming approach. Mystery Box was completely non-communicative and did well because not interacting with the viewers worked as a concept. Jin Hyeok tried to do the same thing, but this VIP's message was so embedded in capitalism that he could not ignore it. I would love to meet with you, and if you are up for it, please come to where I am. At the bottom was an address. XXXXX, Cheongdam-dong, Gangnam-gu, Seoul, Korea. Cheongdam-dong. Jin Hyeok knew where this was. Back in his past life, Grandpa Gapsu used to have an alchemist's workshop in Cheongdam-dong, where he made many potions and artifacts. Wow, I had no idea that the old man was actually a big shot who has been watching my live streams and is sending me an SVIP message right now during the open beta. Jin Hyeok wanted to go there as soon as possible, but he resisted the urge and thought for a moment. The life I am aiming for doesn't include meeting a tycoon like him. He was just trying to live a normal life with his family as a small building owner in Yanhui-dong. Isn't it too much to just meet someone like him? Jin Hyeok thought about it rationally. He felt like that was the least he could do. He wanted to meet Gapsu as a streamer. I will pay you 100 million dios immediately if you come to meet me. Now there was one more reason to see him. Jin Hyeok was a bit stunned. Oh, so this is now a luxury retail store. He looked at the sign. It said that the store in front of him was just a high-end luxury retail store. It used to be an alchemist's workshop back in his past life. The fact that the old man bought this building and turned it into his workshop meant that he was really rich. There was a man at the entrance. He looked about the age of Jin Hyeok's father, and he was dressed like an ancient Greek. Is that the administrator? Jin Hyeok didn't recognize him, so Jin Hyeok guessed the man was one of the first administrators of the Earth server. Jin Hyeok couldn't identify the man even after using his skill. The man had to have been an old-timer. Are you streamer Kim Chulsu? Yes, I am. The alchemist is waiting for you. But who are you? My name is Omer. I am administrator 1 of Gangnam-gu. Ah, Omer of Gangnam-gu. Jin Hyeok did not recognize his face, but he had heard his name before. He had heard Omer had retired with a big smile on his face after getting rich back in Jin Hyeok's past life. Mr. Choi Gapsu is on the 2nd floor. My god. I have never had an administrator come out and greet me like that in my past life. Are you here? There he was, sitting on a couch that looked too extravagant. His face was the same as Jin Hyeok remembered. In fact, he didn't seem to look any younger now compared to his future self that Jin Hyeok met in Jin Hyeok's previous life, like he didn't age at all between now and then. I'm a little glad to see him again. Are you Choi Gapsu, the alchemist? Yes, this is him. Are you a human? In a way. I heard you are an SVIP. What is that? Jin Hyeok could feel Omer, the administrator, fidgeting next to him. It looked like it was an incredibly stressful atmosphere for Omer. I just have to spend a lot of money. Come, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? I'll have a glass of iced Americano. Two very clean and well-groomed employees, one male and one female, brought out coffee and tea. Based on Jin Hyeok's recollection, this building had none of these luxurious things in his past life. It was just filled with wannabe alchemists. I guess in this timeline, the old man seems to be quite enjoying this bourgeois concept. Why did you want to see me? Jin Hyeok asked. Because I have never seen such an unusual streamer as you. I was curious to know what you look like. Apparently, there was a very complicated process to send an SVIP message to a streamer. Something about Trinity Club or whatnot. On top of that, Gapsu said he needed to spend about 3 billion dios to buy the right to send a forced message. And about 300 million of that was paid to the streamer as a donation. So you wasted over 3 billion dios to send a single message. Nov, L, B /JNN. Is that really that surprising? Jin Hyeok had always known that the old man was a generous spender, but he didn't realize Gapsu was this generous. The Gapsu in this timeline had deeper pockets than the one he remembered. I guess he was more accustomed to Earth in my previous life. Jin Hyeok thought that the current Gapsu was still a little less acclimatized to Earth. There was a chance that Gapsu didn't know just how large a sum 3 billion dios were to humans. A rich man spares no expense for things he considers valuable, Gapsu said. Am I that valuable to you, old man? Without thinking, Jin Hyeok called him old man. Administrator Omer nearly jumped out of his skin. Hey, who do you think you are, calling people whatever you want? It's fine. Old man, huh? I like it. You can call me that from now on. Omer, who had been yelling at Jin Hyeok, quickly calmed down and stood with his hands clasped politely together. Looking at that, Jin Hyeok felt more pity than anger. The way Omer flinched at every word, every gesture, it was like he was worrying about even the slightest mistake. He must be close to his retirement. What was it about my livestream that was so captivating to you? Jin Hyeok asked. Gapsu had always been famous for being a sucker. If only Jin Hyeok could get along with him, it seemed like he could easily achieve his goals. By understanding the things that the old man liked and providing him with valuable content, Jin Hyeok might quickly become a building owner in Yanhui-dong. Then he could truly retire. Let me ask you one thing first. How can you be so calm and collected in the face of all that? Gapsu asked. I mean, how are you able to explain things to your viewers without getting flustered in the middle of all that? Because there was not much to panic about. There was no need to pretend to be flustered or act surprised. It would be obvious to the viewers and his reactions wouldn't be genuine. That was why Jin Hyeok was just behaving naturally. You looked like a regressor, Gapsu said. I proved that I am not a regressor in a previous video. Oh, you have already done that? I must have missed it. Well, I don't think it's much of a big deal. Wow, that's pretty brave of you. After a while, this was how it was. Nothing could scare him after everything he had seen. For the record, Jin Hyeok was the most sensitive one of his old teammates. Then who did you learn the commentary technique from? Commentary technique. Jin Hyeok did not recall learning anything like that. You explained each player's movement in relation to the current situation in a concise, to-the-point manner. Even a child could understand what was going on. You were like a seasoned veteran. Jin Hyeok felt good after hearing that. It was the insight of a professional audience. However, he didn't show how excited he was. The calm and composed commentary technique blended well with your style. It was also impressive to see you even exert your power when necessary, although I doubt you can do it later on. Did you really not have a mentor? No, I didn't. Then that must mean your talent and insight is full of potential. Ha ha ha. I don't particularly think it's anything remarkable. If Jin Hyeok was the king of insight, then his former teammate, streamer Kong Miene, would be the super king of insight. In the realm of live streaming, he was nothing compared to her. Heh, how humble. He was not being humble, he was just telling the truth. Still, the old man was impressed. Gapsu said a bunch of things about Jin Hyeok's live stream that, taken together, meant that he liked it. For Jin Hyeok, that was a good thing. I have never had a streamer inspire me so much in an open beta server. I have never seen a stream with so much anticipation and humility, and I loved it. I don't think I am that good. I'm a little embarrassed. He loved getting praised for his swordsmanship, but it was always a bit embarrassing to be praised for his streaming skills. Miane would be laughing at him if she was here. I am going to keep an eye on you. Is there anything you want to tell me? Gapsu said. There is. As far as he could tell, the old man was in a very good mood. It seemed like Jin Hyeok managed to scratch the itch. This was his chance. You said you were an alchemist, right? Jin Hyeok asked. Yes, I am. I am thinking of practicing alchemy on Earth. Do you need a high bronze mana stone by any chance? For some reason, the response was lukewarm, but Jin Hyeok understood why. The monastones were hard to come by on the Earth server, which was still in its infancy, but there were plenty of them on the other servers. It was an item that Gapsu could buy as much as he wanted. I've gotten the achievement for clearing the hidden stage. You saw the live stream, right? This high bronze monostone is the first one to be obtained from the Earth server in open beta. That's quite valuable, don't you think? Gapsu's eyes flickered at the rarity of the monostone. As always, he lived and breathed rarity. This is the only one of its kind on Earth. How much will you sell it for? Gapsu asked. I'm sure you know its value better than I do. The old man didn't think too long. 200 million dios. I'll take it as you don't want to buy it. To be honest, Jin Hyeok was a little scared that the old man could see through his bluff. But then again, Gapsu had bought it for 700 million dios in the previous life. Gapsu suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, you can recognize and appreciate the value of rarity. I like that. Once again, Jin Hyeok seemed to have pinpointed what the old man wanted. Here, do you think this will work? Gapsu scribbled a number on a piece of paper and handed it to Jin Hyeok. Let's see how many zeros there are. 1, 2, 3, 4. 500 million dios. Jin Hyeok was about to earn 500 million dios in one fell swoop. It was less than the 700 million he got in his past life, but he decided not to be greedy. After all, he had to make a good impression on his first trade. For his glorious retirement and his happy life. Gapsu also handed over the 100 million dios he said he would give Jin Hyeok if Jin Hyeok visited him. Yesterday's SVIP message also came with a donation of 300 million dios, so, in total, Jin Hyeok had earned 900 million dios yesterday and today combined. Wow, that's much more money than I expected in this short period of time. Jin Hyeok started to believe that he could be a building owner in no time. I will repay you with good quality content, old man. You better? Ha ha ha. But it won't be long before I retire. Jin Hyeok honestly thought up until this point that he would retire when he had the money to buy a building in Yanhuidong. Can you give me a little hint as to what your next live stream is going to be about? Gapsu asked. Yes, but this time only. You're not going to tell me in the future. Of course not. My live stream is going to be gone soon. However, for now, Jin Hyeok put on his capitalist smile and convinced the customer. It's no fun if I keep spoiling it. That's true. Fortunately, the customer was convinced. Okay, so what's next? It's more fun to start with a less stimulating one. So let's start with the everyday episode, Choi Gapsu said. It's nothing big, but since I have made a lot of money, thanks to you, I want to start with a little filial piety. Filial piety. Well, my parents busted their butts trying to support me, so I thought I would buy them a new car and treat them to a nice dinner. Jin Hyeok had promised to buy his parents a new car the other day, so he decided to honor that promise. He knew he would not be able to touch people's emotions as subtly as Egan Paul, but he knew this filial piety content wasn't a bad idea. He knew he couldn't hit the jackpot, but it was still something. Oh, and aside from you, old man, there is this guy on the US server who is looking for me specifically. Already? Haven't you been playing from your own first-person perspective? Well, they can see my team members' faces. I see. So I was thinking of covering our faces for the live stream. I went to the broadcaster's shop and saw that they are selling masks that we can use to disguise our identities. The broadcaster's shop sold a mask called the Deceiver's Mask, which had a 1-year expiration date. It could hide a player's real face. It was expensive, costing up to 10 million dios apiece. What would be the point of that? The viewers will find out eventually if they really wanted to. Well, at least it's one less thing to be worrying about. I suppose so. So I am thinking of making the journey of buying this mask into content. Good idea. Gapsu said it was a good idea, but he didn't seem all that interested. What about the main episode? Gapsu asked. The main episode is going to be. Jin Hyeok took a step closer to him and lowered his voice. This is going to be the first time on the Earth server. We are going to go hunting for a Golden Golem. Oh, Gapsu's eyes lit up. Jin Hyeok's eyes probably lit up too. It was a map that he didn't know anything about, so he was a little excited. I am looking forward to it, Gapsu said. I hope it can live up to your standard. When are you going to start? I'm not sure, my teammates are pretty weak right now, so I was thinking I should probably give them a week or so of training before we start. I'll wait for 2 weeks to be generous. Good luck. Jin Hyeok knew if he simply offered to buy them the car, his parents wouldn't take the offer. So he just bought it himself and took the car to his parents. It was the big black sedan that they always wanted. Oh, my god. Mom rubbed her eyes and Dad was shuddering. Why are you so impressed by something like this? This is nothing. Jin Hyeok said. You just started your new job, and you have the money to buy this? You're supposed to be saving money. Are you mad at me? Or do you like it? Jin Hyeok thought his mom was both angry and excited. There were even a few tears in her eyes. I got a big incentive from my company. What kind of company pays new hires so much money? It's a very global company, but it is not that famous in Korea, so you wouldn't know if I told you. Mom and Dad looked a little worried like he was doing something illegal or dangerous. Jin Sol, you know where my company is, right? Jin Hyeok said. Yeah, I know. And it's not a weird place, is it? No. See, I told you it is not a weird place. His parents were a little skeptical, but they were quickly convinced by Cha Jin-sol's assurance. This was why everyday behavior was important, as it left good impressions for the future. Now she seems to be fulfilling her role as my sister. Jin Hyeok almost got angry when she said, "What about me? I want a car too," Appa in an annoyingly cute voice. If she had just asked for a car normally, he would have bought one for her. Still, today was a good day, so he did not get upset and just ignored her. "I am also taking you guys to a nice dinner." They headed to a Korean beef omakase restaurant in Hanam-dong. Jin Hyeok's dad, driving the new car, seemed to be trying his best to not show, but Jin Hyeok could tell he was admiring the new car's performance. And Jin Hyeok's mom was excited about everything. "Oh, wow, the radio works really well. I don't think there is a car that doesn't have a good radio, Mom. Our old car's radio wasn't good. It always made that weird sound." "Did it? I have no idea. I kind of feel bad for not giving them a new car sooner." Anyway, on the radio, the news was on. It was talking about minor daily news that was happening. Yesterday, there were 49 deaths from player-related crimes in a single day, far exceeding the number of traffic fatalities that occurred yesterday. Nowadays, player-related crimes were being compared to an epidemic. The recent epidemic that swept the world as a pandemic used to claim hundreds of lives per day, but now the number of deaths caused by player-related crimes was said to be approaching that. The news was talking about the system, the monsters, the damages, and the public safety. The government has also decided to implement a project to foster players in order to prepare countermeasures. The news was talking about how the government was asking for a lot of support from the players. It seemed like the government was moving fast, trying to contain the players. Before the regression, I applied for that as soon as I heard it. Back then, Jin Hyeok thought that with the support from the government, he could be a lot stronger, a lot faster. In fact, it was true that he was much stronger with the full support of the government. That's never going to happen now, he told himself over and over again. Joseph came to Jin Hyeok's house in person. Jin Hyeok was not pleased to see him. "You came to my house." Jin Hyeok was a little angry. His standards were set based on the future. If someone comes to my house unannounced, they are asking to get stabbed. This was actually true. If this had happened at any other time, it would be considered self-defense, because the person on the other side of the door could be an assassin. That was why, in the future, from before the regression, the rule was always to call before visiting someone's house. "Who is at the door?" Jin Hyeok's mom asked. "Oh, it's my business partner. I think he has some questions." However, since his mom was at home, he decided to calm down. "Why didn't you call me first? I almost stabbed you," Jin Hyeok said. Joseph looked tense. He knew Jin Hyeok said it as a joke, but he could still feel the sharpness in his words. "It looks like you didn't bring a personal interpreter. Do you understand everything I am saying?" "Yes." Joseph pulled a small orb out of his pocket. It was a pretty decent translator orb. Joseph was definitely more resourceful than Jin Hyeok thought. "So why are you here?" Jin Hyeok asked. "I've been watching your videos." Joseph saw a magnificent future in his eyes. The half-hearted thumbnails, the unimpressive directing, the irregular live streaming schedule, the passive camera movement, and frustrating progression that solely focus on first-person perspective and lack of interaction. As a streamer, you fall short in all aspects. However, you have something, an essence that can hide all your weaknesses. I can make you a star. No, I will make you a star. You undoubtedly have exceptional potential. Even more than Egan Paul. Maybe. Joseph was being serious. He felt like he had found a diamond in the rough that would sparkle with a little polish. "Then I respectfully decline." "I knew you would say yes. Wait, what? The next time you come here and take up my precious time, I won't be this nice to you." Bulletin. But Joseph offered Jin Hyeok $100,000 as a down payment. He made it sound like he was offering a great deal, but it did not sit well with Jin Hyeok. "I told you, I don't need it." Jin Hyeok stood up. "Don't come looking for me again. Next time you're here, I might have to kill you. Why is this guy trying to make a star out of me when I just want to live a normal life?" Jin Hyeok had already become a national hero before regression, and it was not as good as people thought. After leaving Jin Hyeok's house, Joseph got on the phone with Egan. Egan sounded very unhappy. "What a stupid choice. Okay, I need you to come back to the States. If he hates it so much, so be it. It's up to him to take the opportunities that come his way." However, Joseph tried his best to convince Egan. He argued that Jin Hyeok was someone they had to have on their side. His impassioned plea seemed to move Egan a bit. "I didn't think you would back him this much. Fine, let's do a little checking. It's not that I don't believe you, but it's good to just make sure. What are you thinking?" "I am going to send Black Butterfly." "What?" Egan was building his own universe as he led the Avengers Army. Black Butterfly was the codename of the Avengers Army's assassin, Kalen. It had been a week since they cleared the Bupyeong Station dungeon. Jin Hyeok had given each team member their own assignment, one of which was to get to level 35. For reference, Jin Hyeok was level 38, similar to the top-ranked players in each class on the leaderboard. For a while, Jin Hyeok was really confused as to why the top-ranked players were at similar levels as him, even though he never really tried his best to level up. Now he knew. My standards are set too far into the future. He lowered it as much as possible, but it was not enough. He thought that he should try even less to lower his standards. It's good to see that Zhang Haiyan got to level 35 the fastest. Also, Jin Hyeok gave them all the Deceiver's mask with a 1-year expiration date. Their faces were all changed due to the privacy settings, and there was a feature that prevented their names from being revealed. For example, if Jin Hyeok called Mok Jae-hyen by his name or loser, which was his player name, it would be replaced with tank on the live stream. It was not perfect, but it would save him the hassle for the time being. I just got death immunity as a trait, Kim Jong-hyen said. He got it sooner than I thought. Death immunity allowed a player to be not afraid of death, which could allow them to play more aggressively. It also had a nice effect of making them resistant to various fear effects and debuffs. It also did not conflict with any other traits. We got that too. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. It looked like the CO sisters got the same trait. I got it too. Me too, Appa. Even Jae-hyen and Jin-sol got death immunity. They could only get the trait in the low-level tutorial field, so it was a good thing they all got it now. My hard training is paying off. He was overwhelmed with pride. Just like how learning a language at a young age is much more advantageous, traits were best acquired at low levels. I didn't expect Jin-sol to get it. Healers usually do not experience death very often, because other players would try their best to keep healers alive, no matter what. That meant that even though Jin-sol was a healer, she played just like any other player, which Jin Hyeok liked. Also, Jin-sol eventually quit her job and decided to put all her efforts into being a player. It seemed like being a player was a good fit for her. I hope she doesn't become a top-ranked player. It was hard to become one with half-hearted efforts and determination. Only people who were as crazy as Jin Hyeok used to be became top-ranked players. Even assassins and those who hunt awakeners rarely messed with healers, because they knew killing a healer would be met with international outrage. In retrospect, being a healer was the best way to build a stable future. I also thought about becoming a healer for a moment. However, healers were weak. So unimaginably weak. No matter how much Jin Hyeok dreamed of a stable future, he honestly could not even imagine himself as a healer. As the initial awakened streamer, he had broadcaster's barrier to help him out, but a healer had nothing. Even now, Jin Hyeok was glad he didn't choose to be a healer. Let's head to Sindorim Station. They arrived at Sindorim Station. It was where the Golden Golem castle was located. Let's see. There were quite a few people inside Sindorim Station. On the way up to the Techno Mart, there were a lot of billboards on the walls. It was the 4th billboard. It was not too hard to find the entrance. Jin Hyeok took the map of Golden Golem Castle and touched the 4th billboard to open the gate. This should not be as hard as I thought. The fact that he was able to find the gate without a navigator meant that this dungeon was not incredibly difficult. For the real high-level dungeons, they were hard to find even with a navigator. Hold on. Jin Hyeok sensed there was an assassin in the distance. He could not see them, but he could definitely sense them. I guess the others can't sense them. Jin Hyeok used the broadcaster's true sight to see the assassin's hiding place. LV37/Black Butterfly/Superior Assassin/Skills/Heavenly Temptation. The fact that her job's name was in orange meant that she had an 8-star job. She had a pretty good job and was at a very high level. Once Jin Hyeok saw her hiding place, he could clearly see the assassin. She was clearly looking for the opportunity to ambush him. He wasn't planning on ignoring her and letting her do her thing. Jia, do you have something like a poison dart? Yes. Can you sense the person hiding in that 6th billboard over there? I will try. Jin Hyeok was a little disappointed that she didn't notice. Even though she did not talk very much, she was quite strong. No, let's lower my standard. Lower my standard. He pulled himself together and said again. Well then. Do you see the person drawn on that billboard? I want you to shoot your poison dart at the left eye. All I have is a deadly poison. Is that okay? Yeah, it's okay. Just shoot. There was a level difference between the assassin and Jia. Also, Jin Hyeok didn't think the assassin would die from this distance. However, he knew it was going to hurt like hell. Jia did as he asked, firing the poison dart with a careful, unobtrusive movement, and it hit the opponent with precision. The assassin fainted and collapsed, but Jin Hyeok did not read much into it. She's nothing but a high level. If a level 35 player was this powerless against Jia's surprise attack, it meant that she was just a level grinder. By the way, those who leveled up by just beating up monsters with no extreme training were called level grinders. They were much weaker than players with the same level because they focused only on leveling up and emphasized on the power that comes with levels, and not on building up their actual strength. Jin Hyeok decided not to bother with such an assassin, as he knew his party was going to meet many of them in the future. Jin Hyeok opened the gates of the Golden Golem Castle. You are entering the dungeon, Golden Golem Castle. The party entered the Golden Golem Castle. As expected from the name Castle, the field was quite grand. The ceiling was very high, and the floor was covered with a red carpet. There were ivory marble walls and glittering golden chandeliers. In the distance, Jin Hyeok could see a staircase that split into two, diverging far away from each other and ascending upward. There was a statue of a golden golem sitting at the central point where the staircase split into two. Mok Jae-hyen gulped nervously. Hyung. This place is perfect for getting assassinated. How so? No matter how Jin Hyeok looked at it, it was not a good environment for assassins. It was so quiet that even the slightest noise would be noticed, and the space itself was so bright it was difficult for assassins who relied on hiding in the darkness and shadows to operate in. Well, there is a big pillar, and also, can't you see that huge space around it? It's like an open field. Even though their levels were low, Jin Hyuk could not believe they were saying such ridiculous things. I want to know which area in this place would be a good hiding spot for an assassin to operate. I don't know how much lower my standards have to be. What should we do? Kim Jong-hyeon asked. Good. He is being more productive with those questions n/o/fel/b/in.c//om. There do not seem to be any monsters around. If you enter a dungeon and there is no monster like this, it means two things. 1. This is a safe zone where players can take refuge, or 2. This is a farming field. What's a farming field? Cha Jin-sol asked while scratching her head. It's a field where you loot stuff. Oh, so that's why it's called a farming field. Now I understand. Jin Hyuk was about to die from frustration. He tried to speak as calmly as possible. Do you see those stairs over there? Jin Hyuk asked. Yes. If we go that way, it probably leads to the second floor, right? I believe that is where the real beginning of the Golden Golem castle is. I also believe that we might need something to get it started. I think we are supposed to find that on the first floor. To help us on the second floor. Yes. Look carefully at every corner of this place. There might be something useful. Got it. Jin-sol nodded. But how do you know all this so well? She asked. This is just basic knowledge. This is basic. Jin-sol had a look of realization on her face as if she had learned something new. The team thoroughly searched the first floor but found no significant discoveries. Since Jin Hyuk didn't want his live stream to be a silent video, he conducted some interviews while trying to find something. Is it getting boring? Even he felt a bit bored. There was no tension and no rush of adrenaline. If he felt this way, the viewers would be bored out of their minds. He did not want to go up to the second floor right away, but for the sake of his live stream, he decided to go up. Shall we go up to the second floor? Jin Hyuk smiled. He could not help but laugh unintentionally. The stairs leading to the second floor split into two paths. In reality, it would not matter which of the two paths they choose, but this was a dungeon. The difficulty level and the progress might vary depending on the staircase chosen. Which way should we go? Jin-sol asked. Then, the entire team looked at Jin Hyuk at once. Wait, I'm not a navigator. I'm just a streamer. Why are they relying on me so much? For the record, the area of expertise that he was least confident in was navigation. I think we need to find a proper navigator. Maybe the left one. Jin Hyuk said. Why? I dunno. Huh. Jin-sol looked confused. I thought you would have a good reason, Appa. I am not an explorer or a navigator. I'm just a streamer. Well, that's true, but there is no way to determine the difficulty of the two paths. There is no point in overthinking it. There is no right answer. It is better to just go for it. Let's go. Jin Hyuk let Jae Hyeon take the lead, and he stayed at the back. You are now entering the second floor of the Golden Golem castle. The second floor had a similar structure to the first floor. It felt even larger, a vast empty space. And in the distance, he saw a huge statue. After 5 seconds, the Golden Golem will start to move. He could tell as soon as he saw it. That statue was going to transform into the Golden Golem. It looks quite massive. Golden Golem has come to life. The raid of Golden Golem will now begin. LV 45/Golden Golem/skill. Oh, it's level 45. And the name is marked red. That monster is dangerous. Jin Hyuk's heart started racing. He glanced back. The stairs are still there. This meant that there was still an escape route. This might reduce the difficulty, but it seemed to be the nature of low-level dungeons. Thud, thud, thud. The Golden Golem, now completely covered in golden light, charged toward them. It felt like a wild boar rushing in. It was faster than any other golem. Jae Hyeon was taken aback. Why is that thing so fast? Jae Hyeon quickly unleashed his wood fortress skill. The skill covered his body. His skill usage was much better than before, thanks to his dedicated training. Very efficient skill usage. He's improved a lot. He used to use his skill so foolishly, like covering the entire convenience store, but now he forced more on covering only his own body. By selectively concentrating his mana on the parts that needed the most protection, it was more efficient. To be honest, if he concentrates his mana even more on the areas that are under attack, he could increase the efficiency even more. But I guess his skills and vision have not reached that level yet, Jin Hyuk said. Hyung, I'm in trouble. Don't say things like that. Although Jae Hyeon was concealed by the wood fortress and could not be seen, his voice sounded quite frustrated. At that moment, the Golden Golem's fist struck him once again. Crack! The wood fortress was nearly shattered. The monster's power was quite strong. Hyung, please. His voice was filled with vulnerability and frustration. Among all professions, tanks had the highest mortality rate. Especially when encountering monsters for the first time, the tank's death rate would reach nearly 20%. If Jae Hyeon was having a conversation like this, it meant he wasn't in a critical situation yet, which seemed very promising. Appa, what should I do? Should I attack now? Asked Seo Jisoo, who was in stealth mode. I need you to get out of stealth mode first. Jisoo had a puzzled expression, but she listened to Jin Hyuk's words well. As her stealth was released, he could feel the Golden Golem twitching. I guess Jae Hyeon couldn't fully taunt the monster. The tank, Jae Hyeon, seemed too focused on defending himself, rather than taunting the monster. With things as they were, it would be difficult to have a successful raid. Do not attack yet, Jin Hyeok said. Then should I just stand by? Zhang Haiyan, I need you to go hit that golem. Be prepared to take a hit as well. Try to avoid its attack if possible, but if you do get hit, try not to get hit on your vital areas as much as you can. Zhang Haiyan nodded with a determined expression. Suddenly, the golden golem swung its fist downward. Boom! The wood fortress was completely shattered, and Jai Haiyan hastily rolled away. There was quite a lot of blood coming out of his nose. Arg! He quickly crouched down. Whoosh! The monster's fist passed by above Jai Haiyan's head, from left to right. Did you see its attack pattern? Jin Hyeok asked Zhang Haiyan. Yes. When you see it do that, jump up and take the hit. Try to fly toward the staircase behind you. Understood. As soon as Zhang Haiyan joined the fight, the golden golem immediately attacked him. Meanwhile, Jai Haiyan crawled back in relief. That was crazy. I almost died for real. That's the role of a tank. If he could come back in one piece and speak like this, it meant he did not come close to death. He was just overly dramatic. On the other hand, it seemed like Zhang Haiyan could hold his ground against the golden golem for about a minute, but that seemed to be his limit. He was on the verge of getting destroyed by that monster. It looks like dealing with the golden golem is too much for the team right now. We are going to retreat for now. They could not kill it with their current power. CO sisters, I need you guys to go down to the first floor. What about you, Appa? I am going to record you guys going down and then follow you. Got it. Jisoo glanced at him, her expression either dissatisfied or worried, then nodded. Judging by her tone, it seemed like she was never going to listen to Jin Hyeok, but strangely enough, she did. Jin Sol, give Zhang Haiyan some healing boosts and quickly retreat with him. Are you going to join us? I will soon. The blood priest's healing boost had a significant effect, instantly restoring Zhang Haiyan's breathing. However, Jai Haiyan was still standing behind him. Hey, why are you still here? Jin Hyeok asked. Well, you didn't tell me to go down. Right. I forgot about him. Since the wood fortress was currently not available, it would be a better choice for him to retreat with the rest of the team. Come to think of it, expecting that level of teamwork between them was difficult. Jin Hyeok should have given him more specific instructions. I guess it's my fault, then. Back in the day, Jin Hyeok, too, was just a field operator who followed the ruler's orders. In fact, he had not paid much attention to his team because he hadn't had much experience acting as a leader. He was more comfortable with throwing himself into the battle rather than playing the role of a ruler. Don't tell me you forgot about me, Jai Haiyan said. Please tell me that's not true. Just go down, you idiot. Among the team members, Jai Haiyan was the most cowardly, but he listened to the orders well. He did not retreat until Jin Hyeok told him to, and as soon as he did, he went down immediately. If a player could not make an active and excellent play, it was much better to have them listen to the orders. Boom! Jin Hyeok heard a loud sound. Zhang Haiyan crossed his arms in an X shape and blocked the golden golem's first. Just like Jin Hyeok said, he deliberately lifted his body slightly and took the blow. His body flew up like a baseball hit by a bat. I expected this of Zhang Haiyan. He is doing well in carrying out what I demanded. Zhang Haiyan flew toward the stairs. With that level of impact, his arms were probably damaged and a few of his ribs had to have been broken. Still, his head was unharmed, and he did not die. Today's raid was quite peaceful. Zhang Haiyan, you too, go to the first floor. After that, Jin Hyeok leisurely walked toward the first floor. Although the monster ran fiercely toward him, there was still a considerable distance between them. There was no need to run, so as he was walking backward, he filmed the monster running toward him. As he got the close-up shot of the monster, it seemed like a pretty good shot, capturing the body of the golden golem. Wow, it's coming closer. The momentum was impressive. If he were to get hit by its attack head-on, it would be truly devastating. Avoiding such incredible attack would be so thrilling. No, I shouldn't. That monster is quite something. Would you like to enter the first floor? Jin Hyeok waited a little longer. It was not to enjoy the thrill a little longer. He wanted to capture the golden golem up close as much as possible. It was part of his role as a streamer. I think this will do. The tip of the monster's first grazed his nose. There were no visible injuries, but he could definitely feel the power. If that hit, it would have buried my cheekbones. Still, since it did not hit, it did not matter. It was always fun to avoid attacks by the skin of his teeth. With this level of destruction, the broadcaster's barrier wouldn't last long. There is a reason why this monster's name was marked in red. Having fully experienced the power of the golden golem, he descended to the first floor. His heart was pounding. Sweat dripped down Jinsol's forehead. Pant. Pant. Zhang Haiyan's injury was worse than expected, so it took quite an effort to heal him. His face was pale. Appa, I feel dizzy. Blood priests are usually like that. Since Jinsol didn't have any blood-sucking skills yet, there were not many ways to supply blood from external sources. Thanks to the traits, Enhanced Human and Enhanced Revival, she was able to use the abilities of a blood priest to some extent, so one could say that luck was on her side. Appa, aren't you worried about me? You said you wanted to do this, didn't you? If she had said she didn't want to do it, Jin Hyeok wouldn't have made her do it. However, Jin Hyeok wanted to teach her how to be a blood priest in a more enjoyable way. For that to happen, she needed to experience and reach her own limits. Still, Jin Hyeok had lowered his standards considerably, so he decided to provide some assistance. Here, take this. Jin Hyeok took out the blood transfusion packs he had prepared in advance. Blood? Blood. Yes. Where did you get this? I bought it at the broadcaster's shop. Drink it. These packs were ridiculously expensive. Each pack cost 3 million dios. There was no other way to put it, this was an unparalleled monopoly. Later on, if she learns a blood-sucking skill, I'll let her take my blood instead. You want me to drink this? Jinsol's face turned pale. She looked like she was never going to drink it, no matter what. If you don't drink it, you will pass out from anemia. Drink it, now. She hesitated for a while. Then she noticed something. But, Appa, what happened to the entrance? You're just realizing it now. Upon hearing that, Jae Hyeon hurriedly turned his head and looked back at the way they entered. Hyung, the entrance really disappeared. Although Jin Hyeok was the last one to arrive on the first floor, he already knew. Also, it was only natural for the entrance to disappear. We should be thankful that we have a safe zone for the dungeon, and now they want to freely enter and exit the dungeon too? That's some wishful thinking. Jinsol, who realized the seriousness of the situation, closed her eyes tightly and quickly drank the blood from one of the transfusion packs. Ugh. She gagged several times, but her complexion returned. She would probably get used to it. After all, being a blood priest required this kind of hardship. With all the injuries healed, Zhang Haiyan asked with a serious expression. Do you think we can get out of here alive? Everyone seemed worried. How strange. Am I the only one excited? Joseph did not return to the United States. He had to somehow make contact with Cha Jin Hyeok, also known as Kim Chulsu. His instinct as a star maker had kicked in. Chulsu was born to become a star. Joseph was in the midst of closely monitoring all of Chulsu's livestream and videos in order to grasp him more precisely. Chulsu's party seemed to be using the deceiver's masks, and the faces of his entire party members had changed as the livestream continued. The livestream was in first-person perspective, as usual, and Joseph was looking at Kim Jong-hyeon's expression and listening to his words. Although his face had changed due to the mask, Joseph had no trouble deducing which one was Jong-hyeon. Do you think we can get out of here alive? That guy is definitely not acting. Even Egan Paul occasionally staged dramatic performances. However, in many cases, the performances usually relied on the seamless storyline, with the players' flawless acting serving as the foundation. In order to deliver a proper show, they even scouted and hired acting coaches from Hollywood. Joseph prided himself on his keen eye and was able to easily perceive from Zhang Haiyan's words that he was indeed not acting. The system streaming platform, or SSP, was astounding. It just looks so real from the first-person perspective. Just before descending to the first floor, the Golden Golem almost hit Chulsu's face. Ow. Even Joseph, who was watching the livestream, closed his eyes out of fear. Every situation seemed to be happening right in front of him and the tension was something worse. Joseph gulped. There is no way this is going according to Chulsu's plan. No one in their right mind would deliberately plan something like this. No one would dare to risk their lives for such an act. If there were, they had to be insane. The livestream was as raw and unrefined as it got. There was something about his livestream that stimulated the viewer's nerves. Due to the overpowering presence of the Golden Golem, Chulsu's party members were in a great predicament. Chulsu must be deeply agonizing right now. Of course, that was Joseph's misconception. When Zhang Haiyan asked if they were going to make it out of here alive, Jin Hyeok sighed in his mind. You too, Zhang Haiyan? I trusted you? Jin Hyeok sighed as he saw the despair on Zhang Haiyan's face. His teammate, Zhang Haiyan, was supposed to be a man with a very strong mentality. No, let's not get so frustrated. This is not the same Zhang Haiyan that I used to know. His instincts and reason kept clashing, and he had to control himself. Of course, we are going to survive. When you went up to the second floor, didn't you feel anything strange? Jin Hyeok said. Something strange. I didn't see any weak points on the Golden Golem. The Brass Golem and the Bronze Golem, which were lesser monsters of the Golden Golem, had glowing mana stones on their chests. However, the Golden Golem had none. Perhaps the core is hidden somewhere else. The core was indeed hidden somewhere else. Maybe we can find a clue on the first floor. The clue was definitely on the first floor. Jin Hyeok realized that back when he first walked into the dungeon, the staircase leading to the second floor split into two, and at the central point where the staircase split, the large statue of the Golden Golem that was there stood out to Jin Hyeok from the very beginning. There is a statue in front of the stairs. Don't you think that's suspicious? This was a hunch that came with experience. He did not have the skills of a navigator or an explorer, but he already knew from experience that the statue was suspicious. However, the rest of the team did not have that experience. Suspicious. What's so suspicious about a statue? Everyone's eyes shifted to the statue. They could not figure out why it was suspicious. Jin Hyeok thought to himself, I should lower my standards even more. As he opened his mouth, let's take a look at the statue. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Jin Hyeok poked the statue. It's sturdier than I thought. The statue's defense stats seem to be similar to, or even greater than, that of the Golden Golem. It will be hard to break it with normal attacks. The party's faces darkened at his words. Guys, how can your emotions drastically change from one sentence? Not a single one of them dared to hit it. Jin Hyeok felt bad that they were so intimidated by his words. Still, he thought it looked pretty good for his live stream, so he didn't say anything. Let's figure out a way. There were ways to break it. It just took some time, but they could break it by just hitting it. We just have to cut along the grain. All objects had grain. It was not scientifically proven, but it was a special line that some swordsmen could see. If they cut along that line, they would cut through anything, no matter how hard it was. 0. For the record, Jin Hyuk could vaguely see the lines. I can't see it as well as I used to. When he was a sword king, he could see it very clearly. He even had a grain-finding skill. He could not see it that well now, but he could still sense it. Back in his previous life, all he did was kill monsters, so he had all those memories and experiences. I want to buy a long sword from the broadcaster's shop and cut things. He wanted to slash like crazy, but I need to restrain myself. He felt like if he crossed that line, there was no turning back. Also, he thought he should not be too active on the live stream. My live stream concept is about the growth of underdogs. The concept shouldn't be messed with. Jae Hyein, you have the planting skill, right? Yes, I do. Let's use it. Right here? How? Plant a seed right here. Make sure the roots go as deep as possible. The expression on Jae Hyein's face was one that was full of doubt, but as usual, he listened to Jin Hyuk's orders. No, you idiot. You gotta put a little heart in your touch. Heart. Just mindlessly using a skill and putting one's heart and soul into it were two very different things. Even if a player had the same skill, the result would be very different depending on who used it and how. Yes, I need you to imagine and visualize it more vividly and concretely, Jin Hyuk said. What do I need to imagine? Something with really thick roots, big and strong. And think about a plant with roots that digs really deep. This was the basics of using a skill. The caster had to focus their mind to materialize an image. The more specific the image, the more powerful the skill. I will try my best. Jae Hyein gritted his teeth and tried his best for over 2 hours. Still, Jae Hyein did pretty well after Jin Hyuk taught him. There were dozens of small trees growing on the statue. They looked small, but their roots grew deep. Seo Jisoo looked at the statue and realized something. Come to think of it, there was a time when our apartment's basement had a water leakage problem. The handyman said it was because of tree roots. I remember this because the landlords were fighting about whether they should do the repairs. Jin Hyuk had no idea what she was talking about. He only did this because he had seen plant elementalist class players crushing big boulders with this method. Soon, Zhang Haiyan stepped in and threw some punches at the statue. Thud, thump. With a loud crack, powder began to fall from the statue. Soon, Jisoo hugged Cha Jin-sol and they shouted, "We found it! We found the core!" Both of them looked very happy. Jin Hyuk did not know when they became so close. He continued his own live stream. With luck on our side, we have found the core. Jin Hyuk was quite amused that he still had a keen eye. It was also a lot of fun to find the core. Looking at it through the broadcaster's true sight gave him more accurate information. Golden Golem's outer core. I believe this is the outer core. And if there is an outer core, that means there is an inner core. At the same time, a notification popped up. The outer core of the Golden Golem has been exposed. The second and first floors have been connected. I didn't see that one coming. Bang, bang. A loud sound could be heard from above. The Golden Golem was smashing through the gate on the second floor. Jin Hyuk's heart began to race as he felt a slight sense of danger. However, the rest of the team's faces hardened. It looks like the Golden Golem is coming down to the first floor after sensing danger, so let's break the outer core first. The Seo sisters agreed. The outer core was not a living thing. This was the only time when they could focus on attacking the outer core without worrying about defense or stealth. This was when they were at their best. The outer core of the Golden Golem has been destroyed. The gate on the second floor has been smashed. The gigantic Golden Golem revealed its body. It leapt straight down from the second floor. Thud. It looked terrifying. Okay, let's reposition ourselves. If they were seasoned players, they would get back into position by themselves. It was hard to expect that from them as of now. Jin-sol, I need you to stay next to me. Seo sisters, split to the left and right and hide behind the pillars over there. Jae Hyein, take 7 steps ahead. And Zhang Hyein, I need you to be 3 steps behind Jae Hyein. Wow, this is harder than I thought. It was quite a struggle to verbalize what he knew instinctively and give orders to the team. At least he got the formation right. Since he wasn't crazy about being powerful anymore, he stuck to his actual job and focused on live streaming. That monster is moving a lot slower than it was earlier. I think it is because the outer core was destroyed, which is a good thing among misfortunes. Its speed was now at the brass golem level. The team had gotten used to that speed. Jae Hyein will take the first attack, and Zhang Hyein will take the next one. Its attacks are destructive, but its speed is similar to a brass golem now, so you guys should be able to dodge it. Got it. Okay. Zhang Hyein nodded. There was a hint of fear on his face. He looked nervous. It was a good thing to keep a certain amount of tension when in battles. No matter how slow the monster was, if one of them got hit, they were dead. This was not time for them to relax. I think if they get hit, they will die. So it's best for them to not get hit. Jin Hyuk was a bit disappointed in the weakened Golden Golem. What a nice and peaceful raid. Normally, a raid was supposed to be a non-stop barrage of powerful and fast attacks. Now, the enemy is just powerful and not fast at all. The difficulty had been drastically reduced. The party seems to have pretty good coordination. The Golden Golem's chest seemed tattered, and its outer layer started to peel off. A small glowing stone could be seen in the inner corner of its peeled-off chest. There had been a few dangerous moments, but the practice had not betrayed the party. That was why it was important to put their life on the line when training. If they didn't train like they did, their limbs would be stiff and they would not be able to perform as well as they were doing right now. I'm glad the team is not filled with level grinders, even though they can be a bit frustrating sometimes. Cook. Zhang Haiyan, who had just punched the Golden Golem's chest, collapsed while holding his fist. It seemed like his knuckles were broken by the reaction force. Looks like we're in phase 2. The Golden Golem shifted its gaze to Jin Hyeok. He could feel the bloodlust in its eyes. Our tank has completely missed his taunt. It looks like the monster is either targeting me, or the healer next to me. The monster raised its arms. It was about to use its phase 2 skill, Rocket Fist. Jin Hyeok read the description of the skill with his broadcaster's true sight. Rocket Fist. Golden Golem fires its fist like a rocket. It is imbued with mana and is extremely destructive. There was red mana gathering on its fist. However, Jin Hyeok just continued to live stream. Ah, that one seems a bit dangerous. I believe I am going to die if I get hit by that. Now this is getting interesting. Hey, I need you to calm down, Jin Hyeok told himself. He had to control his instincts with his reason. It was a good thing he found a good reason to convince himself. I am not like this because this situation is fun. It is all because of the memories I have with Choi Gang Byeok. 1. Jin Hyeok was not getting excited because he enjoyed these heart-racing, life or death raids. He was now just an ordinary streamer. Before the regression, Jin Hyeok was considered the sword king that could pierce anything, and Gang Byeok was considered the shield king that could block any attack. Because of this, Jin Hyeok and Gang Byeok were known as the best duo, and they had a lot of sparring with each other. It was known to the world as the battles of contradictions, and their sparring were known to the world as if they were doing impressive training. Dude, I'm going to beat the shit out of your sorry ass, Gang Byeok. I'd like to see you fucking try, haha. Jin Hyeok tried his best to hit Gang Byeok, and Gang Byeok tried his best to block Jin Hyeok. And when the sparring was over, they both claimed to have won. Gang Byeok always said that he won because Jin Hyeok could never kill him. No matter how I look at it, I've always won. I don't know what he's talking about. Anyway, Jin Hyeok sparred a lot with him, so he had a pretty good idea of what a tank should do. If I blindly trust the broadcaster's barrier and get hit by that monster, I'm gonna be in big trouble. It was true that the broadcaster's barrier was a great skill. For a streamer, it was one of the strongest defensive skills that could go head-to-head with any tank's skill. On top of that, with the additional +1 to its defensive attribute, it allowed him to be completely immune to all physical attacks that had a power of level 50 or lower. The question is, can the monster's attack be considered a power of level 50 or lower? The Golden Golem was level 45. Just because its physical body was level 45, it did not mean that its attack skill was at the same level. That was why it was never stated as exactly level 50, but rather the power of level 50. Even humans, when they were in danger, could unleash tremendous power. The same went for a boss-level monster that was in phase 2. For a brief moment, it was likely for this monster to unleash a destructive attack that had the power of level 50 or higher, and if Jin Hyeok was to be hit by the attack, he would be in danger. Honestly, I want to get hit by it, just to see how it feels. The old Jin Hyeok would have said yes, but since he was now a streamer, he restrained himself. It unleashed its attack. The Golden Golem's skill, Rocket Fist, was fired. Looks like the ranged attack is set to target our priest. He moved in front of Cha Jin-sol. When the rocket first was about to hit him, activate broadcaster's barrier. Jin Hyeok dodged to the side and pushed the skill away. He did not block it outright, but just changed the trajectory of the skill. He did what Gang Byeok often did when they were sparring. It worked. It was surprisingly easy. Boom! The rocket first slammed into the wall and was shattered upon impact. I'm glad it worked. I just slightly changed the trajectory of the skill. His wrist felt numb, and the bones seemed to be slightly fractured. The shards of the rocket fist bounced in all directions, giving him a few minor cuts. He was bleeding a little, but the wounds were nothing major. He calmly continued the live stream. Even though I used my broadcaster's barrier skill, which is imbued with many achievement effects, just changing the trajectory of the rocket fist caused this much destruction. If I just took the hit, I would be dead right now. He glanced at Jin-sol, who was standing behind him. She looked very frightened, but she was still focused and trying to heal him. The attempt itself was commendable, but the target was wrong. You are supposed to heal him, not me. Jin Hyeok pointed to Kim Jong Hyeon. Jin-sol bit her lower lip as if she was trying to stop herself from saying something. Jin Hyeok didn't know why she was healing him when clearly Jong Hyeon's injury looked worse. If she made a stupid choice again, he was planning on scolding her, but fortunately, she had some common sense left. She focused on recovering Jong Hyeon. Good. You are doing great. Jin Hyeok let out a short exclamation of admiration. I guess humans are evolving creatures after all. He hadn't taught them anything, but the Seo sisters knew what they were supposed to do. I think they've learned that after using a big skill like that, there is always some sort of delay from the enemy. The Seo sisters started to move side to side. They crossed each other and circled around the Golden Golem. Their fingertips were linked with thin lines of mana. The CO sisters are using their cooperative binding skill called Mana Restraint. It's a good choice. Because they destroyed the outer core before, the monster was still slow, and the CO sisters' binding skill was working as planned. Our damage dealers are finally starting to be proactive. Jin Hyeok didn't order them to do anything. They just started to do it on their own. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. I'm so proud of them. After using their binding skill to hold the Golden Golem, the CO sisters took turns stabbing at its inner core with all their might. However, they were both exposed to the monster, and assassin class players would become much weaker when attacking after being exposed. Next up is Zhong Haiyan, who has somewhat recovered. Good. Even the CO sisters are this proactive. Our mighty Zhong Haiyan shouldn't just stand still. Zhong Haiyan's fist was covered with bluish mana. He swung his fist with all his might at the Golden Golem, which still could not move. Since he didn't have to care about defending against the monster, he swung with all his weight. Boom! The Golden Golem trembled as if its own body was having an earthquake. Thud! The spherical inner core fell off it and rolled away. There were a few cracks in the core, thanks to the CO sisters and Zhong Haiyan. It rolled right to me. Well then, I guess I will be the one to finish it off. Jin Hyeok tried to raise the dagger with his right hand. His right hand felt wobbly. He thought he fractured his wrist, but it turned out that his right wrist was broken. He realized there were some injuries to his elbow as well, but he didn't pay much attention to it. I guess I'm a little more injured than I thought. Back in his previous life, an injury like this was nothing. Also, he might not have felt the pain because he was enjoying the situation so much. He put the core down for a moment and grabbed his right wrist with his left hand. I think I can get the bones to align if I apply some pressure. Crack! With a pop, the misaligned wrist bone snapped back into place. Now let's break the inner core. He slammed the dagger down on the core. It had accumulated so much damage from the other teammates that it shattered with a single blow. You have defeated the Golden Golem. After defeating the Golden Golem, Jin Hyeok reached level 39. I'm leveling up so fast. It was even a little faster than the top players on the leaderboard right now. Even if streamers are the best at leveling up, wouldn't it be weird if I was at a higher level than Egan Paul? Apparently, being an all-rounder streamer had an advantage in leveling up. He knew he shouldn't be doing this, but he also didn't feel bad about it. His reason was telling him not to be in first place, but his heart still couldn't say no to that. The reward for killing the Golden Golem is 1 golden mana stone. After destroying the inner core, a glittering golden mana stone fell in front of Jin Hyeok. He picked it up. I am going to sell this. I will share the profits equally, Jin Hyeok said. Everyone was silent except for Jin Hyeok. You guys don't want to sell it. No, it's okay. We can sell it, Jin Sol spoke up on behalf of the party. If you don't want to, you can tell me. We don't want some petty grievances to build up between party members. I don't have any complaints, Zhong Haiyan said. What about you, Jae Haiyan? I don't have any either. Jin Hyeok tilted his head. Mock Jae Haiyan looked a little scared. The Golden Golem is dead, so what is he so scared of? There is nothing to be scared of, yet he is still like this. As he was thinking that, Jin Sol asked, Appa, how is your wrist? Is it okay? What? You healed me earlier, remember? He twirled his wrist. It's completely healed, Jin Hyeok said. Earlier what? Wait, why are you crying? Your elbow bone was. My elbow? What about it? Jin Sol finally burst into tears. The bone was sticking out. The injuries Jin Sol saw on her brother were not minor. His wrist bone was shattered and his elbow bone was sticking out through his flesh. Yet, he didn't scream once. Instead, he was smiling hysterically. Then, he put some pressure on it and pushed it back into his flesh. It looked like he was playing Lego with his bones. Jin Hyeok still looked confused. It didn't hurt that much though. How can that not hurt? I'm serious? Then why did you slam your dagger down with so much power? Well, I have to destroy the inner core. Then, the bone popped out again. Do you know how surprised I was? After hearing her, Jin Hyeok tilted his head. His elbow bone had popped through his flesh twice, but that would have actually hurt me. It was true that he was desensitized and used to pain. However, he wasn't numb to it. He would have felt that much pain. He wasn't even in his strong body before his regression, but in the body of a low-level streamer. You must be mistaken, Jin Hyeok said. Now, I saw it clearly. I was the closest to you, remember? Well, if my injury was that bad, how come you were able to heal me that fast? What are you, like level 80? Well, no, but I really did see it. Ji Hyeok felt strange again. Did you guys all see the same thing? They all said yes. They expressed that the sight of him realigning the bones without any display of pain was quite shocking. After a while, Jin Sol came to her own conclusion. It was strange, but my healing skills worked so well on you, Appa. Your recovery was amazing. Really? Yes. It felt like my heals were much more powerful than I am capable of. It felt like my healing power was being amplified by your body. Why do you think that is? Well, everyone is different. I bet Zhong Haiyan takes heals very well, too. It was not like that. You were on a different level. Jin Hyeok rubbed his chin. He tried to think reasonably and rationally. I don't know, but maybe it has something to do with us being siblings, he said. What does that have to do with anything? Blood priests use their powers through blood, and since you and I have genetically similar blood, maybe your heals have greater power over me. even though he said that he still couldn't figure out the exact reason. But that's not how it felt like, Jinsoul muttered to herself. She couldn't put her finger on it, but Jin Hyeok's body just felt so different from everyone else's. She thought if Zhang Haiyan maximized his physical advantages, it might have felt the same. Still, that's now how it felt like. She didn't know the answer. The reward for clearing the Golden Golem cast was also given. He had received a pair of uncommon grade daggers. They were pretty good daggers at this point. These daggers, do you have to? Jia said cautiously. But her voice was too quiet to be heard. What? Jin Hyeok asked. She's saying that maybe you should have the daggers, Jisoo translated for her. Why should I? Jin Hyeok said. Because, she looked like she was about to say something, but decided not to. Forget it. We'll just keep it. I think it's a good idea for us to have each of the daggers, so we can get the effects of the items simultaneously. That way, we can attack more efficiently. Okay. It was normal for damage dealers to get the damage-dealing items. He didn't know why they were trying to justify something so obvious. It was like she was feeling bad for taking something that should have been his. Soon after, a welcomed notification popped up. Individual rewards have been given. The performers can decline to be paid. The CO sisters had a sense of conscience and refused to be paid. They were also given a ring that increased their defensive stats, but they gave that to Jae Hyeon. He looked like he wanted to get paid, but he was still a good kid and refused. I will sell the Golden Mana Stone and share the profit with you all. I will record the whole process, so don't worry, I won't scam you. The party did not seem too interested in him taking the Golden Mana Stone. I guess the world still is beautiful and innocent. I don't know why they are so naive. What would happen if I just took the Mana Stone and left? After safely clearing the Golden Golem castle, he headed to Cheongdam-dong. I saw everything on your live stream. You almost died twice, Gap-soo said. What do you mean almost died? Huh, what is that look on your face? What do you mean? Of course, if Jin Hyeok had been hit by the monster, he would have died. But he didn't get hit. He had some adrenaline rush and it was indeed fun, but it wasn't a close call. To be honest, with the exception of the rocket fist, he was generally disappointed. Good. The sheer disparity between your calm facade and the reality of the situation gives me such great pleasure. It's not my facade. But if it shows like that on screen, I have nothing to complain about. Well, overall, your live stream was very fun. Are you going to sell that Golden Mana Stone to me? That's what I'm here for. Good. I'll buy it off you. The old man clapped his hands together. The door swung open and a strange odor began to waft in. It smelled like sweet peaches. Wait. I know this smell. It was a familiar smell. Someone was gracefully entering the room. Oh, I didn't expect this. One small tidbit, his name here translated means, sturdiest wall. She was dressed in a tight leather suit that showed the lines of her body. She was very tall and slender. Even without seeing her face, Cha Jin Hyeok knew she was beautiful. Don't make eye contact, he thought to himself. Look at my face. Look at my face. It was like someone was whispering in his ear. At the same time, the desire to see her face was stirring. It meant that the temptation had already begun. She was a succubus. The demons of dreams were very dangerous to both men and women. They were said to be able to seduce anyone they set their minds to, especially young men and women. Those who would fall prey to their beauty and seduction suffered unspeakable side effects. The mildest was hair loss, while the most severe side effect was death. It was commonly expressed as having one's virility drained away. She is obviously at a much higher level than I am. Normally, the demons of dreams Jin Hyeok met had a minimum level of 1000. They started at level 70 when they were born. There had to have been at least 100 of them who approached him before. Jin Hyeok still shuddered just thinking about it. It was 100 times easier to fight with swords. They were so tiring. I have brought the dios you ordered. Normally, Choi Gap-soo could have just given Jin Hyeok the dios via donation. But the fact that Gap-soo took her on as his secretary was a clear indication of his intentions. Jin Hyeok did not know what Gap-soo was trying to get out of him, but Gap-soo probably ordered the succubus to seduce him. Thank you. I want you to take the dios yourself, Jin Hyeok, the old man said. Jin Hyeok stood up from his seat. The smell of sweet peaches lingered in his nostrils. It was the scent of seduction. It was one of many seduction skills that the succubus had. He moved closer to her. You are very tall, and you have a handsome face, the succubus said to him. Even though they were some distance apart, he could feel her breath on him. It felt like a touch. If he was at a higher level, this seduction would be nothing. He was supposed to be immune to pretty girls, but with such a large level difference, her seduction skill seemed to be working. This is hurting my pride. I can't believe her skill is working. My name is Lilia. What's yours? Her voice sounded sweet. If someone asked him how a voice could be sweet, he would have no answer, but it really did feel that way. Is there a reason we have to share our names with each other? Oh my, how cold you are. You are charming. It is making me curious about you. I just need to get paid. How about you get something better than money? She took a step closer to him. Wow, I'm getting goosebumps. Even in berated trashy movies, they wouldn't use such corny lines. Due to their innate seductive power, succubi didn't pay much attention to their lines or flirtatious remarks. What was really embarrassing was that he was being swayed by such corny lines. The good news is that these demons of dreams are a very proud race. That was why they did not seduce just anyone. At least, they would try to seduce those who were on their level. And right now, in the eyes of this succubus, he was nothing more than a low-leveled player. She is only engaging in seductions that are within my own level and that I can handle. Otherwise, Jin Hyuk would have already fallen under her spell, and he would be a slave of her seduction. The good news was that he was aware of the temptation. The moment you recognize that the seduction is not genuine, the effectiveness of said seduction is decreased. He thought it was the combination of all these factors that kept him from being seduced. He could not believe he was barely able to do this. No matter how he thought about it, it hurt his pride. He accepted the leather pouch from the succubus and turned to walk away. Pleasure doing business with you. After Jin Hyuk left, alchemist Choi Gap-soo laughed hysterically. Are you planning on breaking the contract with me? He asked. Of course, I am not ignorant of the pride and dignity of the demons of the dreams. But aren't contracts meant to be honored? Lilia sighed and sat cross-legged on the couch. She was wearing a tight leather suit, leaving her shoulders and arms exposed. Her shoulders and arms were tinged with a peachy color. I wasn't messing around, Lilia said. What does that mean? I mean that I did my best to seduce him. Gap-soo started to laugh again. Good. I guess you need to say that if you want to fully fulfill your end of the bargain. Yes, I understand. I will just have to take your word that you did your best and failed to seduce a newbie level 39 player. Lilia felt it was a little unfair. She had indeed done her best. However, she did not repeat herself by saying that she did her best. Fully admitting that would have been too much of a blow to her ego. How can a level 39 player, and from an open beta server at that, have that kind of mental strength? It was like he was surrounded by layers of mental barriers. The demons of dreams were a race with the ability to penetrate the minds of their opponents very deeply, and naturally, she tried very hard to penetrate the mind of Jin Hyuk. It didn't feel like he blocked it with a skill. There was no way the skill of a level 39 streamer could resist her seduction. Either he had the mind of a sage, or he was a eunuch, or he was just a madman who could not be seduced. She couldn't figure out why. Well, it's okay. You don't have to seduce him right away. You have until the end of the open beta. Make sure you seduce him by then. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Suddenly, the building, which had been a luxurious retail store until now, had a new sign that read Alchemist Choi Gap-soo's workshop. What the hell is that old man up to? Jin Hyuk didn't really ask because he was in a hurry to get away from the place. It would have taken an astronomical amount of Dios to control such an egoistic succubus like that, and he could not figure out why the old man would go to such lengths. As he was thinking that, he realized that his mental strength was very different from before. Wow, my mental strength is not what it used to be. He was sure that if his old teammates saw him like this, they would have laughed and made fun of him. How could I be so defenseless against the temptations of a succubus? In reality, he and his old teammates were not immune to mental attacks. They all had traits like mental barrier or imperial resilience. For reference, imperial resilience was the higher-ranked trait, and back in his previous life, Jin Hyuk had the mental barrier trait. If I wasn't careful, I was about to be seduced by her. He had decided to get the mental barrier trait. Would it be okay for me to obtain the mental barrier trait? If a player obtained the mental barrier trait first, they could not obtain imperial resilience trait in the future. The two traits conflicted with each other. Obviously, it would be far better to get the imperial resilience trait, but he could not get it at his current level. Well, I'm going to retire soon, so I think the mental barrier trait is going to be good enough. He managed to get by with the trait until level 240. Come to think of it, if he had the imperial resilience trait, he might have been able to withstand the curse of the Empress of Hell. Damn it. Why am I thinking about that? The Banyan Tree dungeon would be challenged by a new Sword King of this timeline. Jin Hyuk decided to get the mental barrier trait since he would be subjected to various mental attacks in the foreseeable future. And it's a perfect trait for a player aiming to become third place. Imperial resilience would be too good of a trait. The mental barrier trait was perfect. Jin Hyuk hurriedly called Seo Jisoo. Hey, what are you doing? Are you free right now? Hey, I'm with my sister right now. What's up? Do you have a minute? Why? I need to see you for a second. After a few moments of silence, Jisoo replied. Just the two of us? What? No, the three of us. Of course, I thought so too. I was just testing you, ha ha ha. She laughed for a while, but Jin Hyuk was not sure what was so funny. She seems to have a unique laugh trigger. To obtain the mental barrier trait, he had to go to Malaysia, and he needed the help of the twins. Only the Seo sisters could activate the entrance to the Petronas Twin Tower dungeon. The three of them met at a coffee shop in Yongsan-gu. Jisoo asked him with a surprised look on her face. What? You want us to go on vacation with you? No, not a vacation, a raid. Well, still, you want to go abroad, right? Just the two of us. There had to be something wrong with her hearing. Or maybe she was just tired from all the training she had been doing lately. How can she think that us means just the two of us? No, the three of us, Jin Hyuk corrected her. What? Well, there are still a lot of dungeons to clear in Korea. And a man and two women going abroad. Why are we already traveling abroad together? I don't think we are that close. Really? I thought we were close enough. Really? In the not too distant future, players would team up with a stranger to go on an expedition abroad. They would trust each other with their lives, even though they had only just met, and they would go on missions or raids together. That was the world to come. Jisoo's earlobes flushed slightly. I didn't realize you thought so much of us, she said. Well, I don't want to say so much, but now I know you a little better. What the hell is she talking about? So you are saying you want to go abroad with us so badly that you will cover the cost of the plane tickets and accommodation. Since this was for his own needs, he didn't disagree with her. It was only fair for him to pay for the expenses. You always act so bitch no, sorry. You always act so distant and not very warm-hearted. Jin Hyuk thought he heard her say bitchy, but he didn't bother to point it out. Are you being tsundere? Jisoo asked. Jin Hyuk could not comprehend what the hell she was saying. She is definitely not normal. So, are you coming with me? Okay, we will think about it. That evening, she called him and said, we will make an exception for you. If you are showing such dedication, then why not? We will go with you. Jin Hyuk did not recall showing such remarkable dedication, but he was grateful that they perceived it that way and expressed their gratitude. Appa, I'm coming with you, Cha Jinsol said. You too? Yes. I'll pay for my own expenses. Money was not the problem. However, Jinsol's enhanced human and enhanced revival traits would clash with other traits. They were probably going to clash with the mental barrier trait, too. No, I need you to stay here. Nope. I'm coming with you. I've always wanted to go on a trip to Malaysia when I quit my job. This is not a trip. It seemed like his party members did not understand the world very well yet. It was very frustrating for him, but he decided to give them the benefit of the doubt and let them figure it out over time. You said it was something really good written in that future diary, right? Then wouldn't it be good for me too? I want to get it as well. Don't be so greedy. You have already obtained 2 traits recently. If you are too greedy, you will lose everything. I don't care. I'm going with you. Don't go on a raid without me. Jinsol was so stubborn, so he said yes. When he thought about it, he realized that it would be good for the other team members to get the mental barrier trait as well. After all, we have to play together until I become a building owner in Yanhuidong. Since it turned out this way, he decided to also bring Mok Jae Hyein and Kim Jong Hyein along with him. They arrived at Incheon Airport to leave for Malaysia. The Seo sisters were waiting for them at the airport. Jisoo was wearing a pretty dress that was overly colorful for the raid. She shouldn't be wearing a dress like that. That's going to get in the way. He didn't know why she was wearing that straw hat. I thought it was just the 3 of us going. Jisoo said while frowning. Well, we're all going together now. Then you should have told me beforehand. Is that so? Of course. But why do I get the feeling that she's mad at me? For whatever reason, it was always nice to have more people for a raid. He had always had problems with his party being understaffed, not overstaffed. That could happen if teammates were not good enough, but that wasn't the problem for Jin Hyuk's team. In fact, his team consisted of the Martial King, the Blood Priest, and the Wood King. She should be thanking him, but for some reason, she seemed mad at him. I thought she would be excited. I guess I was wrong. He would have bowed 100 times in gratitude if his higher UPS had organized a team this strong without his knowledge while he was in the middle of a mission. But you still appreciate it, right? Jin Hyuk said. Jisoo barely spoke to him until they arrived in Malaysia. He thought she was too shy to say thank you. I didn't know she was this shy. After around 7 hours, they arrived at the airport in Kuala Lumpur, the capital of Malaysia. A day before going to Malaysia, Seo Jisoo had changed her outfit several times in front of the mirror. Her bed was piled high with clothes she had worn and taken off. How does this look? Jisoo asked her sister. Seo Jia, who was sitting at her desk reading a book, only glanced up. It's okay. That's the 30th time you said it's okay. Can't you be a little more sincere? Just wear anything. From Jia's perspective, her sister was acting a bit weird. She seemed much more excited than usual. Sigh. You really don't know anything, do you? Jisoo said. What? Jin Hyuk is pretending to go on a raid abroad so that he can ask me out. I really don't think so. He is obviously interested in one of us. I doubt it. Why are you so negative? I think you're just overly positive, Jia thought to herself as she shifted her gaze back to her book. Why are you like this, Uni? What if he likes one of us? You're going to say no. Say no to what? I mean, if Jin Hyuk asked you to go out with him, would you say no? Jia didn't answer, and Jisoo was happily humming. See? You wouldn't say no either. He seems like a nice guy, even if he can be scary sometimes. Jisoo was sure he was asking her out, or she wanted to believe it. No matter how Jia looked at it, it did not seem right. She knew her sister would not listen to her, so she left her sister alone. Jisoo changed her clothes several times more, excitedly. A day later, when she arrived at the airport, she was utterly disappointed. Everyone was huddled together and Jisoo's face turned red. Ugh, this is so embarrassing. Awkwardness, embarrassment, and anger all flooded in at once. And a slight sense of frustration arose as well. Just wait and see. After they arrived at the airport, Jisoo said, I don't think you know what you're missing out on, Jin Hyuk. Huh, you will know soon enough. That's good to hear. Jin Hyuk chuckled and nodded. He knew exactly what she was talking about. She was obviously telling him how determined she was as a damage dealer, as his party member, and as an assassin of the party. This was how players should approach raids. Jin Hyuk was very happy with how determined she was about the raid. As they cleared the immigration and walked through the airport, Jin Hyuk felt someone staring at him. Look at that. We're being followed. Being followed was actually quite common, especially when traveling abroad. When Jin Hyeok and his old teammates went overseas for raids, they were always followed by at least 20 people. At first, it was intrusive and annoying, but then he got used to it. It doesn't seem like a lot. Wait, only one person? Only one person is following us? Ugh, I feel offended. No wait, I shouldn't think like this. In fact, high-tier players used to have ego battles amongst themselves about how many people would follow them. It was just that Jin Hyeok was so used to that kind of life that he was not used to being followed by just one person. He decided not to think too much about why he was being followed. If he pondered about every little thing, his life would be miserable. Anyone could be followed, and assassins and bandits followed people for their hobbies. If they did something that posed a threat to him, that would be the moment when he would try and kill them. I think this one is more skilled than the last one I saw in Sindorim Station. What was her name? Black Butterball. This one seemed to be more skilled than the level grinders, so he looked at her with the broadcaster's true sight. He couldn't identify the location with just his senses, but he could see everything with this skill. LV40/Black Butterfly/Superior Assassin/Skills/Heavenly Temptation. Wait a minute. That's her again. Jin Hyeok did not pay much attention to her last time because he thought she was just a nobody, but it was a different story now. It was highly unlikely that he would run into the same person from Sindorim Station again, especially all the way over here in another country, so it was by no means a coincidence. She was intentionally following him. It's for the best, I guess. Jin Hyeok didn't need to overthink why an assassin would follow him. She wanted to assassinate him. It might have been for different reasons, but that did not matter to him. It was still attempted murder when an assassin silently stalked someone. I needed a bait anyway, so this worked out well. Kaylin, also known as Black Butterfly and an assassin for the Avengers Army, sang a happy tune in her mind. I bet they didn't notice my stealth this time. She had reached level 40 and gained a new stealth skill called Sneak. She was so ridiculously conspicuous the last time, but she did not get caught this time around. She could definitely feel how powerful this new skill was. I am going to find out everything about you. She wondered why Egan had paid her so much money to follow Jin Hyeok, and why Joseph cared about Jin Hyeok so much. As time passed, she became more confident. I know they're in a foreign country that they don't know much about, but they don't seem to notice me at all. She thought maybe it was just a coincidence that they were able to detect her the last time. The navigator from the Avengers Army can detect me in a heartbeat. As a wise man once said, by seeing one, they could infer 10. The fact that none of them could detect her stealth meant that their overall level was nowhere near that of the Avengers Army. Egan, Joseph, both of you were wrong. It was incomprehensible that Joseph and Egan would pay so much attention to this man. She checked into the same hotel as Jin Hyeok's party and spied on them. Still, they did not seem to notice her. Another day had passed. She had been able to pick up their voices through an item she had secretly attached to the healer of the party. We are going to the Petronas Tower. Jin Hyeok looked at his sister's back. With the help of the broadcaster's true sight, he could clearly see something on her back. Voice transmission mana ball. The assassin must have put it on her when we were eating at the buffet earlier. A small bead-like item, invisible to the naked eye, was attached to Cha Jin-sol's back. Let's review our plan. Jisoo, Jia, what are you going to do again? You said to cross the sky bridge that's on the 41st and 42nd floors. The Petronas Towers were twin towers with 88 floors. They were connected by a 58-meter sky bridge on the 41st and 42nd floors. If the CO sisters started from different towers, crossed the sky bridge, and passed each other, the entrance to the dungeon would be created. Jae Hyeon, what is your role? To prevent other players from entering the dungeon during the time the entrance is active. The dungeon entrance created by the CO sisters was only valid for 10 minutes. During that time, Mok Jae Hyeon would unfold his wood fortress to block other players from entering. I will enter the dungeon at exactly 9 minutes and 57 seconds, is that okay? Jae Hyeon asked. Yes, that's good. The details of the operation were all transmitted to Black Butterly through the voice transmission mana ball. On the 41st floor of Petronas Tower, Jia began traversing the sky bridge. Is this really going to work? Is the dungeon entrance really going to spawn like this? She had heard about the post created by the great prophet named Kim Shin-won, but she was still skeptical. As she walked slowly, she saw her sister, Jisoo, in the distance on the same floor. They crossed paths and kept walking. Nothing is happening. At first, nothing happened. However, when the sisters reached the opposite towers, there was a slight shaking. People looked around in surprise as if an earthquake had occurred. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. There really is a dungeon entrance. Jia could see it clearly. There was a space near the center of the sky bridge that was turning like a tornado. Petronas Twin Towers dungeon. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jae Hyeon unfolded the wood fortress and sealed off the entrance. I'm going in first today, Jin Hyeok said. For today, he didn't turn on his live stream. He was not going to broadcast anything about obtaining the mental barrier trait. He didn't know what kind of tricks Choi Gap-soo would come up with, and in fact, getting the mental barrier trait was not for the sake of content, but just to be a little safer as a normal streamer. He decided to be more direct since he was not live streaming. This is going to be fun. He didn't try to deny the feeling. After all, he was not live streaming now, and he knew he would not be able to enjoy this feeling for long. Later, when he became a higher level player, he would not be able to play as aggressively as he wanted to. He was going to enjoy it while he could when he was low level. You have entered Petronas Twin Towers dungeon. Following Jin Hyeok, Kim Jong Hyein, and Jin Sol also entered. Soon after, the CO sisters entered, and after about 10 minutes, Jae Hyein entered. It looked like Jae Hyein did a good job, as no other players had entered the dungeon. It was dark inside, like entering a deep underground cave. Hold your position. Looking over with the broadcaster's true sight, he saw that Black Butterfly was also in the far corner. Her gaze was still on Jin Hyeok. Jin Sol noticed something. Appa, there is a green line over there. They were inside the safe zone. It was a very common setup for beginner dungeons. If players were inside the green line, they would not be attacked by the monsters. As Jin Hyeok took a step outside the line, a notification popped up. You are now out of the safe zone. When he came back, another notification popped up. You are now entering the safe zone. I think there is only one way in, so I'll lead the way, Jin Hyeok said. He used one of the streamer skills called Broadcaster's Light. 2 bright light sources were created near his head. This was a skill that all streamers had. However, other streamers only had one light source. Also, Jin Hyeok's lights were much brighter than those of other streamers, and they covered a larger area. However, no one thought it was weird. Jin Hyeok was basing everything on his former teammate, Kong Miene, and the other team members had never met another streamer before, so they wouldn't know what was normal or what wasn't. Jin Hyeok took the lead. After walking for a while, he saw a faint glow at the end of the way. Halt. He walked closer to take a look. It was a special device that had been installed. It looks like a small freight elevator. There was also a button to call the elevator. He scratched his head. There are no up and down markings. If this was a real elevator, there should be the up and down markings. You're right. He pressed the button. He didn't think too much of it, since he already knew the strategy to clear this dungeon. You have called the elevator. Rumble. There was a slight vibration on the ground. He could not tell if the elevator was coming from below or above. Then, he heard a ding sound. The elevator has arrived. The elevator door opened and he walked straight in. Inside the elevator, there were end buttons. Entry is limited to one person. Only one person can get in at a time. Please choose the direction. Jin Hyeok pointed at the buttons on the elevator. Guys, there are buttons here, okay. The elevator door will close in 3 seconds. Please choose your direction before the door closes. I'm going to go first. Come up, okay. Remember, the direction is up. Up, up. Despite his words, Jin Hyeok chose down. Next, it was Jin Sol's turn. Since he pointed the buttons with his left hand, I'm going to choose down. This had been discussed with her brother before they entered the dungeon. If he pointed to something with his left hand, Jin Sol was to do the opposite, and if he pointed something with his right hand, she was ordered to obey it. Down. After Jin Sol, the rest of the party members Jia, Jisoo, Jae Hyein, and Jong Hyein also chose the down button. One by one, or course. With Jin Hyeok's party gone, the only person left here was Black Butterfly, Kaylin. They are so impulsive and have no set of rules. Egan's Avengers Army would not be this haphazard. They would gather as much information about the dungeon as they could, and then proceed to attack it with the utmost care and precision. However, Jin Hyeok's approach was far too sloppy. He had the audacity of leading the way even though he was just a streamer, turning on the light when he didn't know if the monsters were going to attack, not knowing what was in the elevator, and just overall going with the flow. The funniest part was when the other team members just sat idly by and watched him. Everything was so sloppy and weird. Do I really need to follow these degenerates all the way? She thought about stopping the stalking, but the entrance of the dungeon had already disappeared. I'm gonna say again. Joseph, Egan, both of you were wrong. As a member of the Avengers Army, she was determined to prove that they were far more capable than this ragtag team. She called the elevator. I can't believe they didn't notice me the slightest bit. Honestly, she had expected them to notice a little, but they did not seem to have any idea of her existence. It was both gratifying and disappointing. She stepped confidently into the elevator. She pressed the opposite of the direction Jin Hyeok's team went. You have arrived at the 88th floor. The door is opening. When the door opened, she witnessed something shocking. Fuck. The 88th floor of the Petronas Twin Towers dungeon was the home of the steel centipedes. Each of these monsters was larger than a man. Hundreds of steel centipedes were tangled together, rubbing against each other and making an unpleasant hissing sound. They were rubbing their bodies together and it looked like they were mating. It was gross, disgusting, and nauseating. God damn it. The steel centipedes had not noticed Kaylin because they were making so much weird noises. She saw a faint light in the distance. It was small, like a tiny star in the night sky. Is that the way out? Her chances of surviving a fight with this many monsters were close to zero. The elevator had stopped working. It was easy to get up here, but it was impossible to get back down. Caught in the middle of all these steel centipedes, she had to move as carefully as possible without being seen. I can't die here. She didn't even have the time to think about why she didn't see Jin Hyeok or any of his teammates, all of whom had gone before her. For now, she decided to focus on staying alive. You have reached the underground habitat. After a little time had passed. It seems like everyone is here. Not a single steel centipede emerged during the time it took for the party members to arrive one by one. Apparently, the bait on the 88th floor was doing her job. If even one player entered the 88th floor, the difficulty of this underground habitat was greatly reduced. The number of steel centipedes to be dealt with was more than halved, and only the relatively weak ones were encountered. Cha Jin-sol asked her brother, Appa, why did we have to have that secret sign? You could have just told us to come down. It's because we were being followed. Being followed? Yes. I saw her coming in with me. It was the same one from before. I think she got a new stealth skill, too. Cha Jin-hyuk did not look closely at her new stealth skill. He figured it would be too conspicuous if he did. If it's a new skill she learned at level 40, it has to be something like sneak. But why didn't you do something about it? Jin-sol asked another question. I wanted to send her up. Why? It is known that if a person goes up with the elevator, the difficulty down here goes down by a lot. I saw it in the future diary. Then what happens to the player that's up there? I wouldn't know. That was none of Jin-hyuk's business. It was an assassin who had been following him around, trying to kill him. He could have her killed just based on the fact that she was following him. If she is really good at hiding and has great survival instincts, she will live. If she is just an ordinary assassin, she is going to die. No matter what happened, Jin-hyuk did not care. But since Jin-hyuk could figure out that she was following him, it meant that she was probably going to die. Jin-sol looked at her brother with wide eyes. Appa, you know, sometimes you scare the shit out of me. Why? The fact that you don't know scares me even more. You sure are scared of everything. Jin-sol had always found him a bit difficult since they were young. Jin-hyuk shrugged off her words and explained his own strategy. Since he wasn't going to be live streaming, he did not have to explain in great detail. Let's start digging first. He started to dig with the party. They needed a fairly large pit, but thanks to Mok Jae-hyun, they were able to dig one pretty easily. Jae-hyun, I need you to stay here and protect the other members. What about you? There is a monster over there. I am going to lure it out and trap it. He assumed the other members would be in much danger. He wasn't sure how long Black Butterball upstairs would last, but if she did, it would be very easy, and if she didn't, it would be a little hard. I know that if there is a person upstairs, they only attack one by one. LV37/Steel Centipede/Skills. These monsters were considered dangerous because they usually attacked in groups. Taking them on one by one was not too difficult. Jin-hyuk picked up a rock and threw it at the steel centipede. The monster spotted him and started crawling toward him. Squeak! He could hear its legs moving. Ugh, I hate that screeching sound. He had not heard it in a long time, and he still hated it. The monster was still disgusting to look at. Sometimes even the most skilled players were unable to use their full power against arthropods like that, which was understandable, seeing how gruesome it looked. It is faster than I thought. It closed it fast and spat poison at him. Activate Broadcaster's Barrier. Each of its attacks wasn't very strong. He used the Broadcaster's Barrier to block its poison attack. While he used the skill, he jumped backward to have more distance between them. Pretty easy. Jin-hyuk succeeded in luring it to the pit. There was a pathway at the edge of the pit, barely big enough for a human to pass through, and he used that to get over the pit. The steel centipede fell into the pit. Appa, that thing is climbing up the pit. Jin-sol exclaimed. Of course it can. These monsters could climb up even the slippery glass surface. It was obvious for them to be able to climb up the pit. Jin-hyuk pulled a potion out from his sleeve. Lesser corrosive potion. A potion that reacts with anything of a certain composition to corrode it. This stuff was only 50,000 dios a bottle if he got it through players. It was hard to get it like that, so he bought it from the broadcaster's shop. It cost a whopping 1 million dios per bottle from the broadcaster's shop. This was definitely profiteering, no matter how he looked at it. Anyway, the lesser corrosive potion was very effective against all steel-type monsters below level 40. It works best when poured directly on the head. This was a proven method that had been studied and tested by countless people. TSSSS. Smoke rose from the steel centipede's head. Jin-sol was stunned. Appa? It's still climbing up. Stop stating the obvious. Jin-hyuk nonchalantly poured the rest of the potion. There was no way a monster that was close to level 40 would be killed this easily. It was obvious that it would keep climbing up. He had heard that some rich players would buy tons of that corrosive potion and fill the entire pit to kill these monsters. To Jin-hyuk, that was stupid and crazy. He would not want to do anything that inefficient. TSSSS. As he poured out the entire potion, the steel centipede's head touched his foot. Activate Broadcaster's Barrier. It bit his foot, but it didn't do much damage. The potion had left its skin mushy. The head, which was already its weak point, had turned into an even weaker point. The corrosive potion also made it more aggressive and desperate. It clenched its jaws as if it would not let go of his foot. This works out for me, actually. The tightness of its bite told him that its jaws were fully locked. He raised the dagger and stabbed it down on its head. Boom! Green blood spurted out. This blood was also slightly toxic, which could cause injuries, but not enough to interfere with his plan. He just had to be careful not to get it in his eyes. Boom! 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 The dagger felt pretty good in his hand. You have killed a steel centipede. I guess using only one bottle is a bit risky. Then we should use 2 bottles, Jin-sol said. She had misunderstood his words. What are you talking about? Jin-hyuk said. For Jin-hyuk, expressing something as the riskiest meant it was the most efficient. To give up on low cost and high efficiency and go for high cost and low efficiency was just crazy talk. There is another one spawning over there. I am going to kill it the same way. You guys just watch. Come to think of it, Black Butterball was still alive upstairs. If she was dead, there would have been 2 or 3 spawns, but there was only one. The next one was 1 level lower, so it was a little easier. The next one was 1 level higher than the first one, and he actually had an easier time killing it than the first one because he had gotten used to doing this. He continued to kill these monsters. I believe this was my 20th kill. At first, it was fun and exciting to kill the monsters, but now it has become a bit boring. It was because the steel centipedes were so weak against the corrosive potion that Jin Hyuk couldn't feel any sense of crisis. If there was no sense of danger, it could not be fun. Boom, boom, he plunged his dagger countless times into the head of the last steel centipede. You have killed a steel centipede. With that, no more centipedes regenerated. He didn't have to think much about it, since he knew the whole strategy anyway. Looks like the regen for the steel centipede is finished. Let's move on. The team walked down the long corridor. There should be a small glass box at the end of this path. Inside the glass box would be a scroll that glowed red. If he tore the scroll, he would obtain the trait, Mental Barrier. There it is. Before Regression, Jin Hyuk struggled hard to obtain this. The reason was that this dungeon was a special dungeon that increased in difficulty exponentially as more and more players cleared it. Jin Hyuk and his old teammates were around the 8th team to obtain the Mental Barrier trait here, but it disappeared after them. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. However, it was a little different this time. It was supposed to be displayed as a mental barrier, but for some reason, it only showed a question mark. In such cases, he would only know for sure what the trait was when he got his hands on it. It's probably the mental barrier trait, I'm sure of it. Jin Hyuk assumed the name of the trait would be revealed after the first person acquired it. Unsuspecting, he reached for the scroll and ripped it apart. A notification popped up. You have acquired the trait Imperial Resilience. Excuse me. He was momentarily at a loss for words. He had no idea why the Imperial Resilience trait was even in this dungeon. This is so much better than I thought. I was only planning on finishing 3rd place. If you think I would be happy to obtain such a powerful trait unexpectedly, then, you are right. Thank you. Once he got the Imperial Resilience trait, the elevator spawned again in front of him. If he pressed the button, he would be taken back up to where he came from, and the dungeon would be cleared. There you have it, a super easy dungeon. For some reason, the party members did not say anything. I guess they're surprised at how easy the dungeon is. Let's repeat this so that each of you will get the trait. Zhong Haiyan, you are up next. Jin Hyuk assumed that he acquired the Imperial Resilience trait because he was the first to clear it. I don't know if the kids will get the same trait or not. I guess I'll have to see for myself. Black Butterball seemed to be surviving longer than expected. The difficulty was very low. Let's make this quick, guys. With the bait on the 88th floor, it would be best to move as quickly as possible. This was actually a good opportunity for the party. I just got something called Imperial Resilience. No way. Kim Jong-hyeon got the same trait as Jin Hyuk. Apparently, a small number of people in the early stages were given the Imperial Resilience trait, and the rest were given the Mental Barrier trait. Next up is Jae Hyeon. Is he going to get the same one? I got the same one. The Seo sisters were up next. Imperial Resilience? Obtained. I got the same thing as her. Jin Hyuk was skeptical, but it seemed like everyone obtained the Imperial Resilience trait. It took about 10 hours and he was completely covered in monster blood, looking like a green monster himself. His whole body was wet and sticky. It also smelled very bad, and at this point, he felt a little gross and wanted to wash it off. Appa, are you sure I can't have that trait? Jinsol asked. It's not compatible with you. The enhanced human and enhanced survival traits conflicted with other traits. If she added some random traits, it would not benefit her at all. But you're better off without it. Trust me. He was glad he didn't turn on his live stream. If he had turned it on, he would have had to ramble on and on about why it was bad for Jinsol. Okay, she seemed a little hard to convince, but in the end, she listened to her brother. You'll thank me in time. You have partially cleared the Petronas Twin Towers dungeon. To fully clear it, they needed to clear the upper floors too. But the reward for that was so minuscule compared to the effort that Jin Hyuk didn't bother. You have leveled up. You have reached level 40. Oh, he had not paid much attention to his level because it was so low. But now that he had reached level 40, it felt different. That means I'm going to unlock another job-related skill. He had a job that was not known to the world called the Almighty Streamer. At level 40, a typical initially awakened streamer would gain a skill called high-speed recording. As the name suggested, it was a skill that allowed streamers to shoot a scene at lightning speed, and it was a must-have for any streamer. You are about to receive your job skill. I bet it's something similar to high-speed recording. He was not expecting much, but he was a little excited because it felt like he was playing with a gacha machine one, just like when he was a child. You have unlocked a job skill. What the hell is this? It was indeed something similar, but it was not something he expected. Gacha machines are those toy vending machines that are popular in Asia. High-speed recording itself was not that good of a skill. It was more like a modern-day super-fast camera. It could capture and film countless moments that the human eye could not see, but that was not the name of the skill Jin Hyuk was given. The skill time-lapse recording has been revealed. Time-lapse recording. The skill forcibly restricts the movement of a subject in order to record them more efficiently. Asterisk applies to all subjects that are at the same level as or below the level of the recorder. Asterisk limited range, x 0.8 to x 1.2. Jin Hyeok reread this short description of the skill several times. What is this? He did not know if this could be called a filming technique. It was like asking his opponent to slow down since he didn't want to film fast. It was something that only mages and debuffers who dealt with curses would have. 0.8x speed. In percentage, that was -20%. Nov, L, B //JNN. A debuffer player would have to be at least level 80 to have a -20% debuff skill. I wonder if a lot of my mental energy is required for a skill like this. Skills had a lot to do with an individual's mental strength. This was not something that could be put into a number, but after using it a few times, players would get a general idea of how it worked. I'll have to try it out. The skill was indeed akin to the skill of a level 80 debuffer. There was no way such an overpowered ability would be given away for free. There had to be a price to pay. Zhong Haiyan, your movements will slow down for a moment. Don't be alarmed and just try to hit me. You have used the skill time-lapse recording. Speed, x 0.8. Jin Hyeok used the skill but it did not take much of his mental strength. How is it possible that it doesn't take much of my mental energy? He was able to use it continuously. He calculated that he could use it at least 3 times in a row. Is this because of imperial resilience? Jin Hyeok believed so. Every day, Jin Hyeok's mind struggled with a huge internal conflict. His head screamed for him to finish in 3rd place, but his heart wanted him to be in 1st place. His subconscious mind had set the bar high, and his conscious mind was forcing him to lower it. His mind was in a constant battle. 1. He had an obsession with not becoming too strong. 2. He had excessively high standards stemming from his past life. These 2 conditions created a strange reaction in his mind that caused him to repeatedly fail at self-objectification. Truth be told, being able to use an overpowered skill like time-lapse recording 3 times in a row was not something that could be explained just by the imperial resilience trait alone. There had to be more than that. However, Jin Hyeok's rational mind decided not to ponder it any further. It was an unconscious defense mechanism that if he became objective about himself, he would eventually want to become 1st place again. Apart from the fierce battle in his mind, he was actually impressed by the skill's ability. It really is a skill with the similar power of a level 80 debuffer. Kim Jong-hyeon's movements slowed down significantly. Jin Hyeok could easily dodge his attacks without concentrating that much. This is good. His teammates were also surprised. This was especially true for Seo Jisoo, who relied on speed. She opened her eyes wider than anyone. Hey, what did you just do? Jisoo asked. I cast something similar to a curse on him, Jin Hyeok said. How can a streamer cast a curse? It's like casting a skill that slows you down by 20%. I just got the skill, so I know just as much as you do. Wow, that's amazing. I think I can beat you if I had that skill. After Jin Hyeok got the skill, he got a little greedy. Should I go for the all-rounder streamer for the early phase? I can definitely pull it off. It was possible to streamline the early part as a streamer. His experience was enough to do it. He was getting much bigger donations than he expected, so he thought he would be able to retire in the not-too-distant future. So why not just enjoy it until I am on the verge of retirement? The thought flashed through his mind, but, damn it, no, what if I can't retire? If Jin Hyeok could not retire after the early stage, then there was going to be a big problem. The initial concept of a streamer is the most important part of their career. Let's not be stupid. Don't forget, I'm just an ordinary streamer. He had to tell himself that again today. Just then, someone appeared with a foul odor all over her. It was a familiar smell. It was the secretions from the steel centipedes. I am going to kill you. Her eyes were full of bloodlust, and she held a thorny whip in her right hand. It was Black Butterball. Kaylin, also known as Black Butterfly, was a member of the Avengers Army, and she had just gone through hell. I have to live. At first, that was all she could think about. Her only saving grace was that the monsters were extremely insensitive to touch. She moved by going along with them. The steel centipedes' bodies were covered with a sticky secretion, and she was now covered in it. Kaylin had been through hell and had barely escaped. It had taken her more than 10 hours to move a mere 100 meters. Then she realized. It was a trap all along. Jin Hyeok had to have set up the trap. He had to have realized he was being followed. She fought her way out of there. I'm going to kill him. After more than 10 hours of being held in an extreme situation, she lost her cool as soon as she saw Jin Hyeok. Bloodlust took over her mind. You have used the skill chokehold. She was planning on wrapping her whip around his body and then dragging him toward her. She thought this was the perfect timing to do that. This is going to work. It would be hard for the tank and the assassin of his to react. And it was true. But something was off. It felt like the whip was extending slower than usual. What the hell is going on? She was gripped by the strange sensation of her thoughts slowing down. She felt like she was alone in the world. Strangely, only the time around her seemed to slow down. Everything else around her seemed to be moving faster than her. She felt like she was under a powerful curse. This was the effect of time-lapse recording. Wait, what? The moment she was thinking that Jin Hyeok deflected her whip, it was with his broadcaster's barrier. He reached his hand out immediately. It was too fast to dodge. Damn it. In her slowed consciousness, Jin Hyeok's hand was like that of a top-tier martial artist. It was more like a whip than her own. His hand reached out in a smooth path and grabbed Kaylin's throat. She heard his voice. Wow, this is a great skill. Jin Hyuk was thrilled with his new skill, time-lapse recording. It felt so good to have gotten the Imperial Resilience trait and now this skill. I thought it was strange that you didn't attack before, Jin Hyuk said happily. He drew his dagger. He was not the type of player who went around killing people, but he didn't let anyone who tried to kill him live either. And he did not really attach much meaning to death. As a result, he was not curious about his opponent's identity, and he was not angry. This was just his principle. If someone tried to kill him, he would kill them. Just as he was about to plunge the dagger into Kaylin's throat, he heard a panicked cry. Wait. The voice was very familiar to him. The person who came running while yelling was none other than the Star Maker, Joseph. Why is he here? Joseph rushed over and grabbed Jin Hyuk's wrist. Let's talk about this first. Let's kill her first before we talk. The order of business was wrong. It was more efficient to kill her first and then talk. As the manager of the Avengers Army, I apologize on their behalf. I assure you, Black Butterfly had no intention of harming you. Black Butterfly. Yes, she is a member of the Avengers Army. Jin Hyuk knew all about the later members of the Avengers Army. Since he did not know who she was, she had to have been an early member, and she didn't survive until the later years. Please, let's talk about it. I'll explain everything. For now, Jin Hyuk let go of the hand clutching her throat. This was the first time he had ever let an assassin who wanted his life live. Well, if she's one of the Avengers Army, I would better hear her side of the story first. Egan Paul was an Earthborn streamer. He was going to be one of the most influential streamers on the planet. Joseph was going to be a star maker and a huge talent. Jin Hyuk did not see any good coming from being hated by these guys. His goal was to be moderately successful, and he would rather have no enemies than many allies. However, he also realized that letting her go would set a bad precedent. He decided to find the middle ground. Then I'll just have to cut her tendons on her limbs, how about that? As long as you promise to keep Black Butterfly alive, I will do whatever you want, Mr. Kim, as long as it is within my power. Really? People in this era were so pure. Did he just say he was going to give me whatever I wanted? What if I told him to give me his life? Okay, I'll listen to you, but the next time this happens, I will have to kill her. I don't like being stabbed in the back. Okay. They moved to another location to have a conversation. Back in Jin Hyuk's hotel room, Joseph told Jin Hyuk all sorts of things. In short, Joseph planted someone to follow Jin Hyuk because Joseph was interested in Jin Hyuk. Who the hell would plant an assassin as a tail? If someone were to put a tail on someone, they should not have it be an assassin, but rather a detective or a rogue with no offensive capabilities. Since they were still in the early stage where job boundaries were not clear, jobs had not been so finely differentiated yet, and thanks to that, it seemed the very concept of it was not well established. I recognized your star quality and talent immediately. Egan also recognized your potential, Joseph said. I have no intention of becoming a star, and if the same thing happens in the future, I know, you are going to kill me. Somehow, it looked like Joseph was never going to give up, but for now, he sighed deeply. I won't be bothering you for a while. For a while. You are going to shine wherever you go, and you can't hide that shine if you try. Joseph had a point. Unlike those fictional movies, in the real world, there was no one who appeared socially inept or awkward but secretly possessed hidden strengths or abilities. But if Jin Hyuk just decided to retire, that would be the end of the story. You are going to need me one day because you are meant to be a star, Joseph said. He kept talking nonsense, so Jin Hyuk just listened and let it go in one ear and out the other. Maybe if I retire, he will stop paying attention to me. You demanded $1 million in compensation and the life of Black Butterfly, right? What? What Jin Hyuk had demanded was $1 million, not $1 million. He did not want Egan to become his enemy and he was not exactly looking to make a fortune off of people's lives. He wanted to take the $1 million as a formality and be done with it. After all, that Black Butterfly was not much of a threat anyway. It just felt a bit excessive to demand $1 million just because an irritated little brat poked him with a finger. I believe I said $1 million. Yes, of course. I will pay you $1 million. You spared Black Butterfly's life. This is the least I can do. He sensed a determination in Joseph's eyes. It was a fierce determination to pay him $1 million no matter what. I hope you won't bother me anymore. Of course not. I have even written a contract right here. Joseph was definitely a meticulous person. The contract stated that he did not expect or would not make any demands in exchange for this $1 million. Jin Hyuk thought that this was enough for him to take it. Unbeknownst to him, Joseph had also paid Jin Hyuk's party members about 100 million won each in damages. The party was smiling at the money they made. Even Jisoo, who looked a bit angry when she first came here, seemed happy. Cha Jin-sol was also wearing a big capitalist smile. Appa, is it okay if I love you, Appa? Get off of me. Hehe, I love you? Jin Hyuk felt a pang of affection for his sister, whom he had lost once, but he kept it to himself. If he pretended to be a good brother or a loving brother, Jin-sol would run away in disgust. He just treated her as usual, and she liked him more. They returned to Korea without incident. Jin Hyuk headed straight to Choi Gapsu's workshop. Gapsu looked a little annoyed. Why aren't you live streaming anymore? You're being an unfaithful streamer. I'm here to make a request. A request? Yes. You are an alchemist, right? I bet you can make potions. Let's see. Jin Hyeok took out the centipede venom from his pocket. It was a potion-type item he had gotten while hunting steel centipedes. Can you use this to make a poison optimized for hunting toads? He knew Gapsu could make it. And with it, Jin Hyeok could clear the Golden Toad dungeon, a dungeon that was considered a gift to players that were level 60 or lower. With a few clears there, he could become a building owner in Yanhuidong. It looked like he would be able to retire much sooner than planned. As soon as Choi Gapsu saw the centipede venom that Cha Jin Hyeok held out, he frowned slightly. Where did you get this? Gapsu asked. From the Petronas Twin Towers dungeon, Jin Hyeok said. Petronas what? It's from a dungeon from a foreign country, but you probably would not recognize it even if I told you. The old man looked a little offended. Then why didn't you turn on your live stream? Gapsu asked another question. I didn't think it would be that interesting, Jin Hyeok said. Well, if you are a streamer, you should have turned it on. Don't you think about the viewers who are waiting for you? The old man was a little more hysterical than Jin Hyeok expected. Jin Hyeok wondered if the earth patch was not fully completed yet. He gave Gapsu a brief explanation of what happened at the Petronas Twin Towers. That's how I got it, but it's in the form of a vial, so I thought maybe an alchemist could make something better. You mean a poison potion one optimized for toads? Gapsu said bluntly with his arms crossed. I can make it, but why should I make it for you? Because there is a new dungeon at the Ilsen Lake Park too right now. So what? They say there are a lot of toad monsters there, so I thought having some poison would be handy. And you think I will make it for you? The old man was even more uncooperative than usual. He seemed to be very upset that Jin Hyeok had cleared the Twin Towers dungeon without turning on the live stream. This reminded Jin Hyeok of something Kong Miane had once said. When an extreme fan turns around, they become an extreme hater. That's something you really have to be careful about. Why? What's so grand about being a fan? If they simply like something, they become a fan, and if they don't like it, they become a critic. Can't you concoct a poison potion with your name on it? Jin Hyeok asked him again. My name? Why? It was entirely at the maker's discretion when it came to putting their names on the product, and the decision on whether they put their name on it or not was solely theirs and theirs alone. Well, I am going to be using the product a lot on the show, and I thought it would be nice if the name of the person who helped me was shown on my live stream. Viewers on the SSP, especially the VIPs, paid astronomical amounts of money to watch the live stream. There were also viewers who donated money just to hear their names called in the live chat. It was weird to some, but Jin Hyeok totally understood them. An innate desire to be the best, it was something that existed in any and all fields, and it was certainly true even in the realm of viewers. Jin Hyeok thought that aspiration was noble, and that was why he was certain. The old man is definitely going to take this bait. Your nickname on the SSP is Money Shower, right? It is. Then how about we call it Money Shower's Centipede Potion? Gapsu crossed his arms and rubbed his chin, his fingertips trembling slightly. I am not doing this because my name is going to be on it. Jin Hyeok knew this would work. Give the potions you brought to Lilia, Gapsu said. You can just take them, can't you? Then why do I even have a secretary? It was clear to Jin Hyeok that Gapsu was trying to play a trick on him through the succubus. This is a great opportunity for me to test Imperial resilience. Jin Hyeok wondered how much better the skill was than mental barrier, and how much he could resist the temptations of a succubus whose level was so much higher than his own. He started to get a little excited. The old man clapped once, and the door opened. Once again, Jin Hyeok could smell the sweet smell of peaches. He tried to use his broadcaster's true sight without making eye contact. Oh. This new Imperial resilience was a perfect match for his job. It seemed to have greatly enhanced the power of broadcaster's true sight. LV97/Lilia/skills/Night Ruler. It used to be all question marks, but now he could see a lot of information about her. However, he could not read the details because there was no underlining. He thought it was because the level difference was too much. Also, Jin Hyeok saw a strange status notification. Hashtag is he interested in me? Hashtag of course he is. Hashtag boys will be boys. The only reason he was excited was so he could test the Imperial resilience trait. It was strangely irritating to think that she thought he was interested in her. Do I look that petty? The succubus has used the skill. Wow, I can see that too. It was marked as a question mark because their level difference was so great. If they were at a similar level, he believed he would be able to read what the skill was. I bet it's probably some sort of seduction skill n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. His heart was not pounding like it used to. The sweet smell of peaches did not seem as deadly as before. I must have grown. Now this is what I call a sense of accomplishment. Hashtag isn't he interested in me? Hashtag didn't he get seduced by me? Hashtag what is he so excited about? Gapsu took a sip from his cup of tea and asked her, Lilia, I hope you are doing your best. Of course, I just used Night Temptation. When Lilia said Night Temptation, it sort of worked as a trigger. Now Jin Hyeok was able to interpret what the question mark was. The succubus has used the skill Night Temptation. He scratched his head. Night Temptation? That is the most powerful seduction skill available to the demons of the dreams below level 100. It was probably the strongest seduction skill available at this stage. No way. It was a very famous skill that had a nearly 100% chance of working on someone of the opposite sex if their level was lower than the level of the user. Even if Jin Hyeok had the Imperial Resilience trait, it would be difficult for him to resist the night temptation used by a succubus with a level difference of more than 50 levels. Even if he couldn't be this casual about it. Is it because our server hasn't been updated yet? All the information he currently had was from a couple of years later. It seemed like the effect of the night temptation would become more powerful on the Earth server in the later days. Maybe the skill is currently set as a weak skill. There was no way he could withstand a real night temptation skill used by a nearly level 100 succubus. Lilia walked toward Jin Hyeok. This is a bit of a blow to my pride. After retrieving the centipede venom he had brought, she looked at him with a smile. Don't you think I am pretty? She said. You are very beautiful. But why do you seem excited about something else when you are in front of me? He was at a loss for words. He couldn't explain it. You are right. I am attracted to you, Jin Hyeok said. Is that so? She flicked his shoulder with her index finger as if it didn't matter. What is your level? She asked. I am level 40. I don't think I have ever met a male at level 40 who wasn't all over me. She leaned in and whispered into his ear. I think I am attracted to you. You are making me curious. Wow. Jin Hyeok was on the verge of being creeped out. He knew this from before, but her lines were too corny, and her berated lines were like a wake-up call to him. Clearly, this succubus needed a lot of practice with her pick-up lines. She was like those level grinders who only relied on their levels and skills, not hard work and training. I guess that's why I am not seduced by her. She is just a level grinder. Hey, old man, when will the potions be ready? Jin Hyeok knew ignoring her was the answer. For the record, he never liked level grinders. They were just leveling for the sake of leveling, not for the sake of real accomplishment and growth. They were full of shit. As he thought about it, it made him feel a lot better. He didn't think he would be seduced in the future now that he had lost interest in her. 3 days had passed. Lilia came to Jin Hyeok's house and handed him the potion called Money Shower's Toad Killer. She sat down on the couch. Do you see your sister over there? Lilia asked. Yes, I see the lump of stone that is shaped like a human. Cha Jin-sol's mouth dropped open at the sight of Lilia, and she could not move. Lilia smiled and pointed at her. That is the normal reaction of someone who sees me for the first time. Is it normal for people to be in awe of you? That's how beautiful I am. Okay, whatever. Jin Hyeok did not feel like getting into a deep conversation with a succubus. He quickly cut to the chase. What did the old man ask for compensation? He wants you to send him an invitation before the livestream starts. What's that? You don't know. It was something that Jin Hyeok was unfamiliar with. He did not interact with his audience at all, so he was not familiar with the system. You can buy invitations with 1 million dias. Does sending out invitations in advance change anything? With an invitation, they can be the first to enter the livestream. Lilia did not understand why Gapsu would brew his own potion just to get one of those invitations. For reference, that potion cost over 300 million dias in ingredients alone. However, Jin Hyeok was very easily convinced. I see. You're already convinced. Lilia said. She thought a normal player would feel overwhelmed. Instead, he understood so easily that she was taken aback. Is there any reason not to be convinced? I thought you would think it was weird. I guess she knows nothing since she's just a level grinder. She has no idea how important it is for some people to be first in anything. He was disappointed in Lilia yet again. Unaware of his feelings, Lilia continued to talk. And then there is this thing called the invitation list. The names of people who got the invitation would pop up there. Oh, they even get their names shown to the public. You sound like you suddenly understand everything. Of course. That is like a notarized statement that you're the only viewer who got an invitation to the livestream. You can put it that way. The feeling of being the only one. The feeling of being the best at something. Jin Hyeok was briefly envious of Gapsu. Oh, and you will have the privilege of having a 1-minute conversation on that channel. That's enough to make Gapsu take interest. I might even say that he is getting overcompensated for what he has done. Hashtag I don't get it. Hashtag am I weird? Lilia was confused. She did not understand Gapsu, and Jin Hyeok, who seemed to understand this so easily. So she just decided to let it go. When are you going to start your live stream? I am thinking of starting around 10 AM tomorrow. After Lilia left his house, Jin-sol, who had been like a stone, became human again. Appa, what's going on? What do you mean? Who is she? She's not a human, is she? I've never seen anyone that pretty before. Is she some kind of celebrity? Wow, she's so pretty. Jin-sol spewed out words like a rapper. Jin-sol kept asking him who she was. How did he know her? How can someone be that beautiful? Why does she smell so good? Are you dating her? Etc. Jin Hyeok did not remember all the questions because, after the first 2 questions, he just tuned Jin-sol out. She is Gapsu's secretary, and we just met for business. What kind of business relationship would have someone to go to your house in that beautiful sundress and smile so innocently at you? Like, she had her entire body covered, but why was she so sexy? She was wearing a sundress. He could not remember what Lilia was wearing. Anyway, Jin-sol kept asking him who she really was. He told her several times that Lilia was just the secretary of Gapsu. Jin-sol had a bad habit of tuning people out and only hearing things she wanted. Jin Hyeok decided not to make a big deal out of it because he had the same bad habit. After 30 minutes, Jin-sol's rambling stopped. Finally, the conversation moved on to the next topic. Appa, can I apply for this? What is it? She held out her cell phone. There were various miscellaneous messages attached, but the message was simple. We are asking for active support from outstanding players. This had already been announced last time. It was the government's player development policy. It became more specific, and they started to get support from many talented players. Essentially, the government wanted to foster its own players. It was a path Jin Hyeok had taken before. If you want to do it, you can, but what? Personally, I want to stop you from going. She would have to do more dirty work and had to take more risks than other players. She would belong to the country. It was an honorable enough job, respected enough, and he knew someone had to do it. But he didn't want that someone to be his sister. Why? She asked. I just wonder if it's a good choice to become a public servant after quitting your job at a global conglomerate. Jin-sol tuned this out too. Look, there is also a video. It's legit. Check this out. She played a video that he assumed was a public service announcement. What? The video was a little strange. Why is Lee Hyein-sung in that video? In the video, Cha Jin Hyeok saw Lee Hyein-sung, the current #1 ranked sword-wielding class in Korea. Before Jin Hyeok's regression, Hyein-sung was competing with him for the title of Korea's Sword King. Of course, Jin Hyeok was a bit stronger. For reference, before Jin Hyeok's regression, he had never lost the top spot to Hyein-sung. 2nd through 5th place were always chaotic, but Jin Hyeok was the indisputable #1. Some might say that he was overwhelmingly powerful. He was suddenly nostalgic for that. No, stop it. He focused on Hyein-sung. Hyein-sung looked much younger than Jin Hyeok remembered. I remember him telling me that he was never going to work for the government. The Hyein-sung that Jin Hyeok remembered had a deep-rooted distrust of the state. Hyein-sung used to ask Jin Hyeok why Jin Hyeok was doing the government job with that much skill. Zhang Hyein used to tell Jin Hyeok that if Zhang Hyein was anything like Jin Hyeok, Zhang Hyein would never be the government's dog. Jin Hyeok knew, if Hyein-sung had tasted the sweet growth with the government's help, Zhang Hyein wouldn't have said that. But now he is the face of a public service announcement. The past had changed. He thought this happened because of himself. Jin Hyeok would have joined in later than this, but that job was actually his. I get why he's in the video, but what the hell is that? The fact that Hyein-sung was the one to fill the job that Jin Hyeok had before the regression was surprising in itself. But there was something even stranger. Mother. There was one person they called Mother. She was a player just like them, and she was basically their therapist, their mental support. They had always been in extreme environments and had been on numerous missions, and regular counseling and mental care were essential to keep them sane. This role was fulfilled by Mother. They learned that her player name was Maria. Jin Hyeok had a strange feeling as he looked at Maria's face. Her face is the same as I remember. For Hyein-sung, he looked much younger than Jin Hyeok remembered. However, Maria looked exactly the same as Jin Hyeok remembered. It was as if she didn't age at all between now and Jin Hyeok's memories of her from his previous life's future. For some reason, she doesn't look human. Jin Hyeok did not realize it at the time, but now he realized that there was something about her that did not feel human. It was like a strange sense of foreignness when someone would meet a human being from another server. It wasn't immediately obvious to everyone, but only to those who had experienced a lot of humanity from other servers. Appa, what's wrong? Cha Jin-sol asked. No, it's nothing. He decided not to read too much into it. He didn't know why Hyein-sung, who hated the government, was now working for that very organization, and why Maria's face looked the same as he remembered. I wish I could let this go, but he couldn't. First, he called Kim Zhang Hyein. Zhang Hyein was also his teammate back in his past life, and Zhang Hyein had also applied to work for the government. Did you hear? The government is looking for players to help them. Yes, I did hear that. So, what do you think? With Zhang Hyein's personality, Jin Hyeok thought Zhang Hyein would definitely apply, but Zhang Hyein's answer was surprising. I don't think I will apply. Why not? Zhang Hyein was talking slowly, as usual. Because I think I'm going to need money for a while. I looked at their conditions, and they do not seem to be that good. That's unexpected. Jin Hyeok remembered him saying that he was glad he was a government employee back in Jin Hyeok's past life. I hear their salary and conditions are pretty good. I know, but I think it is nothing compared to when I am with you, Jin Hyeok. Zhang Hyein suddenly laughed and told him, I look forward to working with you. He had always used honorifics when he talked to Jin Hyeok, but he had never been this polite before. If this was considered a change, then it was indeed a change. Sleep well. We are going to clear the hottest dungeon in Korea tomorrow. The party chartered a small bus to make the trip more efficient. Zhang Hyein, Jae Hyein, the Seo sisters, Jin-sol. I guess everyone is here. Let's go. They boarded the bus and traveled to Ilsan. The Golden Toad dungeon was located in the middle of Ilsan Lake Park. It was the hottest dungeon lately, along with Bupyeong Station dungeon, which was said to be the worst tutorial dungeon. Appa, Seo Jisoo said. There were plenty of seats, but Jin Hyeok had no idea why Jisoo was sitting right next to him. Are we really going to the Golden Toad dungeon? I thought you were there at the briefing. I heard all the players who discovered the dungeon are now dead. Did you know that? The first discoverers usually die. Not all of them, but he would say about 60% of them died. And then I heard a whole bunch of players went in to clear it but ran away and got out. Good. That means there is a way out. This meant that the dungeon would fall on the friendlier side of the spectrum. Oh, right. I guess you can put it that way. They all seemed to be convinced by his logical explanation. Jisoo started to talk a little faster, but the players who escaped alive from there found gold. A lot of it. They made millions of won, or even tens of millions of won, just by going in there once. The Golden Toad dungeon was such a place. Although it was not widely known now, it was a notorious place where the number of clears was even restricted due to how good it was. I remember the restriction being about 100 clears. The dungeon would disappear on its own after that many clears. It was also a place that had an anti-monopoly setting. He didn't remember the exact number, but each team could only clear it about a bit more than 10 times. That's not a problem. I'll have enough money to retire after 10 clears. Just then, the bus driver yelled. Holy shit. A dump truck had run a red light and was hurtling toward them. Jinsol looked out the window and screamed. AHH. A big accident was inevitable. Jin Hyeok did not even have time to think before he reacted. You have used the skill time-lapse recording. Speed, x 0.8. The subject of the skill was the dump truck. He could apply the skill to all things below level 50. Most of the products of science, like the dump truck, were set to level 1. He then used the skill again, this time on their driver. You have used the skill time-lapse recording. Speed, x 1.2. He used it twice in a row and he didn't even feel anything to his mental strength. The bus driver, who was the subject of the second time-lapse recording, turned the wheel faster than before. The dump truck slowed down, and the bus sped up. With a split second to spare, Jin Hyeok threw himself out of the way. Crash! The window shattered as he jumped out. His body reacted on its own. Activate Broadcaster's Barrier. Even if he used Broadcaster's Barrier, he would still die if he collided with the dump truck head-on. Thanks to time-lapse recording, the truck seemed to be approaching slowly. This phenomenon of making his enemy attacks appear slower had a similar feeling to when he entered the sword realm. It was impossible to do that with his current abilities, but his time-lapse recording allowed him to have a similar effect. His heart started to beat fast. My body remembers everything. Memories from before the regression and the experiences he had gained while facing Golden Golem's rocket fist guided his body. His movements were more natural than they had been when he fought with the Golden Golem. It pleased him very much. The dump truck was about to hit Jin Hyeok. He needed to hit it. He needed to change the trajectory of the truck. Something inside of him started to itch. He couldn't help but spit it out. I have grown. Boom! He hit the dump truck the same way he hit the rocket fist. When someone did not forget what they had learned once and do it again more naturally and more effectively, the feeling of accomplishment was indescribable. But it seems like my shoulder is smashed. Still, it felt good. It was just a shoulder, he could get it healed. It was definitely a similar situation to when he hit the rocket fist, but if his power had regressed, it would have hurt a lot more than a shattered shoulder. Then he realized something was wrong. There is no driver on that truck. There was no one on that dump truck that almost hit him. It seemed like someone had set a trap. A black van swooshed by behind the truck. Jin Hyeok reflexively looked at the person in the passenger seat. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Mother. She was someone he had spent so much time with before the regression. It was only a fleeting glimpse, but it was definitely Maria. This was probably not a coincidence. He used his broadcaster's true sight at the right time. My eyes are tingling. His eyes were bloodshot and blood was coming out of them. If he hadn't obtained Imperial Resilience, his eyeballs would have burst from the reaction force. This was actually hurting him, but he endured it. LV/Maria//. He can read the level of Lilia, who was level 97, but not Maria's. Even his broadcaster's true sight, which was enhanced by Imperial Resilience, could not see it. I remember Maria being a human. He was convinced that there was something hidden in this national player development policy that he did not know about. This is going to be a problem. He did not know why this was happening, nor did he want to. However, what he didn't want even more was to get involved in the chain of events. He simply could not afford to get into a fight with Maria, the woman who supposedly caused the accident. At this moment in time, he would probably end up dead. While he did enjoy a good fight, he was not going to jump into a fight with someone whom he was no match for. He wasn't scared of her. It was because he had a goal in his mind, and it would be unfair to die without reaching it. That was how he came up with his reasoning. Is she targeting Zhang Haiyan? Kim Zhang Haiyan had told Jin Hyeok that he refused to become a player for the government. From what Jin Hyeok heard, Mok Jae Haiyan and the Seo sisters also refused. They all had their names on the ranking board, so it was easy for the government to identify them. But how could someone identify people whose name is on the ranking board? How did the government contact them? The ranking board contained player names, not real names. Right now, Jae Haiyan's player name was Loser. How could they identify Loser as Jae Haiyan and contact him? It's not like the SSP is activated right now. Jin Hyeok knew the SSP would get activated at later times. It was true that when that time comes, anyone who would have access to the SSP would be able to check a player's registration information and verify their identity. However, they could not do that yet. This is so weird. Jin Hyeok thought there was some big conspiracy that he did not know about. The problem was, there wasn't much he could do about it right now. Jinsol came running up to him, panting. Appa, are you okay? Tears welled up in her eyes. Ugh, she's overreacting again. It was just a few shattered bones, nothing too serious. Why would you do something so dangerous? I'm serious? Do you know how scared I was? She was saying weird things again. If he had not done this, the dump truck would have crashed into the side of the bus. If I hadn't done this, Jin Hyeok said. Huh. You would have died. You're still so weak. Aside from Jae Hyeon and Jung Hyeon, the Seo sisters and Jin Sol would have been seriously injured or even killed. He was telling her the facts. He didn't say this to hurt her, but if it were him, it would have hurt his pride. However, strangely, Jin Sol seemed rather touched. I don't want you to get hurt. She wiped away the tears that were streaming down her face and continued to treat her brother. Ugh, I'm getting emotional again. Alright, is everyone okay? Luckily, no one was injured. Jin Hyeok also recovered quickly. It was only a minor injury, after all. This is going to be a problem, he said. Why? What's wrong? Where does it still hurt? Tell me. No, I told the viewers that I was going live at 10 a.m. You idiot? Is that so important? It was indeed important. Kang Miene had once said that a streamer's life depended on their punctuality. If he wanted to finish well and retire early, he needed to take care of the little things. Huh. He suddenly had an idea. Let's take a break now that everyone is a little freaked out. A little while later, it was 10 o'clock, the scheduled livestream time. As soon as he turned on the livestream, Gapsu entered the channel as if he had been waiting for him. Money Shower had entered the channel. Jin Hyeok turned off all notifications of who entered the channel, but it seemed like he was notified of people who had accessed via the invitation. On the top right corner of the screen, the invitation list was shown. It was like its sole purpose was to show the names of those who got the invitation. VIP invitation list. 1 Money Shower. Jin Hyeok could imagine the smiling face of Gapsu. He knew how Gapsu felt. Jin Hyeok still remembered the thrill of seeing his own name at the top of the ranking board. The invitation privilege has been applied. The invited have 1 minute to message on the channel. The old man immediately sent a message on the channel. It was clear that he wanted to show off that he was the only one who could send a message. Money Shower, it's finally happening. I was trying to clear the hottest dungeon in Korea. Jin Hyeok expressed his frustration. However, there seems to be some force intentionally sabotaging our play. As all of you can see, there was a major accident, and the injuries and after effects are quite serious. I am really sorry, but I don't think we are going to be able to live stream today. I am just here to tell all of you what's going on. I will see all of you on the next live stream. Money Shower, what? You little. Wait a minute. I am so sorry. I have no choice. He could tell that Gapsu was very angry, but Jin Hyeok just abruptly ended the live stream after he said everything he needed to say. It was 9 in the morning. Omer, GM number 1 of Gangnam-gu, was at the alchemist's workshop in Cheongdam-dong. It was part of his routine to find the VIP of VIPs, the Trinity Club member, Choi Gapsu, to say hello and have a chat. Gapsu was quite fond of cracking jokes and making small talk. It was not just him, but most of the Trinity Club VIPs were like that. Having accomplished so much, and with so much time on their hands, they were bound to get bored. I'll just have a quick chat with him today. Gapsu was one of the easier VIPs to deal with. He did not make ridiculous claims or get hysterical. As long as Omer made small talk, he did not bother the managers too much. Gapsu loved to talk, so as long as Omer listened to him, Omer was fine. I bragged to my friends about this. Gapsu said. What did you brag about? It was not too hard to figure out how to deal with the VIPs. All Omer had to do was repeat back to them what they had said and give them the occasional admiring glance or smile. Couple that with 3 easy sentences and it was good to go. Really? That's amazing? You're amazing? These 3 were perfect. Omer knew it would be the same today. You know, that kid on the new server. The one who has the nerve to ignore all the VIP's requests to talk to him and not communicate with his viewer at all. Oh, you mean Chulsu? New servers, especially those in open beta, had a hard time getting noticed. The content would be still too new and limited. However, there was one player who was getting a lot of attention. Yeah, Chulsu. I think he has a nickname or something. I believe some people call him the bulldozer because he does whatever the hell he wants. Yeah, him. Anyway, he sent me an invitation. Is that so? Yes. Omer pretended to be surprised, but he actually wasn't. Sending out invitations was no big deal. Now my name is going to be plastered on the top of the live stream. That's a big deal. It is. I wonder how jealous the other guys at the Trinity Club will be. Ha ha ha. Omer still did not understand. Why was getting the invitation from Chulsu so important and what would the VIPs from the Trinity Club be jealous about? It's amazing. Omer did not understand with his heart, but he could understand it with his capitalist mindset. Capitalism had a mysterious knack for making even the most mysterious things understandable and agreeable. Nah, you don't look that surprised, Omer. Well, aren't the VIPs of Trinity Club already accomplished individuals who have achieved everything? So they don't covet or envy each other's possessions. No need to sugarcoat that we are all the same. Gapsu was right on the money. The Trinity Club was a gathering of the most successful people on all the servers, but inside the inner circle, everyone was similarly successful. They were all equally great. I've heard rumors that you are all quite competitive in small, mundane things, rather than big, grandiose things. It's a small way to enjoy the flow of life. You can just say that we are childish. A cold sweat ran down Omer's back. He could never say that Gapsu was childish, at least not in his own words. Anyway, I made a big bet with some guys about who is going to be the first to get on Chulsu's livestream, who is going to be the first name to be called out, and who is going to get their message shown on his livestream, Gapsu said. Oh, is that right? Yes. And in the end, I won? Haha, I was the first one to do that. Gapsu seemed genuinely happy. Omer still understood his words only in his head. It was difficult to fully understand their world and their lifestyle. They were extraterrestrial beings who had spent hundreds of millions and even billions of won for such minuscule things. Let's just shut up and pretend to understand. This was about a world that had nothing to do with Omer. Hoo, the livestream is about to start. You seem to be in a very good mood, sir. This was his chance. I will go about my business. Have a good day, sir. Money shower, it's finally happening. Gapsu sent his first message. This alone was a huge success. I win, you bastards. He had made a bet of 10 billion dios for this. Within the group of 5 that he was part of and usually hung out with, his win would have meant he made a whopping 40 billion dios. However, he did not care about the money. It was more about pride than the 40 billion dios. The terms of the bet were to have a casual chat for at least 30 seconds. But then something crazy happened. Jin Hyuk had turned off the livestream as soon as he started. Gapsu's friends contacted him through the SSP terminal. The bet is still not over. I can't call that a win. It's more like a draw. He only saw a glimpse of the messages, but he knew what they said and who sent them. Gapsu angrily lay down on his couch. Lilia cautiously approached and placed a cup of hot tea on the table. Kim Chulsu is coming to see you in person, Lilia said. I see. Let's see what he has got to say. Gapsu went to meet with Chulsu in a very unpleasant mood. The reason for Cha Jin Hyuk's visit was simple. I know it was an accident, but it still doesn't seem right, so I am here to give you another invitation, Jin Hyuk said. Have a seat. Tell me what happened, Gapsu said. I think there is a force out there that is intentionally sabotaging my play. Who do you think it is? I'm not sure. I can't even see their levels with my abilities, so they are probably someone far more transcendent than me. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. There's a guy like that on the open beta server. Gapsu's mood became even more unpleasant. Who could be that powerful, trampling on his precious playtime and pride? Omer. Gapsu immediately called for the GM he was in contact with. Less than 3 seconds later, Omer appeared through the warp. Jin Hyuk stared at Omer in disbelief. What? He came here in less than 3 seconds. GMs were always overworked and working overtime. They were very busy. Jin Hyuk had never seen a GM, who had to have accumulated quite a bit of seniority, show up in 3 seconds. That's crazy. Do you know anything about this? Gapsu asked Omer. Gapsu's eyes narrowed. Tell me now. It's classified, so I am not authorized to talk about it. Gapsu frowned, and the GM tensed up. It was always scarier when someone who did not normally get angry got angry, so it's hard with your authorization. Gapsu's voice got a little louder. Then get me the regional manager. No, bring in the serval level manager. It looked like a Karen was demanding to see a manager at a retail store. Jin Hyuk had never seen anything like this. Well. Omer's face became contemplative. He wondered why something like this was happening when he was so close to retirement. The server level manager, what's his name? It's Director Chersi. Oh, that kid is already a director. Give me a minute and I will let you know if he is available, sir. You have 5 minutes. Omer stormed out. Less than 5 minutes later, he reappeared. I can't tell you exactly why, but Director Chersi told me that it won't happen again to player Kim Chulsu. Oh, you're saying that it's not gonna happen again, so I should just shut up and be quiet? Is that what Chersi told you to say? Jin Hyuk drank the citrus tea Lilia poured for him. The tea served by the succubus smelled wonderful. Wow, the old man is pretty angry. Jin Hyuk knew the old man did not get angry very often, but when he did, there was nothing that could stop him. If something like that had already happened, it was best to tell him the reasons and lie flat until he calmed down. If you do that, the old man is going to calm down. I guess Omer hasn't figured that out yet. Give me a minute, sir. This is the last time I'm going to give you time. My time is precious. Eventually, Omer returned like a dead man walking. Then, he began to confess. So, it turns out, the confession was quite a surprise to Jin Hyuk. So the system is selecting and developing players themselves. It was not at the national level, but at the system level. That meant that Jin Hyuk was a sword king who was selected and developed at the system level. Oh, no wonder I was so strong. As he listened to Omer, he learned more details. I see. They must have tried to kidnap my party. It seemed like they were trying to kidnap his party members with 9-star jobs, like Mok Jae Hyeon and Kim Jong Hyeon, and develop them. Since this was done on a system level, they were able to identify his party members. So that's what happened. Now, it was clear to Jin Hyuk. Kidnapping low-level prospects and raising them was a very efficient and excellent way of developing players. Before his regression, Jin Hyuk had volunteered, but he wouldn't have minded being kidnapped either. So, we will set Chulsu and his party members as exclusions, ensuring that they are not forcefully dragged into this project. And if you try to ruin my fun again, next time, I will call that Chersi myself. Yes, sir. I will keep that in mind. Now Jin Hyuk knew what was going on. There was no doubt that Lee Hyeon-sung had been kidnapped. There was no way he would volunteer to work there when he used to complain so much about not wanting to become a public servant. Jin Hyeok wondered if he was brainwashed or something. Wait, what if Hyeon Sung takes over my old role? Jin Hyeok was the strongest one. He was overwhelmingly powerful, and the other players were just mediocre. Now that Jin Hyeok thought about it, there might have been 1 or 2 times when he lost his first place, but for the most part, he was the top-ranked player. Maybe it's more than once or twice. But what if Hyeon Sung is intensively developed at the system level and becomes more powerful? Would he be stronger than me? I don't like the thought of that. Jin Hyeok was already annoyed about how much Hyeon Sung would brag about being the strongest. No, I shouldn't think like that. Swordsmen were bound to be stronger than streamers. There was no reason for him to feel bad. Get a grip, Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok was on his way home. Hey. He got in the cab alone, but then a voice came from the seat next to him. The taxi driver screamed in surprise. It was Keel, number 3 GM of Sidamungu. I need to talk to you for a minute, Keel said. He looked very angry. I thought we were done talking, Jin Hyeok said. That's what you think. Just letting you know, I'm live streaming right now. As soon as Jin Hyeok told Keel that he was live streaming, Keel's expression suddenly softened. Jin Hyeok didn't know why Keel would pretend to be angry when Keel was going to go along with Jin Hyeok anyway. When looking at things like this, Keel was definitely a rookie. He lacked experience and expertise. As the administrator of Sidamungu, I would like to talk to you a little bit more about what's going on. Wait, I need to create a title for the live stream. The Divine Swordsman in the infamous public service announcement is actually a result of a system project. Find out the shocking story. Jin Hyeok wanted to have a simpler title, but he was so distracted by Keel that he just wrote whatever came to mind. I shouldn't have titled it this way. Remember the administrator you saw? When you say administrator, you mean? Yes. Team manager Maria. As far as Jin Hyeok could recall, no administrator ever referred to Maria as a team manager. She would like to see you for a minute. Jin Hyeok had returned to the world with all the future knowledge, but now a completely unfamiliar world was unfolding before him. An unknown world was approaching. I'm getting excited again. I hate this feeling. Can't you see I'm busy with my live stream? And I thought this information was confidential. Is it okay if I show it on my channel? It's okay. It's been cleared for release from the secret. Okay. What about the time and place? She said it's at your convenience. Then tell her I'll see her at the Saga Mart dungeon. When? Right now? Jin Hyeok agreed to meet with Maria. Soon enough, he was at the Saga Mart dungeon. You have entered Saga Mart dungeon. Upon entering, he applied his achievements. You have applied the achievement all clear, Saga Mart dungeon. You will no longer be attacked by the monsters in the Saga Mart dungeon. All of your stats have increased exponentially. A line engraved with all clear appeared on his right wrist. Thanks to the effect of the all clear achievement, the dungeon's monsters, the fist monkeys, paid no attention to him. What is she going to say to me? A magic circle formed on the floor. A white glow emanated from it, and a figure emerged from it. It was a face all too familiar to Jin Hyeok. It was Mother Maria. Nice to meet you, player Kim Chulsu, she said. I believe we've met, Jin Hyeok said. The broadcaster's true site conveyed new information. LV202/Maria/skills/guardian of faith/confused. What? I can see it now. Jin Hyeok's heart skipped a beat. It was a good idea to choose this dungeon as the rendezvous point after all. So let me get this straight. With the synergy between Imperial Resilience and Broadcaster's True Sight, and after applying the All-Clear achievement on the skill, I am able to read even level 200 opponents. The objectification of one's own skills was very important. Of course, his reading was better because he already knew who Maria was, but it was still very encouraging to be able to read her, who was over level 200. Wow, this is so exciting. I can't contain myself. I just managed to read information of a very high-level player. Although each country had a different classification, level 200 was the realm of a Grandmaster. For reference, Jin Hyeok's level before his regression was 240. You are right. This is not our first time. I apologize for what happened earlier. You're surprisingly quick to admit it. That's because I have to. You mean you have to because of Gapsu? Something like that? Maria nodded. What's it like to see me through your broadcaster's true sight? Do you think you can handle it? What's not to handle? It's not like I'm guilty of anything. You have a lot of nerve. Maria smiled and looked at Jin Hyeok. He had a lot of good memories of her. If it wasn't for her, I might not have been who I am today. Before his regression, he was just a lunatic who only cared about being strong and would do anything to get there. She had helped him use his strength for the right things. Jin Hyeok was curious. So, is what I feel right now a sense of betrayal? Is it because she did something as inhumane as kidnapping? Or that she would brainwash and develop players? Or maybe she would do something like that to me if she had the chance. But if that made me stronger, wouldn't that be okay? Or is it not okay? Jin Hyeok was deep in thought when Maria spoke up. The human race on the Earth server is not optimized for play. Jin Hyeok knew this. Even the demons of dreams alone were level 70 from birth. However, humans of Earth, no matter how they were awakened, always started at level 1. It was a very slow growth server, with the early stage stretching to almost level 100. We decided that the Earth server was too uncompetitive and that artificial intervention was inevitable, she explained. by kidnapping and brainwashing talented players. I didn't say we brainwashed them. I know Hyein-sung pretty well. He is not the kind of person who would become a government official in his right mind. Then you should talk to him. We did not brainwash him, I swear on my job as an administrator. We also didn't kidnap Hyein-sung. I am ashamed to say, but the only people we tried to kidnap were the Wood King, the successor of Jang Kuncheol, and the Blood Priest. Jin Hyeok now understood why he felt so bad. This was not the feeling of betrayal. This is a feeling of one's pride getting hurt. Mok Jae Hyein, Kim Jong Hyein, and Cha Jin Sol were at the top of her list of people she wanted to kidnap. However, Jin Hyeok himself was not on the list. He frowned. Does that mean I'm not that good? Not being the first choice was actually a good thing for him. He was aiming for third place anyway. This was good news for him. But why do I feel so angry? Just for the record, Jin Hyeok was only excluded because he did not register his player name on the ranking board. But he didn't remember that. Maria's so-called project could be considered both illegal and legal, but it was a little closer to illegal. It's a matter of whether you see it as the administrator's overreaching, or you see it as the groundwork for building a better ecosystem, Maria said. Jin Hyeok was torn. He should be happy that he was not on the list, but he still felt bad. He still had a long way to go to grow up. He was angry, but he spoke to her as if he was calm. Just because the intentions are righteous does not mean the ends justify the means. This was something Maria had always taught them. No matter how righteous their intentions were, if the method was not right, it was not right. If there was no illegal coercion, such as kidnapping or brainwashing, then this could be considered good groundwork. You say there was no brainwashing, but there is no way for you to prove that, and I'm pretty sure I've already experienced your attempt at kidnapping, Jin Hyeok said. Besides, the level difference between you and me is so stark, I am not sure I would be able to handle it if you pulled another weird trick on us. I promised I wouldn't. How do I know you're true to that promise? For our safety, for my safety, I am going to use the petition system. Jin Hyeok was not doing this because he was offended. What kind of petition are you talking about? A petition to stop the Earth server administrators from overreaching through misguided means. Maria let out a small sigh. That, too, is a player's right. For the beginner's phase, the system's petition system needed at least 5,000 signatures to be effective. However, he assumed it would be difficult to meet the minimum number of signatures. Currently, only one human on Earth had access to the SSP, which was Joseph. Without the help of other humans on Earth, it would be difficult for a newbie streamer at level 40 to get the support of 5,000 viewers from other servers. I am not going to interfere, just do your best, Maria said. Gapsu was in a very good mood. VIP invitation list. 1 money shower. Thanks to the invitation, he was able to send a message in the chat for 1 minute. Money shower, hey, Money Shot, did you see this? Both Money Shower and Money Shot were named viewers. They were both big spenders wherever they went and were members of the Trinity Club. Money Shower was a well-known individual who had been famous for a long time, while Money Shot was a newcomer who had recently gained fame. They would argue over trivial matters and engage in battles of pride. This time, the bet was about who would exert influence first on the infamous Kim Chul-soo's livestream, known for his unpredictable style. Money Shower, hey, Money Shot. You've already lost. The messages lasted only a minute, but Gapsu enjoyed it. His secretary, Lilia, cautiously asked, is it really that enjoyable for you? Of course. That Money Shot bastard needs to learn his place. Suddenly, Chul-soo submitted a petition. Huh? It seems like there is another person who needs to learn his place. Even after knowing his opponent's level, how can he be so uncooperative? He even has the nerve to call you an old man. Well, that's why I like him. Money Shower wanted to be called Choi Gapsu on Earth. He was quite fond of being called the old man, but Lilia could not bring herself to call him that. He's really going to start the petition. And indeed, the petition was created. For the record, all players and viewers who participated in the play were collectively referred to as users, and if enough of them agreed, the system would review the petition immediately. How many signatures does it take in the open beta server for the petition to go into immediate review? Gapsu asked. I believe it's 5,000. Can I buy the signatures for the petition with money? Yes. It is set at 1 million dios per signature. That's pretty cheap. Let's buy 5,000 signatures. Don't forget to show them who signed the petition. Lilia was momentarily at a loss for words. Their world did not make sense to her. Giving up trying to understand, she accessed the system's petition page. Chairman Choi, but what's wrong? I'm afraid to tell you this, but the petition has already reached 5,000 signatures. What? Gapsu jumped to his feet. Wait, aren't the viewers always so stingy about things like this? How can the petition already reach 5,000 signatures? They are the type who can't even bother to press the like button. It's not like the Earth server is that popular. Well, Lilia held up her terminal and showed him the screen. Petition signatures, public 4,200. Public list, MoneyShot/MoneyShot2/MoneyShot3//Windwanderer1/Windwanderer2/Windwanderer102/love, memories, longing. Between the two of them, MoneyShot and Windwanderer had over 4,000 signatures. In addition to them, several viewers also agreed to reveal their nicknames. Petition signatures, undisclosed 3,123. Petition signatures total, 7,323. Note that to make one's nickname public, one had to log in and go through the hassle of biometric verification. Therefore, there were more people who agreed privately than publicly. However, due to Money Shot and Wind Wanderer, there was a significant phenomenon where there were far more publicly disclosed petition signatures than undisclosed ones. Lilia doubted her eyes. As for Money Shot and Wind Wanderer, I get it, but the usage of the petition system itself in the open beta server was unusual. However, even excluding the signatures from Money Shot and Wind Wanderer, there were over 3,000 viewers who signed the petition. This was an unprecedented event even on a universal scale. In fact, achieving 3,000 likes on a video, which was much easier than a petition and only required a single touch, was not an easy feat either. How can a streamer from an open beta server have this much influence? There were only a handful of cases where the petition system was activated on the open beta server, and even then, the number of signatures was all in the low double digits. However, Kim Chulsoo had over 7,000 signatures. As a result, Chulsoo's petition was immediately reviewed by the system and the results were sent to the petitioner, Jin Hyeok. The illegality of the project was verified. Is the petitioner's demand to stop or improve the project? Jin Hyeok did not think long. Improve. The project in question has been directed to undergo improvement in response to the petitioner's requests. Any illegal activity, including kidnapping and brainwashing, was now forbidden. The project was now monitored directly by the system. I feel so much better now. Now we're definitely safe. Jin Hyeok's mind felt a little lighter. Now he would not have to be kidnapped and forced to work on a project like that. And I don't have to meet with Hyeon-song. If there was anything illegal in the process of recruiting Lee Hyeon-song, the system would review and correct it on its own. The live stream took a brief detour, but I will proceed with my main content. The destination is Ilsan Lake Park, the Golden Toad Dungeon. Jin Hyeok changed the title of the live stream. Golden Toad Dungeon. Challenge accepted. No matter how many times he looked at it, it was a clean and beautiful title. Yes, titles should be this short and to the point. He felt like he was pretty good at coming up with titles. Sometime later, Jin Hyeok's entire party gathered at Ilsan Lake Park. Wait, what the hell is that? The Golden Toad Dungeon was already a famous dungeon, and quite a few players were camped around the lakeside. Why is everyone just standing there and not going inside? It's like they're waiting for a ride at an amusement park. By Jin Hyeok's standards, something stupid seemed to be happening. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Okay, next customer? That would be 100,001. Several uniformed men were running the place. Okay, next customer? That would be 100,001. Most of them were big and had short hair. From a distance, they just looked like squares walking around. Suddenly, there was a bit of a scuffle between them and the players. Didn't that woman in front of me only pay 50,001? Oh no, didn't you hear the price was raised? The Golden Toad Dungeon was in the middle of the lake, and they had to take a boat to get there. The boat was not big, but rather a small boat, since the water wasn't very deep. And the uniformed men were charging 100,001 each time. Wow, they're literally robbing the players. While Jin Hyeok was in disbelief, Cha Jin-sol was saying outrageous things. It'll be a while before we get our turn. Our turn. There's a waiting list over there. Do you want me to get one? Jin Hyeok could not understand how his own sister could be so naive. Why do we need to be on the waiting list? Jin Hyeok asked. To get on the boat? Duh. Apparently, this had already been implicitly accepted among the players. This is illegal. What's illegal in this day and age? You can get away with murder as long as it happens during play. It was true that GMS had taken a lot of liberties to get the play going quickly, but that was only between players. Jin Hyeok said to the viewers. Wow, these guys have quite the nerve. He looked over at the uniformed men, just in case, and they were all non-awakened. They were not players, but they were pretending to be one. Non-players are pretending to be players and committing such illegal acts without hesitation. That's a form of fraud, and such fraudulent behaviors need to be eradicated. Stabbing innocent players in the back to get their own way was something only villains did. And Jin Hyeok hated villains. One of his main missions, back in the day, was to kill those villains, and a lot of people who tried to kill him were also villains. Jin Hyeok's voice was loud enough that one of the big guys glared in his direction. He could make out his name through Broadcaster's True Sight if he wanted to, but his name was not important, so he decided to just call him Square Man. Hey, you over there? What the hell did you just say? You know that's fucking illegal, right? Cha Jin Hyeok said. This little shit is swearing at us. The Square Man frowned when Jin Hyeok swore at them. Jin Hyeok was not sure why they were mad at him, seeing that they were the ones that swore at him first. I just ran into these square men with foul mouths. Looks like someone needs to wash their mouths with soap. Jin Hyeok was stating a fact and not trying to start anything. They were the ones who provoked Jin Hyeok. Oh, don't mind me. I'm not talking to you. I'm just live streaming and I just wanted to let you guys know that this is illegal. What the hell are you talking about? We have a permit from the city. One of them pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. It said something about the city giving them permission to operate here. Jin Hyeok assumed it was forged. The only reason the cops did not crack down on them was because they thought these thugs were players. I am going to give you a serious warning, Jin Hyeok said. What? It is illegal for non-players to impersonate players and pretend they are playing. It's in the manual, but I guess you didn't read it. Several of the square men walked toward Jin Hyuk. They glanced over at Kim Jong-hyeon and apparently decided that he was the most threatening one of the party. Wait, not me. Jong-hyeon looks stronger. Jin Hyuk had been denying these feelings and turning away from them until now, but he decided to change this path. He believed that the only way he could fix these feelings was to admit them in the first place. What you are doing is illegal, and I just gave you a friendly warning. You little shit, shut the hell up. One of the square men lurched forward and grabbed Jin Hyuk by the scruff of the neck. His grip was so weak that Jin Hyuk did not feel much of a threat. However, the square man seemed to think Jin Hyuk was scared. You, say that shit again. That shit. You think this is a fucking joke? What? I did what I was told. The square man was about to punch Jin Hyuk, but Jin Hyuk didn't budge. If a non-awakened person, who was not even a player, swung his fist with all his might like that, it was not going to end well on his side. I'm telling you, that's gonna hurt. Snap. The sound was louder than Jin Hyuk expected. It sounded like a fist hitting a wall, and it probably felt like that too. Jin Hyuk's broadcaster's barrier was pretty solid. Looks like you have cracked a bone. They say whoever strikes first always wins, but I think that doesn't really apply in this situation. It seemed like the square man was hurt so badly that he let go of Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk brushed the dust off his neck and said, just letting you know, but I just called the GM, and if you'd rather stop now, I can cancel the call and maybe we can just move on. Jin Hyuk did not know who the GM was for this district, but he assumed they should have been here by now. He even attached a video to the call, but they were not here yet. For the record, GM number 1 of Gangnam-gu, which was a much more densely populated district, popped up within 3 seconds of being called. Jin Hyuk walked past the square man who was holding his broken fist. Let's just go, guys. You bastard. What did you do to him? Another square man blocked Jin Hyuk's path. Jesus, you really should listen to my advice. Don't think you're going to get off easy. Seriously, you're all going to be in big trouble if the GM gets here. Why won't you listen to my sincere warnings? If they were unlucky, they would get killed by the GM. Jin Hyuk warned them again, this time more sincerely and kindly. You're gonna get yourself killed. Shut the hell up. The square men did not heed his warning. They walked toward him with a menacing momentum. Jin Hyuk hoped the GM would come quickly, but they seemed to be really slow. In times like this, it was best to do the most damage with the most efficiency. Jin Hyuk drew his dagger and stabbed the guy who had tried to stab him in the face and the shoulder. Stab. Blood gushed out. Jin Hyuk angled it just right to make sure there was a lot of blood. That should be enough to scare them off. Get out of the way when I'm telling you nicely. Don't mess with the good guy who is just trying to help you out. He didn't know why they were trying to stir up the good guy. The square men were taken aback, and Jin Hyuk didn't waste the window of opportunity. He stabbed the man's other shoulder. Stab. Blood gushed out again as he screamed. Jin Hyuk grabbed him and held him hostage. Okay, next, I am going to stab you in the neck. You little shit. Eventually, the square men gave up and let the party go through. With Jin Hyuk leading the way, the party walked toward the lake. The square man who was stabbed twice and being dragged, muttered, PL, please don't kill me. That's weird. I never said I was going to kill him, so why is he asking me not to kill him? The party reached the shore of the lake and threw the square man down on the ground. He scrambled toward his friends. He panted heavily, barely surviving this ordeal. As soon as he got back to his friends, the square men showed their true colors. Kill him. Kill everyone. There were some who pulled out their knives. The bloodlust in their eyes told Jin Hyuk they really wanted to kill him. Appa, what are you going to do? Jin Hyuk didn't think his party would be scared, but they seemed a little scared. He thought it was because they had never killed anyone before. We don't need to do anything. Look, there is a magic circle up ahead. The slow GM finally showed up. Jin Hyuk wished the GM had shown up sooner, so he did not have to take action. Oh, so Joe is the GM for this area at this point in time. When Jin Hyuk was at his peak during his previous life, Joe was GM number 1 of Yangshan-gu 1. He had one of the most brutal tempers among the GMs, and Jin Hyuk had a few run-ins with him. From what I remember, that guy really has a nasty temper. I warned you guys. Don't blame me for what's going to happen next. Did Joe not know what was going on here? Jin Hyuk did not think so. He believed Joe left the square men's operation alone because he was too lazy. However, since a GM call came in, he had no choice but to act on it. Of course, he should be very annoyed right now. Let's just go. Jin Hyuk started to walk toward the lake without looking back. It was too inefficient to take a boat into the water this shallow. It was not like there was some kind of underwater monster here. It was much faster to just walk. Jin Hyuk took the lead. The water was not very deep, just enough to walk across. He heard screams from behind him. It was probably Joe's doing. I just wish they had listened to me when I warned them. However, I am not going to show you what's going on because it is not that important or special. I'm not sure why they didn't listen when I warned them so sincerely and nicely. Anyway, the party arrived at the entrance of the Golden Toad Dungeon. Now, we are about to enter the Golden Toad Dungeon. You have entered Golden Toad Dungeon. They entered the Golden Toad Dungeon with Mok Jae-hyeon leading the way. There were already quite a few players inside. They were fighting with all their might against the Horned Toad, which was the size of a medium-sized dog. The dungeon was a large cave-like field with a sticky floor. This place is very humid. Jin Hyeok continued to describe the place as he looked around. There are teeth-like stones growing out of the edges of the ceiling and floor. They are pointy. I believe those are called stalactites and stalagmites. The rest of the team was nervous as they looked around with him. Cha Jin-sol came up to her brother and whispered, "Appa, what? Do you say the timer that's floating in the air?" The running timer, showing minutes and seconds, was floating in the air. The moment that timer hits 0, she said, something will jump out of nowhere and grab one player. You have to be careful of that thing because once you're grabbed, you will disappear forever. Jin Hyeok heard about that on the internet. He wondered if it was real, but now he knew. Wow, so it was true. Look, there is a timer. I can't believe there is a system that tells you when the field will be attacked. How nice. There was nothing like this in the Golden Toad dungeon before his regression. Perhaps the difficulty was drastically reduced since this was the open beta server. Jin Hyeok felt very relaxed and continued to monitor his surroundings. The players who were battling the horned toad began to take cover behind the jagged rocks. There is still over a minute left on the timer, but they're already hiding. As beginner players, they definitely looked intimidated. Jin Hyeok could not believe they were wasting a minute like that. He used every last bit of the time, then ducked behind a rock with the party. 0003, 0002, 0001. Whoosh! As the timer ran out, something snapped out of the darkness in the distance. The players all ducked for cover, but instead, a horned toad that had been wandering around was caught in the whip and dragged somewhere. At the same time, the timer reset. 30:00. Apparently, the timer triggered once every 30 minutes. Wow, can the difficulty be this low? When Jin Hyeok first came to this dungeon in his previous life, there was no timer like this, and those attacks were multi-pronged and even randomized. There was usually at least one a minute, and they were almost impossible to predict. This is so easy. The difficulty level of this dungeon was at its lowest. Other players started fighting the horned toad again. It looks like the other players have fought a lot of these horned toads, so we are not going to fight them. The place had become quite famous on the internet. They should know by now that killing those monsters has nothing to do with clearing the dungeon. I want to know why everyone is putting their efforts into it. Those monsters would occasionally drop golden fragments when killed, but they would actually be getting more bang for their buck by clearing the dungeon. Let's go to where the whip was coming from. There might be something hidden there. Jin Hyeok almost led the way out of habit. Damn it. I shouldn't do this. Jae Hyeon, our trusted tank, will lead the way. Jae Hyeon seemed to have given up a bit and started walking ahead. It wasn't just Jin-sol who looked nervous, but Jong Hyeon too. Let me interview our party members for a moment. So, our beloved Ms. Cha Jin-sol, how are you feeling right now? I feel like I'm entering hell with my own feet. Why is that? But this dungeon is not difficult at all. A few people went exploring in that direction, but they all disappeared. That is why no players are going there now, she said. In that case, shouldn't we explore even more because there might be a hidden secret? Isn't it a basic principle that there is a path to be found in a hidden place? Basic, you say? His words seemed to enlighten her. He felt proud that she was learning the basics. But the floor is so sticky. It was hard to walk forward anymore. Meanwhile, the 30-minute timer had decreased significantly. They were going slower than he thought. This is so frustrating. Jin Hyeok was tempted to just clear the entire dungeon, but he resisted. He kept having to resist the urge to get out there and do what he did best. He was now a streamer. He had an obligation to live stream his party's trials and tribulations to the viewers. We will take cover for now. The timer hit 0 and the red whip swung around once again. Unfortunately, one of the players was caught by the whip and dragged somewhere. Arg. The scream grew more distant. A player was dragged to some place. That's very unfortunate. Let's move on. They resumed their movement. It was toward the side where the player was dragged. The deeper they went, the more sticky the floor became, and the slower they moved. Hyung, I can't move. Jin Hyeok looked around with his broadcaster's true sight and realized that they were caught in the sticky trap. Jae Hyeon could not move his feet anymore. The timer was ticking down to 3 minutes. There was no way he could get out of the trap in 3 minutes. Jae Hyeon looked devastated. What should I do? The others had already ducked behind the rocks, and Jin Hyeok moved closer to Jae Hyeon. Jae Hyeon was scared out of his mind. Come on. Let's think. Think? At a time like this. They had 2.5 minutes left on the clock. What can we do so that we don't end up like that player? Jin Hyeok asked. I don't know. What should we do? Jae Hyeon sounded panicked. They had around 3 minutes. There was still plenty of time, so Jin Hyeok decided to give Jae Hyeon some time to figure it out. You need to think harder than that. Hyung, please help me. You need to think. 2 minutes left. I don't know. I can't think. You really don't know. 1.5 minutes left. Jin Hyeok was trying to get some content where Jae Hyeon broke out of his shell and did something great, but it seemed like that plan was not going to work. Jin Hyeok crossed his arms and purposely made himself look as relaxed as possible. It was an effective way to reassure the people, but strangely it did not work on jaehyeon.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I don't know, Hyung. Please? I really don't know. No, you do know. You can do this. 30 seconds left. They did not have much time to spare. Jin Hyuk thought he would have to show Jae Hyein how to get out of the trap, but then Jae Hyein desperately started to do something. Oh, it was the same thing as Jin Hyuk was thinking. He didn't know if he could even call this environment extreme, but humans grew faster when placed in challenging and extreme environments. I think Jae Hyein has finally found the answer. See? I told you. All you needed to do was think. Now this video is going to go viral. 1. A western district in Seoul. Mock Jae Hyein unleashed the wood fortress but with a twist. Normally, his wood fortress was a vine that wrapped around the object it protected. This time, however, it was a vine with roots. The roots were deeply embedded above, below, and to the sides of the walls. He used it with his planting skill. The deeply rooted wood fortress protected him and Cha Jin Hyuk. There is no need to protect me, but okay. Jin Hyuk knew from the very beginning that the attack of the enemy had a designated target. The moment the timer reached 0, Jin Hyuk realized that he was not the target. He felt at ease, but it seemed Jae Hyein still insisted on protecting him, despite it being unnecessary. It seems like Jae Hyein still lacks the ability to read battles. Still, Jin Hyuk could not say anything because this was a matter of experience and instinct. Given enough time, he knew Jae Hyein would get better. Something jutted out of the deep pit and curled up around Jae Hyein's wood fortress, tugging at it, but it wouldn't budge. Soon, the whip-like thing went back into the hole, and Jae Hyein gasped for air after cancelling his skill. Whew, I lived. Jin Hyuk went on with his play. The biggest threat to players right now is getting caught by that whip-like thing. So let me ask our tank a question. What do you do if you are scared of getting caught? Pardon me. The other party members approached him. They asked him if he was okay, which was a needless question. Jin Hyuk did not understand why they were worried when it was obvious that he was perfectly fine. Cha Jin-sol came up to Jin Hyuk and asked, "So what should we do if we are scared of getting caught?" "You just make sure you don't get caught." Jin-sol seemed to be upset for some reason. Jin Hyuk did not know why she was like that when he gave her the right answer. Jae Hyein even proved it brilliantly. No, honestly, it was not that great. He felt like Jae Hyein could have just put 2 roots on the ceiling and the ground. It was a waste to put roots on the sides. That was why Jae Hyein looked so tired. He used up all his mental and physical energy. Combat was supposed to be about maximizing efficiency with minimum effort. The allocation of mental and physical strength was also a skill. So I've been observing continuously. Jin Hyuk thought he could tell the viewers the secret of this place since he had spent enough time exploring. This whole place feels like the mouth of a very large animal. At the edges of where they were, the rocks, i.e. the stalactites and stalagmites protruding from above and below, were shaped like teeth. The sticky liquid on this floor feels a bit like saliva. And the occasional red whip-like thing feels like its tongue. Jin Hyuk walked forward toward the deep pit. The width was not wide, but it was extremely deep, and he couldn't see anything inside. If we consider this to be its throat, that must mean that this hole is its esophagus. Jin Hyuk looked toward Jae Hyein. I wonder if there is a stomach-like digestive system further down. That was what people usually called the gut. The gut is usually a weak point. Couldn't the clue to clearing this dungeon be in there? That was a no-brainer. Anyone would think this hole was suspicious. Then let's start exploring. Jae Hyein, step forward. He thought Jae Hyein would be happy to find the hidden clues. Strangely, Jae Hyein looked like he was about to cry. I guess those are tears of joy. Jin Hyuk assured Jae Hyein, there is no way its tongue would go backward and stab you while you are in its throat. You are going to be safe in there. Jin Hyuk was speaking the truth. Once inside this hole, at least they would not be attacked by the tongue. If unlucky, they might be attacked by the strong acid that melted entire bodies, but that was unlikely. It was much less likely than getting into a car accident on the road. It was a safe bet. Here is the rope. He handed Jae Hyein the rope he had purchased earlier. Jae Hyein tied it to a nearby rock and started to go down. Eventually, a few players came over, interested. As long as they stayed out of his way, Jin Hyuk let them do whatever they wanted. Do you want me to go down? Just go down already. Am I really going down? Yes. It looked like Jae Hyein was about to go bungee jumping. Jin Hyuk knew his viewers would hate this slow progression of content. He gave Jae Hyein a quick shove. Wait, you're supposed to use your foot and slowly go down. I didn't want you to fall so hard and defenseless. The rope was not that long, so Jae Hyein would not fall all the way down to where the stomach acid was. Do you see anything special? It was interesting that when Jae Hyein went down the throat, the timer that they could see stopped. It meant that the tongue would not attack when someone was inside its throat. There was nothing of this sort back in Jin Hyuk's previous life. It had become a very player-friendly dungeon. I don't know. It's dark. I can't see anything. Try touching stuff around you. It feels gross. What do you mean gross? It's slimy and wet. Jin Hyuk honestly thought Jae Hyein would find something in there. He should be hanging in just the right place. This place was indeed shaped like a throat. About 10 meters down, there was an unusually weak spot. That was where the shortcut was that allowed players to clear the Golden Toad dungeon faster. Jin Hyuk even made sure the rope was just the right length. I really hoped he found the spot by accident. Maybe it's too much to ask since he is not a navigator. Ugh, this is so frustrating. No, I can't have that kind of mindset. As a streamer, he was supposed to be capturing their play and making it as fun as possible for the viewers, but deep down, he kept getting frustrated. If I was there, I would have found it in a heartbeat. Jin Hyeok had a trait called Almighty Jack of all trades that specialized in low to mid-level areas. This was where he could excel. Just come back up for now. Kim Jong-hyeon tugged on the rope. Jae-hyeon didn't really do much, but he was still huffing and puffing. As he climbed up, the timer started again. You really didn't find anything. No, it was just slimy walls. Okay, I see. Jin Hyeok tried to stay in character as a streamer. It was not very appealing for a streamer to take such a forefront position. Furthermore, as a streamer, he knew he could not do that in the future. But I am retiring, right? He could definitely retire after clearing the Golden Toad dungeon a few times. Now that he had time to think about it, he would not mind playing it himself. Maybe I'll do that for a little bit. This was not about rationalizing. It's fascinating how you can go into a place that's suspicious and not find anything. Jae-hyeon looked somewhat resentful. It was as if his expression was shouting, then why don't you go instead? Jin Hyeok tied the rope around his own body. It's been a while since I've done a strategy like this and /o/vel/b//jn.c//om. The thought of personally following the strategy made him excited. Joseph watched Kim Chul-soo's first-person play on the SSP-connected L-tube. He swallowed nervously. He's going in. Jin Hyeok was about to go into that deep and dark place. The first-person perspective made it even more intense. It felt as if he himself was throwing his body toward the deep abyss. The screen became extremely dark. Chul-soo felt around the walls and finally spoke. There's something suspicious about this part. There is an unusually rough section. The advantage of the first-person perspective was that it conveyed some sense of touch. What do you mean rough? Joseph thought as he touched his palm. I'm not sure what he is talking about. After hearing Jin Hyeok, it kind of felt like it was rough, but if Joseph was the one looking for it, he did not think he could find the exact spot. He would have to have a very strong sense to find it. That looks suspicious, so I am going to stab it, Jin Hyeok said from the screen. Joseph's eyes widened. Who in the right mind would stab something because it looked suspicious? Stab. Jin Hyeok stabbed the wall, and the whole screen shook. To Joseph's horror, Joseph could hear the screams of the players above Jin Hyeok. In fact, even Joseph, who was watching from the screen, was surprised. It looked like an earthquake had just happened. However, Chul-soo, who should have been impacted the most by the tremors, looked so calm while just hanging on by a single rope. Oh, we've got a response. I'll stab it again. After several stabs, a greenish ooze began to come out. It ran down the wall and made a hissing sound while white smoke rose from the area it passed. I don't know what that is, but I feel like I shouldn't be touching it. It was a strong acid that could dissolve even the bones. Chul-soo waited a moment for the green liquid to stop oozing out. I am going to poke it again because I think I can see some light from the inside. Chul-soo poked the wall several times again. Soon, he let out a sigh. Oh, a door appeared. We're lucky. He said he was lucky, but he knew exactly what he was doing. He rocked back and forth in the air to gain momentum and then threw himself inward. Soon, he untied the rope that bound him and walked along the narrow passage. Let's walk toward the light. After walking for a while, he came to a large room. You have entered the hidden field, the gold vault of the Golden Toad. Flash, light burst forth. This meant that he had moved to another field. Wow, there is a lot of gold. The gold bars were piled up inside. Some of this I can take, and some of it I cannot. Wow, I will make a lot of money selling the gold. This is great. Chul-soo began to pack the gold bars into his inventory. Somehow, it was so easy for him to distinguish which bars he could take and which he couldn't. He was looting them so efficiently. Today is my lucky day. When Chul-soo had picked up all the gold, the pile of gold coins on one side of him crumbled. That looks suspicious. Joseph wanted to say that the more suspicious one was Chul-soo. Normally, the sudden collapse of gold coins of that size in a windless dungeon would raise a red flag. However, there was no sign of hesitation on Chul-soo's part. How could he have luck on his side every time? It seems like I had no idea who Chul-soo is or what he is capable of, Joseph thought. Still, he thought he knew more about Chul-soo than anyone else on Earth, but he was wrong. The calmness of Chul-soo could only be shown by the strongest of the strong. Otherwise, he could not explain any of Chul-soo's behavior. Wow, there is a door. You are about to enter the boss room in the Golden Toad dungeon. Do you wish to enter? No. Jin Hyeok walked back to where he had started, tied the rope back on, and climbed back up. Guys, I found the exit. Let's go down. Hearing his words, Jin Hyeok's party all arrived at the room where the gold bars were. Jin-sol scratched her head. Didn't you say you found the exit? Oh, did I say that? I meant a boss room, not an exit. It was a minor slip of the tongue. It will become an exit once we clear the boss room, Jin Hyeok said. But people don't usually refer to boss rooms as exits. They don't. A few players who were not part of Jin Hyeok's party but had the courage to follow him decided to join his party. When they saw the gold bars that could not be looted, their mouths watered with regret. There were 4 of them, and one of them was a woman. Can we join you guys? She said. Jin Hyeok looked at the woman who just spoke. LV37/Angel Girl/Great Rogue/Skill/100 Theft. Jin Hyeok chuckled when he saw her. Oh, wow. Fancy meeting her here. This is great. Jin Hyeok almost stabbed her the moment he saw her face. If she was at a higher level, she would have read his movement, but luckily she did not seem to notice anything amiss. I see that you have a thief job. You can see that. Her player name was Angel Girl, but he already knew her real name. Song Ha-young and Jin Ha-yeok had a pretty bad history. Back in his previous life, he was once assigned the task of escorting the corpses of monsters that the government had acquired. At the time, a number of thief-class players were targeting the convoy, and one of them was Angel Girl. In that timeline, she was a major player in Korea. It was almost impossible to find a ranker who had not been attacked by her. Fortunately, Jin Ha-yeok had never been attacked by her, but on that day, that was about to change. Jin Ha-yeok honestly did not even know when she stole it. On the spot where the monsters' corpses lay, there was a note with Angel Girl's signature note saying, "I got you. Should I just kill her now?" Because of her, he was criticized so much by the public. The media wrote articles about how they were the NSS players who got played by thieves, and they became the butt of many jokes. Even just thinking about it makes my blood boil. In Jin Ha-yeok's defense, convoying was not his strong suit, and he even asked the government to recruit some excellent thief-class players if he were the one doing the job. He was rebuffed, of course, because the government did not want to recruit thieves for their state work. Those higher UPS did not recognize the thief job as a real job. In this world, there was no one who was a jack of all trades. If Jin Ha-yeok fought with a sword, he could beat them every time, but he could not beat thieves in their field. He did not have what it took to thwart their tricks. It would be easier just to kill them. "Excuse me? You did not just fall in love with me, right?" Jin Ha-yeok suddenly had the urge to punch her. However, she looked like she could die from just a single punch. She was short and skinny, and her hair was dyed a fiery yellow color. Just from the looks, she looks pretty cute. So cute that I want to punch her in the fa. No, I shouldn't do that. What's the advantage of raiding with a thief-class player? Jin Ha-yeok asked. The thief-class players were not particularly favored in raids. There were not many instances where the abilities of a thief were required in raids. Are you saying I'm weak? Thieves are just as strong. I'm also at a very high level. Well, if you say so. She was not wrong. She was still in the low-level area, so she should be able to pull her weight. Something interesting caught his broadcaster's true site.nov, l/b/JNN. Player Angel Girl had used the skill search for goods. The information was much more detailed and specific than when Lilia, the succubus, used her skill. She was much weaker than Lilia, so he thought that was the reason why. It was even underlined. Search for goods. Allows the caster to peek inside anything in the form of storage, including the opponent's inventory. Asterisk however, in the case of inventory, the caster must be at a higher level than the opponent. Asterisk for jewelry and other valuable items, the skill, search of goods, is maximized. The caster can look through the inventory of a player with up to +10 levels of the caster. Lately, Jin Ha-yeok had been thinking about how special his broadcaster's true sight was. I don't remember the search for goods skill to be this good. Then he saw Angel Girl giggling. It was for a very brief moment, but he clearly saw it. She must have seen the gold bars in my inventory. She was probably thinking about stealing them. He could see all of her skills. In addition to search for goods, she also had the skill, touch of the great rogue. He could also see what she was currently thinking about. Hashtag how much is that? Hashtag give me some of that gold. Hashtag many thanks. She seemed pretty serious about stealing. She even put a heart at the end. Okay, let's raid together. It'll be nice to have more players. Do you guys agree? Before the big raid, Jin Ha-yeok decided to give a very sensible warning. Just in case, Jin Ha-yeok said, "Don't take this the wrong way. Yeah, you can tell me. You better not be stealing our stuff." Angel Girl was startled, but she immediately smiled. "What do you mean? Are you discriminating against thieves? As long as we are working together, I would never do something like that. Isn't that right, guys?" Angel Girl looked around at her party members. Her teammates nodded vigorously in agreement. "Okay, well, I am relieved to hear you say that. It would be a terrible mistake on Angel Girl's part if she actually tried to steal their things. Her skill, Touch of the Great Rogue, was a high-risk, high-return skill. The perk of successfully stealing was that she would get nearly twice as much loot, but she also took nearly twice as much damage if she failed. To be precise, she would have to pay the person she was stealing from twice as much. I think the gold I have is worth about 500 million won. That meant that she would have to pay him about 1 billion won for a failed skill. At her current level, that kind of damage would be disastrous. Trust me, she said. Hashtag hey, everyone. Hashtag I am now rich. Hashtag wipe the slate clean. She smiled in a way that looked cute to others. Then, Jae Hyein, you enter first. Mock Jae Hyein took a step forward, looking terrified. The other party members followed him. You have entered the boss room, Golden Toad spawning grounds. This looks like a typical boss room. The floor is muddy and I can see a few horned toads roaming around, but I don't think they are much of a threat. The CO sisters hid in their own ways. It would be better for the thieves to hide and wait for now. That's a good idea. As soon as he said this, Angel Girl ducked into hiding as if she had been waiting. Kim Jong-hyein walked up to Jin Ha-yeok and said, "The water is filling up, little by little. I can see that. The water is filling up." The floor was a swamp, but the water was filling up little by little. Maybe it's the kind of room that fills up and you drown after a certain amount of time. Jin Ha-yeok did not really panic, because he already knew that. The other party members were a little startled, though. It's a boss room, but I do not see any bosses. I feel like I need to fulfill some kind of condition for the boss to appear. He looked around with his broadcaster's true sight. LV1/Golden Toad Egg. There were golden toad eggs everywhere. Wow, I can see all this with the skill. The first mission when entering the boss room was to find the golden toad eggs hidden in the room. If there was no good navigator or explorer, it would take a long time to find them. That was what Jin Hyuk was planning on doing. This is becoming a bit scary. His broadcaster's true sight was strangely overpowered. It was a little too good to be true, even for him. Luckily, I have found the clue to clear the boss room. He instructed the party members to find the golden toad eggs that were hidden all over the place. Since they were now fairly well coordinated, they did a good job following his instructions. Appa, I found one. Me too. I found one too. Hyung, I found 3 at once. The fastest one was Seojia. She did not make a big deal about it like the others, she just came up to Jin Hyuk and gave him the eggs. She found 17 of them. Including the ones that were clumped together, he estimated the number of eggs to be around 3,000. We have found many eggs but nothing is changing. I also see that the eggs have levels. That meant that the eggs were also considered monsters. I am going to take a stab at it. Jin Hyuk stabbed the golden toad egg with his dagger. It popped like a water balloon. A lot of green, foul-smelling venom sprayed out, but it was only level 1 venom. My party, what are you doing just standing there? They had thousands of eggs to break. The party paused for a moment. Jin Hyuk did not know why they were pausing, especially when this was such an easy task. Appa, but I'm just a healer. It's only level 1 venom. You're going to be fine. I guess you're right. Haha. Cha Jin-sol closed her eyes and cracked open the toad egg. Poof. Poisonous liquid splashed out, but she was still unharmed. Ew. Jin-sol held her nose. What's wrong? Jin Hyuk asked. The smell is so disgusting. Wow. This is making her nauseous? I am going to have to bring her along to some sewer dungeons. He never even thought about this. The reason the team hesitated had to have been because of the smell. Today's best performer is our beloved Seojia. She is the fastest and has the most dexterous hands. She is showing what a damage dealer can do. There was so much green venom splattering that it was hard to see her face. The green venom was in the form of a sticky oil that clung to her body. Seeing her sister getting praised, Seo Jisoo was starting to pick up her pace. Jisoo promised to show me what she was made of, and she is finally fulfilling that promise. Jin Hyuk felt unnecessarily proud to see them doing so well. And the thieves were still in hiding. He glanced over and saw that they were hesitant to do anything. Why don't you guys help us instead of just standing there? The thieves wore disgruntled expressions. They reluctantly started to break open the eggs. They were much more squeamish than Jin Hyuk's party members. Even Angel Girl ended up throwing up. Well, that's disgusting. If you're going to throw up, please go somewhere far away or do it in a plastic bag. Show some manners. Blech. Blarg. The thieves were all vomiting. However, Jin Hyuk's party was still doing a great job. He was a little proud of that. Angel Girl, on the other hand, seemed a bit dissatisfied. Hey, why are you standing still? Oh, I'm just a streamer, and streamers don't usually participate in raids. Excuse me? Just a second ago, you were so passiona Black. She mumbled something, but he decided to just ignore her. He did not even know what she was saying from all that vomiting. The condition for spawning the boss monster has been met. The boss monster, angry golden horned toad, has appeared. In the distance, a whirlpool began to form to one side. The mud of the swamp was being sucked into it, and a crimson light leaked out. The boss monster was not even level 50, but its entrance was very ostentatious. A toad the size of a bull jumped out. LV47/golden horned toad/skills. Every time the golden horned toad breathed, a purple smoke-like substance puffed out from its back. I think that smoke is poisonous. It was indeed poisonous smoke. It was the kind that got sprayed into the air and became more concentrated over time. At first, it did not affect people, but as the concentration increased, it gradually damaged their lungs. Let's try to fight that thing. Jae Hyein will take the lead. Jae Hyein looked at him with an expression that said, again. However, he obeyed Jin Hyuk's orders well, so he immediately unleashed his wood fortress and approached the golden horned toad. It seems like Jae Hyein has got the boss monster's attention. Now it's time for the Seo sisters to attack. The party worked well together. The Seo sisters and Zhang Hyein worked together to attack the golden horned toad. It seems that its defense is solid and the attacks are not effective. This is a big problem. The golden horned toad shot out its long tongue. The tongue split into dozens of prongs and turned into a vine, covering the entirety of the wood fortress. TSS. Smoke billowed out, dissolving the wood fortress little by little. Its attack is quite powerful. Through the cracks of the wood fortress, Jae Hyein's panicked face could be seen. There is no need to panic like that. There was no way it could use such a powerful attack twice in a row in a low-level area with controlled difficulty. Just then, Jia stabbed her dagger into the golden horned toad's back. Stab. Green blood splashed out. Looks like Jia's attack worked. Oh, it seems like the blood is also toxic. She is now slightly burned. I think this might be a crisis. It was time to give Choi Gapsu a shout-out. I have prepared something just in case. Jin Hyuk pulled an item out of his inventory. He lifted the potion bottle to his eye level so that it was clearly visible for the live stream. He covered the back of the vial with his palm so that the name was clearly visible. Money Showers Toad Killer. I am going to use this. I don't know how well it will work. The party looked busy. They were all doing their jobs and did not have time to take the potion from him. He didn't blame them. Boss monsters were hard to defeat. It seems like they don't have time for me right now, so I am going to attack with the potion. He didn't do it because it looked fun. He did it out of necessity. Ding! Choi Gap-soo just received a notification on his cell phone. He was not using a Korean message app. It was the system's message app, but it was automatically linked to his Kakao Talk 1. Its features and interface were exactly the same as Kakao Talk. Money shot, you sneaky little. Money shot, why would you emphasize your name on the product? After just glancing at the messages, Gap-soo flipped his phone over. He was very satisfied. Haha, you can call this the skill of the seasoned veteran that none of those newbies can copy. The younger players who were just starting to show some potential could not match his experience. It felt like his self-esteem was being boosted every second. But is he going to attack that monster directly? Kim Chul-soo raised his dagger and approached the Golden Horned Toad. Does he even have a skill that is purely an attacking skill? The Golden Horned Toad was a level 47 boss monster. It was quite difficult for a low-level streamer to hunt it down on his own. Gap-soo was a little worried. This is not the time for him to be full of himself. Streamers needed to be streamers. He had seen countless instances of streamers mimicking combatant-type players and killing themselves. They could survive by doing that if they were below level 100, but after that, it was just not possible. This was something he had learned through experience. Oh well, he should be fine for a while. His defensive stats are pretty strong too. Most of the initially awakened streamers used Broadcaster's Barrier. Among them, Chul-soo was one of those who used it very well. Even with the same sword, its power varied depending on who wielded it. In Gap-soo's eyes, Chul-soo's ability to utilize the Broadcaster's Barrier was the best. He heard Chul-soo's voice from the screen. I am going to stab it with this poisoned dagger. The first-person perspective made the battle scene quite realistic. Chul-soo's dagger stabbed the Golden Horned Toad in the back. Stab? He didn't just stop after that. Stab, stab, stab. Jin Hyeok stabbed the monster repeatedly in the back. Green blood spurted out and soaked his entire body. If it wasn't for the Broadcaster's Barrier, it would have been quite painful. The green blood that made contact with the Broadcaster's Barrier made a hissing sound. It did not do much damage to Jin Hyeok. His voice was quite peaceful. I think Mr. Moneyshower's potion is working very well. He took the time to emphasize the potion again. The Golden Horned Toad lay on its stomach, its limbs twitching. Outwardly, it looked as if it had been mortally wounded. I did not expect this to have such a great effect. This potion is truly remarkable. The battle was stopped for the time being as the Golden Horned Toad convulsed. Gap-soo, very pleased with today's livestream, rubbed his chin and focused on the screen. It's simply the effect of the poison that has made the toad so weak. It has not actually taken much damage. Has he noticed that? This was the window of opportunity. This was the time for all the damage dealers to attack in unison. If they do not kill it right now, it'll be going into phase 2. Sooner or later, the monster will develop a tolerance to the poison. Gap-soo wished he could tell Chul-soo that in chat. Other viewers were probably feeling the same way. Gap-soo wanted to give Chul-soo the information, but Chul-soo had completely closed the lines of communication. Chul-soo needed to attack now. He needed to kill it now with everything his party had. Gap-soo could imagine the other viewers were thinking the same. Gap-soo wanted to tell Chul-soo so badly. This is so frustrating. Chul-soo continued his relaxed live stream. He even stroked the Golden Horned Toad's belly. It's soft to the touch. If I poke it here, I will be able to kill it more easily. When Jin Hyeok started to stab the Golden Horned Toad in the back, he had to fight his urge. In moderation. I need to stab it with care. The monster had already allowed the other party members to attack it several times. Its back was much less durable because of this, and it was easy to see where to strike to inflict a fatal wound. He could clearly see the ways that he had seen when he was the Sword King. Even with all his experience and memories, he wondered how he could see it clearly when his body had changed. If he had followed his instincts and just stabbed the monster following its path, the Golden Horned Toad would have been dead already. I am an ordinary streamer with no attack skills. Killing the Golden Horned Toad with my attack so easily, without any skills, is too much power for a streamer. His goal was coming in third place. Although he was forced to participate in the raid himself, and almost lost his cool while swinging his dagger, he tried his best to be an ordinary streamer. It was not like that boss monster was a low-level monster, so he would be in trouble if he took it down that easily. If he was too good, those who hunt awakened would be hounding him. Since he was in a very low-level area, he did not have to worry too much about that, but he still wanted to be at least a little cautious. I can't show the world everything. He stabbed it just enough and did just enough damage. He also deliberately advertised the potion. I did not expect this to have such a great effect. This potion is truly remarkable. The others started attacking the fallen Golden Horned Toad. While they were doing that, Jin Hyeok hopped on top of the monster and approached its mouth. I need to be careful. He did not know when it would wake up, but when it did, it would spray a very powerful poison. If that hit him, he would almost certainly be dead. Well, that didn't matter much because it was never going to hit him. I believe the monster opened its poison glands inside right before spraying the venom. He just needed to be careful of that. Jin Hyeok forced its mouth open. Ugh, its breath stinks. Well, the same can be said for most monsters, but this one's breath was on another level. It was enough to make an untrained person faint. That black mole in there is the poison gland. He did not bother telling that to his viewers. He just needed to be careful not to open it. I will pour my potion down the back of its throat. I think that will work the best, right? The potion itself would not be as effective if he just poured it down, as its mouth had a way of neutralizing poison. Jin Hyuk shoved his hand as far down its throat as he could. Drip, drip, drip. The potion poured out. Oh, the poison gland is opening up. Jin Hyuk pulled his hand out since he poured all of the potion. Then, he jumped off the monster's body. Its poison spewed into the air, then poured down like rain. Activate broadcaster's barrier. He did not get hit directly, so it was okay. If I had gotten a direct hit, my face would have melted, but I didn't, so it doesn't really matter. One bottle was not going to cut it, so he climbed on top of it again. He poured another 2 vials of poison potions. However, it felt like the potions were not enough to kill it. The golden horned toad was going to wake up eventually, and it would be difficult to defeat it when it goes into phase 2. It seemed that their damage dealers were a bit weaker than he thought. Come to think of it, the mouth is usually a weak spot for any monster, so I will try stabbing it with my dagger. Jin Hyuk thrust his arm in deep. Acidic poison spewed out of its mouth, but his broadcaster's barrier protected him well. He slashed at the inside of its throat with his dagger. While doing that, he was lucky enough to land a critical shot. It was a strange sensation that only the attacker could have felt. Wow, I missed this feeling. Wait, no, this is not it. He almost laughed out loud but managed to hold it in. A moment later, the broadcaster's barrier protecting his arm broke. He pulled his arm out just in time. Wow, that was close. If I had pulled my arm out a little later, it would have melted. Jisoo clenched her teeth and stabbed the golden horned toad in the stomach. Die. The monster's shield was almost nullified thanks to Jin Hyuk's critical hit. The CO sisters had finished the job. You have killed the golden horned toad. A golden horn was dropped and Jin Hyuk picked it up. You have acquired the golden horn. An item that was dropped from killing a boss monster was likely to be valuable later on, so Jin Hyuk kept it for now. The others did not have any complaints about him taking it either. Meanwhile, Angel Girl smiled broadly. Jin Hyuk found it kind of creepy that she was smiling while covered in green blood. I guess she doesn't own a mirror to fix herself. We actually killed the monster. Angel Girl seemed overjoyed. She looked like an innocent little kid. She ran up to him and grabbed his hand, jumping up and down. I didn't think we would actually succeed in killing it. You're amazing. Hashtag now the gold is mine. Hashtag give me the gold. I am going to end the live stream now. Kong Miane had taught him that streamers had to end their live stream once they were in the looting phase. Streamers called this the cutting technique, but Jin Hyuk remembered not to use it often because viewers did not like it when streamers used it often. Anyway, he thought it was best to turn off the live stream for now. There might be murder happening soon. Killing people was controversial content for streamers. It was better to just avoid it altogether. Also, if a thief stole from a player, the best way for a player to get their stuff back was to kill the thief within 5 minutes. If they killed the thief within 5 minutes, most of the stolen items would be dropped by the killed thief. Jin Hyuk turned to look at Angel Girl, who was holding his hand and smiling broadly. When are you going to pull a fast one? This time I can beat the crap out of you. I feel kind of excited. Song Ha-young was confident. Now is a good time. As much as he pretended not to, that streamer undoubtedly managed to escape from a tremendous crisis. It was such an intense situation that even a non-combatant type streamer had to personally engage in the battle. After overcoming such circumstances and achieving victory, it was only natural for him to let his guard down. Furthermore, this man did not seem to doubt himself at all. You have used the skill touch of the Great Rogue N/O/vel/B//Jn.C//OM. A strange feeling of glee rose in her stomach. It felt like now, she could truly live without any worries. Meanwhile, a system notification popped up. You have acquired the hidden achievement Fast Lane of Wealth. This was what Jin Hyuk was looking for. By taking the shortcut and clearing the boss monster, the Fast Lane of Wealth was awarded to the players and its perk was applied. Additional perk, Double Return, will be applied. The X2 effect will be applied to everything dropped in the dungeon. Ha-young smiled widely. She could not help but smile. I already get double the reward with the effect from the touch of the Great Rogue. If she got the X2 effect on top of that, she could get 4 times as much loot. 4 times the value of those gold bars. Just thinking about it made her dizzy. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk looked at Ha-young through the broadcaster's true sight. To be precise, he was looking at the skill she was using. Wow, I can do this too, Jin Hyuk thought. He saw 2 invisible hands. They floated around like ghosts and tapped Jin Hyuk's chest. Then, his inventory was activated. I can't believe I can see all of this happening. Each of the 2 hands held a white handkerchief. With them, they quickly and carefully wiped the gold bar. Soon there was a V mark on the gold bars. The skill, Touch of the Great Rogue, is being applied. Progress, 10%. Ah, so this is how her skill works. Jin Hyuk was once again impressed by the power of his broadcaster's true sight. 2 contradictory emotions ruled his mind. One was telling him how he deserved an overpowered skill like this, and the other one was telling him that maybe this skill was too much and that he was glad he turned off the live stream. His 2 emotions clashed. It had gotten to the point where he did not know which one to believe anymore. Earlier, he thought he was going to play aggressively until he retired, but now he was worried that he could not retire if he continued to do that. He needed to be cautious. His mind was going back and forth. Still, I think the second emotion is the right way to go. It seemed that a lot of time had passed and diluted his emotions, but he was reminded once again of the fact that his past life was really tough. A system notification popped up. You have been credited with the first clear of the Golden Toad dungeon. This was what Jin Hyeok had expected. By becoming the first to clear the dungeon, he was granted an additional perk. Due to the first clear, an additional X2 effect will be applied. With the hidden achievement and the additional perk, Jin Hyeok now would receive 4 times the loot. Meanwhile, the progress of the Touch of the Great Rogue was over 70%. Disabling this skill at the moment of its completion would be considered a complete skill failure. Jin Hyeok suddenly wondered. If this skill fails, I am supposed to get twice the loot from the caster, right? On top of that, he would get the effect of the fast lane of wealth. In other words, Angel Girl had to pay him X8 for a failed Touch of the Great Rogue. The progression rate of the skill was now at 99%. Jin Hyeok and Ha Young both thought at the same time. Now, Ha Young grinned even wider. Stab her. Steal from him. Jin Hyeok stretched out his dagger and stabbed her in the shoulder. Stab. The best way to stop a thief from stealing was to stab them. The skill, Touch of the Great Rogue, has been neutralized. Blood gushed from Ha Young's shoulder, and the gold bar that she failed to steal fell to the ground. One Kakao Talk is the most widely used Korean messenger app in Korea. Kind of like WhatsApp. There were 2 of Angel Girl's party members that were overshadowed by her presence. Jin Hyeok just decided to call them ghosts because they were nobody. What the hell are you doing? Ghost 1 said as he lunged at Jin Hyeok. He seemed to have learned judo as his movements were similar to a martial artist. Unfortunately, he never learned not to run toward an opponent who was wielding a dagger. Stab. Jin Hyeok stabbed Ghost 1 in the shoulder. Ghost 2 lunged at him from the side. He seemed to be stronger than Ghost 1. I don't think I can defeat him in one blow. If he mixed up his attacks, he could create a gap. There was also a gentler way to neutralize him by attacking his non-critical areas, but Jin Hyeok did not feel the need to go soft on him. I'm just going to stab him. Stab. He stabbed Ghost 2 in the nape of the neck. He bled a lot more than Ghost 1. It would not kill him instantly, but if he was unlucky, he might die. I'm not really used to people blindly attacking me without properly knowing who they are attacking. Jin Hyeok did not know if they were weird or if he was the weird one. Either way, it was hard to get used to this situation. Jin Sol. Please don't let him die. In the future, raids and dungeon exploration would always be done as a team. All responsibilities were shared among teammates. In dungeons, one bad teammate could wipe out their entire party. That was why in the future, everyone assumed equal responsibility and interpreted it as a collective community. And these guys just betrayed that community. They deserve to die. If it was a more vicious and mean player, they might have gone after every player known to have a relationship with Angel Girl. At least in terms of play, and most importantly, betrayal within that play, it was not only the player who committed such a heinous act that was responsible, but also the people around them. This was the way it was supposed to be. Jin Hyeok glanced over at the fallen Angel Girl and the ghosts. Only Ghost 2 was critically wounded, but they were all going to die if he left them alone. Jin Hyeok wondered what kind of thieves did not bring healing potions with them. A good thief was always ready for the worst outcome, even getting stabbed in the back. Should I just kill them? Even if he took this case to trial, what he did would be considered self-defense. People usually hold players to a pretty harsh and strict standard as if they were government employees, but in cases like this, they would always side with Jin Hyeok. If a player wanted to steal from someone in a dungeon, they better be ready to risk their lives. However, he looked at his sister and her face was white in fear. He thought it would be difficult for her to rise to become a top ranker if she was scared of something like this. She was too nice and gentle. She always freaked out like that when she saw human blood. On some level, he was kind of relieved that she was scared. Jin Hyeok gave her permission. You can heal them. Cha Jin Sol was deeply shocked. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Without any warning, her brother, Jin Hyeok, had suddenly stabbed 3 innocent people. All 3 were lying on the ground, moaning in pain, and one was critically wounded. She knew her brother had his reasons, but still, it was hard for her to accept. She was not the only one in shock. An exit for the dungeon was created, but no one moved toward it. Jin Hyeok's shocking action froze everyone in their tracks. You can heal them, Jin Hyeok said. It sounded like he did not want to heal them, but he was only doing this out of generosity. So, I can heal them, right? Jin Sol said. Yeah, if you really want to. Jin Hyeok felt a little proud that he knew and understood his sister's feelings so well. This made him feel like he was a pretty good brother to her. Jin Sol hastily used her healing abilities to heal Ghost 2's wounds. As a blood priest, she had to use her own blood as a medium, so it was hard to use too many abilities at once. If she fully healed him, she would be exhausted. I'll just heal him enough to keep him alive, Jin Sol thought. She healed all 3 of them, dividing her power appropriately. Jin Hyeok then asked Mok Jae-hyen to unleash a thin layer of wood fortress. A thin layer of wood fortress? Jae-hyen asked. Yes. Pull it out like a vine and make some handcuffs. If you can't make something as elaborate as handcuffs, you can make a rope or something. Jae-hyen was also frightened to death. His skills were strong enough to block Jin Hyeok's dagger, but this was a different matter. He was only able to maintain this much composure because he had the Imperial Resilience trait. I've never done this before. I'm sure you can do it. Oh, okay. I will try my best. Fear made Jae-hyeon stronger. Even though he had never done it before, he succeeded in forming a long vine in the form of a rope. See? I know you can do it. Jin Hyeok chuckled, his face covered in blood. In Jae-hyeon's eyes, he looked like a crazy killer. Jin Hyeok tied the three of them with the rope. Now, let's wait. Song Ha-young's touch of the Great Rogue had completely failed. If so, it was now the time when Jin Hyeok would receive compensation for the failed skill, but it seemed to take a while because Ha-young was still unconscious. Everyone remained silent as they realized the gravity of the situation. I understand. Anyone would be angry if the thieves were trying to stab them in the back at the last minute. If this was back in Jin Hyeok's previous life, even Kim Jong-hyeon, who was the most mild-mannered of his party members, would have been furious in this situation. Jin Hyeok assumed the party members were exercising extreme patience right now. He was a little proud of their growth. Seeing as how Jae-hyeon has made the ropes so strong and tight, it must mean that he is very angry. Just then, Seo Jisoo came up to him. Appa, I need an explanation. Jisoo looked very serious. In a way, she looked a little angry, and her lower lip was trembling. I guess she is really angry. Since she is an assassin, it seems like she wanted to kill them all. I think so too. We should have just killed them, Jin Hyeok said. What? But our healer has a weak stomach. So, I didn't want to kill them in front of her. She's my sister, you know. Jisoo was silent for a moment. It did not seem like a convincing explanation to her. I guess it might be hard to understand from an assassin's point of view. Although Jin Hyeok was not the one at fault, she really didn't show any mercy. If she experienced killing someone right in front of her, she would know that it was only natural to feel bad for them. Jisoo spoke again, so why did you suddenly stab them? Wait. Something feels off. I need to check if we are all on the same page. I thought you were mad at me for not killing them, Jin Hyeok said. No? What the hell are you talking about? Clearly, Jin Hyeok's social skills were not up to par. He tried to increase the sensitivity of his broadcaster's true sight. Hashtag I don't understand. Hashtag why would you stab innocent people? Hashtag are you crazy? Hashtag I'm sure you have your reasons. Jin Hyeok was a little dumbfounded because he had not thought about it. Why did you suddenly stab people who were helping us? We were all so happy to clear the dungeon together. Jisoo yelled. Jin Hyeok was a little flustered. I don't think you did this for no reason, but I hope you can give us an explanation that we can understand. Jisoo's lower lip was still trembling. It was hard for Jin Hyeok's brain to comprehend, but the broadcaster's true sight conveyed what they were thinking. Hashtag desperate hope. She seemed to be desperate for him to give her a convincing explanation. Was I supposed to explain this in a way that made sense? He looked around at his party members. They seemed to be having similar thoughts. Wow, this is even more confusing than when Angel Girl tried to rob my inventory. Don't people usually have a good explanation after doing something like this? She asked. Usually I just assume they'll understand. Where do I even begin to explain this? It was like trying to explain to kids how to breathe or how to blink. Think back to the moment when the gold bar suddenly dropped out of my inventory. It was when I was the most vulnerable, right? The gold bar fell at a time when it shouldn't have, and the person who was holding my hand was a thief class player. And do you remember where those two were standing? It seemed like they were too happy about clearing the dungeon. They had not seen where the ghosts were located. They were standing off to the left and right of me so that they could subdue me if there was any resistance. They were very tense. Why would anyone be tense after just clearing a dungeon? The circumstances were so obvious that he did not even feel the need to explain any of this. What does that tell you? They were trying to steal the gold bars in my inventory and failed. It's best to kill players who stab their teammates in the back during play, especially in dungeons, because you can't trust them to have your back. Jin Hyeok had seen entire teams wiped out by one or two of these bad apples. The scariest tithing in a dungeon was an unreliable ally. That was why betrayal in dungeons was severely punished by punishing even those around them. Ha-young, who had finally regained consciousness, shouted, "He's lying? Everything is a lie. Oh, so that's how we're going to play." I just saw something fall out of his inventory and tried to pick it up. Her big eyes were filled with resentment. Before he knew it, tears were welling up in her eyes and dripping down. It looked very real. With that kind of acting skill, she could be an actress. Jin Sol came up to her brother and asked, "Appa, is what she said true?" At first, Jin Hyeok was frustrated at his sister, but when he looked at her through the broadcaster's true sight, her status messages were a little strange. Hashtag did she just say Appa was lying? Hashtag is she crazy? Hashtag I just want to bash her head in. She seemed to be questioning him, but her gaze was filled with trust. Those later status messages were a bit brutal. Jin Hyeok thought she was gentle, but apparently, he was a little off. Of course not. She's lying? Do you have any proof? Proof. Then, Angel Girl interjected, "There can't be any proof. I am the victim here. Appa, you are a streamer. Don't you have any saved videos?" "I do." Angel Girl pushed herself up. She held one shoulder tightly as if it hurt a lot. "Come on, let me say that video," she said. She was still smug. It did not seem to occur to her that her skills had been read. It was understandable, considering even Jin Hyeok was surprised by the effectiveness of broadcaster's true sight. "I don't think there's a need for me to show the video. See, I told you he didn't have any proof. There will be proof soon enough." Jin Hyeok rubbed his chin and waited. Normally, the bigger the reward, the longer it took. Since they were in a beginner's dungeon, the X8 effect was bound to take a long time. Aren't you getting a reminder to pay me back? What are you talking about? It seemed like his attack had made her forget what was going on, but soon, the system notification for the compensation would pop up. You just tried to steal all my gold bars. How are you going to pay me back 8 times the amount? As he was telling her that, Angel Girl's face was starting to turn white. He wondered what kind of notification she was getting right now. After some time passed, she broke down. A notification soon came, this time for him. Player, Angel Girl, is severely lacking in compensation. Do you agree to mediation through the system? Wow, she's screwed. System mediation was simply a way of saying that the system would pay him back on behalf of Angel Girl. The system would reimburse him first, then would ask Angel Girl to pay it back to the system. Alternatively, it could guide her toward a different form of compensation. Depending on the circumstances, the system may proceed with the claim for restitution. Do you agree? Jin Hyuk did not have to think about it. I do. The system was being quite reasonable and would give him what it deemed reasonable compensation. It would be great if it could just replicate the gold bars and give them to me. The system will mediate the current situation. Some time had passed. Golden Headband 1 and one other item have been transferred to your inventory. The Golden Headband? Why is it appearing here? One specifically the one used by Sun Wukong. Cha Jin Hyuk was genuinely surprised. A server-grade item already. Among the items, there were a few that were labeled as server-grade. These items could only be obtained within their respective servers. They were usually based on myths or legends related to that server, and the Golden Headband was one of them. This is a rare item, only 3 of them have been found worldwide. The Golden Headband was an item that appeared in the story, Journey to the West. It was a special headband worn by Sun Wukong, one of the characters in the story. It was known to cause tremendous pain to him, reacting to the specific spell called tycoon spell. Because of that, Sun Wukong submitted to the control of the Buddhist monk, Tang Santang. The one who used this item the best was a Korean-American player named Park Turs, who was considered the world's strongest tamer. He was called the world's strongest tamer because he was able to place the Golden Headband on the head of the Thunder Dragon. Golden Headband, target, Angel Girl. Grade, server specific. Special spell tycoon spell can be activated. The target wearing the Golden Headband will experience extreme pain that cannot be overcome due to the tycoon spell. Even during Jin Hyuk's prime, the level of the Thunder Dragon was shown with just a question mark. It was not just because he was a sword-wielding class player. Even players specialized in Scout class could not definitively confirm the level of the Thunder Dragon. Countless teams from the strongest server, Planet Arvis, attempted to raid the Thunder Dragon, but all of them failed. However, after using the Golden Headband, the dragon obediently submitted to Park Turs. That means anyone can be made to submit as long as they wear this. It was an item that could make anyone below the level of the Thunder Dragon obedient. Jin Hyuk never imagined such an item would come out in this low-level area. Jin Hyuk sighed. What a truly fantastic piece of trash. It was true that the Golden Headband was a rare server-grade item on Earth, but of all things, it had to have a designated target. Why is the target Angel Girl? The Golden Headband floated around in the air for a bit before it then settled on top of Angel Girl's head all on its own. What is this? Angel Girl asked. Jin Hyuk was not in the mood to answer her. In fact, he was quite unhappy. He finally encountered a server-grade item, only to see it being wasted like this. Even if it was not the Thunder Dragon, even just placing it on the head of a lesser spirit would have had greatly improved his life. What good is there in making her obedient? No matter how much he thought about it, there was not anything good about this. Knowing the usefulness of the Golden Headband, he could not help but feel disappointed. It felt like winning the lottery but having the winnings deposited into Cha Jin Sol's account. What's the other item? Jin Hyuk decided to place his hope in that. Lifetime contract. A contract between players, guaranteed by the system. This contract defines the first party as player Kim Chul-soo and the second party as player Angel Girl. 0. The freedom of the second party belongs to the first party. 1. The first party can exercise ownership over all possessions of the second party. 2. The second party must respond to all demands of the first party, and failure to comply will immediately trigger the tycoon spell. 3. The first party can share in all tangible and intangible rewards acquired by the second party. Detailed content. If the Golden Headband exerted physical influence, then the lifetime contract seemed to be the administrative influence exerted by the system. Jin Hyuk initially expected around 4 billion won in compensation, which was exactly 8 times the amount of 500 million won. However, he was a bit disappointed that the reward fell short of his expectations. Wait a minute. As a once virtuous official player of the government, he was not inclined toward malicious thoughts. Although he was somewhat disappointed with the compensation, upon further consideration, it seemed like a quite favorable condition. I know that she is going to be a grand rogue in the future. Jin Hyuk had experienced hardships because of her as well. There were rumors that she had hidden cash amounting to tens of billions of won. I should just think of her as a walking building. A walking building. A splendid and high-quality building that would generate monthly rent. If he thought of it that way, this reward was quite good. She is not going to remain at a low level forever. If she grew up and truly became a grand rogue and made great plays, it would ultimately be greatly beneficial for Jin Hyuk too. By the way, stealing would be considered a great play among thieves. In fact, he had used contracts of this kind extensively, so he had a rough idea of what needed to be done. Detailed content. 1. The first party grants ___% of freedom to the second party. 2. The first party demands ___% of everything currently owned by the second party. 3. The first party shares ___% of all tangible and intangible rewards acquired by the second party. 4. The renewal of all contract conditions shall be done every year. In a way, Angel Girl was a goose that laid golden eggs. By now, a contract with the same content would have been delivered to Angel Girl as well. Judging from her pale face, she had to have been quite frightened. I shouldn't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Rather, it would be better for him to have her not only grow steadily, but also have a foundation for her growth. Currently, she might be just a shabby pawn shop, but in the future, she would be worth the same as a building in Gangnam-gu. Jin Hyuk filled in the numbers for all the blank parts. Detailed content. 1. The first party grants 100% of freedom to the second party. 2. The first party demands 0% of everything currently owned by the second party. 3. The first party shares 0% of all tangible and intangible rewards acquired by the second party. 4. The renewal of all contract conditions shall be done every 1 year. For now, Jin Hyuk decided not to demand anything. If he asked for too much right now, she would lose her motivation for growth. I need her to grow and become a grand rogue. It was better to leave her alone for now. The expression on Angel Girl's face was quite amusing. She seemed confused about whether to laugh or cry. Eventually, she approached him cautiously and said, "Thank you for showing mercy. I wouldn't call it mercy, but okay. The contract would be renewed every year." He did not understand why she was already grateful. She had no idea what he would do and what he would demand in a year. Still, thank you. I'm sorry for all the things that happened today. Jin Hyuk decided to just ignore what she was saying. They were not particularly important at this point. But I am curious about how strong this golden headband is. As he thought if he had to recite some kind of spell himself, he heard a system notification. Do you wish to activate the golden headband? When a player obtained an item, it was customary for them to try it. That way, they could feel its performance and utilize it appropriately. Activate. This was a natural step. Jin Hyuk heard a scream. It seemed like the performance of the item was quite remarkable. Jin Hyuk headed to the shop field near Jongno 3GA station. The shop field near Jongno 3GA station was filled with merchants called Dimension merchants, and it was also the home of the jewelry workshop operated by Katrina. Katrina was a man in his mid-30s, well-built, and had a sensual figure. Although he looked like a woman at first glance, he was a cross-dressing man. Wow, for a beginner, you have quite a few gold bars. His voice was thin for a man, and thick for a woman. His body looked hard and sturdy. You are quite resourceful. The way he looked at Jin Hyuk was somewhat unsettling. In the future, Katrina's alias was Manhunter. Honestly, Jin Hyuk did not have much desire to come here. At least he is a businessman with a conscience. The best way to deal with him was to keep the conversation strictly business without mixing in any personal discussions. I think this should be worth around 42 million dias. Katrina leaned on the glass display case, crossed his arms, and looked at Jin Hyuk with curious eyes. What's the currency unit here? He asked. Katrina displayed a screen in the air that only he could see and searched through it. It seemed like he did not know much since he had just arrived recently. Yes. The Korean won? Right, if we do it in Korean won, I will give you 45 million won. How is that? This was a form of tax evasion. From his perspective, the Korean won was money with much less value than dias. In the future, dias would become the world's key currency. But it did not matter much to Jin Hyuk at the moment. Alright, let's make the deal, Jin Hyuk said. Wow, it's been a while since I had such a fast transaction like this. Alright, this is just for today. I am going to give you 50 million won for it. I am actually losing money on this deal. Is that okay? I'm giving you a good deal because I like you. So you are willing to give 50 million won for this amount? That's right. Make sure to use my services often. Any service you want. Katrina tried to pat Jin Hyuk's shoulder with his index finger, but Jin Hyuk blocked it using the broadcaster's barrier. Wow, are you friend-zoning me? Can we trade some more? What do you mean? You have more gold bars. Katrina's eyes widened. It seemed that he was quite surprised that a rookie at level 40 had so many gold bars, at least according to his standards. I have quite a few. How many is quite a few? More than you'd expect. What level are you? I'm level 40. After thinking for a moment, Katrina nodded. Alright, since this is our first deal, I will give you the same rate. Give them all. It felt like he was looking at Jin Hyuk as if Jin Hyuk couldn't possibly have that many more gold bars. Thank you so much, Jin Hyuk said. Jin Hyuk had almost 40 times more than what he initially took out. Wait a minute. The gold bars kept coming out one after another. Why do you have so much? The amount Jin Hyuk initially obtained was worth around 500 million won. Then, it was doubled because of the fast lane of wealth achievement, and then it was doubled again thanks to the X2 effect for the first clear of the dungeon. Katrina, who had been smiling happily all along, suddenly turned pale. Before Regression, Jin Hyuk's team had many people supporting them from the back. He called them the support team, and he had some acquaintance with the leader of the support team, Ahng1. He was a level 7 civil servant of the same age as Jin Hyuk and was a merchant-type player. Whenever I go with you to trade with Katrina, I get a much better deal, Mr. Jin Hyuk. With me? Yes. With you there, Katrina barely leaves any profit for himself. No, you're lying. What kind of merchant doesn't leave a profit? It was the same as a government employee saying they weren't busy. For reference, government employees in Jin Hyuk's previous life were always busy. Looking at Ji-won, who was the same age as him but had so much hair loss, and the exhausted support team, the answer was clear. He remembered Ji-won telling him that Ji-won had lush hair before Ji-won was assigned to his support team. Katrina will do that. He goes crazy whenever he sees a handsome man. If you ever have to directly trade precious metals in the future, make sure to go to Katrina. Okay, thanks for the tip. Ji-won gave him various pieces of advice. Also, if you are going to trade with Katrina, make sure you do not take everything out at once. Why? I know Katrina and he will offer a condition with almost no profit, or even a negative margin because he would be attracted to your appearance. You have to proceed with future trade based on that condition. He is a loyal merchant, so he will stick to what he says. Ji-won's motto was to save every penny. It was also his creed that not a single penny of the country's money would be wasted. Coming from such a person, this had to be valuable information. He is right. Katrina really keeps his word. Ji-won's advice was correct. Katrina handed Jin Hyuk about 2 billion won with a pale face. It was precisely around 2.2 billion won, but Jin Hyuk did not bother with the decimal places. And if you set aside a portion of that and give it back, Katrina will become an unparalleled business partner in the future. It's a business partner if you put it nicely, but essentially Katrina will be a sucker for you. Back then, Jin Hyuk wondered why deals had to be so complicated, but Ji-won's advice was quite effective. I will give you 200 million won back. Just give me the 20 billion, without the decimals. Really? Katrina asked. This is our first trade. I want to maintain a good relationship for future trades. Jin Hyuk had to keep selling the gold bars in the future. He decided to aim for bigger profits rather than immediate small gains. Wow, you're a feisty one, aren't you? They concluded the transaction to their mutual satisfaction. Katrina smiled and continued to flirt with him. Hey, I want to ask you for a favor, is that okay? He asked. Wait, this sounds like he is about to give me a quest. A quest, Katrina's request, has been created. Nov. L. B //JNN. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk remembered his conversation with Ji-won. Katrina would randomly give quests to male players he really likes. It's amazing. We call it cat lotto because it's like winning the lottery. I also want to win the cat lotto once and just retire as a civil servant. But I guess that's not possible with my face. Jin Hyuk had been doing a lot of thinking lately. After all, as a job, being a streamer had its limits. No matter how strong or popular a streamer would become, they were ultimately non-combatant class players. It was just like how a soccer player could not excel in archery. As time went by, it would become increasingly difficult for streamers to enjoy aggressive play like combatant class players. In that sense, it seemed that he should make the most out of these low-level stages and enjoy them as much as possible. Jin Hyuk had to admit this. I'm not a good person either. He was someone who could not easily give up the fun of playing. That was the case for most people. They were all supposed to quit playing games and study, but everyone would keep playing. They were supposed to stop drinking and take care of their health, but they would keep drinking. They know smoking is bad for their health, but they still struggle to quit. Jin Hyuk was not the odd one out. Well, it's still just early stages of open beta, so I guess it's okay to enjoy it a little bit. In the grand scheme of the server, even if he did well, he would not receive much attention in this insignificant server that had just started. Yeah, who would care about someone like me, an insignificant player? Even football fans would remember the names of famous teams or players but would have no idea about promising young players from Indonesia or the Maldives. In that sense, it seemed like it was okay to settle for first place at the moment. This was not rationalization, but rather a fact. Before regression, his life truly started deteriorating once he surpassed level 200. After all, I am just a non-combatant class streamer, right? He could only exert some strength in the level 100 or below range, anything beyond that was difficult. No matter how he thought about it, it felt a bit regretful to just let this stage pass by. He even had the trait called Almighty Jack of all trades, which was very useful and flashy for the low-level stage. For now, it's best to maintain the quality of my live stream content. If he started going all out now, that was how his live streams concept would be shaped as a streamer that killed everything in his path. However, it was difficult to sustain this for a long time. It would be fortunate if he could retire in the low-level stage, but he also had to consider the possibility that would not be the case. Jin Hyuk was now trying to become a responsible person. He needed to think about the future. Since things are not bad right now, I should just keep doing what I am doing and avoid exposing myself too directly in play. It was not difficult. It was just a matter of doing it off the air. Alright. Let's just keep it like this till level 100. This was only possible because he was in a low-level stage. Everyone and everything had their own timing. Wearing a cute headband and a school uniform at an amusement park was enjoyable when people were young, but it felt a bit off as they got older. Once he reached a high level, he could no longer enjoy this stage. Ah, this feels good. After making up his mind, a refreshing feeling rushed over him. It was like the fog that was blocking his path had lifted. He decided to play just like before, but only in the beginner stage, no more, no less. Sounds good. I'll accept, he said. Katrina looked confused. But I have not even told you the details yet. It's okay. Let's hear about it now. It was customary for Jin Hyuk to accept quests first, then see what they entailed. If he started nitpicking, he would not accomplish anything. He grew up that way and eventually became Korea's Sword King. It had been so long since he was this excited. Who in the right mind would rob Katrina's shop? Katrina mentioned that someone had stolen a pair of precious necklaces while the shop was temporarily unattended. The suspect's face was caught on camera, and Katrina used his network to identify who they were. Then, why don't you catch them yourself? Jin Hyuk asked. This server is in its open beta phase. It is difficult for me to exert direct physical power on the inhabitants of Earth. I have to consider the reaction from the Merchant Association. Also, if I create unnecessary commotion, it will only lower my credibility for not being able to protect my merchandise. It's troublesome in many ways. It was quite fortunate for the thief who stole Katrina's necklaces. If he had personally taken action, their body would likely have been separated from their head. As a side note, Katrina had a lot of money and ran a mercenary organization called Griffins on another server. If the suspect had been caught by them, it would have been a real nightmare. I miss those days. The leader of Griffin's mercenary organization was very skillful with his spear. Jin Hyuk remembered getting stabbed 3 times by him, and it was a lot of fun. Of course, Jin Hyuk was able to stab him 7 times. Some might argue that Jin Hyuk lost the battle, but most people knew that it was a victory for him. Anyway, I hope you can help me with this, handsome. Sure. You have accepted the quest, Katrina's request. Jin Hyuk left Katrina's shop. A pair of Berklef necklaces. He was not sure if this was a coincidence or fate. In his previous life, the Berklef necklace was an item he got by accident around level 80 and wore until just before he regressed. The Berklef necklace was just an accessory. It did not have any special effects on its own. However, after undergoing a special process, using 6 different materials, and asking the one-eyed giant to enhance it, it became an excellent necklace. It was an overpowered item. Memories from that time came to mind, and Jin Hyuk felt nostalgic. Now that he thought about it, his past life was not all about pain and torment. Oh, here I go again. As time went by, he tended to romanticize the past, so he had to be careful. Anyway, Jin Hyuk called Angel Girl to see if she knew anything. I am a bit busy right now. Can we arrange a meeting later? But you're not even in a dungeon. How can you be busy? If she could answer her phone, it meant that she was not in a dungeon. Then that meant she was not busy. Activate the golden headband. You have activated the golden headband. Jin Hyuk heard a scream from the other end of the phone. Fine, I'll go right now. Please stop it. Jin Hyuk was right. She was not busy. Song Ha-young took a cab and arrived at where Jin Hyuk was. Why did you lie about being busy? I was not lying. I was really busy. Jin Hyuk felt like she was trying to tell him her story, but he was not in the mood. Do you want to tell me your story and feel the wrath of the golden headband, or just not say anything and not be in pain? Jin Hyuk asked. Was I about to tell you a story? Hehe, I don't have anything to say. Jin Hyuk wondered why she didn't do that in the first place, which was a way more peaceful choice. Do you know this guy? Jin Hyuk asked. What? He held out some photos. Wait. Angel Girl picked up the photos and looked at them carefully. I think I recognize this guy. I forgot his name. I heard his player name is I'm Kyokjong. 1. That's right. I'm Kyokjong. He is a thief who operates near Silimdong. What about him? I need to steal something from him. You're going to steal. Upon hearing that, Angel Girl suddenly chuckled. She seemed extremely excited at the thought of stealing. It looked like she was destined to become a top-tier thief. Jin Hyuk gave her a rough explanation. But why steal? Can't you just take it from him by force? Jin Hyuk was just about to explain Katrina's difficult situation but decided not to. He knew how to deal with crazies like this. Well, stealing is more fun, isn't it? You're right. Jin Hyuk expected this. She easily agreed. So, is this a formal request? Yeah. Let's call it a formal request. Jin Hyuk wanted to just give her an order, but he stopped himself. She was the goose that laid golden eggs. He needed to feed her well so she could grow healthily. What's the reward? How much do you want? Jin Hyuk was thinking of around 100 million dias. How about 10 million dias? Anything less won't do, she said. Her standards were lower than he expected. It made him wonder if dealing with VIPs with unimaginable wealth, such as Choi Gap-soo and Wind Wanderer, had made him lose touch with reality. 5 million dias, Jin Hyuk said. That's too little. I have to put my life on the line too. 7 million dias. Fine. They settled on 7 million dias. There was no official alliance that had been formed. However, players with similar jobs had gathered and formed their own forces, and the fastest group to do so was the Information, Merchant, and Thief class players. One of the founding members of the currently clandestine Thief Alliance, called the Black Rose Alliance, was Song Ha-young, also known as Angel Girl. I was actually planning to get my hands on him anyway. This works out nicely. There was a thief who had set up a container warehouse called the Mountain near Silimdong as his hideout. That guy's player name was Zhang. He recently expressed his desire to join the Black Rose Alliance but was immediately rejected. Among the thieves of the Black Rose Alliance, there were their own rules, although they had not been fully established yet. They had 3 main rules. They do not steal from the weak or vulnerable, such as the elderly or young children. They do not steal from non-players. They should try to avoid shedding blood during sacred thievery. However, that guy with the player name Zhang had broken all 3 of these rules. According to the submitted documents, his level was around 20. On paper, he might be a thief, but based on his activities, he was nothing more than a typical robber. I heard he beat up a middle school kid to a pulp, Angel Girl said. Why? Apparently he was stealing from that kid. But that's robbery, not theft. That's why it is so unjust. And do you know what he stole? What did he steal? A cell phone. Aren't you pissed? Why should I be pissed? Should I be angry at the fact that he hit a young kid? Or that a thief engaged in a robbery? He stole something that is not an item. It was just a phone that's worth 500,000 won. Angel Girl said. Jin Hyeok could not tell if she was angry because Zhang stole a technological device, or because it was only worth 500,000 won. He has no pride as a thief. Ha Young and Jin Hyeok arrived in Silim-dong. There, inside the vacant lot. That's the guy's hideout. But can we just rob your fellow thief like this? He is tarnishing the honor of thieves. We need to show him the true nature of a thief. Jin Hyeok asked something he had been curious about since earlier. Do thieves really have honor? Thieves have their own pride and honor, you know? My dream is to become a just thief. She was definitely crazy. There was no point in trying to reason with a crazy person, so he just let it slide. You wait here. I will get the item myself. Nov, L, B /JNN. After using her stealth ability, she began to move to the hideout. That container warehouse is his hideout, Ha Young thought to herself. An old safe came into view, and she matched the numbers to open it, revealing a pair of Berklef necklaces. Well, that was a piece of cake. She attached a note to the desk that said I got you. Just as she was about to smoothly exit the container warehouse, her body suddenly froze. Is this poison? It felt like she had been poisoned by an odorless and colorless toxin. She hurriedly tried to use an antidote, but before she could, a rope flew toward her. An item in the form of a rope instantly ensnared Ha Young's body. I got you, you little rat. A man in a gas mask came closer. Oh, it's a female rat. Ha Young was in a bind. It seemed like she had fallen into a trap. Damn it. I can't move. Zhang approached her. I got you. Oh, so you're the infamous Angel Girl. He peeled off the note from the desk and crumpled it in his hand. He crouched down next to Ha Young's head. Now why would you do that to a fellow thief? He forcefully shoved the I got you note into Ha Young's mouth. I heard rumors that Angel Girl was a founding member of the Black Rose Alliance, but I guess it is just baseless gossip if you are caught this easily. Ha Young fell to the ground, desperately trying to free herself from the rope. Although she had the skill to break free, she was too distraught to activate it. How are you going to pay for this? He chuckled, his eyes scanning up and down Ha Young's face and body. Then he gulped. I didn't expect you to be such a beauty. If you cooperate, I might spare your life. How about it? Ha Young responded with the calmest expression possible. She could not speak properly because of the note in her mouth. MMMPH. I was just playing around. How should I cooperate? Perhaps sensing Ha Young's cooperative attitude, Zhang took out the note that he had put in her mouth. She desperately tried to smile with her eyes. I was just playing around. How should I cooperate? I think you know better than me, don't you? He gently scratched Ha Young's cheek with his index finger and then started to touch her neck. It felt as if a snake was slithering all over her body. It was clear what he desired. A shiver ran down her spine, but that was not important at the moment. All right. Since I failed as a thief, I will pay the price. Do as you please. Good. No backing out now. Zhang chuckled and stood up. Let's each undress ourselves, he said. He took off the jacket he was wearing and tossed it backward. At that moment, something pierced through the jacket. Arg. It was none other than a dagger that shot out like an arrow. The dagger was stuck in the back of his head. Thud. He collapsed to the ground. Jin Hyeok was walking toward him. Wow, I finally remembered you, I'm Zhang. Jin Hyeok thought. It seemed inevitable that he would find the necklaces here. One Zhang was the leader of the peasant rebellion in Korea from 1559 to 1562. He is like a Korean Robin Hood. There was a small connection between Jin Hyeok and Zhang. It turned out that Zhang was the previous owner of the item, the Berklef necklace, that Jin Hyeok had worn before his regression. Well, the ownership of the item changed a few times in between. It went through several hands before ending up in the hands of Jin Hyeok. To properly enhance the Berklef necklace, 6 special ingredients and 1 condition were necessary. The condition was that it had to consume the blood of its original owner. It had a wicked condition of consuming a lethal amount of blood and undergoing maturation. In the past, Jin Hyeok easily fulfilled that condition, because the necklace was already soaked in Zhang's blood then. He remembered what he had read in documents. Zhang was a famous player who played very well only in the early stages of the server. Every class had promising rookies. They grew with tremendous momentum until the early to intermediate stages, but they often could not survive for long and were eventually defeated. It was their unfortunate destiny. Kyokjong was such a case. He achieved tremendous growth in the early stages but was assassinated by an assassin before long. The assassin who killed him was a woman who had been sexually assaulted by him. That was why Berklef necklace was covered in Kyokjong's blood back then. But I am not sure if I can feed his blood to the necklace now. It could not be just any blood. It had to be the blood of an owner who had achieved certain achievements. The present Kyokjong and the Kyokjong from that timeline were different. Jin Hyuk examined the fallen opponent. He was barely clinging to life and it seemed like it was not going to take long for him to die. LV35/Kyokjong/bandit/skills/7 lusts 10 kills. 7 lusts 10 kills. Jin Hyuk could not believe Kyokjong had obtained that achievement already in the early stage. It was a very notorious achievement that a player of the rogue and assassin class could obtain by sexually assaulting 7 people and killing 10 people. Just having 3 lusts 5 kills would have been enough. Jin Hyuk glanced inside the container warehouse. He needed a suitable sized container to hold the blood and the Berklef necklace, but there was none. I know for a fact that if I use the broadcaster's shop, they are going to rip me off. However, he had no other choice. He spent a whopping 500,000 dias to purchase a large container. Then he approached Kyokjong. Kyokjong was already unconscious. Song Ha-young was surprised beyond belief. What are you doing? Ha-young was more afraid of Jin Hyuk than Kyokjong. Jin Hyuk calmly pulled out the dagger that was stuck in the back of Kyokjong's head. The blood flowed out in a crimson stream. Jin Hyuk was so focused on his play that he did not hear a word from Ha-young. I remember they said the fresher the blood, the better, right? Ha-young was still trapped. She crawled like a caterpillar away from Jin Hyuk. Wait, what are you doing? What the hell am I looking at? Ha-young thought. The person in front of her was not a human, but a demon. After being safely released with the help of Jin Hyuk, Ha-young returned home, trembling. Why did he take the blood? He took out a strange container and filled it with blood. Then he dipped his finger into it and tasted it, only to spit it out. He said something about it not being fresh enough. He definitely seemed like a demon. And then he suddenly opened up Kyokjong's chest. Ha-young stopped her recollection there. It was too horrific, and she did not want to remember any of it. The image of Jin Hyuk holding Kyokjong's still beating heart in his hand remained unforgettable. This should be the freshest. She witnessed him not just collecting the Berklef necklaces, but putting one of them in a container along with blood and the heart of his enemy. After that, Jin Hyuk casually released Ha-young without saying anything. She trembled all over. That guy is clearly insane. She had hoped to seize the opportunity to escape and remove the golden headband, but even that desire vanished completely after she saw what Jin Hyuk had done. Katrina let out a triumphant laugh. You really brought them back. One of them is mine, so I'm going to take it. Sure. Thank you so much. Nov. L. B/JNN. The stolen item Katrina had was a pair of Berklef necklaces. One of them was in a container with Kyokjong's blood. You have cleared the quest Katrina's request. You might not know this, but this is a really great item. It does not look particularly special. When you meet certain conditions and gather specific materials, the Berklef necklace gains special properties. You have been given the quest reward Berklef necklace enchantment recipe. Katrina handed him a booklet. I'm not sure if this can be unlocked in the early stages of the server, but anyway, a reward is a reward. Thank you. You still don't fully understand, do you? How valuable this reward is? Well, I guess it hasn't really sunk in yet. The booklet probably contained the information Jin Hyuk already knew. It would help him with the probability when enchanting in the direction he desired. It seemed that what AHNG1 from the support team said about Cat Lotto was right. I'll come back when I have more things to sell, Jin Hyuk said. Okay, you can come empty-handed too, preferably at night. Do you like to drink? Jin Hyuk did not respond and turned his back and walked away. He knew that engaging in small talks with Katrina would be never-ending. He examined the booklet. It detailed things that even he could not fully remember. Oh, I need to mature the Berklef necklace for 7 days. If it was not for the booklet, he would have taken the Berklef necklace out right away. Then, there was an additional note marked with an asterisk. Asterisk: if it is matured with the owner's heart, it will further enhance its effects. This was pure luck on his part. Jin Hyuk felt oddly pleased. This feeling of completing a proper strategy would be familiar to anyone who enjoyed playing. Alright, let's try clearing the Golden Toad dungeon again. He continued to clear the Golden Toad dungeon with his party. 2nd clear, 3rd clear, 7th clear. Jin Hyuk kept obtaining gold bars. Although the amount varied with each clear, he was getting around 400 million dios worth of gold bars per clear, on average. You are pretty impressive. What do you think about raising a family together? Katrina's teasing became more intense, but Jin Hyuk did not really respond to it. While the balance on his account was accumulating, he was able to reach level 45. This would be the 10th clear. For a player, 10 clears of the Golden Toad dungeon were the limit. It was a bit regrettable. If it were not just 10 clears but 100, he could have roughly earned 40 billion won. Still, 4 billion won is good enough. He earned money faster than he thought. He never expected that he would personally clear this place this many times after becoming a streamer. So this is our last clear, Cha Jin-sol said with a hint of regret. Jin Hyuk paid the party about 10% of the rewards he obtained as compensation, and they would divide the 10% among themselves. Each of them would take around 8 million won each time they cleared the dungeon. I can't believe it's over now, really. It is, really unfortunate. Thanks, Hyung. Thanks to you, we were able to earn so much money. Just giving them 10% of the rewards made them that excited and happy. Jin Hyuk felt like he was being a bad leader. Still, they would not have had a clue how to clear this place without him, so it was fair that he got most of the rewards. After the 10th clear, they walked toward the spawned door. You have cleared the Golden Toad dungeon. You have achieved the hidden achievement first 10 consecutive clear. Suddenly, fireworks exploded before his eyes. They were not actual fireworks, but an effect created by the system. Usually, if this kind of effect was used, it meant that the system was about to reward something really good. Oh, this was something Jin Hyuk did not know about. There had to be at least one player who had been the first to clear this dungeon 10 times in a row. That someone knew about this hidden achievement but didn't tell the world about it. The treasure had to have been something so good that they had to keep their mouth shut. The hidden boss room King Toad's chamber has been spawned. Wait a minute. Upon reconsideration, it might not necessarily mean that they obtained a treasure good enough to keep their mouth shut. They might have just gone into that room and did not come back alive. At least one person must enter the hidden boss room. The system was providing excessively detailed explanations, probably because they were in a low-level dungeon. Players who enter the hidden boss room will become the King Toad's food. King Toad is level 53. Players who enter the hidden boss room will receive a X7 jackpot effect. Players who do not enter the hidden boss room will receive a X2 effect. The party members' expressions started to darken. Mok Jae-hyen already seemed scared. Hyung, what should we do? Jin Sol bit her lip and fell silent. Jin Hyuk did not know what her intention was, but she gently grabbed onto the hem of his clothes. Seoga remained silent without any noticeable change in expression, and Seo Jisoo seemed slightly bewildered. So, at least one person has to go in, right? Jisoo asked Jin Hyuk. It seems that way. In front of them, in addition to the exit leading outside, another entrance had been generated. As time passes, the King Toad becomes more vicious. Kim Jong-hyen, who had a heavy expression, took a step forward. He seemed to have made up his mind. I will go inside. It seemed like he felt that he should be the one to go in, and it made Jin Hyuk feel uncomfortable. Why should you go in? Jin Hyuk asked. It's X7 jackpot effect. If I'm not the one going in, I am going to be really mad. I think I am the most suitable candidate. My chances of survival would be the highest. What are you talking about? I should do it. While they were diligently clearing the Golden Toad dungeon, Jin Hyuk was just watching behind them. He did not find the idea of hunting golden toads particularly appealing. However, because of that, Jong Hyen seemed to misunderstand a bit. He seemed to think he was stronger than Jin Hyuk because his level had increased. If Jin Hyuk left it alone, he might end up being pushed aside. I'll see you guys on the other side. Jin Hyuk confidently strode forward. Jin Sol followed him, crying. Appa, why are you crying? Why does it have to be you who sacrifices your life? Sacrifice? What are you talking about? What sacrifice? I'm already excited to death right now. I have a clear direction of how I am going to play, Jin Hyuk said. He could play however he wanted until level 100. He could play according to his own wishes up to that point. So, I'm going. Jin Hyuk took light-hearted steps toward the entrance. Jin Sol clung to him tenaciously. Appa, please, don't do this. Don't worry. I'll get the X7 jackpot effect and come back alive. You're trying to act cool when it doesn't even suit you. What is she talking about? He had never tried to act cool, so he did not understand why she was saying that. In her eyes, Jin Hyuk looked cool. I just want to go in there as soon as possible. It had been a while since he had a duel with the King Toad and his body was already itching. But since it was a considerably high-level opponent, he needed to prepare himself. Open the broadcaster's shop. In front of others, Jin Hyuk only used a simple dagger. But now that he was alone and not live streaming, he decided to do things his way. Would you like to purchase the steel sword? He purchased the best sword he could use at his current level. Right now, he could only use items that all classes could use. He had to pay a whopping 30 million dios at the exorbitant broadcaster's shop. The price was ridiculously high compared to its performance, but he was still feeling good about entering the hidden boss room. Wait for me outside, everyone. He grabbed onto his excited heart and headed toward the entrance that led to the hidden boss room. You are now entering the hidden boss room King Toad's chamber. The field suddenly changed around him. He was now standing in the King Toad's chamber. There was a fairly large pond in the room, and the pond had quite broad leaves floating on it. Bubble, bubble. There was a presence inside the pond. He looked through the broadcaster's true sight and saw that the King Toad was hiding in there. Should I just release the poison into the pond? He knew that it could be quite effective to release the poison into the pond. Nah, forget it. Since he already bought the steel sword, it would not be bad to have an intense battle. He had a good night's sleep yesterday, and his body was in excellent condition. Come out, wherever Suddenly, the hidden boss room entrance started to shake. Appa. Jin Sol followed him inside. Zhong Hyen also entered. Why? Following them, Jae Hyen, who had been caught in a headlock by the Seo sisters, also entered. No matter where we go, we are still a party. We can never let you go alone, Jisoo spoke with a determined expression. Damn it. Jin Hyuk did not expect to have this kind of camaraderie between the members. He underestimated the others while he was so concentrated on battling the King Toad. Jisoo started to tease him. What's up? Are you getting emotional? I would never give up Appa and live by myself, Jinsol said while biting her lips. Sigh. If the party members are here, I have to protect them while fighting. Jin Hyuk hastily poured all the poison he had into the pond. Damn it. He had decided to fight with all his heart, but it seemed like today was not the day. The king toad leaped up onto the water and perched on a wide leaf. Seo Jisoo's eyes widened. Oh my god, that thing is huge. The king toad was quite large. It was even bigger than an average cow. Cha Jin Hyuk chuckled quietly, unnoticed by anyone. The poison. It's not as effective as I thought. It seemed that the king toad had considerable resistance to the poison potion made by Choi Gapsu. For now, I want everyone to wait until I fully draw its attention. Mock Jae Hyein raised an eyebrow. Not me, but you. Jae Hyein asked. It was Jin Hyuk who always put Jae Hyein at the forefront. Jae Hyein suddenly had a great realization. I guess when there is a real danger, he takes the lead, Jae Hyein thought. He was slightly touched by Jin Hyuk's different demeanor. If my broadcaster's barrier is breached, you have to be the one tanking the monster's attack, so just wait there. There was a hint of excitement on Jin Hyuk's face. Some might say that he looked like he was enjoying the situation, but Jae Hyein thought differently. He's trying not to burden me. That's why he purposely puts on such a cheerful expression. Jae Hyein knew he was just a coward. He knew that Jin Hyuk was only doing this because if Jin Hyuk showed any signs of timidity, he would freeze up and would not be able to do anything. Jin Hyuk is so thoughtful. Today, Jae Hyein clearly realized it. It seemed like there was a reason behind all the crises he had been pushed into until now. He only threw crises at me that I could handle. Those crises were terrifying and frightening, but in the end, Jae Hyein managed to overcome them all. Jin Hyuk's actions taking the lead this time left a strong impression on Jae Hyein. This time, it's a crisis that I can't handle. That's why Jin Hyuk is the one to draw the attention of the monster instead of me. Jae Hyein's trait, great enlightenment, shone through. He now had a calmer mindset and an objective interpretation and understanding of the current situation. This is all possible because we are at a low-level dungeon. Jin Hyuk is showing me the path I should take in the future. It had always been like that. Jin Hyuk always taught him many things as an adult. In the meantime, Jin Hyuk drew the perfect aggro. The king toad's bloodlust was solely directed at him. It seems like I have a talent for drawing aggro, Jin Hyuk thought. It was not like he had any extraordinary skills. He simply threw his dagger at the monster, but he managed to draw the aggro perfectly. It felt like he was better at it than Jae Hyein. Activate broadcaster's true sight. Jin Hyuk's heart thumped as he engaged in direct combat. The king toad had resistance to the poison. The dagger had already fallen into the pond, and he swung the steel sword he had purchased from the broadcaster's shop earlier. Clang! With a loud noise, small sparks flew. A protective barrier. It sure was a boss monster. The king toad had a powerful protective barrier, which was not surprising. Most of the monsters that would appear in the future would have their own protective barriers. At that moment, the monster spewed venom. While dodging its attack by moving backward, Jin Hyuk activated the broadcaster's barrier. Sizzle! The broadcaster's barrier that came into contact with the venom melted away. If I had been a little late, I would have suffered quite a burn. It was fortunate that Jin Hyuk used the broadcaster's barrier while dodging. If he had only done one of them, he would have suffered significant damage. The king toad started to look around in different directions. It's about to use a skill. The king toad had one quite annoying skill. Its tongues would spring out from numerous points in the air. It was a skill similar to the one on the first floor of the Golden Toad dungeon that attacked the players, but there were dozens of them. Jin Hyuk knew this thanks to his broadcaster's true sight. The king toad had used the skill Spear of Many Tongues. Its first attack was aimed at Jin Hyuk. 7 tongues rained down on him like spears. Wow! Jin Hyuk instinctively found the path of survival among the 7 spears. In a fleeting moment, he read the subtle gaps. A new path emerged within an extreme state of tension. It had a significant impact on Jin Hyuk's traits. Broadcaster's Truesight has been enhanced. Broadcaster's Truesight has been upgraded to Broadcaster's Clairvoyance. Jin Hyuk immersed himself in a state of complete focus. He concentrated all his senses and nerves on this battle. This is it. He evaded all 7 spears. To be precise, he saw the path of survival and positioned himself at the end of the path. Since the king toad was not a high-level monster, the attacks themselves were not that sophisticated. However, when viewed by others, it looked like a performance art. Seo Jia, who usually did not express her emotions, let out a short exclamation. In Jia's eyes, Jin Hyuk's movements were like the pinnacle of artistry. Jin Hyuk immersed himself in his own world. So this is the broadcaster's clairvoyance. In an instant, he saw where the 7 spears would fly. It felt like glimpsing an extremely subtle future. This feeling was remarkably similar to the skill he possessed during his days as the Sword King, super sensitivity. It was so similar that he could actively utilize it. I can see where the attacks will land. Spear of Many Tongues was a skill where spears would pour out from various points in the air. It seemed like he knew where the skill was aiming. The king toad had used the skill Spear of Many Tongues. The king toad had used the skill Spear of Many Tongues. By reading where the spears were landing, evading the monster's attacks became much easier. The king toad looked frustrated. While all the attacks were focused on Jin Hyuk, the Seo sisters attacked the king toad. In the midst of it, one spear pierced through Jia's back. Uni. Seo Jisoo exclaimed in surprise, and the King Toad glanced briefly in Jisoo's direction. Jin Hyeok flinched. Damn it. Neither Jisoo nor Jia had the defensive power to withstand the attacks of the monster. If they were hit once, it would be a severe injury or death. Just like how Jia was right now. However, the King Toad was still focused on Jin Hyeok, seemingly disregarding Jisoo. That's fortunate. The creature's defense was much stronger than expected. No matter how much he attacked, the barrier would not break. Even when Jin Hyeok managed to avoid the King Toad's attacks and approached to swing his sword, the monster was able to push him back by spewing its venom. The same thing kept happening. Jae Hyeon maintained a sharp sense of readiness. He was prepared to unleash his wood fortress at any moment. Inspired by Jin Hyeok, Jae Hyeon subtly started to resemble him. Jisoo, don't be so flustered. It's only natural to get injured during a raid. Cha Jin-sol began healing Jia's injuries. The injuries were severe, so it would take a while until Jia recovered. I'm going to kill that thing, Jisoo thought as she bit her lip. Jisoo actively participated in trying to kill the King Toad. Her combat sense was quite impressive and proved to be a significant help to Jin Hyeok. Kim Jong-hyeon's martial arts also dealt some blows to the monster's defense. However, both Jisoo and Jong-hyeon gradually grew tired. Its defensive barrier won't break. It's too powerful of an opponent. Both of them felt an insurmountable wall. They even entertained the thought that they might die here. Jin Hyeok, too, was quite exhausted. Wow, I would have died if I came in here alone. As Jin Hyeok thought that, a sense of intense tension surged through him, and he felt good. He did not try to deny this emotion. He had already passed that stage where he contemplated his feelings and concluded that he needed to control his feelings rationally. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Listen carefully, Jin Hyeok said while evading the King Toad's venomous attacks. This creature has the ability to restore its protective barrier by submerging in water. Did everyone notice that? Whenever the protective barrier seemed to break, the monster escaped into the water. When it resurfaced, the barrier had regenerated. So, we have two options. Either drag it out onto land or kill it quickly before it dives into the water. However, there was no debuffer or curse mage with the ability to restrain it or drag it onto land. Jin Hyeok reached a conclusion. We have to kill it quickly before it goes into the water. How is that possible? Jisoo had already reached her physical limits. She was on the verge of exhaustion. Step back, Jisoo. Jong-hyeon and I will handle it. What are you talking about? If I tell you to fall back, just fall back. There is no time to explain in detail. There was no time for lengthy explanations. The King Toad was also slightly fatigued. The frequency and power of its spear of many tongues had slightly decreased. Jin Hyeok had a gut feeling that this was their one and only chance. And Jong-hyeon, do you see that over there? Can you see where I placed the item? It was the ward Jin Hyeok had purchased from the broadcaster's shop. It was a round, translucent item floating on the water. Yes, I see it. When the monster uses its skill for the third time, move over there. Two spears will intersect and rain down at that spot. I need you to take the hit. Right now, it was difficult to focus solely on attacking, because he had to dodge the enemy's attacks. Someone had to take the hit at least once. Jisoo might die from taking the hit, but I know you won't. And Jae Hyeon can't move as nimbly as you, Jin Hyeok said. That was why the suitable candidate was Jong-hyeon. Jin Hyeok felt his senses coming alive. He truly felt alive. The King Toad had used the skill spear of many tongues. The King Toad had used the skill spear of many tongues. Jin Hyeok swiftly moved, evading all the spears of many tongues. Okay, the next attack. Jong-hyeon nodded. He was slower than Jin Hyeok, but still fairly quick in his movements as he leaped to the position designated by Jin Hyeok. Jin Hyeok then followed him. The King Toad had used the skill spear of many tongues. Stab, stab. The spear of many tongues, intersecting in an X shape, pierced through Jong-hyeon's body. Arg. It was evident that he was seriously injured. Jin Hyeok immediately approached the King Toad. Thanks to Jong-hyeon's sacrifice, the path was completely open, allowing him to focus solely on the attack. I see it. The broadcaster's clairvoyance showed more than he thought. It faintly displayed the trajectory of his future sword strikes, which he knew through experience and intuition. It appeared as dotted lines, and it resembled the skill he possessed during his Sword King days, Sword Ways. But this is not enough. Jin Hyeok knew that this was the final opportunity. Jia and Jong-hyeon were both seriously injured. After healing them, Jin-sol would also be exhausted and unable to provide further help. I need to kill it right now. He needed to find a way. He had to kill the monster at this very moment. I must strike it down without fail. He solely focused on this situation. Every sense in his body was directed toward himself and the King Toad. The long-awaited, blood-boiling battle stimulated his entire being. You have acquired the latent skill Sharp Spirit. Ferocity was a skill that sword-wielding class players awakened at level 40. There was no time to think about that. You have activated the hidden skill Ferocity. Intangible mana permeated Jin Hyeok's steel sword. It looked like a powerful aura. Jin Hyeok swung his sword along the sword ways that he saw. The protective barrier has been destroyed. The King Toad seemed momentarily taken aback. Just as it was about to leap into the water, Jin Hyeok's sword severed its neck. The speed at which he swung the sword left a blue afterimage in the air. You have defeated the King Toad. X7 jackpot effect has been applied. The protective barrier was incredibly resilient, but the monster's actual defense was lacking. Pant. Having defeated the king toad, Jin Hyeok collapsed onto the leaf. It had been a while since he felt such exhilaration and thrill. I missed this feeling. This was the true taste of raiding. The ecstasy was more intense than any drug, enveloping his body. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. In the end, Jin Hyeok's party defeated the king toad, and everyone gained 2 levels. You have acquired the major achievement repeating shortcuts and hidden king. Jin Hyeok smiled. It was not something worthy of being registered in the Hall of Fame, but the sense of accomplishment when achieving a major achievement was tremendous. Repeating shortcuts and hidden king. Amidst countless repetitions of shortcuts, you hunted down the king who had hidden skillfully for ages, yearning for greatness. Although it could not achieve greatness, it could indeed be called the king of toads. Achievement effect: complete nullification of all attacks from toad-type monsters below level 100 when using defensive skills/traits. Is this for real? Completely nullification of all attacks from toad-type monsters below level 100? I think I can even defeat that monster with this. There was one monster that was not originally part of the plan. It was a monster that successfully achieved greatness among the aspiring kings. Can I really defeat that monster? Jin Hyeok was not sure. Even though he would be much weaker, with this achievement effect, it felt like he had a chance. I'm so excited. A day had passed. When Jin Hyeok returned home, he checked his bank balance again. It's going faster than I anticipated. He had received bigger donations than he expected. And with the 10 golden toad dungeon clears and the X7 jackpot effect, all of that added to approximately 8 billion won for Jin Hyeok in cash. With this amount, he could easily buy a decent building in Yanhui-dong. Oh, but come to think of it, there is something I should do before becoming a building owner. It was such a simple logic, yet he had forgotten about it. I need a house first, Jin Hyeok thought. In the past, he did not need a house. The government provided accommodation for him. To be honest, most of the time, he just slept on the streets. That way, he could save time and fight strong monsters. However, things had changed. Jin Hyeok had a family and he needed a place to stay with them. Let's buy a house first. 2 days later. I'll take this house. Jin Hyeok decided to purchase a brand new house in excellent condition. He had even signed the contract. He now had no other choice but to postpone his retirement. Originally, if he had earned this much, he would have retired immediately, but this was something he had to do. Now he had a family to take care of. When he returned home, Cha Jin-sol asked him, "Appa, why do you look so excited? What do you mean? You always have that expression when mom and dad tell us they were going out when we were kids. What are you talking about? Come on, that's the expression you had when you secretly played games without our parents knowing. It's not like that. Don't lie to me. I know you too well." Jin Hyeok explained slowly and carefully that it was not like that. He was someone who dreamed of retiring quickly and living happily by coming in third place as a non-combatant class player. He shouldn't be happy that his playing time had increased. I'm excited because I bought a house. Why you bought a house? What kind of house? I'll show you after paying the remaining amount. Before moving, he showed the house to Jin-sol first. This is crazy? A house with a backyard? In Seoul. And it's newly built. It was a house that a famous architect designed and built for himself, but he suddenly had to go to the United States for work or something. You bought this, Appa? Yeah. How much did it cost? Around 6 billion won. What? Jin-sol kept asking to make sure it was true. She asked if Jin Hyeok had really bought the house. After showing her the real estate contract, she trusted him. Are you going to live here alone? Jin-sol asked her brother cautiously. If I was going to live alone, I would have just stayed home. No, I shouldn't say that. I don't need such a big and nice house all for myself. Then, will you let me live here with you? What are you talking about? I bought it with the intention of living together from the beginning. Jin-sol suddenly burst into laughter and rushed toward him, trying to hug him. In a hurry, Jin Hyeok used the broadcaster's barrier. A transparent barrier formed between them, and there was no physical damage done to him. A few days later, his family moved into the house. It was a bit difficult to convince mom and dad, but he told them he got a big bonus from his company. They did not fully believe his story, but it was not a big issue. I never thought that I would be able to live in a place like this. Mom's reaction made Jin Hyeok feel extremely proud. It was a kind of excitement he had never felt in his previous life. Dad woke up early every morning to take care of the garden, and that sight was also pleasant to see. I guess I need to work hard to earn more money. Maintaining a house of this size required a lot of money. Jin Hyeok felt like he had to play a bit longer, and I should find out more about Jeon Namgil in advance. Jeon Namgil was the serial killer who slaughtered his family. He did not know if he had awakened as a player at this point or not. Back then, Jin Hyeok was desperate to just kill him without thinking rationally. After the Imkyeokjong incident, Song Ha-young listened to him very well. Jeon Namgil? His player name is serial killer? Who the hell would use that kind of name for themselves? Alright, I'll try to find as much information as possible for now. Jin Hyeok turned on his live stream as usual. I have obtained an achievement that completely nullifies all attacks from toad-type monsters below level 100 when using defensive traits or skills. He was shooting a preview for his video. Among the writings posted by the great prophet named Kim Shin-won, there was content about the first disaster that will happen in Korea. Shinwon predicted many things. Among them, there was information about a monster called Flying Toad that would appear in Yasuo. In early June of 2022, a monster with the shape of a giant toad is going to appear. The Flying Toad was a winged monster with a body that resembled a toad. Jin Hyeok remembered its level was around 80. This will be the first monster to drive humans out of their territory. And this would become a reality. Many people were devoured by the Flying Toad, and people eventually ended up fleeing from Yasuo. This problem would not only occur in Yasuo but it would happen frequently in many cities in the future. Humans and monsters would constantly wage war over territory. There is a reason why in Huidong, with the Guardian Tree, is such an expensive neighborhood. And the military was useless. As seen from battling the King Toad, a special protective barrier was formed around monsters that exceeded a certain level. That barrier nullified modern weapons. In the future, scientific weapons that could neutralize such barriers would be developed, but that was in the distant future. Come to think of it, I defeated that monster, right? It was such a long time ago that he had forgotten, but he definitely defeated that monster in his past life. Looking back, it was a battle where he almost died. He remembered himself being around level 70 at the time. He had leveled up a bit in the past few days, and now he was at level 48. What do you guys think about me trying to kill this monster? Jin Hyeok did not suggest this because he was crazy. He just thought it would be a waste not to utilize such a good achievement effect. Can I use my latent skill again if I battled that monster? During the fight with the King Toad, he felt like he returned to his days as the Sword King. He was completely immersed in the battle, focusing all his attention on the tip of his sword, giving his all in the fight. And then, the hidden skill, Ferocity, was activated. After the battle, when he checked again, the hidden skill was gone. I want to utilize that skill again. Whether it was his job or his mind, that skill was imbued somewhere within him. He wanted that skill to be completely his, not as a hidden skill. It's just a low-level skill. If it were a high-level, advanced skill, he would not have such desires. He told himself that he wanted this because it was a low-level skill, and because he could only experience this thrill and enjoy raiding during his low-level stages. I will level up to 50 and then try to kill that monster. When he reaches level 50, the skills he acquired at level 40 would be enhanced. With an enhanced time-lapse recording and other achievement effects, he believed he would be ready to fight against the Flying Toad. Now, he was finally coming to his senses. In the past, he would have just rushed in and fought without any preparations or calculations. He felt like he had grown a lot, and it was slightly satisfying. This is going to be fun. Finally, Jin Hyeok reached level 50. The monster known as the Flying Toad, in the shape of a giant toad, had appeared near Yasuo. Severe damage is ongoing. The news was flooded with reports about the Flying Toad. Thousands of people had been killed by the monster, and many had fled from Yasuo to nearby cities. Kim Shinwon's prophecies had spread among a considerable number of people, but not many believed them enough to take precautions in advance. Even though the government broadcasted and warned people to evacuate, there were so many who didn't listen to them. Jin Hyeok did not understand why. When he was a government official, the most challenging part was dealing with the civilians. While it was possible to defeat monsters, controlling the civilians was the most difficult task. Even though they knew they would die, they were stubborn and did not listen, coming up with conspiracy theories and whatnot. Jin Hyeok decided to get down to Yasuo and see for himself. Since that monster is excessively high-leveled, it's better for me to go alone. Damn it. I overlooked something so basic again. All public transportation to Yasuo was completely halted. In the past, the government would provide helicopters or vehicles in situations like this. Right now, Jin Hyeok did not even have a driver's license. So, he had to call Kim Jong-hyeon for a ride. Hey, can you give me a ride? Where to, exactly? Yasuo. Jong-hyeon's eyes widened. Do I have to fight with you? No, it's too dangerous. Jin Hyeok was going to fight against a very dangerous monster, but looking at Jong-hyeon's disappointed expression for not being allowed to join the fight, Jong-hyeon was definitely a crazy person. Having such people around Jin Hyeok, it was no wonder Jin Hyeok did not realize how abnormal he was. In the end, Jin Hyeok got in Jong-hyeon's car and headed to Yasuo. Wow, Yasuo had turned into a ghost town just because of one level 80 field monster. Jin Hyeok sent Jong-hyeon back home. Jin Hyeok knew the military and their weapons were not very effective, but still, they should at least block the roads and have complete control over the civilians. It seemed like they did not even have such a system in place. It's even more chaotic than I thought. During his time as a government official, Jin Hyeok could not even imagine such a situation. He was able to enter Yasuo easily. He saw corpses that had not been dead for long. Judging by the items they were holding, they seemed to be players. I guess there are crazy people beside me. Recently, a scout class player revealed that the level of the Flying Toad was around 80. That player died on the scene. When other people flew their drones to confirm the player's death, it showed the player was smiling. Most people did not understand the meaning behind that smile, but Jin Hyeok knew very well. It was undoubtedly a joyous reaction to being the first to confirm the level of the most powerful monster in this era. Indeed, the world was vast, and there were many crazy people. I wonder where it might be. The monster had made a territory within approximately a 3-kilometer radius centered around Yasuo City Hall. It used to reside near the roundabout in front of the City Hall, but now it seemed to have gone out for hunting. There are many corpses piled up. It is as if someone deliberately stacked them, like in a grocery store. Jin Hyeok approached the corpses. There is a considerably foul smell. The smell was not only the typical odor of corpses but also due to the bodily fluids of the flying toad. Occasionally, drones flew around. Jin Hyeok wore the deceiver's mask because he did not want his face to be exposed unnecessarily. I see sticky bodily fluid. I will examine it through the broadcaster's clairvoyance. Flying toad's bodily fluid. The bodily fluid of the flying toad. It has the effect of paralyzing the nervous system of living organisms while preventing decay. The broadcaster's clairvoyance showed him much more information. Swoosh. The wind blew, causing the tattered car door to sway. Ah, I missed this. The anticipation of not knowing when the flying toad would appear was a pleasant sensation that had awakened all his senses. Now, I will personally consume this poison and check if my achievement effect works with my defensive traits. If he just tasted the poison, he would probably have died. However, he had to taste it to accurately perceive its power and devise a strategy for when he fought the monster. He activated his broadcaster's barrier and the achievement effect. It nullified all damage from toad-type monsters below level 100. Just as expected. The bodily fluids of these monsters are always disgusting. Gulp. He swallowed it. Let's see what happens. Jin Hyeok was currently level 50. The bodily fluid of a level 80 monster should naturally have a fatal effect on him. Or so it should. I'm okay. The synergy between the broadcaster's barrier and the achievement effect seemed to be working well. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to affect me at all. However, I have realized one thing. I need to time the use of the broadcaster's barrier precisely when the damage is applied. Timing is crucial. The broadcaster's barrier was not omnipotent. It would be ideal to have it active at all times, but that was impossible at his current level. He had to use it accurately at the moment when the damage was applied. If he failed to time it properly and get hit by the flying toad, he would die instantly. My heart is pounding. Although he considered himself sane, this tension brought him joy. For now, I will hide among the piles of corpses. I do not know when that monster will return. He dug through the piles of corpses and waited for about 3 hours. As dusk approached, he felt a strange sensation. It was an intangible sense of presence, even though there was no sound or visible sign. Monster Nov, L/B/JNN. There was no doubt that the flying toad was approaching. He looked up at the sky. In the distance, something that looked like a helicopter was flying toward him. LV83/flying toad/skills/the first step of the Yasu scenario. It was definitely the flying toad. There were remains that seemed to be human in its mouth. Yasu scenario. The scenario was a large-scale story quest composed of multiple quests that came together to form a single narrative. The Yasu scenario was a citywide scenario that would only occur 2 years from now. Jin Hyeok could not dwell on why it was happening already. The flying toad landed and was approaching him. I can already feel that it's strong. This was a monster that he could barely kill at level 70 when he was the Sword King. Right now, I'm just level 50. If I can kill it at this level, I can consider myself stronger than before. I can see it as overcoming my past self. That thought greatly excited him. Just a bit more. The monster needed to be closer. Just a bit more. The monster approached, holding a few pieces of a corpse in its mouth. It then spit them aside. Now, let the hunt begin, Jin Hyeok whispered softly. Omer, GM number 1 for Gangnam-gu, was treading lightly as usual. The best he could do was to visit Choi Gap-su's alchemist workshop in Cheongdam-dong. I just need to have small talks with him. No one would bother him if he was with the VIP, Choi Gap-su. If he just had conversations with him, nothing dramatic would happen to either of them. It was because Omer was not planning to do anything. He knew that if he slacked off during work hours, the other GMS in Gangnam-gu would have to work twice as hard, but the same thing happened when he was young. Haha, I see that you've come. Fortunately, Gap-su seemed to quite like Omer. Take a look at this, Gap-su said. Oh, what is this? Gap-su was holding his cell phone in his hand. It was a first-person perspective livestream that was linked with SSP. It's probably Kim Chol-su's livestream again, Omer thought. However, he pretended not to know. Sometimes, it was easier to pretend not to know even if he knew, and sometimes it was the contrary, to pretend to know even if he did not know. In fact, Omer had no interest in SSP. His only concern was his safe retirement. He had been doing GM work related to SSP all his life, and he did not want to have any more interest in it. That looks interesting. Is it Kim Chol-su's livestream by any chance? Why, yes it is. Gap-su was quite satisfied with Omer's seemingly enthusiastic response. Who would have known that there would be someone crazy enough to have a taste of the flying toad's bodily fluid? I agree with you, sir. Even Omer was surprised and speechless at that part. No matter how powerful an achievement effect was, there was no one who would actually taste poison to confirm its effects on their body. Even if an antidote was present, there was no need to taste the poison. Moreover, Chol-su's achievement effect was not even verified. He was clearly not in his right mind. If I remember correctly, there were many streamers who played by themselves for their live stream content, right? Yes, sir. However, most of them died around level 100. I think this guy is different. Really? Omer thought differently. He had lived as a GM for decades. He had seen countless promising talents. Although Chol-su was showing remarkable progress, streamers had their limits. Omer had always thought that Chol-su would not be able to last that long. However, he never said it out loud. That broadcaster's true sight he uses, wait, it's now called broadcaster's clairvoyance, right? That skill is completely different from typical streamers, right? Yes, sir. It reads the opponent's skills, achievements, and sometimes their emotions or conditions. Are there streamers on Earth who can do that currently? No, I believe there aren't any. I don't think so either. I've never seen it before. Ha ha ha. Gapsu could not take his eyes off Cholsu's live stream. That crazy bastard is trying to attack the flying toad. A while later, even crazier things began to happen. Wait, he's switching achievements. The reason why Jin Hyeok was able to survive the flying toad was because of his major achievement, repeating shortcuts, and Hidden King. However, Jin Hyeok switched to the All Clear achievement instead. The achievement effect for this one was +1 defensive attribute, which meant that the player was immune to all physical attacks of level 50 and below. Suddenly, Omer also started to focus on the live stream. If he gets hit even once by the flying toad, he is going to die. Although Omer didn't want to do anything related to SSP, he could not take his eyes off Cholsu's live stream. Cha Jin Hyeok twisted his body to dodge the claws of the flying toad. The flying toad was a monster in the form of a toad with sharp claws attached to its front legs. Ah, I've managed to dodge it again. Although he had an achievement effect that could nullify the monster's regular attacks, his body reacted automatically. That meant that the flying toad had a sharp bloodlust enough for Jin Hyeok's body to react on its own. Its attacks don't work against me, but my attacks don't work either. Jin Hyeok's sword could not even leave a scratch on the black barrier of the flying toad. The level difference was too significant, and aiming for weak points was futile. The basic physical difference is too big. If it were not for his achievement effect, he would have become the toad's meal long ago. If this keeps on going, I can't defeat the monster. He needed to activate his latent skill, Sharp Spirit, again. However, due to the effects of the major achievement, his sharp senses did not come back like before. In order to use the latent skill, he needed to maintain a much higher state of awakening than now. That was why he changed the achievement. You have applied the achievement, All Clear, Saga Mart Dungeon. A black mark appeared on the back of Jin Hyeok's right hand. The achievement effect +1 defensive attribute has been applied. When this achievement effect is applied to the broadcaster's barrier, I gain complete immunity to all physical attacks of level 50 and below. Jin Hyeok threw himself backward. He rotated his body 3 times to dodge the flying toad's front legs. His right cheek felt as hot as if it were on fire. He managed to avoid it, but it felt a slight scratch from the claws. There was a bit of bleeding, but it was not a significant injury, even considering the fact that it was from a poisonous claw. Just like this, there seems to be a partial immunity effect. Jin Hyeok started to talk a little faster. It seems a bit difficult to play while talking. I should focus now. He heightened his senses. He instinctively reacted to the direction and path of the flying toad using his broadcaster's clairvoyance. I need to move half a step to the side. Once again, he narrowly dodged the claws. At the same time, he swung his sword. And slash. Clang. Now even a slight scratch appeared on the flying toad's barrier. That guy is strong. Jin Hyeok smiled. As it became harder to breathe, his blood boiled. The pressure and tension of knowing that one wrong move could result in death made him enjoy the situation. This is it. This is the feeling. It felt as if each cell in his body was awakening. The powerful monster known as the flying toad continued to stimulate his senses. You have activated the latent skill, Sharp Spirit. Got it. Sharp Spirit was activated once again. Jin Hyeok's sword was infused with intangible mana. But this alone is not enough. Simply relying on Sharp Spirit would not be enough to penetrate the flying toad's barrier. He needed a sharper and more threatening energy. He instinctively thought of it. You have acquired the latent skill, Sharper Spirit. All players acquired skills at levels 40 and 50. Streamer Kim Cholsu acquired time-lapse recording at level 40 and an enhanced version of time-lapse recording at level 50. Just like how streamer Kim Cholsu gained the enhanced version of time-lapse recording at level 50, swordsman Cha Jin Hyeok gained an enhanced version of Sharp Spirit at level 50. And that skill was called Sharper Spirit. I was right. When entering a state of extreme tension, the abilities engraved in his experience and soul manifested in the form of a latent skill. A faint purple energy permeated Jin Hyeok's sword. At that moment, the flying toad flew toward Jin Hyeok with its massive body. It was obvious that if they collided, the impact would be much greater than any traffic accident. I just need to give it a little nudge. Just like how he had prevented a truck accident in the past, he turned his body slightly and used the broadcaster's barrier. He subtly nudged the flight trajectory of the approaching flying toad. Then, he swung his sword, following the sword ways shown by the broadcaster's clairvoyance. Faster. He was in a trance as he swung his sword. The flying toad, which collided with an abandoned car, rose to its feet. Steam began to emit from its back. That means it is angry. It also meant that if provoked a little more, it would enter phase 2. Jin Hyeok provoked the monster with his finger. Come and get me. Keek. The flying toad folded its wings and leaped toward him like a wild boar. The power was much greater than before, but it was easier to dodge. Jin Hyeok skillfully dodged the flying toad's charge as if he were in a bullfight, continuously slashing through its protective barrier. It's working. The barrier was finally destroyed. Now he could strike the monster. His entire body was drenched in sweat. This is it. Just like the steam coming out from the back of the flying toad, Jin Hyeok's body also looked like it was emitting wisps of steam. He evaded attacks that could be avoided and blocked unavoidable attacks using the broadcaster's barrier. However, that did not mean he escaped unscathed. My left shoulder is dislocated. Crack? This could be fixed by popping it back into place. And I think several of my ribs are fractured. Still, it did not hinder his movements, so it was okay. Blood trickled from the scratches from the claws, but since he wasn't poisoned, it was manageable. In contrast, the flying toad looked relatively okay, aside from the dagger stuck in its left eye. Now red steam is emitting. There were only a few seconds left. Once it entered phase 2, it would transform into a red toad. It would get rid of its wings, but it would grow much larger. It's going to get 10 levels stronger. Jin Hyeok realized while fighting the flying toad that it was futile to fight head-on against it in phase 2. This brings me back. He had lost a team member during his previous life's encounter with the flying toad in phase 2. Back then, they did not have sufficient information on the monster. The broadcaster's clairvoyance provided him with the right information this time. The flying toad has transformed into Crimson Toad. A small window of time was given. Jin Hyeok started running. He could not focus on the live stream as he needed to focus on his breathing. After a while, he heard a thump, thump, sound from behind. The flying toad, or rather, the Crimson Toad now, was charging toward him. With each leap, it closed the distance by several meters. The broadcaster's clairvoyance detected its skill. The Crimson Toad activated the skill, Toad Legion. Croak, croak. The sound of toads began to echo in the surroundings. There are so many. They were small toads. They flooded in like a zombie horde from the abandoned cars and buildings. Toads surrounded Jin Hyeok from the front, back, left, and right, spewing venom toward him. You have applied the achievement, repeating shortcuts, and Hidden King. Jin Hyeok didn't react at all to the Toad Legion's attacks as all of their attacks were nullified by his achievement effect. I can almost see the ocean. The Crimson Toad was a monster that could not be killed at the current level. Even if he was a swordsman, it would be impossible. No, if he was a swordsman, he would have been already dead. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of the Crimson Toad's footsteps became slightly more distant. It was because the summoned Toad Legion was actually hindering the monster's movement. Jin Hyeok glanced back for a moment. It's still stupidly big. The Crimson Toad, which was the size of a small building, was chasing after him. It was like a life or death game of tag, and Jin Hyeok found it enjoyable. With a bit of breathing room, he quickly spoke for his live stream. A significant number of casualties occurred in Yeso, but I noticed something strange. Many people died or were injured, yet those who were near the seaside were fine. The flying toad did not approach the beach beyond a certain distance. This fact had already been widely reported through the media. As time passed, the fact that the ocean was the flying toad's weakness would also become known, but at this moment in time, no one knew that. So I planned to lure it to the sea. Conveniently, the sea is about 500 meters away. The eyes of the Crimson Toad turned red. Its speed and strength would increase exponentially. The monster is probably going to charge toward me like a tank. The transformed Crimson Toad did not care about what was in its way. It entered some kind of berserk state. While the sea was a weakness to the flying toad, it was a different story for the crazed Crimson Toad. Whether it's a human or a monster, no one should go crazy like that. The result would be like that thing running toward me. Nobody wants to be like that. The Crimson Toad was almost in front of Jin Hyeok. The pressure is immense. It swung its front leg, even bigger than an elephant's. Whoosh! A shockwave echoed. And since that's just a regular attack, it shouldn't be higher than level 100. Jin Hyeok decided to take the hit. Activate Broadcaster's Barrier. At the perfect timing, he used the skill to nullify its attack. Idiot. Jin Hyeok leaped toward the sea. The Toad Legion, including the Crimson Toad, charged at Jin Hyeok. The sea looked like it had been hit by artillery shells. The monster seemed to be completely submerged in the water. The crazy Crimson Toad continued to swing its front leg at Jin Hyeok. Meanwhile, red steam erupted from its body uncontrollably. It is slowing down. However, the Crimson Toad did not even notice its body becoming sluggish. As more time passed, its body gradually began to shrink. The Crimson Toad has transformed into Flying Toad. I did it. The current Flying Toad was soaked and could not fly. Its skin had completely dissolved in the seawater, making it easy to kill. Now I can kill it. Jin Hyeok swung his sword several times. With each strike, green blood spurted from the Flying Toad. The surrounding water was stained with a deep green color. L.B//JNN. The defeated Flying Toad flipped its belly and floated in the seawater. You have defeated the Flying Toad. Jin Hyeok, too, was covered in green blood all over his body. He smiled brightly. Afterward, notifications began pouring in. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Jin Hyeok's level had increased twice at once. You have reached level 52. No special items were dropped. Instead, other system notifications popped up. You have destroyed the first fragment of the Yasu scenario. You have acquired the major achievement, Early Resolution of the Flying Toad. However, it was somewhat strange in various ways. When I defeated this guy in the past, I did not receive this major achievement. At that time, the term, Yasu scenario, did not appear, and the notification said that he destroyed the first fragment and not completed it. That doesn't sound so good. Furthermore, there was another strange thing. The major achievement, Early Resolution of the Flying Toad, did not have an underline. It needs to have an underline if I want to see the detailed information. This was the first time it had happened. Is this an error? During the open beta server period, various errors would occur frequently, so he thought this might be one of them. Should I call one of the GMS? There were hardly any people in Yasuo right now, so the GMS in the area would relatively have a lot of free time. Jin Hyuk thought they would respond quickly to a GM call. As he tried to use a GM call to report the error on the achievement, a magic circle appeared in front of him. A man with shiny short hair popped out of the magic circle. He had considerable muscles, and Jin Hyuk knew him very well. Surchin. Surchin was the person who would become the GM #1 in Gangnam-gu in the future. He was a passionate individual who gave his all to the role of a GM. Who is this crazy bastard that came all the way to Yasuo? Surchin said. Crazy bastard? That's pretty rude, considering we've just met. Before Regression, these two used to get along pretty well. Jin Hyuk felt strange that he suddenly called him a crazy bastard. Hey, you? How the hell did you kill the flying toad? I've caught it all on my live stream. Didn't you see it? Or are you too stupid to look it up? That's a pretty rude thing to say, don't you think? I could say the same thing. Nov, L, B //JNN. Why you little? Surchin raised his fist as if he was about to hit Jin Hyuk, but he didn't flinch. Surchin might look intimidating, but in reality, he was a pacifist and an administrator. He was not good at fighting. Wait a minute. You are Kim Chulsu, the SSP streamer, right? Surchin indeed took his job seriously. Jin Hyuk was not even a very famous streamer, but it seemed like Surchin knew quite a bit about him. He checked how Jin Hyuk defeated the flying toad through LTube. Holy shit. Jin Hyuk could not count how many times Surchin swore in a short span of time. You actually defeated it in a normal way, Surchin said. Are there abnormal ways to hunt? It's just a saying. Shut up, you bastard. If you keep calling me a bastard, this bastard is going to get angry. Jin Hyuk knew deep down that he was fundamentally a crazy person. He felt tremendous excitement while fighting the flying toad. That was why he was suppressing his instincts with reason. He had to convince himself that he was not a crazy person and that he was just a typical human being who was going through the process of socialization. Jin Hyuk made that commitment and put in the effort, so it bothered him when he was constantly called a crazy bastard. Sigh. Did you acquire a major achievement? I was trying to use the GM call precisely because of that. Why isn't there detailed information on it? Suddenly, Jin Hyuk heard a voice in his head. It was the secret telepathy system, only for the administrators. The administrator-only secret telepathy system has been activated. You can now communicate via telepathy. Hey, turn off the live stream for a moment, Surchin said telepathically. Why? I need to tell you something important. I will provide appropriate compensation for ending the live stream early, so just turn it off for now. GM Surchin, who managed Yasuo, was the type of administrator who enjoyed working overtime. He felt great satisfaction with the Yasuo scenario he was in charge of. Placed at the forefront of the scenario was the flying toad. The flying toad should be enough. Although the monster had a clear weakness, which was the ocean, Surchin believed it was the best choice. Due to the nature of the Earth server, a place where scientific knowledge had advanced significantly, the monster needed a powerful barrier that could withstand any attacks from human technology. The monster also had to be large to leave a strong impression on people's memories, and it needed to enjoy eating human flesh, aiming to evoke great anger and fear in Earth players at the same time. In the end, this monster will become the focal point that gathers the power of players in Jeollanam-do. Ref-do, like Jeollanam-do, refers to provinces in Korea, and Yasuo is in Jeollanam-do/Raf. Surchin, who was devising the scenario, let out a satisfied laugh. I'm sure there is no way this monster will be defeated. That could not happen. He set the difficulty level by referring to the ranking board. Currently, the highest level players in each class were in their late 40s. Even if he expanded the scope globally, there were very few players who had reached level 50. Even if all those top-ranked players gathered, they could not be a match for the flying toad. I need you to keep the players active for at least a month, flying toad. There was no expectation that the flying toad would be hunted down. Based on the assumption that the monster would survive and roam Yasuo for at least a month, the next scenarios were designed. After about a month, heroes who saved humanity from the monster that plunged Yasuo into despair will appear. The Earth server players were mostly low-leveled. In the future, as the interaction between servers became more active and the system difficulty increased, humanity would fall into despair. Hope was needed for the people of Earth. I already got approved by the higher UPS as well. The Yasuo scenario would ultimately ignite the spark of hope in Korea. The birth of great heroes. That was the ultimate goal of the Yasuo scenario and the project that Surchin was devoted to. The scenario was nearing its final stages, and Surchin was sitting in the administrator's room, conducting the final check of the Yasuo scenario. Beep beep. A loud warning sound rang out. What's going on? He hurriedly moved the screen to monitor Yasuo. To his surprise, a player had defeated the flying toad. He slammed the desk and stood up. God fucking damn it. Since being selected as a launching member of the Earth server, Surchin had been preparing for this project for 3 years. If he succeeded in this project, he could climb up to the position of a high-level administrator. In the system, a high-level administrator was usually the GM of a densely populated metropolis. Surchin's target was the Gangnam-gu GM position. GM Omer, the current GM #1 for Gangnam-gu, would retire in a little while, and then there would be an opening for that position. This was his chance. Why the hell did the flying toad die? He had created an unkillable monster, but it ended up being killed. The project he had been working on for 3 years, which started with the premise of the flying toad surviving and ravaging Yasu for at least a month, was now destroyed. Now that the flying toad had been killed, it essentially meant that Searchin had wasted his last 3 years. You have acquired the major achievement, early resolution of the flying toad. The Yasu scenario was not a naturally generated scenario by the system. The GMS assigned to the scenario had to create coherence and storylines one by one. Although it was very unlikely, Searchin had to create every possibility for the scenario, even in the case that the flying toad was quickly hunted down. He needed to do this so that the scenario could pass the evaluation by the higher UPS. That was why the major achievement, early resolution of the flying toad, was created. From Searchin's perspective, this was 3 years ago, and he barely remembered it. However, he only included the achievement for evaluation purposes, without any predetermined details. That was the reason why Searchin urgently sought out Cha Jin Hyeok. So, what you're saying is that this is a fake scenario? Jin Hyeok asked telepathically. You bastard? You're calling it a fake? I've worked my ass off for 3 years to create it. Jin Hyeok rubbed his chin. After hearing the explanation, he somewhat understood what was going on. The Yasu scenario was ultimately the effort of the GMS to give birth to hero players. So that's why we obtained the genius trait after defeating the flying toad before regression. And then Jin Hyeok and his team were able to grow as top-ranked players in each class. At that time it was not called the Yasu scenario. Perhaps the name changed during the course of the project. Thanks to the success of the scenario, Searchin would finally be dispatched as the GM for the Gangnam-gu he so desired. Well, I guess that did not work out as you planned. That's a pity, Jin Hyeok said. Right. But, it seems like it's none of my business. Searchin's expression changed rapidly. So, regardless of what happened, I acquired the major achievement, and I think it's unfair there is no reward for it, Jin Hyeok said. Tell me what you want. What is the final reward I can obtain by finishing the scenario? That's something I can't disclose. Jin Hyeok knew that reward was a genius trait. He also knew Searchin could not tell him that. Jin Hyeok remained silent for a moment, lost in his thoughts. He was trying to figure out a plan that could benefit him the most. Searchin is willing to give up anything and everything to put this scenario back on track, Jin Hyeok thought. If that was the case, there was only one thing he could ask for. Can you give me mystery? You know about mystery. I know that it is a mysterious power that the system hasn't defined properly. It is a power that does not fall under skills or traits, but possesses special abilities. According to the future diary, mystery referred to an enigmatic power that players could acquire through specific conditions, regardless of their jobs. It resembled skills or traits in terms of manifesting abilities, but it had distinct differences. Unlike skills or traits, mystery was not standardized. For example, some mysteries involved significant mental energy consumption, while others had no mental energy consumption at all. Sometimes, the same mystery might require mental energy consumption, while other times it might not. It might also vary depending on the user, with some experiencing mental energy loss while others did not. The effects could be inconsistent, and the cooldown could be erratic. Conversely, some mysteries exhibited structured abilities similar to skills. It was an ability that could not be precisely defined. However, in many cases, the compatibility between mystery and the user's innate traits played a more crucial role than the individual's training. Damn it! What kind of mystery are you looking for? Something immediately came to Jin Hyeok's mind. I want the unleashing technique. Mentioning the actual name, unleashing technique, was slightly risky. However, Jin Hyeok considered this opportunity worth taking the risk. If I back down every time there is a risk, I am not a real man. I can't give you that, Searchin said. This was expected, because the mystery, unleashing technique, was a unique mystery hidden only in the Yasu region. If you can't give it to me, I will file a formal complaint with the system. I don't care if the scenario you prepared for 3 years just falls apart. Hey, hold on. Do we really need to go that far? I almost died. I risked my life to defeat that monster, and the GM should provide me with something worthy, right? Searchin was lost for words. I can't give it to you directly. That requires approval from the top-level authorities. I'm just a lower-level GM. But as a lower-level GM, you are involved in designing such a significant scenario. That's how it works. Don't you know about the funnel effect? In the end, the grunt does all the work. Searchin looked indignant. Jin Hyeok narrowed his eyes. Birds of a feather flocked together. The truth is, you enjoy it, don't you? Jin Hyeok said. What? Just as Jin Hyeok enjoyed the thrill of danger, Searchin also relished the challenges that came his way. A madman recognized another madman. So, don't complain about how tough or unfair this is. I need to get the reward I deserve. Jin Hyeok's heart raced. He already glimpsed the potential through the hidden skill. Unleashing technique. This is a mystery that brings out one's inherent talents and abilities. This mystery was possessed by an unleasher named Kwok Chan-yong. As mentioned before, the compatibility between the mystery and the user was the most crucial factor. In that sense, unleashing technique had a very favorable compatibility with Chan-yong. He used that power to awaken the non-awakened and bring forth their hidden potential. In the early stages of play, he gained tremendous popularity as the savior of players. But he was killed by those who hunted the awakened shortly after the open beta ended. It was an extremely unusual occurrence. Hunting down players who had barely left the beginner stage was a significant burden even for those who hunted awakened. After that incident, public opinion toward them had become excessively negative, and as a result, they were hated by the communities. However, despite that, those bastards hunted down Chanyang and took away his unleashing technique. Jin Hyok wanted that mystery. If I obtain the unleashing technique and apply it only to myself, it will be enough. Our conversation will not be disclosed to the outside world anyway. As confirmed through his hidden skill, he had the potential to awaken the abilities he had acquired in his previous life. With unleashing technique, he could draw out that power, the power he had honed as the Sword King. If this became possible, he could become much stronger. Of course, there will be limitations as a streamer. However, that didn't matter to him. Just up to level 100. If I can enjoy playing the way I want, without any restrictions until level 100, that would be the best. Without realizing it, a smile spread across his face. The notion of reason that cautioned against becoming too powerful was momentarily forgotten in the face of unleashing technique.